Good day, Harry Potter fans. Welcome to our page, and we are very excited to present to you this audiobook written by none other than Dead Woodpecker, Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always. So, we'd like to invite you to sit back, relax, probably get a cold bottle of butterbeer, and let your imagination go wild. Here it is, Chapter 1, Prologue.
Chapter 1 Prologue. Chapter Text. Even Creature's steak and kidney pie tasted like ashes in Harry Potter's mouth as he attempted to choke his dinner down. The tea he sipped to clear his tight throat was bitter, corrupt. The house elf did his best. He always did, especially on particularly significant days, but Harry was physically unable to enjoy the elf's offerings. No solace found in food. Not even Ginny Potter, his best source of comfort, could ease the sorrow that weighed heavily on his soul, dragging him into a depression that did not allow him to eat, to drink, to make love. Not today. The three people in the dining room could not pretend, as they normally attempted to, that their broken hearts would heal someday. Ginny played with her food, pushing it around and around her plate without taking a bite. She stared aimlessly at it, her head bowed as though in prayer. Ron Weasley did not even attempt to create an illusion that he was eating. He slouched in his chair, his arms folded across his chest. Harry could see the muscles in his jaw working as he ground his teeth, and his nostrils flared every once in a while as though he was on the verge of tears. "Shall I get the fire whiskey?" Harry asked quietly. "I bought the best. For tonight." "Might as well," Ron said tonelessly. Ginny only nodded, her eyes closed. Harry stood. He could have used magic to summon the bottle, but felt a restlessness. He crossed the room that, despite Creature's best efforts, was as dismal and gloomy as Grimmauld Place had been. His mind skittered away from that thought, though. Despite the gloom of the Black residence, he'd had good times there as well. Remembering the good times made his stomach churn like acid, even more than remembering the bad. There were no photographs anywhere in the house, except in the album Hagrid had given Harry so many years before. There were no cheerful waves coming from dead people to deepen the sorrow. Harry had packed up the pictures himself. It had seemed too much for Ginny and Ron to see their family smiling up at them. "Harry," Ginny's voice cut through his thoughts. He turned toward her. "Yeah, you were just standing there." He saw understanding in her brown eyes. He didn't know where or who he'd be without her. He'd most likely be dead. They'd been married for almost 3 years. They'd married only months after the battle for Hogwarts, clinging to each other with only Ron at their side. Flitwick, the headmaster of Hogwarts and one of the few survivors from the battle, had officiated through tears. "I know, I'm sorry." He ended up summoning the bottle anyway, and 3 shots later, he almost felt numb. "They'd hate what we're doing," Ron said unexpectedly. Harry had lost track of how much of the bottle he'd gone through, but he wasn't his best mate's minder. Ron only talked about them when he was drunk. "I know," Ginny said, "but we do what we can." "Hermione," his voice cracked, and he rubbed his chin. "She'd kick our arses." "She would," Harry agreed. He'd give quite a lot to have his dead friend kick his arse. Fred and George would be. They would be terrible. Ginny tried to smile, but it came out a bit lopsided and disappeared almost as soon as it arrived. "Your mom and dad would have to give us stern talking tis." Harry reached over and grabbed his shoulder with a hand that was not holding his fire whiskey. "Your mum especially." Dad would be. He'd be in the kitchen, looking at the Muggle stuff while Mum yelled at us. Percy would be reading us the riot act, telling us we're not being good role models and that we were disgracing the name of Weasley. Meanwhile, he'd be scheduling interviews. After he got rid of all the bottles of fire whiskey in the house, Ron finished when Ginny's voice faded. Her face was set, her jaw clenched tight, and she gripped Harry's hand fiercely. "Fleur'd be so angry with us that she'd be screaming at us in French," Harry put in. The fire whiskey burned his throat and made it easier to talk. "And Bill would curse us so badly that we'd be old and gray by the time it lifted. Charlie would set dragons on us," Ginny offered. "You know he would. But they were all gone, all of them. A demolished hall, stacked with bodies and washed with blood." Harry shook his head impatiently. They were sleeping in the ground. unaware of the lonely and bitter victory and the pain their deaths had caused. If Harry had known he was a Horcrux sooner, if he had given himself up before the slaughter. "Stop it, Harry," Ginny and Ron said in unison. "We know what you're thinking," Ginny added. "It wasn't your fault. I know," Ginny said, voice gentle. "But lay the blame where blame is due. Voldemort killed them. Bellatrix killed them. Dolohov killed them. And you kill those who stole our family away." "Only once," Harry said bitterly. Ron blew out a deep breath, took another shot, and squeezed his eyes closed. "I'm going to miss them. Always and always." "Always and always," Harry and Ginny echoed. Always and always was a phrase that had initially begun with Harry's proposal to Ginny. It had not been romantic. One solid month of funerals, and the love he'd felt for her was the only thing keeping him sane. "Ginny," he whispered as they lay with arms wrapped around each other. They'd just woken up. Mornings had been difficult then. In that first moment of wakefulness, it was easy to forget that victory looked an awful lot like defeat. "Harry," she murmured against his chest. "I can't live without you," he said simply. "I wouldn't survive." "Me either," she sighed. "I'm going to love you," he said. "Always and always. Will you marry me?" It had been the best he could do. They'd reunited after a year of fruitless searches for the Horcruxes and an open attack on the Burrow. Harry had realized, standing in the rubble, horrified, that despite his best efforts, Ginny and her family would always be targets. He hadn't wanted to lose her without her knowing every day that despite time and distance, she was the best part of him. They'd been hopeful. After another year of Ginny in hiding with her family and frequent visits, Harry had decided that as soon as he'd taken care of Voldemort, he would put a ring on her finger and never let her go. He'd had daydreams of how he'd ask her, possibly in the Gryffindor common room or on a Quidditch pitch. He'd do something romantic. He'd ask Hermione to help him. But it was not to be. It had become a catchphrase, and they'd both said it in the vows they had made to each other on a lonely hill covered in heather. It had struck a chord in Ron, though they hadn't been aware of it for months. It was Christmas Day, and grief had raged inside while a storm raged outside. A day that should have been happy. But when each person had lost everyone else they had ever loved, that was impossible. They found solace in wine. "I'm going to miss them," Ron said. "Always and always." He was not so drunk that he was completely unaware that he had usurped words that were special to Harry and Ginny, and his face fell into apologetic lines. "I'm sorry No," Harry said firmly. He shared a glance with Ginny. "It fits." And it did. Always and always meant him and Ginny, but also meant him and Ron and the past they shared. It meant Ron and Ginny, the only survivors of a large family, more fragile than any of them had ever dreamed. It meant the wounds that would always be there, and it meant the love they would always feel for those they'd lost. They sat in silence for a good hour, and Harry was sure that he was not alone in his thoughts. Ginny had scooted her chair closer to Harry. Their shoulders brushed. He wanted to hold her, bury himself inside her until he lost himself. But it was the anniversary of everything they had lost, and Harry didn't think he could make love to her if he tried. "I wish we had Hermione's time turner," Ron said absently, his voice hoarse. "I wish we could go back. I wouldn't have been incapacitated by that effing curse. I could have protected them. Maybe this is a time turner." "Harry," Hermione's voice echoed from the past, and Harry was struck by a thought so wild and insane that he knew he was even drunker than he'd thought. He tried to stop it, tried to pretend it hadn't occurred to him, but the ludicrous idea gripped him tightly. He opened his mouth, but no words emerged. "Harry!" He could hear the alarm in Ginny's voice. He must look wild. He felt wild. He had the urge to laugh. "What if we could?" he asked. "What if we could?" "Could what?" Ron gaped at him. Not surprising that Harry could not remember feeling so driven. Not since they'd lost everything but each other on the field of battle. "What if we could go back in time?" "Harry!" Ginny sighed. "It isn't possible. It isn't. Time turners can only go back a few hours. You know that. You're drunk. We should go to bed." "No," Harry said forcefully. "We should think about this. We have to." "You're mental, mate," Ron said flatly. "Mental? You shouldn't even be thinking about this. It isn't healthy." Harry's laughter sounded eerie even to his own ears. The way we live isn't healthy, Ron. It's been 3 years, and we haven't done a damn thing since it happened. We're old, and we're only 24. We're barely breathing, the three of us. If you two weren't here, I probably would have committed suicide ages ago. Tears stood out in Ginny's eyes. But Harry, it's impossible what you're thinking. How do you know? Harry asked belligerently. Maybe people have done it. They just never talked about it. What? We're going to build a super powerful time turner. Ron asked. Go back in time and save everyone while remaining hidden? What could we possibly change? Everything, Harry said. Everything. We got to try, damn it. Harry, we have all these memories of living without them, Ginny said. 3 years' worth of memories. If we really did go back in time, we'd already know it. They'd be alive. Not unless we changed fate, Harry said. We'd have different memories. We'd be at the Burrow right now, celebrating our victory, not wallowing in the price we paid to have it. Ron and Ginny exchanged looks. Listen, Harry said, growing frustrated. Ron, wouldn't you want your wife back? Ginny, wouldn't you want to live in a world where your family still breathed? That's cruel, Ginny said softly, but Harry could tell that she was thinking about it. I'm sorry, he said, though he wasn't. He felt almost alive again. He felt the way he did when he made love to Ginny or flew around the countryside with Ron. He felt like he had a purpose. It may not be possible, but he could at least try. I think Hermione might have mentioned something once, Ron said tentatively, his eyes growing distant. It was the morning after you guys rescued Sirius. She talked about how time turners were the most reliable way to travel through time. And if a time turner is the most reliable, then there've got to be unreliable ones, Harry said. We can look into that tomorrow, after we talk to Dumbledore's portrait. We're going to Hogwarts. Ginny asked. Harry knew what she was thinking. They hadn't gone back since the morning after the battle. The rubble had not been cleared away, and the bodies had still been in the Great Hall. Yes, Harry said. Dumbledore would know if there was anything we could do, Ron said. Harry felt strange, to say the least. For 3 years, misery had been eating away at him, at all of them. It was odd to have a purpose again. I really do think there's a way. His madness had affected Ron and Ginny, he noticed. It took a moment for him to recognize the look on their faces. They looked hopeful for the first time in years. Dawn came early the next day, and Harry's sleep had been deep. He had not had a single nightmare. When he awoke, he tossed back one of the bottles of Annie Jigg's hangover remedy that Creature had placed on the bedside table sometime during the night, and leapt from the bed. By the time he washed, Ginny was awake and looking the same way he felt, stunned and purposeful. Why had they not thought of this before? They could have already changed everything. Ron met them in the sitting room not 10 minutes later, his hair still dripping from his own shower. He was not moving like an Inferius anymore, and he almost looked like the old Ron, the Ron that Harry'd gone to Hogwarts with before the death of his wife, parents, and brothers had turned him into a hollow shell. Harry grinned. Ron looked gobsmacked. We're really doing this, then? Ron asked. We're going to try? We are, Ginny said firmly. We are. They left the house together, and Harry was once again surprised by how good it felt to leave it for a reason other than the few necessities that Creature could not acquire for them. They become recluses, Harry thought wryly. They moved forward with purpose, past the wards, and disapparated together with a loud crack. Hogsmeade was how he remembered it from his 4th year, without dementors and fear. People walked openly along the twisted and narrow streets, and Harry only felt a small twinge of resentment at these people who lived and laughed in a world without Voldemort. They had not paid the price the way Harry, Ron, and Ginny had. But they would change that, Harry thought fiercely. Ginny gripped his hand so hard that Harry felt his knuckles pop. When he looked at her, he saw her blazing look, for once not dimmed by sorrow. They would do this. The path to Hogwarts was as long as ever, but seemed to take only minutes. No one had recognized them. Thank Merlin. He supposed that people had stopped hoping to see them. They'd been hidden away for so long. The gates loomed ahead of them, strong and stoic. Harry remembered when they were twisted and broken after the assault of Voldemort's giants. Harry, the three whirled around and saw Hagrid, his mouth open wide with disbelief. He was just as tall as ever, and even wider than when Harry'd last seen him more than 2 years previously. "Ron? Ginny." Hagrid was too stunned to move. "Hi, Hagrid," Harry said. Ron and Ginny echoed him. "Wah, what are ye three doing here?" "We've come to see the headmaster," Harry explained. "Can you get us in the gates?" Hagrid pulled them open with one hand and then rushed them, pulling all three into a bone-crushing hug. Harry patted him on the back. When he finally pulled away, he saw tears streaming into his wild beard. "I didn't think I'd ever see you again." Harry couldn't think of anything to say. Ron and Ginny were silent beside him. Hagrid did not seem to take offense at this, and chattered all the way up to the school. Grop apparently had found a lady friend, and the Centaurs had welcomed 3 new foals into the herd. Seamus Finnegan had apparently taken a post at the school and was now the professor for defense against the dark arts, despite his missing arm. They rounded the greenhouses and found themselves staring up at a sight they had never expected to see again. The grief welled up inside Harry as he stared at the repaired castle. The astronomy tower had been rebuilt, and Hogwarts looked as stately as ever. There were no bloodstains on the steps. It was as if it had never happened. But it had. Bill and Fleur had fallen just over there. Harry could still hear her screams as she stood over Bill's body, taking down 3 Death Eaters before Dolohov had killed her. His mouth twisted grimly, and Ginny squeezed his hand. The entrance hall was even worse. In his mind, Harry could still see Hermione burning and hear her anguished cries, could see George falling and breaking his entire body, could see Arthur Weasley hit in the back with Avada Kedavra while he'd been trying to avenge Bill's death. Charlie had been mangled by Fenrir Greyback just over there, near the stairs. And that was where an acromantula had torn Percy apart. Ginny's eyes were wide with horror. She hadn't seen most of her family die. She'd been battling Death Eaters with Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil, but she'd seen the bodies where they lay. Harry had thought she was dead, had thought the cutting curse had killed Ron. And 50 feet and 3 years away from where he stood right now, he'd stood in front of Voldemort and had not defended himself, had watched death speed toward him in the form of a green light because he'd wanted to die. It had killed the Horcrux instead, and Harry had returned to finish off Voldemort, not knowing that Ron and Ginny had survived too. He took a deep breath. Ron had his eyes squeezed tightly shut, his mouth moving, saying something Harry could not hear. Ginny shook like a leaf beside him. "Ye lot." Hagrid sighed. "I know why you didn't want to come back." Harry nodded stiffly. "We still need to see Flitwick." They left Hagrid and their memories behind and moved up the stairs with purpose. It was early yet, no students were out and about. They were still sleeping in their dormitories. The gargoyle that guarded the home of the headmaster was the same. Harry realized that he had no idea what the password was and could not even begin to guess it. Ron kicked it with his foot. "Open up." "No," the gargoyle said firmly. "You don't know the password." Harry was just about to send a message via Patronus when he heard footsteps quickly coming toward them. Merlin's balls. Seamus Finnegan skidded to a halt 10 feet away from them. He threw out his arm and braced himself against the wall. "I didn't think you 3 were even still alive." "Hi, Seamus," Ginny said quietly. Ron and Harry nodded at him in greeting. "Do you know Flitwick's password? We got to speak with him." Seamus visibly tried to collect himself. It was odd seeing him with only one arm. At least it hadn't been his wand arm that had gotten severed off. "It's Caeliodoc." The gargoyle sprung aside, and the moving stairs appeared behind it. "What's Caeliodoc?" Harry whispered. Ginny shrugged. "We'll see you, Seamus," Ron said. "We'll catch up later." "Ya." They left him still standing there with his mouth gaping open. "Yeah, see you around." Harry knocked firmly 3 times. It took several moments for Flitwick to open the door, and they were greeted with the same expression of shock they'd seen on Hagrid's and Seamus's faces. Well, Flitwick drew himself up to his full height, about 3 feet. "Well, Headmaster," Harry said respectfully, "we were wondering if we could converse with Dumbledore's portrait." Yes, of course." Flitwick led them in. It was similar to, yet very different from how it had been during Dumbledore's time. The small, delicate instruments, the ones that had survived Harry's wrath anyway, were gone and had been replaced by stacks of books. The portraits were the same. The occupant of the biggest one that hung right behind the large desk stared at Harry with widened eyes. "Harry," the portrait of Albus Dumbledore said, "and Mrs. Potter and Mr. Weasley." "Dumbledore," the three murmured. "Should I?" Flitwick made vague motions toward the door. Harry felt a pang of guilt at forcing the diminutive man to leave his own office. "If you don't mind." The door shut, and they were left alone. Suddenly, Harry could not think of the words to say. He felt uncomfortable, and Dumbledore's piercing gaze and the mutterings of the other portraits did not make it any better. Ginny nudged him, and Harry realized that he'd been staring for longer than he'd expected. "The price was too high," Harry said heavily. He felt tears sting his eyes. Dumbledore had to know if it was possible. He had to. "Oh, Harry." The portrait leaned back in his chair. "Is there any way? Do you know?" Harry took a deep breath. "We want to change it." Dumbledore was silent for a long time. "We know a time turner wouldn't work," Ron said gruffly. Ginny had started to shake again. "We want to go back to the battle," Harry said firmly. "Why?" Dumbledore asked. He'd folded his hands together and pierced each of them with his gaze. Harry's mouth fell open. "Wasn't it obvious?" "We want to save them, Dumbledore." "We're not. We can't. We have a try." "Is there?" But Dumbledore interrupted him. "You misunderstand. Why go back to the battle? You could do very little. You might save one or two, but there would still be heavy losses." Ginny stiffened. "Is there a way or not?" Ron asked loudly. Harry felt like kicking him. They needed Dumbledore on their side. "Yes," said Dumbledore. Harry turned away and ran his hands through his hair. Ginny gave a wordless cry and clapped her hand over her mouth. Ron was breathing heavily, as if he had just run a few kilometers. "There is a way," Dumbledore continued. "There are several, actually, but only one that is advisable at this juncture. It isn't instant, of course. You will need to make several preparations, including a very complex potion and complicated spell. You are lucky there are three of you. One man alone would find it nigh impossible." "We'll do it," Harry said instantly. "Right now." "Ah, but there's no right now when it comes to this," Dumbledore told them. "You will need to prepare. The potion itself takes 3 years. 3 years. Not to mention, there are certain decisions you must make regarding it. How far back you need to travel, for instance. That must be decided before you even begin to make the potion, for the amount of ingredients you will need will vary slightly. But we won't go back 3 years," Harry said. "To the battle." "I would not advise that," Dumbledore said. "This is not at all like a time turner. There will not be two of each of you running around. You will find yourself as pressed and challenged as you were that night. The only thing that will be different is that your memories of this timeline will remain. You will know when and where things you wish to stop happening will happen, but there is no guarantee that you will be able to." "Or you think we shouldn't do this?" Ginny asked tentatively. "Because we've already made up our minds. I very much think that you should do this, Mrs. Potter." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled like mad. "But if you're doing this, you should do it right. In for a canute, in for a galleon, I'd say." "What the bloody hell does that mean?" Ron asked rudely. "Hold on." Harry's mind worked frantically. "I think. Do you mean that we should go back further?" "Excellent, Harry." Dumbledore looked as pleased as though he'd gotten good marks on a difficult essay. "If you go back far enough, you could stop the final battle from happening at all." Harry thought back. They could go back to any point in the years that Harry, Ron, and Hermione had been searching for Horcruxes. He knew exactly where they were. It would have made it so much faster and easier to hunt them down and destroy them. Voldemort would have less time to amass his army, and the odds against those who chose to stand with Harry would not be so bleak. He could even be sure to save Remus and Tonks and Teddy from being murdered in their own home. But what if he could go back to before Dumbledore had died? He could stop him from putting on the ring. Snape would not have needed to kill him, and Harry could have the brilliant wizard at his side. Or he could go back even further. Sirius. The battle in the Department of Mysteries could have been avoided. Harry knew full well that it would be a trap. He wouldn't even go. And if he went back to his 4th year, he could ensure that Voldemort did not rise at the time, and Cedric could survive. Ron and Ginny were watching him cautiously, and Harry realized that he was beaming. "I think we ought to go back to our 1st year," he told them. "We can take care of the Horcruxes, we can stop a lot of bad things from happening, and we can have years and years of preparing before Voldemort is resurrected. Dumbledore. He turned to the portrait. Do you think I'll still have a Horcrux inside me if I go back? Absolutely, he said. The only things that will change are your memories. The prophecy will still exist, although I'd be curious to see if it changes at all. It is possible. Harry looked alarmed, but Dumbledore rushed to reassure him. It will not change the essence of the prophecy, I don't think, but I would not be surprised if the wording changed. What is this method, Dumbledore? Ginny asked. The potion is called the Tears of Merlin. He was the one who created it, and, I believe, the only one to use it. The spell is called the Web, or the Bent Reality. It takes both to do it. They're very clearly entwined with each other. Dumbledore paused. I would suggest that you plan extremely carefully what you intend to do. Write it all down. Go through it step by step before you even begin. You'll be allowed some room, but your goals must be clear. Why? Ron asked. The key ingredients of the potion are your memories, Dumbledore said quietly. You'll need to add as much of them as you can, everything you can offer. I would recommend speaking to others about their memories of the war, and add those in as well. All the knowledge you have will give you greater ammunition for your 11-year-old selves. So the potion involves our memories? Harry asked. Is it like a pensieve? Yes. Dumbledore beamed at him. Exactly. But once those memories are in the potion, you can't access them, which is why you need to plan very, very carefully. I will, of course, be of all the help I can. The last memory you will offer will be making the potion. The only thing you won't be able to take with you is the incantation for the spell. And where can we find information on this? Ron asked, and then added hopefully, do you have it memorized? No, but you'll find it in the restricted section in a slim book called Memories Unbound. It has an entire chapter. Well, Harry said finally, it looks like we've got quite a lot of work to do. If anyone could do it properly, it'll be you three, Dumbledore said. I only have one thing to ask of you. Please tell me. I know, he paused. I know it made you angry that I kept things from you, Harry. And I do apologize. Of course we're going to tell you, Harry grinned at him. I'm not about to alienate one of my best allies. We'd better get to work, Ron said. 3 years starts now. HP. In the end, it took them 4 years of careful, plotting preparations. Despite their impatience, they knew they had to get this right. They had a lot to lose. The black-haired man sat beside a red-haired woman whom he barely remembered, but for whom he felt an aching tenderness, though he did not know why. Theoretically, he knew that he and the woman and the red-haired man were working on something desperate, something that kept them going even though they had no idea what. Sometimes they joked about it. He had the feeling that they used to joke a lot more. Yesterday, the strange potion had crystallized. 3 shards of what looked like translucent, glowing glass remained in the cauldron. The black-haired man wanted to touch it, even though he knew that that was the last thing he should do. It would ruin everything. But what, he asked himself, was everything? He knew that he would find the answers in the cauldron, but every time he thought of touching it, his heart constricted in his chest. The red-haired man asked him every day if he knew why they couldn't touch it, but the black-haired man couldn't remember. We have to say the spell, the beautiful red-haired woman said. It's ready. How do you know? The black-haired man asked fearfully. What if it isn't? It says here in our notes, she replied. I wrote this. When the potion crystallizes, it is time to use the spell. Do not touch it. All right, the red-haired man said. We'll say the spell. I remember the spell, at least. Just not anything else. Isn't that what was supposed to happen? The black-haired man asked. It frustrated him that he could not remember this man's name. He felt that he ought to know it, but his entire head felt like a gaping hole. Yes, we've written it all over here, the red-haired man said. I wonder why we kept writing notes to ourselves. I don't know if we'll ever know. We should say it, the black-haired man said firmly. Right now, before we forget anything else. They clasped hands. The red-haired woman began a long incantation that sounded like a song. The 2 men joined in. They kept it up, even as the lights went out and the room darkened. The only light came from the cauldron. The black-haired man watches as the shards of glass rose in the air and stuck to something that looked like a spider web made of tiny lights. It hurt his eyes, so he blinked. The room steadily darkened, and the woman's palm was sweating. The other man was shaking. He heard a cry that lifted the hairs off his neck. He'd never heard anything like it. It seemed to last for a lifetime, and then everything went completely dark. A strange thought echoed through his mind, for always and always. Still gripping the other's hands, he tumbled forward into nothing.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening to you Harry Potter fans out there. Welcome back to our page. We are continuing on with Chapter 2 of Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always by Dead Woodpecker. So, just sit back, again, chill out, relax, and listen in to Chapter 2, The Headmaster.
Chapter 2. The Headmaster. Chapter text. Harry Potter opened his eyes to find himself in a room he had not seen for well over a decade. Dudley's second bedroom looked remarkably the same, and Harry felt a strange sense of vertigo. He dug the heels of his hands against his eyes and sat up straight. The moment of disorientation passed, and he laughed out loud. They had done it. He, Ron, and Ginny had actually sent their memories back in time. He looked down at his small hands with wonder. He stood up, tore off his clothes, and stood naked in front of a mirror. He was 11 years old again. He laughed until tears streamed down his face. Aunt Petunia chose that moment to bang on his door. "Get ready. You better not make us late. You're lucky we're even taking you to that place." He was 11 years old and heading off to Hogwarts for the very first time the second time around. Everything was the same. The same breakfast, the same headlines on the newspaper Uncle Vernon read at the kitchen table, the same vacant expression in Dudley's eyes, and the scream he gave when he saw Harry staring at him. The car ride was the same, and Uncle Vernon shouted the exact same words he had before. And in what felt like no time at all, Harry was standing alone in front of the barrier to platform 9 3/4. He waited around, hoping to catch sight of the Weasleys. He felt some anxiety. The efforts may have placed him exactly where he wanted to be, but his wife and best mate might have had trouble. Packed with muggles, of course, he heard Mrs. Weasley say, and spun around. Their coming toward him was his favorite family in the world. They looked just as frazzled, but it was such a beautiful sight that Harry had to turn away to compose himself. He schooled his features, trying to look a little lost, and hoped that his anxiety would not be misinterpreted. Percy strode forward rather pompously and disappeared beyond the barrier. The twins, after giving their mother trouble, did likewise. Harry watched them go, and hoped he didn't look like a maniac. He couldn't seem to stop himself from grinning wide enough that his cheeks felt like they were about to split. "Excuse me," he said a bit shakily. "Do you know how to get through the barrier?" "First time," Mrs. Weasley asked kindly. "It's Ron's first time, too." She gestured to her son, as if Harry did not know this boy almost as well as he knew himself. Ron grinned, and when his mother looked away, winked at Harry. Harry grinned back. "Best to do it at a bit of a run if you're nervous," Mrs. Weasley was saying. "Go on, you go first." He passed through the barrier and immediately set off to find the empty compartment at the end of the train. His head swiveled back and forth. He drank in the sight of so many people he'd known and lost. Lee Jordan was there with his tarantula. Angelina Johnson screamed when he thrust it toward her, while Katie Bell and a fifth year, whose name escaped Harry, looked on and laughed. "I've lost my toad again, Gran," he heard Neville say to his formidable-looking grandmother. "Oh, Neville," she sighed. Harry covered his mouth to hide his grin. He still struggled with his trunk, and was just about to levitate it when George came up. "Need help with that?" "Please," Harry said. "Boy, Fred, come here and help," George called. Together, the three of them lifted it up. When Harry paused to wipe his forehead, Fred gasped. "What's that?" He pointed at Harry's forehead, where the lightning scar was highly visible. "Blimey!" George noticed the same thing. "It is." They stared at Harry, their mouths gaping. "You're Harry Potter," they said in unison. Yeah, that's me," Harry replied. They kept staring at him, but left when Mrs. Weasley called them. Harry, feeling a bit overwhelmed, threw himself down on the seat, making sure he had a good view of the Weasley family. He stared at Ginny, and she must have felt his gaze because she lifted her eyes to him. Even from here, he could see that she was crying. He wanted to jump off the train and hold her, but forced himself not to by taking deep breaths. He remembered very clearly what they had decided. They could not do anything at all suspicious. Not until the time was right to tell them all. Ron's been acting odd all day. He heard Percy tell his mother loftily, "I think he's nervous about Hogwarts. But don't worry, Mum, I'll take care of him. It's my duty as a prefect." "Oh, are you a prefect, Perce?" Fred asked with an air of great surprise. Harry laughed as they mocked their brother, and ducked his head when they mentioned meeting him. "Are you sure it was him, Fred?" Mrs. Weasley asked. "How could you tell?" "His scar," George said. "It's really there like lightning." Ron found Harry a few minutes later, just as the train was pulling away from the station. "Anyone sitting here?" he asked slyly. Harry laughed. "Nope, just me." His eyes fell on Wormtail, and he was glad to see that Ron had not made good on his threat to murder him as soon as possible. While it would have made Harry quite pleased to think that the man who had betrayed his parents to Voldemort and had, any other time, murdered Daphne Greengrass and Dean Thomas, Wormtail had to live until Sirius could be freed. He and Ron chatted idly for a time. Harry could not help but be impressed by Ron's ability to dissemble. "You've got a big family," Harry observed. "Yeah, they all went to Hogwarts too," Ron replied. "My little sister is going to turn 11, so next year she'll be at Hogwarts too. She cried all morning about it, actually. Says she wishes she could be with us too. But if I didn't know any better, I'd say she's a bit glad to have Mom and Dad around for one more year." Harry gave him a grateful look. So Ginny had been crying, but Harry bet 100 galleons that she was crying for completely different reasons. "This is Scabbers." Ron held up the snoozing rat. "He's not much. He used to be my brother Percy's rat. Ginny almost killed him today. Isn't that right, Scabbers? He was sleeping. He always sleeps." And she accidentally stepped on him. His face darkened. "At least I think it was an accident. She might have thought that I'd stay home if my pet was hurt." Harry had to hide his laugh. He hoped she'd hurt him bad. "Poor Scabbers," he said solemnly. The lunch trolley came and went. Harry once again bought plenty of snacks, although this time Ron threw his sandwiches out the window and ate chocolate frogs like there was no tomorrow. Both he and Ron chatted idly, careful, very careful, not to say anything at all odd. While Scabbers had only been a rat until their 3rd year, they could not afford to let Peter Pettigrew, betrayer of friends and murderer of muggles, hear anything suspicious. They knew very well that they walked a very narrow path. They were also well aware that they'd be visited by old friends who had no idea who they were, so it did not come as a surprise, although Harry's stomach gave a jolt, when Neville Longbottom, last seen dead on the flagstones of Hogwarts, opened the door and poked his head in, so shy that he did not meet their eyes. "Have either of you seen a toad?" "I've lost mine." It was lucky that his eyes were averted, for Harry had a huge lump in his throat, and he could tell by the look in Ron's eyes that he was thinking the same. "No," Harry said softly. "Sorry." "Thanks, then." Neville disappeared. Ron took several deep breaths and glanced at Wormtail swiftly. "He scared me, popping out like that. I didn't even hear the door open." "Me either," Harry winked. "I wonder what our classmates are like. He seems a nice enough sort." That didn't nearly cover it. Neville had been a champion and fearless when it came to defending his friends. This time around, his life would not end in murder. He would not leave Hannah a widow less than a year after their marriage. He'd work with plants, have a bunch of round-faced babies, and live to be a doddering old man. And Harry would never, ever have to watch him die. Harry shut his eyes. He and Ron sat in silence for a long while. Harry suspected that his best mate had fallen into the same morass of disturbing memories that he had. Ron drew his wand after perhaps an hour and made vague, flicking motions, while glancing hopefully at the door again and again. Harry knew what he was waiting for: Hermione. She did not disappoint them. A short, bushy-haired, buck-toothed girl huffed in with Neville on her heels. "Have either of you seen a toad?" she asked bossily. "Neville's lost one." For a moment, just a moment, Harry saw her on fire. He firmly pushed those memories away. Sorry. We still haven't seen him." "Oh, are you doing a spell?" she asked eagerly. She plunked down on the seat opposite Ron, next to Harry, and focused all her attention on the wand in Ron's hand. It's not a very good spell," Ron said. His hand was trembling a little. My brothers Fred and George taught me it. Harry watched in amusement as Ron stuttered through that useless little rhyme the twins had taught him long ago, just to torment him. Struck with inspiration, he eased his own wand out of his pocket and sent a wordless stinging hex at the treacherous rat. The effect was immediate. Wormtail sprang up, hair raised, and ran squeaking around and around the compartment. Hermione, who had looked skeptical as soon as she heard the beginning of the rhyme, looked on with her mouth agape. That wasn't supposed to happen, Ron muttered. He was supposed to turn yellow. It took several minutes and all three of them to catch the rat. Sorry, Scabbers, he said. If Harry didn't know him as well as he did, he would have had no reason to doubt his sincerity. Hermione didn't even look at all suspicious. Well, that wasn't a very good spell, was it? She asked haughtily. I think you hurt the poor little thing. Nah, Ron said. Look, he already went back to sleep. I'm Hermione Granger, she announced. And you are? Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Are you really? She sat up straight and stared at him, her eyes wide. I've read all about you. You're in the greatest wizarding events in the 20th century and all sorts of other books. The chosen one who defeated he who must not be named. What the hell? Harry nearly fell off his chair and exchanged startled glances with Ron. Oh, honestly, don't you know? Hermione asked, tilting her nose in the air. If I were you, I'd have read everything I could about it. Everyone knows that you were the prophesied defeater of you-know-who. Oh, uh-huh. Ron, obviously thinking very quickly, gave a shaky little laugh. Of course he knows. Everyone knows. Yeah, Harry nodded, trying to look as though this was not completely new to him. I was just surprised, that's all. Damn right. Since when was the prophecy common knowledge? His insides twisted with anxiety. Wellsa changed. Hermione sniffed. Good. She looked Harry up and down appraisingly. I don't suppose you know the entire prophecy? Did he? That's all right, she said, but looked disappointed. You probably wouldn't tell me if you did. It's such a big secret. Hermione chattered on for a while. Harry attempted to pay attention to her, but his thoughts were whirling and whirling inside his head. It was imperative that he speak to Dumbledore. Tonight, if possible. From that point on, the entire trip became much less pleasant, and not only because Malfoy had made his appearance, attempted to cousin up to Harry, and had taken exception to being rebuffed. Draco Malfoy had turned out to be not quite the arse Harry had expected, but that didn't mean that Harry liked him any better. He was still a foul bigot, just not a foul, bigoted murderer. Ron and Harry were much more subdued when they got off the train and got in the boats. Seeing Hagrid had alleviated some of the tension, and seeing the excitement on so many of the faces of Harry's classmates, including several who had died in ways that plagued Harry with guilt, did more. But it was with a heavy heart that he sailed across the lake and trudged up the stairs. It was not until Professor McGonagall, sane and upright, opened the door for them that Harry once again felt the fierce resolve that had driven him for the last 4 years. Harry walked beside Ron into the great hall and did not have to feign wonder. So many people here that he had thought lost. Dumbledore chatting, Snape scowling, and countless others alive and merry. It was almost too much. Always and always, he thought. He desperately needed to talk to Ron. They had a lot to discuss, the prophecy, and how to let Ginny know about the change, and to plan the finer details of the prank they were to pull on the potions master. He only hoped that they could detach themselves from the horde of first years long enough to make a break for the room of requirement. Harry felt almost naked without the invisibility cloak. Potter, Professor McGonagall stared at him, her mouth a thin line. I suggest you allow yourself to be sorted. Ron snorted and pushed Harry forward. He put on the sorting hat, feeling a bit nervous about the hat's reaction. He had no idea how it would react, and Dumbledore's portrait had been almost as clueless. Voldemort had destroyed it after he'd used it to suffocate Neville Longbottom. It seemed to Harry that the hat had sighed. He could almost feel it in his brain. This is something beyond rare. The hat seemed not to be particularly eloquent when faced with something that surprised it. Harry felt the mad urge to laugh. More rare than surviving a killing curse at the age of 1. He thought, knowing the hat would hear. The hat was silent for a long time, longer than the first time, and Harry began to shift uncomfortably in his seat. Don't you dare put me in Slytherin. He warned it. I ought to. I really ought to. I can see all the cunning in you, although of a different sort than I usually see. The ambition, the drive, is there as well, even if it is to prevent what happened before. Not to mention the thirst to prove yourself. Please. Harry felt as though he'd reached a new low, begging a hat. I think you're right. The hat finally murmured. It all comes down courage, doesn't it? I don't think I've seen the like in many a year. Gryffindor, the hat shouted. Harry was far too relieved to notice that there were far more speculative glances than applauding hands this time around. Blimey, Harry, that was close. Ron threw himself down on a plush armchair that the room of requirement had manifested. They'd taken a brief detour to retrieve the wretched tiara Horcrux from the room of hidden things. It had taken longer than expected, but Harry held it in his hand. You were up there for almost 15 minutes. You were up there for almost 10, Harry said sourly. At least we're in Gryffindor, mate. That was way too close, Ron agreed. Speaking of close, we can't stay long. Percy would hang us. Ron smiled fondly. You know, I'd almost forgotten how pompous he was. Harry said quietly. I can't believe we actually did it, Harry, Ron said seriously. I wasn't sure. We're here. They grinned at each other madly, and Harry once again felt on the verge of tears. But he forced himself to not get too complacent. Having everyone back was amazing, but they had to move forward with purpose. But what exactly have we done? I have no idea. Ron shook his head. It seems like a small sort of change, honestly. And Hermione said that no one knew all of it, so the you being a Horcrux thing is probably safe. Harry shuddered. Can you imagine what Voldemort would have done if he'd known? No, Ron said. I don't want to think about that. But it makes me wonder what else has changed. Makes me wish we'd come back a few days earlier. Maybe we could have figured some of this stuff out. Without being here and worrying about Quirrell, Harry agreed. He made a face. I'm glad I didn't have to be around the Dursleys that much. It was kind of cool to realize that, yes, they really are total arses. But any more of them and I'd feel sick. I got to put up with it over the summers. Yeah. Ron looked thoughtful, and Harry had a laugh. What? Just that I never saw that expression on your face until at least second year last time. Ron threw a pillow at him. We're going to have to wait until we speak to Dumbledore. Harry turned the conversation back to more serious matters. You can write a letter to Ginny tonight, though, and give her a heads up. Yeah, that's what I reckon, too, Ron replied. He looked down at his watch. We've got to go. They'll be suspicious if we don't turn up soon. Not to mention we've got to nick those dung bombs from the twins. They rose to go, but Harry halted. Is it bad to be looking forward to all the trouble we're going to cause tomorrow? Ron snorted. No. Is it bad to be having impure thoughts about an 11-year-old girl? Harry laughed. It's better than thinking the same about a 10-year-old. We've become very perverted, Harry. HPHPHPHPHPHPHP. Dear Ginny, I'll bet you're surprised I'm writing you already. The Express was amazing. We saw loads of cool people. By we, I mean Harry Potter. Yes, the Harry Potter, the one you want to marry. He's a cool bloke, and he asked me if that red-haired little girl, you, in case you're too thick to realize it, was my sister. I think he fancied you. Anyway, this girl Hermione Granger came in and started talking all about that prophecy. She asked him if he knew what it was, and I don't think he did. We tried our very first bit of magic, too. We meant to turn Scabbers yellow with that spell Fred and George taught us, but instead it hurt him, and he ran squeaking all around the compartment. I thought it was funny, but I didn't want to hurt the rat's feelings, so I didn't laugh. Harry and I are in Gryffindor. I was hoping that would happen, but it took the sorting hat. Yes, it's a harmless hat. We didn't have to battle a troll at all, about twice as long to sort us as it did everyone else. Anyway, I've got to go wash. I smell like Fred and George. Ron, P.S. say hi to Annie Muriel for me, and try to steal her tiara. HPHPHPHPHPHPHPHPHPHP. Time marched swiftly the next day. Transfiguration and charms went well, Harry had to say. He'd been quite nervous about being in a first-year class, pretending not to know spells that he'd mastered 16 years previously. There was a fine balance between looking suspiciously genius and suspiciously stupid, but Harry thought he'd done all right. Ron, walking beside him on their way to potions, looked disgruntled. He'd been a bit more lax than Harry. and had tried to impress Hermione. Harry had wanted to laugh at the look on his face when she'd still managed to turn her match into a needle before he had. "Cheer up, mate," he said in a low voice. "She'll always keep you on your toes." "At least we get to torture Snape now," Ron muttered. They filed in with the rest of their classmates, and Ron managed to find a seat next to Hermione without making it look intentional. Snape, black cloak billowing behind him, made quite the entrance and glared at those who were too thick to realize that he was not a teacher to annoy with unapproved chatter. What happened next startled Harry. It was word for word identical as the last time. Snape attempted to humiliate him, of course, by pointing out his celebrity status. The thoughtful crease in the professor's brow, however, Harry was pretty sure was different. He then was practically interrogated by the man and asked questions that he knew for sure that no other first-year student, besides Hermione, of course, would know. His own reaction to it was different. Not on the outside. Harry made sure to fidget and say, "I don't know a lot." But his emotional reaction was quite different. The first time around, he'd felt badgered, confused, and furious. This time, he felt an odd sort of kinship with the man. Snape had lost the one person he'd cared about, Harry's mother. The fact that he'd lost her years before she died was immaterial. The loss had devastated him, had turned him bitter, and he'd been broken. But when all was said and done, and Harry had viewed his memories, too late, far too late, he had realized that Snape was quite possibly the bravest man he'd ever met. He was so lost in thought that he nearly forgot to give Ron the cue. He elbowed him sharply. Ron stood up immediately and shouted, "What the bloody hell is wrong with you, you greasy git?" Yeah, Harry stood up too. That probably would have done it, but they had to be sure that Snape would be furious enough to want them expelled and have enough ammunition to actually make a case of it. Slime ball. That's why they each reached into the pockets of their robes, pulled out a handful of dung bombs, and threw them on the floor at Snape's feet. The reaction was immediate. The other students lurched to their feet, covering their mouths and noses, and ran for the door. Hermione, retching and glaring at them, followed suit. Snape did not move. He stood in front of them, staring at them, and his face grew angrier and angrier by the second. The room seemed to grow colder. "I would take point from Gryffindor," he spoke without moving his lips, "but you'll be expelled for this. Come with me. The headmaster has that happy authority." Harry and Ron marched in front of him, and glad of it because neither one could help smirking. Snape had fallen right into their hands. No matter how brave he was, and how much Harry had regretted not trusting him, it still felt pretty good. Ugh, what's that smell? The students rushed to get out of the way and stared after them. Harry could hear Snape growling threats under his breath. It seemed to take no time at all to get to the familiar gargoyle. "Lemon drops," Snape hissed. It jumped aside. "Up. Now." Snape pushed them roughly out of the way and pounded on the heavy door. "Dumbledore." "Enter." Dumbledore's voice. "What is it, Severus? Is it co-op?" Harry stared at the floor, marshaling his thoughts and fighting back tears. He hadn't seen Dumbledore alive for an entire decade, and he was their absolute best chance. He, Ron, and Ginny had become pretty powerful, but Dumbledore was formidable, both with his wand and with his mind. He could tell them where the holes in their plans were. He could make it airtight. Harry hadn't known how much of a relief it would be. He peeked and saw Dumbledore's face as he heard a slightly exaggerated, although it wasn't really necessary, what he and Ron had done was damning enough, version of events from Snape. He did not look angry, but he did have a look on his face that Harry couldn't read. "The Weasley boy called me a greasy git, and Potter called me a slime ball, right before they threw the dung bombs," Snape said with relish. After a long, long moment, Dumbledore said very quietly, "Look at me." Ron, who'd been shaking with silent laughter for the last several minutes, stopped and looked up. Despite the fact that they pretty much knew that they weren't going to be in serious trouble, well, they knew that they wouldn't be expelled. Harry could see apprehension on his friend's face. "You've done serious damage today," Dumbledore said to the both of them. Several portraits on the walls agreed. "Bring back corporal punishment and send them back home with bloody backs," Phineas Nigellus suggested laconically. Snape appeared to agree wholeheartedly. "Enough, Phineas." Dumbledore held up a hand to silence the portrait of Sirius Ancestor and Hogwarts' least popular headmaster. The two of you have shown blatant disregard for authority, caused the potions classroom to be evacuated, disrupted class, and did it with dung bombs, a substance ban at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please explain to me why you did this. You're letting them explain? Snape asked, horrified. Just expel them and be done with it. Severus. I see no possible explanation that would save them from being expelled. Dumbledore seemed a little sad as he peered at Harry. I do, Ron said loudly. Snape looked ready to murder him, but then he pinned a glare on Harry so malevolent that Harry actually took a step backward. You knew it could go both ways, Dumbledore, Snape sneered. This only proves it. We've got another Dark Lord, not a bloody savior. Harry and Ron exchanged uncertain glances, and Harry had a sneaking suspicion that the prophecy was very, very different here. After that moment of confusion, Ron laughed out loud. And not to forget the loyal follower, Snape said. Dumbledore said nothing, but appeared to be deep in thought. It explains much. The reason why he's marked as an equal. This time, Harry laughed. It burst out of him. He couldn't stop it. He felt bitterness and incredulity, and that's where part of the laughter came from, the part that also wanted to cry. The majority of it, however, was simply because it was funny. Ron laughed with him, and Harry feared that they both sounded quite mad. He couldn't wait to hear Ginny's reaction. With an effort, Harry stopped. He wiped his eyes, adjusted his robes, and, feeling more confident, met Dumbledore's eyes. The brilliant blue eyes did not have even a trace of the familiar twinkle. In fact, Dumbledore looked concerned, perplexed, and quite angry. But Harry felt comforted nonetheless. We did it so we could come up here and talk to you without suspicion, Harry said. Yeah, sorry about the things we said. And about the dung bombs, Ron chuckled. I don't really think you're a greasy git. And I don't think you're Slimeball, Harry added. They're lying. Snape shouted, outraged. Dumbledore, don't listen to them. Well, you're a bit of a greasy git. Harry heard the fondness in Ron's voice. But he didn't think the other two did because they found themselves thrown into rapidly conjured chairs and tied there with ropes made of what looked like liquid magic. Harry settled himself more comfortably. You are trying my patience, Dumbledore said coldly. Nice wand, Harry said pointedly. They're both mad, Snape said, sounding triumphant. That's what the bent line meant. Potter's unhinged, and he took Weasley with him. Hold a moment, Severus. Why on earth did you want to see me without anyone knowing? We're not mad. Professor, Harry said. He'd started to tremble a little. Yeah, but you've got to promise to listen to us, Ron added. I do not believe you gentlemen are in any position to make demands. Speak quickly. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Ron asked Harry. Yes, Harry said. They both turned to stare at the wand Dumbledore held. He was not pointing it at them, but they both knew that Dumbledore was very, very fast. He just might use the Elder Wand on us, Ron said. Oh, honestly, Snape said scathingly. He turned to Dumbledore. Harry had to admire the shuttered expression on the older man's face that masked the surprise he must be feeling. Absurd pride bubbled up inside him. Explain, he said again, but in a different tone. It was a mixture of danger and confusion. We're from the future, Ron said cheerfully. Snape pulled out his wand, rushed over to stand in front of Ron, and pointed it straight at his head. Stand down, Severus, Dumbledore said. He had risen from his chair. I'm almost certain the boys are mad, but they knew that I have the Elder Wand, and I will know why. Snape's wand clattered to the floor. You have the Elder Wand? Isn't that a fairy tale? No, Dumbledore said. The Deathly Hallows are very real. Yeah, and you have another one, don't you? Ron smirked. Where's Harry's cloak? Dumbledore sat down heavily. Why? You're still asking for explanations when these two should have been expelled 10 minutes ago and sent on their merry way, Snape said, but he still looked unsettled. I think if he asked how he'd get a truthful answer and a reason for the bent line as well, Harry said quietly. They'd had their fun, and now it was time for the truth. Dumbledore's brow furrowed. We used the tears of Merlin, Harry continued. The wizard lifted his head up sharply. Impossible. The Tears of Merlin is just a fairy tale, Snape said. Yeah, just like the Deathly Hallows, Ron told him. It is possible, Severus, Dumbledore's expression was absolutely unreadable. But I'm not yet sure if I believe them. Prove it. Harry closed his eyes, wishing that he did not have to do this. But the portrait of the man sitting in front of him had told him that this was what he must do if Dumbledore required incontrovertible proof. And with all the gentleness he was capable of, he said, "You see Ariana in the mirror of Erist, and the family you lost. Your father, dead in Azkaban, because he avenged what the 3 Muggle boys did to your sister. Your mother who died accidentally because of your sister. Your sister dead because she got in the middle of a duel between 3 boys. Your brother, who has never, ever trusted you since then. They all stand there before you, smiling, and you know that they've forgiven you for your mistakes. And there's someone else there. You also see," he licked his lips, "you also see a man who never existed. A kind Gellert Grindelwald." "Enough!" Snape shouted. "What is this vile madness you're sprouting, Potter?" Harry could not bear to see the pain on Dumbledore's face. He looked away. Why? It had worked, Harry thought. Or Dumbledore thought he meant to torment him, and was asking why he would do such a thing. But Harry placed his bet on the latter, and so gave the same answer he had given the portrait 4 years ago. The price was too high, Harry told him. "You won." Dumbledore asked sharply. "No," Ron said firmly. "Harry defeated Voldemort, but we lost everyone else except for my sister. She's here too." "Well, not here. I expect she's at the Burrow." "Dumbledore?" Snape asked. "Severus, what Harry said could only have come from my own mouth. I have to believe him." "I'm sorry," Harry said. "Your portrait." "My portrait?" Dumbledore interrupted. "I did not survive." "No, Snape killed you," Ron said bluntly. "I would never." "You would if you knew that Dumbledore was dying, surrounded by Death Eaters, and by his own command." "Fenrir Greyback was there, as well as Bellatrix Lestrange," Harry replied. He looked away, remembering that death, and how it had shaped the years of the Horcrux hunt, and how things might have been different if he had only known. This time it would be different. He turned back to Dumbledore, who suddenly looked very, very old. "Please tell me the prophecy. I already know there are differences." "What was your prophecy?" Dumbledore asked. Harry told him, and his voice only shook a little when he stated the part that meant he was a Horcrux. He knew this time, though, it wouldn't be too late. "It is very similar," Dumbledore said. "The one in the here and now is this. The chosen one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him. Born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal. But he will have terrible power the Dark Lord knows not. He has been bent for always and always, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives." Harry started to cry. Not sobs, not like the kind he'd experienced in the months after the final battle, not great gasping things that shook his entire body and made him feel worse. But tears slid down his face rapidly, and he knew without having to look that Ron did the same thing. For always and always. Snape was surprisingly tactful, although Harry thought he might be too stunned to speak. He and Dumbledore said nothing until the 2 men who had been bent for always and always had composed themselves. "Sorry," Harry said shakily. "That was unexpected. Very unexpected." "Which part?" Dumbledore inquired. "His prophecy sounds an awful lot like ours, but with the bits about his questionable loyalties taken out," Snape said, "but it didn't sound like he really meant it." "Bent doesn't mean mad," Ron said. "That's the name of the spell that went with the potion. The Bent reality spell, although I suppose it's more of a charm." "What does it mean?" Dumbledore asked. "Bent for always and always. Do you know?" "Yes," Harry breathed. "We were bent for always and always." It felt very personal, speaking of this. "And what, precisely, is always and always?" "It's you," Harry said simply. "And you, I suppose. And Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Bill and Fleur Weasley. Charlie Weasley. Percy Weasley. Fred and George Weasley. Hermione Granger. Neville Longbottom. Dean Thomas. Remus Lupin. Dora Lupin. Teddy Lupin. Luna Lovegood. Colin Creevey. Cho Chong. Cedric Diggory. And Victor Crumb. Angelina Johnson, my brother's fiancée. Katie Bell. Lisa Turpin. All Ravenclaw students, most Hufflepuff students, most Gryffindors. Even some Slytherins. Professor McGonagall, Professor Sprout, Professor Burbage, Professor Trelawney, and Professor Vector, Ron continued. Dobby the house elf. Firenze and Megorian, the centaurs. Rufus Scrimgeour and Cornelius Fudge. Ted and Andromeda Tonks. Each name felt like a weight on their soul, but they continued until they listed all the names they could remember. Dumbledore looked horrified and Snape looked arrested. Emmeline Vance, Elphias Doge, and Amelia Bones, Harry paused. There are many, many more. People we never even knew who were targeted and killed. I don't even know how many countless muggles. Almost the entire generation. Professor Flitwick spoke the eulogy at the mass memorial ceremony, and he said that the entire flower of a generation had been lost. The statistics came later. Some 40% of the entire wizarding population was either killed or incapacitated, and that does not include the Muggle-born children who are not allowed to go to Hogwarts. That number is unknown, their bodies never found. All of Hogwarts was awash with blood. The price was too high. There was a very long moment of stunned silence. Snape's face was completely gray, and Dumbledore had his head in his hands. Always and always is our anthem, Ron said. It's hard to explain. It means love, and all the people we love who we will not lose again. Harry realized that he was almost shouting. The slender ropes that had bound him had fallen away, and he had risen to his feet without even knowing it. Dumbledore was at a loss for words, but his eyes shone with fierce pride and hope. Even Snape looked moved. He was gaping at Harry. Ron stood beside him, just as erect, just as proud. "Do you?" Dumbledore began. "I have my suspicions, but do you know what the rest of the prophecy means?" "Whatever you're thinking, you're probably right," Ron told him. "A bit of his soul was stuck in me. He couldn't die unless I did," Harry said. "Knowledge too late then, but not now." "Harry survived the killing curse again," Ron said proudly. "So he's definitely made a Horcrux?" Dumbledore asked. "I suspected when I saw you after he murdered your parents." "What's a Horcrux?" Snape asked, lost. Dumbledore explained quickly. "So that's what Regulus knew?" He said something very odd before he disappeared. "No," Harry said. "He did not make a Horcrux." Ron laughed bitterly. "He made 7 Horcruxes, counting Harry." "Oh, Merlin," Dumbledore breathed. Harry withdrew the tiara from the inner pocket of his robes. "We have one, and we know, roughly, where the others are. I think I might be able to apparate either of you to one of them, and the others won't be too difficult to manage." "Harry, I think I need some time," Dumbledore said quietly. "Give 1 week. Please. I need to think about all that you've told me." Harry understood. He put the tiara back in his pocket, surprised that he was allowed to do so. Dumbledore was overwhelmed, he could tell. He remembered very clearly how he'd felt when he'd learned that Voldemort had mutilated and maimed himself beyond all usual evil, and how that task had seemed so vast and impossible. "Professors, if I may add one more thing," Harry said tentatively. "There is one name that was not on that list we gave you, a name very important to me." Ron stared at Snape. "You're not going to like it." "I don't think I could possibly be more surprised than I am right now," Snape murmured. "Yeah, you can. My godfather, Sirius Black, currently imprisoned in Azkaban for crimes he did not commit," Harry said grimly. "You were right, Weasley," Snape said after a moment, his lips very thin and his eyes wide. "I wouldn't think that you, Potter, would forgive the crime of Lily and James' betrayal." "I didn't," Harry assured him. "My dad, Sirius Black, and Peter Pettigrew were all unregistered animagi. They wanted to keep Remus company when he changed. When Sirius hunted Wormtail, Pettigrew, down after he sold out my parents to Voldemort. Wormtail was the one who killed the Muggles. He transformed into a rat and escaped through the sewers. And I assure you that I did not forgive him. Harry killed him eventually," Ron said helpfully. "Harry caught Pettigrew right after the effing rat tortured Minerva McGonagall into insanity. Let's hope we can find him before he commits that crime," Dumbledore said. Ron laughed. "Oh, we know exactly where he is. He's down in my dorm room right now, probably chewing on my sheets." "I need to sit down," Snape said. Dumbledore shook his head, as though clearing cobwebs, an unguarded gesture that Harry suspected he allowed few to see. We need to think of an excuse, Severus. They were right. There will be no expulsion. But we can't allow them to get away with it. None of the teachers would believe it, and I suspect everyone in the whole school knows exactly what happened. Snape was silent for so long that Harry began to fear that he would insist on expelling them. His fears were unfounded. I suspect that students have been brewing illicit potions, he said carefully. I know of several that would inspire madness. I suggest the Confuzzle draft. They will have detention with me every Saturday for a month. And 20 points from Gryffindor. Ostensibly because they were stupid to take a potion they didn't know, but really because in a few minutes they will be greeted as heroes in the Gryffindor common room. Snape knows how to keep us humble, Ron said. Harry laughed. He always did.
Good day, Harry Potter fans. Welcome back to our channel. We are continuing on with Chapter 3 of Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always by Dead Woodpecker. So, if you haven't heard it yet, just sit back, relax, and listen in to Chapter 3, Hallows and Halloween.
Chapter 3, Hallows and Halloween. Chapter text. It was with mild trepidation that Harry and Ron entered the dungeons the following Saturday to serve their first attention with Professor Snape. Snape's words had come to pass. Harry and Ron had gone back to the common room to find a hero's welcome. They'd been pulled in by the twins who had showered Ron with praise for being a true younger brother to them. The older students had been stunned and impressed, and Harry had felt a little fissure of warmth that even his fellow first years, excepting Hermione, had forgiven them for what Seamus called mass projectile vomiting. A burly fifth year had even congratulated them for what he said was a prank for the ages. Over the past days, even when it came out that they had run afoul of an illegal potion called the Confuzzle Draft, their fellow Gryffindors had followed them around in crowds. This grated at Snape's temper, and he had said some very vicious things to the two of them that they hoped were only for the sake of appearances. Unfortunately, they couldn't be sure. "Are you sure he's not going to make us disembowel frogs again?" Ron asked anxiously for the 17th time. "No," Harry replied, just as anxious. Just yesterday, Snape had called him a four-eyed madman who ought to be put out of his misery. They found Snape standing before his desk. On it was a thick cauldron full of what looked like polyjuice potion. Did Snape have some sort of humiliating task involving transforming into someone horrible planned? "No need to give me that look, Potter," Snape snapped. "I'll explain when our guest arrives." "I'm here, Severus," said Dumbledore, whipping off an invisibility cloak that looked very familiar. "I arrived just before they did. Allow me to secure the room." He then performed some rather complicated spells. Harry recognized most of them. He'd spent enough time in hiding that he was very familiar with spells of protection. But some he didn't. "I should not have let you leave when I did on Monday," Dumbledore said quietly. "I was quite overwhelmed, to be honest. Do you still have a Horcrux?" "Yeah." Harry brought it out and looked at it with distaste. "I had it in my trunk." "Was that wise?" "Wiser than keeping it on your person," Ron muttered darkly. He had certainly not forgotten the influence of a locket. It had led to him abandoning Harry and Hermione. "Trust me, if you spend too much time with them, they start to change you," Harry added, patting Ron on the shoulder. "I secure my trunk as best I could." Dumbledore seemed to accept this explanation and moved on. "I've been attempting to find a way to speak to you before this, but you always had your admirers with you." Snape scowled. "Were you trying to get us mad enough to do something about it in class?" Ron asked curiously. "So you could take us to Dumbledore again?" "No," Snape said shortly. "There's so much to ask," Dumbledore said ruefully. "I was obviously not thinking clearly when I told you I needed a week. I regretted that within hours. Tell me, do you know how to destroy a Horcrux?" "Of course," Harry said. "We destroyed all of them. We simply didn't have the means to do so. I thought about going to the chamber, but we couldn't seem to get away long enough. And we didn't think you'd want us to unleash fiend fire on Hogwarts grounds." "Excellent deduction, Mr. Weasley," Dumbledore nodded approvingly. "Now, what is this chamber?" "The Chamber of Secrets," Ron replied, as though it was obvious. "It's got a ruddy basilisk in it." Harry destroyed his first Horcrux with a Fawn. Hermione destroyed another one years later the same way. "The Chamber of Secrets?" Snape asked faintly. "They do have a way of bringing myths and fairy tales to life, don't they?" Dumbledore asked quietly. "I think we got our task for the evening, Severus. We'll all go kill the basilisk." "Actually," Harry said, equally quiet, "we're not sure if that's wise. Certain events must happen the way they happened last time." And he told them every detail of it, with Ron's help and input. "So we think that Ginny has to do it. It has to happen the same way. We can, of course, take every precaution that no one is petrified. But the sword of Gryffindor needs to be impregnated with basilisk venom. That's the only safe way to get rid of the Horcruxes, especially if we're unable to get to the fangs." "That's very wise," Dumbledore said thoughtfully. "Your portrait helped us," Ron told him. "Ginny will have a coin or something that she'll charm," so that the coins Harry and I will carry will send us a message when she starts writing in the diary. Every time. You don't like this idea, Snape said suddenly, staring at Harry. No, I hate it, Harry replied. There's a risk, even with every precaution. If I lost Ginny. They're married, Ron said in a stage whisper. What's the polyjuice potion for? Harry asked curiously. It was too weird to talk about his 10-year-old wife with Dumbledore and Snape listening in. It's for when we apparate to the cave you mentioned, Snape said. He looked equally grateful for the diversion of topic. I think we all agree that this must be done in the utmost of secrecy. I can't be seen anywhere near it. And neither can you, he paused. Do I want to know how you knew what it was? We snuck into your personal storeroom last time, nicked the more sensitive ingredients, and used it to infiltrate the Slytherin common room to find out if Draco Malfoy was the heir of Slytherin, Ron grinned. He appeared to be enjoying himself a great deal. Harry couldn't blame him. He was too. Then we used it when we broke into both the Ministry of Magic and Gringotts, Harry informed them, grinning. We've used it loads of times. I think I'll give you another detention just for that, Snape said, aggravated. I think, Dumbledore said suddenly, that we should spend this detention merely talking. There's so much that we didn't cover. Harry and Ron looked at each other, relieved, and began to speak. They told them as much as they could, up until their third year, with the promise of continuing on the following Saturday. But it was growing late, and not even Snape would keep them much longer without a rousing protest from the other professors. I trust you can find a suitable punishment for yourselves? Snape raised one eyebrow. Yeah, I think we just spent the last few hours disemboweling frogs without gloves, Ron said. And that wouldn't even be a lie. You made us do that once. In the interest of having a free Saturday sometime before Christmas, I suggest you do not tell him what you did to earn that. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Harry, take this. He held out the cloak. Use it well. I will, Harry promised. I'm hungry. I'll use it to sneak into the kitchens. Dear Ron, the house is ever so much quieter without you here. I love it. I'm glad to hear that you sorted into Gryffindor. I'm sure the hat was debating whether or not to put you in Hufflepuff, and that's why it took so long. Weasleys belong in Gryffindor. I hope I make it too. Thanks for the advice about Annie Muriel, but I like my life. If I stole the tiara, it'd be a toss-up between who would kill me, Mom or Annie Muriel. Dad's doing well. Don't tell Mom. But he finished his project in the shed, and he let me take a ride. It was a bit scary being up that high. Thanks to my kind brothers, I've never spent a lot of time on a broom, and I was glad that there weren't any Whomping Willows again. Ron, I hope your wash went all right. We mustn't have you smelling like Fred and George. And good for you making friends with Harry Potter, although if you tell him about my crush, I'll hex you. Mom just read this over my shoulder and is making me change it. Maybe I won't hex you, but I will be angry at you for always and always if you let him read this letter. Don't even let him touch it. Love, Ginny. Ginny was a lot subtler than either Harry or Ron, but it did not take long for Harry gripped the parchment in his hands, set his wand against it, and muttered their favorite words. Always and always. My Harry, we've been back for nearly a week, and I still can't believe this miracle. Mom and Dad are wonderful, just like we remembered. Bill stopped by for breakfast last Wednesday. Apparently he was in the country for some sort of Gringotts business, and I fell off my chair. I've been on the verge of tears for almost every minute of every day. And I'm not even at Hogwarts where I can see more people besides Mom, Dad, and a brother or two. Tell me all about your talk with Dumbledore and Professor Snape. What is this prophecy, and why does everyone know it? You don't think it's anything to really worry about, do you? And if so, what are we going to do about it? I wanted to ask Mom about it. But what if it's suspicious? Also, she's very, very angry with Ron for the prank the two of you pulled. I'd pay loads of galleons to have been able to watch. If the letter from Dumbledore hadn't arrived soon after Percy's, Ron would have gotten a howler. Tell Ron to stop reading this now. Harry, I miss you. You did very well at the train station, but that moment you looked at me from the compartment, I just wanted to run to you and hold you. Can you imagine Mom's reaction? These past few days at the Burrow have been happier than I could have guessed. The only thing missing is you. 4 years is a long time to wait. I charmed this parchment, obviously, and I'm writing this in the dead of night. Mom isn't suspicious at all, but she would be if I was to strike up a secret correspondence. For now, I think it best if you keep writing the way you two did with the first letter, and good job, boys, with the subtlety. I love you both, always and always. Ginny. Harry smiled, even though he ached to see her. He wished he could take his quill and write her the sort of love letter that he wanted and send Hedwig back to the burrow, but she was right. Still, he carefully folded the parchment and stuck it in his trunk. He cast a spell to make it look blank, to protect it and keep it safe. The Saturday detentions went well, although they talked rather than did anything with the Horcruxes. Professor Dumbledore had brought down his pensieve, which made the telling much faster and easier. Not to mention that there might have been miscommunication or misunderstandings. The pensieve allowed the two older men to view the memories objectively. Snape emerged, ashen, one night. You could have warned me, Potter. Do you have any idea how bizarre it felt to be flying through the air with no means of support while you two and that Granger girl flew on the back of a dragon? It felt pretty bizarre to fly on the dragon, actually, Harry told him. Now how do you two suppose we get the cup from Gringotts? They continued in that manner to hone the plan, fine-tune it, and make sure that they left themselves enough leeway to change it if they must. Dumbledore's portrait had been right to insist that they tell his living counterpart. Harry could not imagine doing it any other way. Still, this time around it was different, and Harry was grateful. Dumbledore had been mindful of his childhood, and had sought to protect him, even if Harry had had cause to resent it. This Dumbledore treated Harry as an equal, and Ron too. It was very refreshing. The only blight on the days leading up to Halloween came from a source that Harry ought to have expected. Hermione. It bothered Ron quite a lot. He did not like deceiving her, for that matter, neither did Harry. But they couldn't possibly tell her the secret. Not yet, and not for a long time. But whatever misgivings he had about it, Ron's were even worse. He didn't speak of it much, but the look on his face when he stole glances at Hermione was that of wistful longing. Harry actually looked forward to the troll, the instance that would bind them in friendship. He tried very hard not to think about Hermione aflame. But Ron's thoughts were not the only problem. This Hermione still had a keen and penetrating mind, and she was suspicious. She'd grilled them one night for 15 very uncomfortable minutes outside the library. She asked them to describe the effects of the confuzzle draft, to describe exactly where and when they ran into it, and all sorts of leading questions that made Ron break out into a cold sweat. "I don't believe you," Hermione said after Harry had stammered out an answer. "Dumbledore believes us." "Yes," Hermione said slowly, "but that doesn't change the facts. I was with you for pretty much the entire day. I didn't see anyone give you a suspicious potion. Besides, the confuzzle draft doesn't work for more than 30 minutes. I was walking behind you, and until you stood up and threw dung bombs, you didn't act at all odd. Even confuzzled, Snape was a bit frightening, I reckon," Harry explained again. "You can't control the confuzzling effects," Hermione told him sternly. "Listen," Harry said. "Snape just said it was the most likely possibility. Maybe it was some other potion." Hermione's mouth twisted with suspicion. "I don't believe either of you, and I can't imagine why Dumbledore would go along with this." "Snape hates us," Ron said flatly. "He wouldn't try to get us out of trouble by lying. He'd get us into trouble by lying." "No," Hermione shook her head. "You need to be honest. And Ron, don't come to me for help with Transfiguration again." She swept away, clutching her books, and looking very formidable for one so young. Harry and Ron watched her go. "I hate this." Ron kicked the wall. One of the portraits looked at him reprovingly. He made a face at it. "I didn't really mean that," he said quietly as they walked down the empty hall. I'm looking forward to Halloween." "Me too," Harry agreed. Harry looked wistfully out the window toward the Quidditch pitch and wished, for the 100th time, that he could have justified playing again all through his years at Hogwarts. But he couldn't. He supposed he might have this year. Ensuring that Quirrell did not retrieve the Philosopher's Stone did not really interfere with Quidditch, except in that last match, but he would not put Ginny in any more danger than he had to, and Quidditch was a distraction he could not afford. He smiled fondly, remembering the blazing argument. "What do you mean you aren't going to play Quidditch? Because you'd be too worried?" Ginny asked angrily, tossing her long red hair over her shoulder. "Ron can be there when you aren't. I don't need to be taken care of. Potter." "Yes, you do," thought Harry, but he knew enough not to make his wife even angrier. Quidditch will take up too much time. I think it would be dangerous to play, especially during second year. Dangerous for me, you mean? Ginny's eyes narrowed. I'm a fairly talented witch, Harry. Talent has nothing to do with it. He shouted suddenly, and her eyes widened. Voldemort will be enough of a danger, without his pet. The basilisk can kill anyone and anything with just a look. And if you think that I'm going to endanger you, and anyone else, but most especially you, by flying in the air on a broom while the basilisk is still alive, you're dead wrong. Ginny looked annoyed. You just ruined my anger for me. Good, he grinned. You know I'm right. You're a very talented witch, love, but you can't speak Parseltongue. She hugged him. Promise me you won't lock me away to protect me. Never, he said. We're in this together. I need you. But that was almost 4 years ago, and Harry hadn't known how much of a disappointment it would be for him to be on the ground while his old team, plus a small seventh year who played Seeker, flew high in the sky. Today was Halloween, though, and he couldn't afford to let himself be distracted. Breakfast was normal. Even though Ron fidgeted with nerves and agitation, he still managed to eat enough food that Hermione watched him from a few seats away with a look of disgust on her face. Here was the problem. Ron absolutely refused to say anything to make her cry enough to go hide in the girls' loo. Harry couldn't blame him, but he wished that Ron was a little more pragmatic and a little less chivalrous. Harry would have to do it himself. In the end, he didn't have to. Ron betrayed his nerves by sending his feather zooming into the air on his first try with a perfectly executed Wingardium Leviosa. Flitwick clapped his hands, delighted, and gave Gryffindor 10 points. Hermione looked angry, but chose not to mention anything until they exited the classroom. Good job on the charm, Ron, she said viciously. Think you can do it again to earn enough points for you and Harry to make up for what you did you were confuzzled? It was the first time she'd spoken to either of them since the day outside the library. Ron opened his mouth at a loss for words. Harry was about to say something mean, his insides twisting. Shut up, know-it-all, Lavender Brown said haughtily. It wasn't their fault. No wonder you haven't got any friends. Several things happened at once. Hermione's face scrunched up and she fled. Harry prayed that she'd find her way to the same loo, and Ron rounded on Lavender with such a look of murderous rage that she stepped back. Harry, hoping to avoid Ron killing Lavender, pulled him away. Remember control, Harry whispered very, very quietly to Ron. He appeared to be on the verge of jumping from his seat at the Gryffindor table in the Great Hall and running to the girls' loo. What do you know of it? Ron snarled. Harry remained unperturbed, and Ron's face fell. I'm sorry, mate. That was stupid. I'm just worried is all. What if we're too late? What if the troll gets her, or another teacher? And what if she still doesn't like us? Harry slowly sipped his water. Not because he didn't want to answer Ron, but because Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan were sitting right across from them. They were laughing and generally carrying on and not one bit suspicious, but Harry was afraid. It'll be okay, Ron, he murmured finally. Hermione won't get hurt. She won't. And if she doesn't start to like us, we'll wear her down eventually. 10 minutes later, Professor Quirrell made his big entrance, shouted about the troll, and fainted. Harry and Ron were the first on their feet, and heading toward the door by the time Dumbledore told everyone to follow the prefects back to their common rooms. They didn't quite make it to the door fast enough, and soon found themselves jostling for position amongst a sea of children. Harry plowed through, Ron at his side. They didn't have much time to spare. By their reckoning, they just barely made it the last time. Adrenaline pumped through Harry. He only had one thought as he pushed through the crowd. Get to Hermione. Ron, a grim look of determination etched upon his face, was even more single-minded. They detached themselves as quickly and quietly as they could and immediately sprinted to Hermione and the troll. They smelled it long before they saw it. They both paused. Always and always, Harry said. Always and always, Ron agreed. Together, they moved forward. Both were capable of taking down a troll. A few bludgeoning hexes would do it. Sectum Sempra certainly would, and there was no doubt that Avada Kedavra could do it as well. The only problem, as they saw it, was that they could not use any of the spells that would effectively stop the troll in its tracks. Hermione would never, ever believe that first years could do it. So they had to get by on dodging, jumping, and a few spells in the first-year arsenal. Approximately 7 minutes and one stunned troll later, Harry and Ron stood triumphant next to the great, snoring, smelly head while Hermione trembled from underneath a partially demolished sink. Harry was actually surprised by this. They'd had to improvise quite a bit, and the bathroom was in greater disarray than it had been last time. He was relatively unhurt, although one of his fingers stung a bit. Ron was trying not to smirk at his own perfectly executed Wingardium Leviosa. "Are you all right?" Ron asked Hermione. "Yeah," Harry said. He stepped over the troll's head and hovered a few feet away from her. "Are you?" "I think so," Hermione said shakily. "But what are you doing here?" "We came to rescue you," Harry said simply. This was a mistake, and a very stupid idea that was Potter. He whirled around and saw Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick standing in the door. Her lips were pressed tightly together, and they were white around the edges. "You could have been killed. I can't believe the two of you would be so foolish." "PP, please, Professor," Hermione was sobbing. "They rescued me." Be that as it may, Ron then did something both very brave and very foolish. He interrupted Professor McGonagall. "She could have been killed." Harry tried to mask his wince. "Professor," he said pleadingly, and then he lied. We didn't know the troll would be here. We just wanted to warn her, and then we saw the troll coming in here." Professor McGonagall softened just a tiny bit. "Be that as it may, Mr. Potter, you ought to have warned a teacher." Harry saw Ron open his mouth, but kicked him before he could say anything. He wasn't very gentle about it, either. "Professor, there just wasn't time. It was mad, and there weren't any teachers in sight." Snape appeared out of nowhere behind Professor McGonagall. He gave Harry a small nod. He made sure that Quirrell hadn't taken advantage of the distraction to attempt to get to the stone. Harry bowed his head. 5 points from Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall said tightly. "For Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter," she sighed. "And 10 points to Gryffindor for you both. It was a very foolish thing you did, but not many first years can take on a fully grown mountain troll and win." Hermione did not say anything at all as they marched back to their common room. She was still in shock, Harry supposed. They entered, and Harry laughed at the way Ron's eyes lit up when he saw the mounds of food piled on top of the tables. "Thanks," Hermione finally said, not looking at either of them, and hurried off to get plate. Harry and Ron grinned at each other before Ron, rubbing his stomach, moved to do likewise. From that moment on, Hermione Granger was their friend again. It was good to know that facing down a mountain troll together was still something the three couldn't experience without becoming friends. Winter came early. November storms rattled the castle, and by early December, Hogwarts was covered in a thick blanket of snow that probably would not melt until spring warmed the frigid air. The Gryffindor Quidditch team, disheartened by the recent loss, continued to practice but did so with little joy. Oliver could be found most evenings sitting in front of the fire, gazing moodily. Harry could tell that he was reliving the last match. They'd been flattened by Ravenclaw, to Professor Snape's delight. He'd managed to give them several more detentions, and could not seem to stop himself from gloating during their near-weekly meetings. Harry lay in his bed one Sunday morning with his curtains drawn. Hedwig had arrived to wake Harry up with a special letter from Ginny concealed in one from Ron. This was only the third she'd been able to send, and Harry felt that Christmas had come a bit early. "Dear Ron," Ginny wrote, "there's been a change of plans. We aren't going to Romania this year. I accidentally destroyed the kitchen with magic after she finished yelling at me. Mum said that she hadn't seen any accidental magic like it since the twins cut up Percy's pants, and he set their room on fire, so we have to stay behind to repair it and set up all the household spells. Mum says that she'll be too exhausted to go, and Dad agreed. So you're coming home for Christmas after all." Mum decided that I must be lonely, so she said that she's going to have a witch my age come over a few times a week after the holidays. Her name is Luna Lovegood, and she'll be at Hogwarts next year too. I don't think I've ever heard about the Lovegoods before, but Mum says they live near us, and that I must be sensitive because this Luna girl just lost her mother. I'm happy that I'll know someone at Hogwarts besides my annoying brothers. Not much else is new. Life at the Burrow is not quite as exciting as battling a mountain troll. You should have heard Mum. I'll bet she'd give you a firm talking to once you get home. So if I were you, I wouldn't be too excited. Dad's dead proud, though. I'm glad to hear that you're making new friends. This Hermione girl sounds very nice, even if she's got bad taste in friends. See you at Christmas. Love, Ginny. Harry hurriedly read through the note, then tapped the parchment with his wand, muttering, always and always. The real letter appeared in short order. My Harry, it was very difficult to destroy the kitchen without it looking deliberate, let me tell you. And I feel horribly guilty about it, but I couldn't stand waiting all the way to summer without seeing you. It has already been too long. Did you know that this is the longest we've been parted since the burrow was destroyed? I'm sure you do, but I think about it every day. Mum will forgive me once she realizes why I did it. Although I'm vexed at her, and yet mindful that I have a mother to be vexed at again. I kept trying to ask her about Voldemort, but she keeps putting me off and telling me I'm too young. I know it's unfair of me. She couldn't possibly know that I'm really almost 30 years old, and as wonderful as it is to have my parents and my child at home again, I can't help but feel impatient to get to Hogwarts and to help you and Ron. We'll think of a way to sneak off, and you can tell me everything that Mum hasn't. Mum finally took the bait and suggested that Luna would be a good playmate over the next few months. I can't wait to see her. I'll bet she's even crazier as a child. Make sure that Ron knows to be very careful with his words around her. Remember the keen mind obscured by the battiness. I'll bet you that if any of our friends figure it out before we tell them, it'll be Luna. Hermione's brilliant, but you know she'd never suspect something so ludicrous as time travel. Speaking of Hermione, I'm so very glad that the three of you are friends once more. I knew the troll would do it, despite Ron's misgivings. Harry, I can guess what you see when you look at her, but try not to let the flames obscure the reality. She's here, she's alive, and so are we. She and Ron will get married and give us nieces and nephews to love. I love you, Harry. I'll see you in 2 weeks, and we'll discuss a compromise on the 4-year thing. Always and always, Ginny. Harry smiled and folded the letter, placing it with the others she'd managed to send. It wasn't easy for her, he knew. She couldn't have any idea when he and Ron would send letters to her, and she'd find it hard to explain why she spent so much time thinking about a simple note to her brother. It was enough that she'd managed to steal one of her parents' wands several times to charm the parchment. He ached to see her, and it was like a knot in his belly. He, Ron, and Hermione had been quite busy since Halloween and the return of their friendship. They'd spent time without her with Hagrid during the weeks that she'd ignored them. A few days after Halloween, they'd told her everything they knew about the theft at Gringotts, the 3-headed dog named Fluffy, and what they thought it was guarding. She was now in the thick of it, right along with them. But who is Nicholas Flamel? She'd asked, frustrated, yesterday morning at breakfast. I know I've heard that name before, but he isn't in any of the books I've studied in the library. Harry and Ron just shook their heads, pretending to be just as confused as she. We'll keep looking, Hermione, Ron told her. Meanwhile, we got to find out who is trying to steal it. This time around, they decided not to accuse Snape. Things were moving just as slowly with Snape and Dumbledore. The tiara had been destroyed, at least, for which Harry was very grateful. Dumbledore had taken it outside Hogwarts grounds in early December and had performed several complex experiments upon it. He'd wanted to discover another, less dangerous way of destroying it besides resorting to fiend fire, and without having to be dependent upon the sword of Gryffindor or the highly poisonous basilisk fangs. Nothing seemed to work, and finally, after telling Harry and Ron, who were serving another detention, to stand well back, had destroyed the vile object with an awe-inspiring display of dragons and chimeras made of flame. The Horcrux, now broken and free of the bit of soul Voldemort had placed in it, was placed in a shelf in Dumbledore's office. So it was with good humor that Harry made his way down to the Great Hall several days before the Christmas holidays were set to begin. Ron had written his mum directly after receiving Ginny's note, and while an answer had not come back yet, he'd used Errol instead of Hedwig. Both Harry and Ron were certain that the soft-hearted matriarch of the Weasley clan would not deny an orphan. Harry, Ron shouted. He was standing on his chair and beaming. Even Hermione, seated next to him, was smiling. You're coming home with us for Christmas.
Hello there, fellow Potterheads. Welcome back to our channel. We're continuing with the next chapter of Backward with Purpose Part 1, Always and Always by Dead Woodpecker. So, again, sit back, relax, play it clearly, and play it safe. This is Chapter 4, Christmas Cheer.
For the first time ever, Harry and Ron had packed the night before they left rather than putting it off until the next day. The long-standing tradition of running about madly and tossing whatever they could grasp into their overflowing trunks had been abolished. Feels weird, doesn't it? Ron asked. What? Getting it done with more than 5 minutes to spare? Ron laughed. That too. But I meant going home, to the burrow. I barely saw it before Mom was screeching at me to get ready. He smiled fondly, not all upset about it. I'd forgotten how loud she could get. They were in the room of requirement and had more time to speak to each other without Snape and Dumbledore wanting to discuss strategies and tactics, or Hermione wanting to discuss the Philosopher's Stone. They didn't begrudge either, but the 2 hours they had to completely relax stretched out before them like an early Christmas gift. Do you think it was stupid? Harry asked suddenly. To give that book to Hermione? They'd ordered a very rare copy of Memories Unbound as a gift for their friend, and Harry had second-guessed the decision, even though he'd been the one to think of it, ever since. Nah, I've told you before, Ron said lazily. She'll never believe it. You were right, mate. It sets the stage for when we tell her the truth. She'll think it's a load of rubbish. Harry nodded. She'll like the chocolate frogs, at least. And not all of it was something she'd never believe, said Ron. Some of it wasn't fairy tale stuff. It had an entire chapter on occlumency, even. Harry looked over at Ron. His already long legs stretched out toward the fire, and he had his arms behind his head. He looked completely relaxed, but Harry knew his best mate well, and thus knew the telltale signs of anxiety. The occasional scratching of his long nose, the way he tapped his foot. Nothing too obvious, but Harry knew. He also knew what bothered him. Harry was not the only one who knew Ron that well, and they were going to be in the company of his family. Just stay relaxed, Harry advised. Ginny's been able to do it all these months without any sort of problem. At least she hadn't mentioned it. It'd be just like Ginny to run into a spot of trouble the size of London and not see fit to tell them. Ron snorted. Like Ginny tell us. If it was something major, I'm sure she would, Harry murmured, despite the fact that he'd been thinking along the same lines as Ron. I can't wait to see her. She pointed out to me that we haven't been apart for this long since the burrow was destroyed. You'll see her in about 10 hours, Ron said absently. We'll have to find some way to get away from the burrow, just the 3 of us. Hopefully tonight, and several more times over Christmas. Isn't this the most maddening thing? Harry asked. We've spent so many years alone, without anyone, and now we're worried about getting away, just the 3 of us? Ron laughed. It's up there with one of the best feelings in the world. Ron, Harry said seriously after a while, you do think we're doing the right thing with the Philosopher's Stone? Letting it all play out the same way. Ron eyed him. You're having doubts? Harry was, but he had not told Ron of his misgivings. I'm afraid, he admitted. Then, when Ron looked shocked, he waved his hand abruptly. Not of all the obstacles, dolt. I'm worried about Voldemort. What if he tries to use legilimency on me? Snape's been training you in occlumency again, isn't he? Yeah, Harry admitted. I'm a bit better, but not by much, and I've got to be perfect before I meet him. Imagine if he found out everything. I got a lot of dangerous secrets, and being from the future is just one of them. The Horcruxes, for one. He could easily hide them all again. We got the tiara, and the locket is fairly safe at Grimmauld Place. What about the cup? Ron said shrewdly. He can't exactly go break into Gringotts again. At least, he can't break into the Lestrange's vault. We did, Harry pointed out quietly. We did because Hermione impersonated Bellatrix, Ron replied. Plus, I'll bet he wouldn't think of the dragon. I'm still worried, Harry said stubbornly. It doesn't matter about the diary Horcrux. Tom Riddle can find out all he wants before I kill him again. And even if he finds out when he resurrects himself would not be the end of the world. But we've only destroyed one Horcrux, and I don't want to change everything too much. What if we can't find out way to victory? Keep up with the occlumency was the only comfort Ron seemed able to give. The first month or so at Hogwarts had been very emotional for Harry. Seeing everyone alive and well again, untainted by the darkness that was to come, had brought a lump to his throat and tears to his eyes many a time during the first weeks. It had taken several weeks for him to adjust to this reality, one in which Harry was once again a first year. He rather thought that his former 10-year-old self would be completely incapable of experiencing this rather mixed bouquet of emotions: fear, joy, celebration, and guilt. But he had a better handle on it now. His body and mind had adjusted to the differences and the miracles. Thus Harry was relieved to note that he was not in any danger of doing anything suspicious or embarrassing, such as bursting into tears, during the car ride home from the platform. Arthur Weasley, tall, thin, and balding, picked them up in the old Ford Anglia. After a quick introduction to Harry, and a stern refusal to make use of the car's invisibility booster and powers of flight, he led them out to the car. The rowdy Weasley boys made short work of hefting their trunks into the magically enhanced boot and piled into the back seat. Harry was not surprised to find that Percy claimed the front by right of the eldest son present. London was sodden and gray, but the atmosphere in the car was lively and loud. And then Penelope Clearwater, she's another prefect, said, Percy said from the front seat. But where does Lee expect we'll find it? No idea, George. He's off his rocker if he thinks Mum will let us go to Noctur Alley. How was your turn, boys? Arthur said, loudly after several minutes of this. Harry could see his eyes in the mirror, so he was certain the older man was talking to him and Ron. It was fun, Dad. I love Hogwarts, Ron said enthusiastically, even if it got to a bit of a rocky start. Arthur's eyes twinkled. Don't think your mother's forgotten about it, Ron. Speaking of the confuzzle draft, Arthur looked sternly at the twins. Your mother suspects that you two were the ones to give it to them. We didn't, George said immediately. Only because we didn't think of it, Fred said fairly. It was pretty brilliant. I wish I could have been there, George added, if only to see the expression on that old bat's face. George, Arthur warned. Sorry. George looked quite unabashed. Professor Oldbat. Even Arthur laughed, and Percy cracked a grin, although Harry noticed that the older boy tried to hide it. Harry decided to speak up. Percy helped us with our potions work after that, since Professor Snape was so angry. Yeah, Ron put in. If Percy hadn't given us those tips about the common ingredients and whatnot, me and Harry would have lost even more points for Gryffindor. Percy sat up straighter. Just doing my job, Ron. Prefects help the other students. Don't pretend that the fact that I'm your favorite brother had nothing to do with it, Ron teased. Harry laughed. It had been a plan of theirs to attempt to include Percy. When they'd first begun to scheme, Ron had been struck by an idea. It was summer, and the residents of the cottage overlooking the river had changed almost completely in the last few months. Creature was simply delighted and bustled around preparing meals that did not go completely unappreciated. Ron's appetite especially had returned with a vengeance. He moaned, chewing a bite of sandwich. The elf's cooking gets better by the day. We ought to give him another black family heirloom. Ginny looked exasperated, but amused. Ron, if you can stop thinking about food for just 1 second, we got to talk about the family. Namely, Percy. What about Percy? Ron asked. Apparently, he'd not been listening to the other two for the last 5 minutes. We don't want him to support the ministry again, Harry explained. We know he'll come back in the end, but, well, I don't know how to do that. But we could just treat him better, Ron said after taking another bite. We always treated him like the bastard of the family, except Mum and Dad. He was always pompous, yeah, but I regret a lot of the stuff we said over the years. Very insightful, Ron, Ginny smiled. It may not make a difference, but at least he'll know we love him, Ron said. Always and always. Thus Harry and Ron had gone to Percy every once in a while throughout their first term at Hogwarts. Not with anything big or earth-shattering, but they asked him a question here and there, which Percy responded to with a surprising degree of warmth. Despite the prior knowledge of the subject, his answers about potions and transfiguration, neither of which Ron or Harry was particularly skilled at, then or now, were helpful. Harry wondered about the changes they were making and felt reasonably confident that they were for the better. Percy's loss had been devastating, most especially to Ron and Ginny. They'd been angry with him for years when he'd chosen to stand with the ministry, even after Harry had been proven right. It was just barely after he had reunited with his family that Percy had been killed defending his mother from an attack from behind. Even if Percy chose to side with the Ministry again, Harry thought that he'd feel able to come back sooner. "What is the two of you so quiet?" Fred asked suddenly. Startled, Harry looked out the window and realized that dusk had fallen while he'd been lost in his thoughts. Ron moaned, "Thinking about Mom, and all the words she'll have for me about the confuzzled draft and the troll." George grinned evilly. "Better start getting your affairs in order. You're not like to live long once Mom gets her hands on you." "Your mother is very proud of you, Ron," Arthur interjected. "But she's a bit angry, yes." Percy swiveled around in his seat and grinned at Ron. "Better get started now. The burrow's only a kilometer away." Sure enough, they were driving past the small village of Ottery St. Catchpole, and Harry could see the orchard that marked the boundary of the land the burrow sat upon and hid their small Quidditch pitch from view. It was a beautiful sight, Harry thought. The sun was setting behind the mountains and made the snow that covered the ground and trees glow red, orange, and yellow. Soon enough, an even more beautiful sight came into view, the burrow. It was just as crooked, ramshackle, and beloved as ever. Harry got out of the car, retrieved his trunk, and gazed around. The old Wellington boots still guarded the back door. There was a clear path to the Quidditch pitch. Ginny obviously couldn't stop herself from flying, and little tracks in the snow that belonged to the many garden gnomes that lurked around the burrow because of Arthur's kind heart. "I expect Molly's got dinner ready," Arthur told his sons. "Be sure to take off your outer things in the hall. You know how your mother gets." "It's just snow," Fred and George complained in unison. "What's a little bit of water?" Arthur ignored them, but turned to smile kindly at Harry and squeezed Ron's shoulder affectionately. "Welcome to the burrow, Harry." They were lucky that Arthur Weasley had had the presence of mind to send his Patronus to his youngest son the night the Death Eaters attacked. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had been sitting in their tent, barely speaking. It had been a long year of hiding, and without any sort of sign of moving forward, they'd taken to snapping at each other. Not having any word from the outside world had not helped either. "Honestly, Ron, you shouldn't just expect me to do all the cleaning," Hermione said irritably. She was polishing her wand for what seemed like the 15th time in as many days. Ron was about to retort when they were astonished to see the unmistakable, misty form of Arthur's Patronus coalesce in front of him. "Burrow under attack," it said, and vanished. The three had never taken down the tent so quickly. It was packed within Hermione's beaded bag within a minute. They grasped hands and disapparated. For one moment, all Harry could do was look on in horror as what seemed like a dozen figures in black robes dueled with 5 red heads, including 2 witches. "Ginny!" He ran and started firing jinxes and hexes at any Death Eater he could, while careful not to hit any of the Weasleys. He took one down with Sectus Sempra. Later, he recognized the man as Yaxley. He didn't get up again. Harry later thought that he might have been the first man he killed. No time to worry, he charged forward. Ron was yelling, Hermione was shouting. The twins, grim-faced, dueled with 2 Death Eaters that Harry didn't recognize. "Nice night for it," George shouted as he hit his opponent with a particularly nasty jinx that caused black bile to come out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Harry shot a jinx at another man's back as he fought his way to Ginny's side. Her flaming hair swirled around her as she ducked, dodged, and dived, finally hitting her masked opponent with a powerful hex. He doubled over choking, while she looked for another fight. Her eyes fell on him. "Harry!" she shouted. It was a mistake. Heads swiveled in his direction. Mrs. Weasley, taking advantage of the inattention, stunned the hooded figure near her. Mr. Weasley was thrown into a wall and lay unmoving by a hard-faced man with thin black hair and an ugly smile. "Well, well," said Bellatrix Lestrange from behind him. "Little baby Potter came to save his fake family, did he? The Dark Lord always knows." Harry stunned her. It caught her by surprise, he noted coldly. She liked to toy with her victims, and they usually let her. Harry refused to let her distract him. He took a moment to bind her with ropes he conjured, and turned to fight again. He and Ginny stood back to back and dueled their hardest. They managed to avoid most of the curses, until the dark-haired man stepped up. Harry could see him out of the corner of his eye. He was looking at Ginny in such a way that made his blood boil with rage. His own opponent was weakening, but he wasn't finished yet. Crucio! The man yelled, and Harry was an instant too slow. Agony sliced through him, and he fell to the ground, writhing in pain. He heard someone screaming and knew it was himself. It seemed to last forever, but it stopped after long moments. He stood sluggishly on his feet and made little whimpering sounds that humiliated him even then. The dark-haired man was closing in on Ginny. She was getting tired, he realized in an instant. Her wand arm was not moving with the same rapid grace he'd become accustomed to. Turning, he sent another Sectum Sempra at the dark-haired Death Eater and saw a great gash slice open his chest before he felt the agony of the Cruciatus Curse once more. It lasted less than a minute this time, before Harry cracked open his eyes and saw one of the twins tear him apart. He stood, shakily, to his feet. It was a brief lull in the battle. Mrs. Weasley was helping Mr. Weasley to his feet while Ron and Hermione took down Selwyn. Bellatrix threw off her bonds and raised her wand, pointing it at the back of Fred. He saw her lips move and knew it was a killing curse. "Protego!" Harry shouted, and a shimmering shield erupted between her and Fred. She cursed and shouted another word that caused great, living flames to erupt all around. They took the form of great dragons, serpents, and other creatures like a macabre, fiery menagerie. "Get out!" Harry bellowed. "To Grimmauld Place. Go!" Ron rushed forward and grabbed his father's shoulder and his mother's hand and disappeared. Hermione whirled in one spot. The twins gripped each other's forearms, and they too left. Harry felt blindly. His glasses were hanging off one ear for Ginny's hand. He finally found it, righted his glasses, and thought with all his might of the front step of his dead godfather's house. The very last place he wanted to be, and the only place that seemed relatively safe. The burrow erupted in flames, and he felt a stab of grief in his heart for the place he'd had the closest thing he'd had to childhood. "Oi, wake up!" Ron's voice interrupted the dream of the burrow burning, for which Harry was grateful. "What were you dreaming of?" "The burrow," Harry muttered, reaching for his glasses. "Not surprised," Ron said after a moment. "I can't get out of my mind either." It was the third day of the holiday, and Harry found himself both frustrated and elated by turns. It was just as wonderful as he remembered, this place and these people. Mrs. Weasley had been kind and loving, after she'd scolded them both for the troll. She'd been mollified when they explained that they only went to find Hermione. There was never a dull moment with any of Ron's siblings. They were loud and merry, especially around this time of year. Harry could hardly stop himself from staring at Ginny. It reminded him a bit of the time he'd spent at the Burrow during the summer between his first and second year. Only this time, they both blushed, something that Harry fervently hoped the twins did not notice. It wasn't out of shyness, though, but out of strong feelings that could not be expressed any other way. "Listen," Ron broke into his reverie. "I've got an idea for getting away with Ginny. You got your cloak, right?" Harry held it up silently. "Surprised I didn't think of this before." HPHPHPHPHPHP. Despite his fitful rest, Harry found himself wide awake as he and Ron, under the invisibility cloak, tiptoed to Ginny's room and opened the door without making a sound. Ron's brilliant plan had included nothing more than the invisibility cloak and the surety that everyone else was sleeping. It was past midnight, and the small room was lit only with the light of the moon. A small figure huddled under the blankets. Harry walked tentatively over to the sleeping Ginny. He gazed down at her for a moment, drinking in the sight of her. Ron nudged him. He bent over and whispered, "Ginny, wake up." Behind him, he heard Ron mutter, "Muffliato." She murmured and sighed a little, but didn't awaken. Harry brushed her hair away from her face and pressed a small kiss on her lips. Her eyes flew open. "Harry." She yawned and grinned at him. For a moment, he couldn't say anything, but smiled back rather stupidly. "We did it," she whispered. "We did." They all grinned at each other, and Harry felt almost ridiculously happy. Harry sat down next to her, and she scooted over, making room. He took her hand and gripped it tight. "So," she said, "tell me everything." And they did. It didn't take very long. They lingered over the particularly humorous moments with Snape while she laughed delightedly. And she was in stitches while they described the fight with the troll, which had been made more difficult than they'd remembered since they had few usable spells in their arsenal. Oh, but I'm glad Hermione's all right. Ginny stopped laughing after a moment. But tell me about that prophecy. I've been perishing of curiosity for ages. They told her, and her face fell. I thought it might be something like that. I finally dragged the truth out of Mum when Ron asked if Harry could stay. For some reason, she looked uncomfortable and a little worried. Mum, she wasn't sure if Harry should. What? Ron said loudly. Since when? Well, Ginny said slowly. The only bit that anyone knows about, although everyone seems to know that there's more to it than that, talks about the terrible power. That wasn't in the old version, and I have to wonder what it means. Keep in mind, Harry, no one thinks that Voldemort is going to come back. Mum and Dad talk about him as if he's dead forever. What people are worried about is the fact that you apparently have this terrible power. It killed Voldemort, and now they're a little frightened of you. Mum said that about 5 years ago, there was an article in the Daily Prophet that questioned whether or not you'd be a good wizard or an evil one. The words took a while for Harry to process. It had seemed funny in Dumbledore's office on their first day of classes that anyone would think that he'd be evil. It was not funny anymore at all. If Mrs. Weasley had not wanted him. What does Mum think? Ron asked quietly. He had sat down at Ginny's feet while she talked. And why didn't she want Harry around? Well, Ginny paused. You know how she is. You mustn't think that she blamed Harry for what happened your first day. She blamed you just as much, Ron. I did steal the dung bombs, Ron said modestly. Ginny giggled. True. She had to have known that a child with no wizarding background. Don't look at me like that. Harry, she thinks all you've known since you were 1 are the Dursleys. Could pull that. And she came around when she heard about the confuzzled draft. But I reckon she thought that you wouldn't have spoken up if you hadn't been with Harry. Which is true, Harry added fairly. Indeed, Ginny agreed. But with the article and the weeks and weeks of detention and the troll, she's wondering, that's all. Harry sat in thought, rubbing the pad of his thumb on Ginny's palm. He remembered with perfect clarity the warmth that Mrs. Weasley had always felt for him. She'd loved him since practically the first meeting, even though he seemed to lead her children into danger quite a bit. The Ministry battle, for instance, when Sirius had died. She'd never by word or deed told him, or any of her children, he thought, that she blamed him for these dangerous situations he seemed to find himself in. He'd wondered, during his 2 weeks of depression after that particular battle, and before Dumbledore came to collect him, if Mrs. Weasley would be angry with him for taking Ginny and Ron along. When he'd shown up at the Burrow, though, those doubts had vanished. Listen, he said, I reckon that your mum thinks that I'm a bit dangerous to have as a friend. Harry. But Harry stopped Ginny. She's right. You know she is. I'm not saying that. For the most part, I don't think I've played casually with your lives. At least I've never meant to. We know. Ron rolled his eyes. Don't, Harry said. This is serious. I'm not going off on one of my guilt-induced pleadings for you guys to stay away from me. I like to think that I'm beyond that. Kind of. Not that I want you to stay away from me, but remembering what we lost. We feel the same way, Harry. Ginny squeezed his hand. As I recall, none of us trusted Snape, and we all knew that Dumbledore trusted him beyond reason. It was a mistake we all made together. Yeah, Harry sighed. But not this time, Ron told him. We know what's going on. Except for this terrible power I'm supposed to have, Harry said. I don't get why that changed. I know that my greatest weapon is love. And I know that's what defeated him the first time. But what if this time it's different? They sat in silence for a time, thinking and trying to come up with an easy solution that would explain the ramifications of the different prophecy. It was a comfortable silence, for the most part. The fact that Mrs. Weasley did not immediately trust Harry was not something that concerned Ron and Ginny too much. And Harry hoped, by the time the truth was out, that any mistrust would be obliterated. But it made him slightly wary and slightly less secure. I'll worry about when it comes out that I'm a Parselmouth, Harry said finally. If people are so worried about that prophecy and unsure of my motives, won't it deepen the misgivings? Ginny looked thoughtful. As I recall, it couldn't be any worse. And I'm thinking it'll be better, since Dumbledore knows everything. And Harry'll take care of everything with the basilisk in the end, Ron interjected. That'll count for something. I do wonder who wrote that article, Ginny admitted. It seemed like one of Rita Skeeter's pieces, but it was apparently anonymous. I can't see her writing something that inflammatory without having her byline on it. I wonder if it was a Death Eater, actually. That'll make sense. Even if some of them don't know exactly what steps Voldemort took to ensure his continued existence. I'll bet they'd leap at a chance to discredit me, Harry agreed. Lucius Malfoy, for one. Ron sighed. I'll be glad when we tell Hermione, that's for sure. I'll bet she'll tell us right off where we're wrong and such. Speaking of Hermione, Ginny began slyly, and Ron flushed. Quiet, you, he said. Ginny opened her eyes wide innocently, but neither one of them were fooled. She was bent on tormenting her brother for a bit, Harry realized. I just hope that you're being nice to her now. Ron grinned, though his ears were still red. I am. They still argue, Harry felt compelled to say. But it isn't mean. I can't imagine Ron and Hermione without the arguing, Ginny said ruefully. It's like foreplay for them. Ron chose that moment to leave. I'm going to bed, he announced, standing up and striding to the door. He stood with his hand on the knob and looked back at them. Don't stay up too late, children, he said gleefully. I'll be up in a few minutes, Harry promised, though he didn't want to. He was exhausted, and he knew that if he stayed too long and fell asleep, it would be disastrous. He was grateful for the time alone with Ginny, and as soon as Ron shut the door behind him, he leaned over and gave her a soft kiss. She sighed. Hard to believe that we'll have nothing more than kisses for the next few years. Don't argue, Harry said sternly. You're lucky it isn't longer. She nestled up against him. I know. This body. She looked down on herself dubiously. It's hard to reconcile a grown woman's desire with a body that hasn't gone through puberty. Don't get me wrong, Harry. The desire hasn't gone away. I know. Harry kissed her hair. It still smelled like flowers. I do know. I'm relieved that I have no desire to do anything besides a few kisses. I'd be rather worried if I did. But when I look at you, I can see the woman that you'll become. That's what makes me want the years go by fast. I know. Ginny grinned impishly at him. I'm glad I talked you down to 14. That's still young, Harry pointed out. But only in body, Harry, like I told you. Sometimes I think that the dangers of sex at the age of 14 are mental and emotional, rather than physical. Plenty of women throughout the ages have been married by the time they have their first cycle. I know, Harry said. 14 is soon enough, I think. Your body will be physically mature, and we don't have to worry about the mental and emotional aspect of it. I love you, Ginny. Always and always, Harry, she sighed. Harry knew that she was fading fast and that she needed her sleep, but he continued to stroke her hair. Intimacy did not have to be about sex, as far as he was concerned. It was about the love he felt for this woman that he had never felt for anyone else, and it translated over to everything he did. They had saved each other from the agony of the first years and the desperation of the last 4. He'd love her forever. This quiet moment was no less full of love. He finally left, leaving Ginny peacefully sleeping. She'd fallen asleep in his arms as she had so many times before. He smiled and left. HP, 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 HP. Harry, Ron yelled. Wake up. It's Christmas. Harry jumped out of bed, not even fully awake. He grabbed for his wand, realized where he was, and lay back down with a groan. Must you, Ron? He saw a blurry figure of a red-headed boy, grinning from ear to ear. Get up. Harry, I'll bet the others are waiting for us. We got to keep up appearances. Appearances, my arse, Harry thought. Unbelievably, Ron was still thrilled by Christmas morning, even though he knew exactly what each of the presents held. Come to think of it, though, Harry found a well of excitement inside himself. It spurred him on to pull robes over his underpants, and he was not far behind Ron when he thundered down the stairs. The tree was just as lavishly decorated as all the other times at the Burrow. Harry gazed suspiciously at the tree topper. Unable to discern whether or not it was a gnome, he turned toward the modest pile of presents that had his name on it. Only he and Percy were slow about opening their presents. Ron, the twins, and Ginny were ripping packages apart with their enthusiasm. Wrapping paper flew everywhere, while Mr. and Mrs. Weasley looked on with fond despair. Ron said. Chocolate frogs from Hermione. He held them up in victory, while Harry laughed. I got the same from her, Harry said. I'll be able to build my collection. I'll give you any of my repeats, Ron assured him. My collection's almost complete, but I always get loads of extras. I think I've got about 10 of Dumbledore. He's the most common. Thanks, Ron. Harry beamed at him. The day was spent with such a level of frivolity and fun that Harry almost felt lightheaded. After everyone had finished opening their gifts, they immediately put on their Weasley sweaters. All except Harry. He hadn't received one this year, but the wariness and unease Harry had felt when they'd spoken in Ginny's room were muted. Harry could wait for Mr. and Mrs. Weasley to trust him. Besides, Mrs. Weasley simply might not have had time to make him a sweater. Then, after a large, delicious breakfast that lasted almost 2 hours, they all marched outside to have a serious snowball battle. When they came back in, flushed from the cold and arguing heartily about who won, mugs of steaming hot chocolate awaited them. This is delicious, Mrs. Weasley, Harry said enthusiastically. Thank you for having me. If he hadn't been watching her so closely, he would have missed the doubt that flickered across her plump, kind face. You're welcome, Harry. I can't expect her to immediately trust me, Harry thought later, lying awake in bed with only Ron's loud snores for company. It isn't fair. But when he remembered the words she'd spoken to him the night, they found out that Remus and Dora Lupin had been found dead alongside their small son Teddy. Harry sat in the kitchen at Grimmauld Place, with grief weighing heavy on his heart. He was alone in the darkened room. Ron and Hermione had disappeared hours ago, and he suspected that Hermione had cried herself to sleep and Ron had been there to comfort her. Ginny also was sleeping in the next room. She'd sat with him and held his hand for hours without saying a word, but exhaustion had eventually overcome her, and Harry had quietly withdrawn. Harry, Mrs. Weasley said softly. She said, Lumos, and her wand flickered and caused the room to brighten by a degree. He turned to look at her, and could no longer keep the tears at bay. She enfolded him into a warm embrace, and held him while he cried, heartbroken. We'll get through this, she murmured. But Harry had a hard time believing it. Remus Lupin, the last true marauder, was gone, and with him, the last link to the father he'd never known. And Dora's life snuffed out too, charming, clumsy Dora with a smile that could cheer up almost anyone. Small Teddy, not even 2 years old, killed before he could really live, Harry's godson. Mrs. Weasley, Harry said finally. He withdrew, and she sat in the chair beside him. Do you really think I can do this? I know you will, she answered immediately. I've watched you grow up, Harry. I know you. If anyone can do it, you can. And you won't stop until you've defeated you-know-who. Are you sure? Harry felt a little humiliated when his voice came out very small. He almost sounded like a child, not almost 20 years old. I have faith in it, she said. So does the rest of the family and anyone who knows you. You'll defeat him. Unless I miss my guess, you're the only one who can. Not, she said ruefully and waved the hand, not holding the lit wand, that I know the full contents of the prophecy. But you're a truly remarkable wizard, Harry. And I think I've known, on some level, that you'd be the one to defeat you-know-who. I think I've known since you rescued Ginny from the chamber, and maybe even before that. Maybe I've known it since I received a certain letter from Hogwarts saying that you and my son rescued a girl you barely tolerated from a troll. You're our best hope. It must be such a burden, but I know you're up to the task. There's never been any question at all in my mind. But now she was questioning. Harry knew it. He didn't know how to prove to her that he was as far from being another Dark Lord as was possible. They couldn't tell her the secret. Dumbledore's portrait had expressly warned him not to tell anyone besides himself and Professor Snape for as long as he could. Harry had made the mistake of not trusting him before, and he would not do it again. He eased into anxious dreams in which people were talking about him in mutters behind closed doors, and he wandered through a huge house, and he could hear the people he loved, but whenever he turned to look for them, they weren't there. He cried like a baby, and eventually he looked down at himself and realized that he was a baby and he was all alone and bundled snugly in knitted blanket decorated with a W. But then Professor McGonagall came and told him that he couldn't have the blanket. She took it away, and he was left alone and naked, crying on the floor. He awoke to the familiar feeling of his scar prickling.
Greetings, Harry Potter fans. Welcome back to our page. We're continuing with the next chapter of Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always by Dead Woodpecker. So, again, don't stand up. Just sit back, relax, chill out, and listen in to Chapter 5, The Ripple Effect.
Chapter 5, The Ripple Effect. Chapter text. January was well underway by the time Harry had a chance to speak with Dumbledore alone. Ron, infuriatingly, did not share any of Harry's misgivings and did not give it as much thought as Harry would have liked. "Relax, Harry. You worry too much," Ron had said one night when they'd had a chance to meet in the room of requirement. Harry was reminded forcibly of the several instances throughout the years when Ron had blithely ignored what he called Harry's obsessions. "And you don't worry enough," Harry replied darkly. Ron spent much of his time goading Hermione into small arguments with such relish that she could not take offense. Already, she seemed to be fonder of Ron than of Harry, and he had little doubt that her feelings would deepen when she was ready for it. It warmed his heart. Thus Harry was left to take his concerns to Dumbledore alone, and it took no small effort to find a way to do so without arousing suspicion. He thought of repeating his actions on the first day, or doing something similar, but that could lead to trouble. He also thought of asking Professor Snape to help, but he needed to speak to Dumbledore alone, and he was not sure if Snape would understand. True, they were on much better terms than they were before, but Snape was still very prickly, and Harry knew that he still resented the fact that Harry was the offspring of James and Lily. He finally resolved to send Dumbledore a message with his Patronus, and hoped that Dumbledore was not in a public place. If Aberforth heard, it wouldn't be so bad. Aberforth Dumbledore was about as tight-lipped as they came. But if Dumbledore was enjoying a drink at the Three Broomsticks, the Leaky Cauldron, or even having a conference with a teacher, it would be difficult to explain why a Patronus spoke with a child's voice. "I got to stop doing this," Harry thought, frustrated. The constant second-guessing was taking its toll. "I can't possibly live like this." With that in mind, he lifted his wand to his lips, murmured, "Expecto Patronum." The bright stag shone clearly in the room of requirement, which he currently occupied alone. Ron had long since gone to bed. Harry stared at it for a moment, thinking of his father. He wondered what James and Lily would say if they were alive. Would they understand his need to save the Weasleys and his friends? Or would they be angry that he had not tried to save them too? Tell Albus Dumbledore this, in the come-and-go room. "Need to talk." "Please," he told the stag firmly. It turned and leapt into nothing, leaving behind a misty vapor. Harry did not have long to wait. After several moments, he stood and cracked open the door of the room of requirement, both to let Dumbledore in and to give himself something to do. While he did so, he noticed the room had provided another large armchair and a crackling fire in a tall hearth. 5 minutes later, he heard swift-moving footsteps echoing along the corridor. Dumbledore was still wearing the same robes as he had that day, and he appeared alert, but not reproving. "I'm sorry, Professor," Harry said. "I hope I didn't take you from something important." "Quite all right, Harry," Dumbledore replied. He gazed around the room with an expression of open delight. "I do wish I'd known of this room earlier, I must say." He seated himself on one of the chairs and looked at Harry expectantly. "To what do I owe this very late pleasure? I have some questions for you." Harry sat down and looked at the fire. After a moment, he turned to meet the other wizard's gaze. "About the prophecy and the differences in the timeline." "Ah, I see that we have been thinking along the same lines," Dumbledore nodded. "Have you had any luck in figuring out what the terrible power you have is?" "No," Harry answered. "Not really. Professor, how did the prophecy become common knowledge? Did you and Professor Snape tell others?" "Absolutely not," Dumbledore said. "The moment I heard it, I knew that it must be kept secret. For Voldemort to find out, that would have been terrible. He looked troubled. We can only be thankful that the fullness of it was not leaked. Harry emphatically agreed. So, how did it happen? In the other time, Snape heard the first part of the prophecy, and he's the one who told Voldemort about it. Who was it this time? Dumbledore looked startled. It was Severus. That's the same. He did not turn against Voldemort until he started hunting down you and your mother and father. Harry nodded. So the Dumbledore in this time had trusted Snape with a full prophecy. No matter. It was a very small difference in the grand scheme of things, and Snape was a trusted ally. So who else knew enough of it that they could spread it throughout the wizarding world? That, Harry, is a decade-old mystery, Dumbledore sighed. We suspect that it was one of the Death Eaters. Severus claimed that he had never spoken to anyone in Voldemort's inner circle about the prophecy, but that does not mean that Voldemort did not confide in one of them. Bellatrix Lestrange and her husband seem likely candidates, and I would not be surprised if it was Lucius Malfoy. It also could have been Peter Pettigrew. We can ask him when the time comes. He could have heard it from your parents or from Voldemort. Until a few months ago, I must admit that Sirius Black was suspect. My parents knew about the prophecy? Harry asked, surprised. Yes, I explained to both them and the Longbottoms that a prophecy had been made concerning one of their sons and Voldemort, Dumbledore answered. I couldn't ask them to go into hiding without offering a reason to do so. That made sense. It didn't really change anything, but Harry had to wonder what his parents had thought when they'd realized that their son was destined to either kill Voldemort or be killed himself. Listen, Harry said. We'll ask Wormtail when we discover his true identity. But that doesn't concern me that much at the moment. I want to know about that article in the Daily Prophet concerning me and my loyalties. And then he told him everything that had occurred at the Burrow and all of his concerns, including the fact that it was of no concern to Ron at all. It was a relief that Dumbledore did not dismiss his concerns as Ron had, but instead remained silent for long moments. He appeared to be marshaling his thoughts. I can see your point, Dumbledore finally said. I can also see Mr. Weasley's. No, he held up his hand when Harry opened his mouth to argue. Do not get me wrong, I find it disturbing. But I also agree that you will prove time and time again where your loyalties lie. I believe the first time will be only months from now. I think that will dispel suspicion a great deal. Not to mention that I, forgive me my lack of modesty, have a great many friends in the wizarding world. I will do all in my power to counter the suspicion. Harry grinned at him. He felt as though a huge weight that had rested on his shoulders had been lightened. The worry was still there, but by its decrease, Harry realized just how worried he had been. Then his brows furrowed. About that article. Yes, the infamous article, Dumbledore said ruefully. Forgive me for allowing a seed of doubt. Don't worry about it, Harry assured him. You couldn't have known. He paused. Do you think it might have been written by the same Death Eater, or whoever, as leaked the prophecy? The thing is, Harry, Dumbledore said thoughtfully, I do not believe that the person who wrote the article was a Death Eater. You must remember that I taught all of them in their youth. I know them, and I know how their minds work. Unless it was a foreign Death Eater, and I'm almost positive that it wasn't, or a Death Eater previously unknown to me, I'm almost certain that none of them wrote that article. It was not an accusation, exactly. It felt more like a warning, and a well-reasoned one at that. Harry could not help but feel a little confused. If it wasn't a Death Eater, then who would write it? Rita Skeeter? No. Whoever wrote the article did it completely objectively, Dumbledore said slowly. It even swayed me a little, as I have already told you. It did not attempt to stir fear. I do not believe, although many people were afraid before the initial furor died down. It was written logically. It discussed the history of prophecies, and it offered several speculations as to the nature of this specific one. It pointed out the flaws of them, and how they do not generally come to pass in an expected manner. I would not be surprised to find that the author was an unspeakable with advanced knowledge of the subject. It offered several different speculations as to your nature, the nature of the prophecy, and concluded that the wizarding world could not immediately think of you as a savior. Harry grew warier and warier. Did it mention anything about the last bit? The part that you and Snape have kept to yourself? No, Dumbledore answered. I still have the article. I've saved it, as I dare say many have. I'll be sure to pass it along to you in the near future. After you have read it, possibly you can offer insight with your prior knowledge. Harry was doubtful. This was something completely new to him. He tapped his fingers against the arm of the chair and stared in the general direction of the wall. Why do you suppose this changed so much? As to that, I can only offer a guess. Harry snorted. Your guesses generally turn out to be true, he said fondly. Dumbledore chuckled, and his eyes twinkled madly behind his glasses. I suspect that your arrival, yours and Mr. Weasley's and Mrs. Potter's, caused a ripple effect. If you drop a stone into a pond, the ripple does not move straight out. It causes circles that move in all directions. You've already changed the future by being here. I'm not surprised that the past was also affected. Let's just hope that the future is changed far more than the past, Harry said pointedly. I don't think I could survive another devastation. HP. The month was almost over when Errol brought the morning mail. He flew, lopsided, through the air, clipped a few students' heads with his wings, tumbled over, righted himself, and landed on Ron's plate of fried eggs and sausages with a wheeze and a faint hoot. Ron, covered in egg, sputtered indignantly, while several of the other Gryffindors looked on and laughed. That owl doesn't look like he'd survive another trip, Hermione said thoughtfully. Harry sprinkled some water over Errol's beak, hoping it would help revive him. Yeah, because I'm going to kill him, Ron said darkly. Get your letter and give him here, Ron. Percy was beside them. I'll take him to Hagrid. Ron pulled the letter off the nearly unconscious owl's leg. Percy gently lifted Errol and left. He opened it. It's from my sister, he said. She'd better have a good reason for nearly killing Errol. Dear Ron, I'm glad you got back to school okay. Thanks for telling me all about Hogwarts. Fred and George always talked about it like it was a mixture of a dungeon where professors routinely inflicted torture on students and a muggle amusement park. I'm glad to know that it's neither. 6 more months, and I'll know for myself. I'm counting the days, and I'm marking my calendar. I met Luna Lovegood today. She's very strange. Mum thinks it's because Zella Lovegood died just last year, but in a good way. She was very quiet at first, but once our lessons were through, Mum is teaching us some basics, although she won't allow us to use a wand. We had a nice long talk. I'm sure we'll be good friends. Speaking of friends, has Harry recovered from Christmas? He seemed a bit nervous. Don't tell him I asked, of course. Love, Ginny. It was quite unlike her previous letters. It was scattered, and if there were hidden meanings behind the words, Harry could not figure them out. Either she was being too subtle, or this was only a chat-filled note to her brother. His brows furrowed. Maybe you shouldn't read other people's letters if you aren't going to like what they say, Hermione said waspishly, looking at Harry. She was on the other side of Ron, and she had obviously read it too. And Ron, you shouldn't let Harry read it if your sister doesn't want you to. Does she have a bit of a crush on Harry? Yeah, Ron said at once. She's been talking about him for years. Harry could tell that Ron was a little worried as well, although they could not possibly break away from Hermione until after herbology. They finally muttered an excuse about having to go to the loo, and found a secluded area away from prying eyes. Always and always, Ron tapped the parchment and found a long letter that contained surprising news. Boys, Luna knows. I have no idea how, and I was completely shocked. Mum had us learning basic magical theory about wands and such, and Luna was very, very quiet. She didn't say anything about Nargles or Rackspurts or Crumplehorn Snorkax, but she stared at me a lot. You know that look she gets when her eyes are even wider than normal. After the lesson, I offered to show her our Quidditch pitch, and she didn't say a word at all while I babbled. Then she asked me how old I was. When I said 10, she tilted her head and said, "How old are you really?" I nearly fell over. Then she told me her dad had told her all about time travelers, and that she knew perfectly well that I was not 10 years old. I couldn't think of a way to get out of it. You know how laughing it off never works with her. So I told her the truth. Not all of it, but I had to tell her about the two of you and how we lost nearly everyone, so we had to come back and do it all over again. I didn't tell her anything about the prophecy or the Horcruxes. I must admit that I'm still in a state of shock. She swore, and I trust her, that she wouldn't tell anyone, not even her dad. Is it bad that I'm happy that she knows? It's very lonely without the two of you to keep me company, and I know we agreed not to tell anyone until the time is right, but it makes me happy that I have someone to confide in. Just as I'm sure you both would be relieved if Hermione found out on her own, although I doubt our sensible friend will. Don't pretend that you didn't give her that book just to set the stage. I'll bet you two, and especially you, Ron, wish she'd sent a letter on Christmas telling you she'd figured out everything. She also said that there's a precedent for time travel in some of the older wizarding fairy tales, the ones even before Beetle the Bard. She said that her dad and mum used to read her the old Arthurian legends. Supposedly, the tears of Merlin actually came from Merlin himself. Given the sad way Camelot fell, I hope we have more success. I know we'll have more success. She was surprisingly rational about it, until she asked if I was Guinevere. When I said absolutely not, she actually told me that it was an easy mistake to make. How is it easy for someone to mistake me for some long-dead queen? There's my name, and that's about it. She asked me how she died, another shock. She seemed to understand when I wouldn't tell her. I don't think I can. I don't even like to think about what happened to her. Harry, don't brood over this. We always thought that Luna would be the one to guess our secret. I just didn't think that it would happen so soon. Always and always. Ginny. Harry and Ron stared at each other in stunned silence. How could she possibly have known? You owe me 10 galleons, Ron informed him. Hermione threw herself down on the floor of the common room with a loud groan. My head hurts, she moaned. You read too much, Ron told her. She tilted her head and smiled up at him. It's your own fault, she replied. That you read too much? Doubt it. When do you ever see me with a book in my hand that isn't a textbook? Ron argued. Well, that book you gave me was really interesting, she said. So I've been doing further research just for fun. Harry sat up straight and exchanged a glance with Ron. This was the first time, beyond thanking them, that she had mentioned Memories Unbound. It had been a month since Ginny's letter about Luna, and Harry could not help but feel a little hope that Hermione had figured it out. Perhaps the research was in different methods of time travel, and she was about to confront them with her knowledge. What? Hermione looked from one to the other. Just the fact that you call research fun, Ron grinned at her. Give us poor blokes a break. We haven't got your brains. You could if you tried, Ron. You're a very talented wizard, Hermione argued. If you paid more attention in class instead of playing hangman with Harry. Not likely, Ron shrugged. What's giving you a headache? Well, I've been researching the triumvirate of mind magic. You know, occlumency, legilimency, and obfuscamancy, Hermione explained. I've been trying to do a bit of occlumency, but it's giving me a headache. Obfuscamancy, Harry asked blankly. It's a mixture between occlumency and legilimency. Occlumency is... But Ron interrupted her. We know what occlumency and legilimency are. We're... Flip through the book before we gave it to you. How? You ordered it from Flourish and Blots, Hermione said shrewdly. I saw the owl. How do you think we knew what to get? Harry asked quickly. Damn, Hermione was too smart for her own good. We went to Diagon Alley right after we got to the Burrow for some last-minute Christmas shopping Ron's mum had to do. Yeah, and we knew you'd like a book, Ron told her. So we tried to find an interesting one. So what's obfuscamancy? Harry asked, hoping that she wouldn't know that they'd ordered it back in early November. It was just lucky that they had, in fact, gone to Diagon Alley, so if she asked one of the older Weasley boys their story wouldn't completely fall apart. Well, the bit about obfuscamancy is a bit confusing, but from what I can work out, it's sort of a mixture of occlumency and legilimency. No, that isn't quite right. While legilimency is offensive and occlumency is defensive, obfuscamancy is both. Harry wondered if he'd have better luck with obfuscamancy and resolved to speak to Professor Snape the next time he went for his weekly torture. Occlumency continued to elude him, just as it had in the past. This time, he was actually trying, and despite his desire to erect a wall in his head that would keep Voldemort from discovering his secrets, it was not going well. He'd managed a thin shield last time, but Snape had battered through it within 30 seconds. How so? Harry asked. Unlike occlumency, it does not attempt to keep out a legilimens, Hermione explained. It's more like it traps them in specific memories. Although that's a horrid explanation. Let's say If someone has something to hide, they can effectively use some of their own memories as a shield. It isn't perfect, of course, but the benefit is that the Legilimens won't even know. Leave it to Hermione, Harry thought. She's only 12 years old, and she's still smarter than us. He grinned. My dad reckons that you know who is a Legilimens, Ron told her. That's why we're so interested. I reckon I might learn this occlumency. Hermione looked horrified at the thought of Voldemort being able to read minds. That's what I've been doing. That's why I got such a headache, she bit her lip, and said so quietly that Harry had to lean forward to listen. Do you really think that he's going to come back? You know who? Yes, Harry said gently. The first time I met him, Hagrid said that he didn't think Voldemort was really gone. He ignored her flinch. He said that Dumbledore didn't think he really was either. They sat in silence for a time. Ron fidgeted with a tear in the armchair, while Hermione stared up at the ceiling. Harry repeated the vow he'd made repeatedly to himself over the last years, ever since Dumbledore's portrait had given them hope for a future without devastating loss. I'll be ready this time, Harry vowed. What did you think of the rest of the book? Ron asked after a time. Hermione snorted. A lot of it is complete rubbish. The triumvirate of mind magic is about the only thing useful. And there's a very interesting section on memory charms. I do wonder if the author wasn't insane. How so? Harry asked, confused. Well, for one, why would he use that stupid nickname? The wise ASP, she scoffed. Why not just use his own name instead of a ridiculous nickname? And he wrote about all sorts of the things that couldn't possibly be real. Not that I don't appreciate the gift, she assured them. Ginny had mocked the ridiculous nickname of the author as well. The wise ASP, she asked, grinning, holding the thick and obviously old tome in her hands. The author is a genius that chooses to go by a nickname that sounds like wise ass. Dumbledore's portrait chuckled. I must admit that it sounds humorous to me as well. But it is my thought that the man, or woman, was in Slytherin and wished to pay homage to his old house. But also, it is a reference to the wise ape, a former governor on an island in ancient days. He was also a wizard, and he ruled both wizards and muggles. This was before the Statute of Secrecy. It is said that his library rivaled that of the Library of Alexandria when it came to arcane knowledge. Still, Ginny said, it sounds bad. Some geniuses have little in the way of common sense. Dumbledore agreed. I like the Tears of Merlin bit, Ron offered. I thought it was really interesting. It was interesting, Hermione agreed. But don't you think it belonged in a book of fairy tales? It's completely impossible. How do you know? Ron muttered. Harry tried not to watch them too eagerly. Ron was being a bit reckless, he felt, but he found himself wanting to hear Hermione's answer. Time traveling, Hermione asked incredulously, sending memories back years and years. My dad told me that they have time turners in the ministry, Ron pointed out. I don't know about years and years, but they can definitely manage a few hours. The Tears of Merlin doesn't exist, Ron, Hermione said exasperatedly. And even if it did you read what it required? It's terrible. I frankly can't imagine anyone being that desperate. Hermione has no idea, Harry thought as he crawled into his bed later that evening. It was early yet. Ron was still playing a rather loud game of Exploding Snap with Neville. Harry had been playing with them, but pleaded a headache when Neville won his fourth consecutive game and made to set it up again. He forced the thought away and focused on emptying his mind. Until he had spoken with Snape, he couldn't afford to ignore his practice. Try Potter, Snape growled from in front of him. He'd just broken into Harry's mind again with what seemed like little effort. It was 2 days after the discussion he and Ron had had with Hermione, and Harry had not experienced any sort of miraculous change with his occlumency skills. I am, Harry snarled through gritted teeth. If you want to save all your little friends this time around, you'd better try harder, Snape warned viciously. Honestly, Potter, you can defeat the Dark Lord, travel through time, and you still can't muster the concentration required to become an occlumens? Harry panted and rested his head against the cold stone wall of the dungeons. It was evening, and he'd had a particularly long day. He'd had another nightmare, and could not fall back to sleep despite the fact that it had only been 4 in the morning. Professor, he said, ignoring Snape's question, and winced. It felt like his head had been split open with a dull axe. Sir, do you think I should try obfuscamancy instead? Snape looked stunned for a moment, but hit it quickly. Is that what you eventually did last time? No, no. I'd never even heard of it until Hermione Granger told me about it 2 days ago, Harry replied. He quickly told him about what had transpired in the common room 2 days before. Was that wise? Giving the Granger girl that book? Harry paused. I hope so. We're going to tell her eventually, and we've set the stage a bit. Perhaps it'll open her mind a little. Also, it inspired her to learn occlumency on her own. That can only be a good thing. If she can. You seem unable to. Harry grinned, despite himself. Hermione's not at all like me. She's more rational. I think the only person less suited for occlumency than me is Ron. We're both two. He searched for a word that described his inability to learn to shield. Reckless, I suppose. We're not pragmatic enough. I don't know. It makes me wonder why the Hat wanted to put us in Slytherin. Snape's mouth twisted, as if he had just swallowed something very bitter. Your plan is very cunning and ambitious. You obviously know that these are traits that my house is known for. Harry hid a smile. It was perhaps the first compliment that Snape had ever given him, and he did not look happy to have done so. About obfuscamancy. Yes, Snape rubbed his chin. I must admit to some surprise that I did not think of this sooner. Or, all in your timeline. Now it seems obvious that you must train yourself in this. The fact that you have a wealth of other memories to choose from makes it tailor-made to your situation. I might have to give Granger a few points for Gryffindor when she answers a question tomorrow. Or perhaps just allow her to answer one. You know how she likes to be a know-it-all. What exactly is obfuscamancy? Harry asked. Hermione's explanation had not gone into any sort of depth. To put it simply, it is a shield of sorts like occlumency, but instead of a wall, there will be a maze of memories, Snape said. Again, it is well suited to you. While it takes everyone else much effort to choose the memories that would be appropriate, you have them already. Why didn't think of this sooner? No matter. But won't Voldemort? Do not say his name. Snape hissed. Sorry, sir. But won't you know who'll be able to get through this maze? Obfuscamancy is a spiral. When Harry looked completely blank, he continued. I suggest that you put nearly all of your memories from the past, up until the moment you meet Quirrell, into this spiral. And I mean all your memories. It would be nearly impossible for the Dark Lord to maintain the connection long enough to make it through all of them. And, since it's a spiral, it would repeat itself, moving upward through the years. You begin with the most recent, and end with the very first things you remember. And then it moves from begins again. Harry started to understand. How do I do it, sir? Well, you have to start by... Not even the rain-washed April could dampen Harry's spirits as he sat underneath his invisibility cloak a little ways off the road to Hogsmeade. He was waiting for Dumbledore to take him to the Gaunt Shack where they would liberate and destroy the Ring Horcrux. Ron would have gone with them, but he was serving detention with Professor Snape, neither of whom was pleased. Ron wanted to either be with Harry and Dumbledore, despite his wariness of Horcruxes, or at the Quidditch pitch, watching the match between Gryffindor and Slytherin. But he did not have the same background in occlumency that Harry did, and he was not as quick to pick of obfuscamancy. Not that Harry was a perfect obfuscamance, but he and Snape had reckoned that he had a good grasp on it, enough to counter any legilimency Voldemort might use during his first encounter with Harry. He did not nearly have all of his memories included in the spiral of the obfuscamancy shield, but he had enough that he was certain Voldemort would not suspect a thing. The mystery of the Philosopher's Stone was well underway. Hermione had thrown herself into searching for clues. She suspected Snape, which amused Ron and Harry to no end, and they'd had several laughs about it in the Room of Requirement. But, with a tiny nudge from Harry, she'd also begun to suspect Professor Quirrell. Harry had mentioned that he'd overheard Quirrell talking to someone without even a hint of a stutter. Harry, Dumbledore said softly, cutting through his thoughts. Harry got up and followed him down the road. Both were silent during the 15 minutes it took to reach a small alley beside the Hogshead Inn. Harry waited for him right outside the back door, while Dumbledore entered the front and immediately exited. Moments later, maintaining a tight grip on Dumbledore's forearm, Harry felt the familiar, unsettling feeling of being squeezed through a tube. That went well, Harry offered. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed amicably. He held out a small cup to Harry. I've taken the liberty of acquiring a few strands of hair from a muggle, Harry. I think it best if you're well disguised. Even out here, Harry took it and grimaced before he drank the entire potion down. It was just as vile as he remembered. As soon as his body lengthened and grew stouter, he pulled off his cloak. A woman. Harry looked down at his body incredulously. He was a stout, older lady who was roughly the same size and shape as his old neighbor, Arabella Figg. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled madly. I thought it best. It adds further layers of deception to our presence. We're an old man and his daughter out for a walk, perhaps. It could easily have been an old man and his son. You're enjoying this, Harry accused. Dumbledore did not even attempt to deny it, but motioned him forward. Feeling awkward in this completely different body, he did so. His breasts, jiggled as he walked. He could not help but feel mortified. The shack previously owned by the Gaunt family came in his sight after 5 minutes of trudging up the dusty, little-used road that connected Little Hangleton and Great Hangleton. At one point, Harry stopped to shield his eyes with his hand and gaze in the direction of the small cemetery he knew was there. If all went to plan, he would be there in 3 years, watching his Wormtail resurrected Voldemort once more. The Gaunt shack was even more overgrown and ramshackle than Harry remembered. The walls were practically falling down, and they looked decayed and like to fall down with a strong wind. The sight of it caused him to remember a question he'd had for years and years. Professor, why didn't Voldemort protect any of his Horcruxes with the Fidelius charm? I believe that Voldemort thought his protection sufficient, Dumbledore replied. And the nature of the Fidelius charm would not appeal to him, despite its ability to protect a location beyond almost anything else. How so? The Fidelius charm requires at least 2 people. Did you never wonder why your mother and father did not simply cast the charm themselves? Or from what you've shown me in your memories, why I was the secret keeper for Grimmauld Place? Dumbledore asked him. In order for the charm to work, the secret must be entrusted, which is where the name of it came from. Voldemort would never give anyone such a valuable gift. It is not in his nature to trust, as I am sure you know. But he trusted Lucius Malfoy with the diary and Bellatrix Lestrange with the cup, Harry felt compelled to point out. Ah, but he did not tell him what they were. The Fidelius charm would have required him to tell another soul what he was about. It isn't just the location that is a secret, Harry. Harry mulled that over in his mind while Dumbledore opened the door. He'd never thought about it before, which surprised him. How could he have never wondered why his parents had had to choose a secret keeper besides themselves? It is here. Dumbledore interrupted his thoughts. Harry felt a wave of relief. He had wondered if the ripple effect, as he and Ron called it now, would change the locations of some of the Horcruxes. Give me a moment, Harry, Dumbledore said, and lifted his wand. He muttered several different spells under his breath, although Harry had no idea what they could be. He heard a bang and a flash of light, and felt an invisible hand pressing him back against the less-than-sturdy wall. There it is, he heard, and the pressure lifted. He told himself to remember to ask Dumbledore what he had done to break the concealments. A floorboard had been lifted up, though Dumbledore had not moved, revealing a small box. Stupidly, Harry moved forward. Harry, no. Dumbledore tried to stop him, but it was too late. Pain beyond all reason racked Harry's body, and he fell heavily to the floor. He screamed, an anguished, pitiful sound like nothing he had heard himself make. Not even the Cruciatus Curse could turn his every nerve ending against him. It traveled like waves and waves of fire, and he couldn't think as he buckled and seized upon the dirty floor. No more. Gradually it began to ease. His limbs jerked with spasms, but the intensity of the fire that traveled through his body receded until it was only a memory. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Harry heard someone say, and realized it was himself speaking. Pay attention to me, an old man shouted, gripping his shoulders and shaking him. Pay attention. Do you know who you are? I'm sorry, Harry said again. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Tell me who you are. Harry licked his lips, thinking. The effort hurt, but he wanted the man to stop shaking him. Who was he? He wasn't a woman. He was certain of it. He was a boy, trapped in a woman's body. His name was Harry. Harry Potter. His parents were dead. They'd been murdered, and whoever murdered them wanted to kill him too. He thought about that, and decided the man's name was Voldemort, or maybe it was Tom Riddle. No, it was both. He had a stupid nickname, like the Marauders, like the Half-Blood Prince, like the Wise ASP. Always and always. Something cracked inside his head, and clarity returned. He sat up straight and winced when his stomach clenched. He leaned away from Albus Dumbledore and vomited onto the floor. A little of it splashed on the dress he was wearing. I'm Harry Potter, and I travel from the future using the tears of Merlin, he told him, once he'd thrown up everything he'd eaten for the last day. I remember it. I remember everything. I'm sorry I was so stupid. An easy mistake to make, Dumbledore said weakly. I thought you were lost. You didn't say anything for 5 minutes, and then you started saying you were sorry, and that was all I could get you to say. What was it? A terrible curse. I didn't even know it was there until you walked right into it. I take it the other Albus Dumbledore did not tell you about it. Harry shook his head. You probably didn't think I need to know. He'd already gotten the ring. Only moments longer, and I fear all would have been lost. Dumbledore looked badly shaken and strangely vulnerable. Harry gripped the wizard's forearm. His fingers still shook from a curse. I'm glad I told you, Harry said. I think I need you more now than I did then, which is saying quite a lot. Dumbledore took several deep breaths and rose to his feet. Harry wanted to do the same, but he wasn't sure that his legs would hold him upright. Professor, he said, don't put on the ring. Harry watched as he carefully made his way to the small box. He was not worried. Dumbledore knew that the ring was cursed and would not fall into temptation as he had the last time. He would not find himself with a cursed, deadened hand and only a year to live. Snape would hopefully not need to kill him atop the astronomy tower. Still, he watched and was glad he did. As soon as the box was opened, Dumbledore's face changed. His eyes were blank, and he smiled a wistful, happy smile that was out of place. Harry watched with horror as he reached inside and took the ring. What are you doing? Harry shouted, and despite the fact that his legs were shaky along with the rest of his body, he hurtled toward Dumbledore and knocked it out of his hand just as he was about to slip it on his finger. Dumbledore fell sideways with a grunt. The strange woman's body was heavier than Harry had ever been in his life. He looked at the ring and decided it was safer if he was the one to touch it. With that thought, he picked it up. Dumbledore obviously could not stand the temptation to hear words of comfort from Ariana and from his parents. His parents. Harry could use the resurrection stone to see his parents. They would reassure him that what he was doing was right. They would tell him that they were proud of him, that he could do this. And he could tell them that he was sorry for not trying to change the past enough that they would still be alive. Guilt nearly crushed him. He forgot the curse that had caused the other Dumbledore's death, and the fact that he would never have been able to save Lily and James Potter. He had to tell them that he was sorry, and the only way to do that would be to put on the ring. There was a loud bang, and Harry found himself thrown backward and through the wall. The ring clattered to the floor, unnaturally loud. Let's stay away from that ring, Harry said finally. Ingenious, Dumbledore murmured. Then, louder, you are quite right, Harry. That's one of the vilest curses I have ever seen. I mean no offense, the pain curse was quite horrible. But this, like an Imperius curse, it made us forget what we were doing and what we were about. It tried to trap us into death. I assume you meant to use the resurrection stone as well. Yes, Harry answered. The other Dumbledore thought that he hadn't any idea what the stone was, though. He only thought it was a priceless heirloom. And I still suspect it, Dumbledore said. I believe that if anyone else besides the two of us, and Mr. Weasley, Mrs. Potter, and Professor Snape, of course, would simply put on the ring despite the danger. We were particularly vulnerable, I believe, but we will never know for sure. I'm going to destroy it with fiend fire. But do not worry. When Voldemort returns to Little Hangleton, the Gaunt Shack will stand once more. We will rebuild it. Later. Now, Are you able to perform the spell of protection that will shield us from curious onlookers? Harry strode around the shack in a wide circle, murmuring the spells Hermione had taught him while they'd been on the run. He did it almost absently. The other Dumbledore never knew about the curse, he thought. He just thought that he'd been weak and tempted by the stone enough to cause his own death. And I didn't even question it. I thought he'd been weak, too. The thought made him strangely sad. Dumbledore, who had seemed to know everything, had been tricked into thinking he'd made a terrible mistake. Will it destroy the stone? Harry asked, coming to a halt beside Dumbledore, who stood on the threshold. Yes, he said. I'm certain of it. Fiend fire is even more destructive than basilisk venom, for not only does it destroy the physical, it destroys the spells and magic of that which is destroyed. It will no longer be a hallow. Harry blew out a slow breath and remembered the one and only time he had used the stone. His parents. Sirius. Remus, what he'd thought were all the Weasleys and Hermione. Luna. Neville. Seeing them had given him the desire to basically commit suicide to be with them, though he did not like to think about that. The Horcrux inside of him had been killed instead, and he had returned to find that Ginny and Ron had yet lived, otherwise he might have done it again. While it was an uncomfortable thought, he wondered if he'd be able to willingly put himself in the path of the killing curse if he was not also the master of death. He wasn't sure that it was wholly his mother's blood that had saved him. He knew without having to ask that Dumbledore, too, regretted the necessity of destroying the stone. The older man had lost loved ones as well, loved ones to whom he wished to speak, and the resurrection stone was his only chance. He also knew what Harry did, and how the fact that he had united the 3 Deathly Hallows had played a part in his continued survival. Do it, Harry said quietly. They watched the shack burn, side by side, a few feet away from the destructive flames. Harry heard an eerie, keening scream and knew that it was done. He felt a mixture of relief and foreboding. Don't tell them, Harry said, thinking of Ron and Ginny and how they would react to the uncertainty of Harry's survival. Dumbledore seemed to understand.
Hi there, Potterheads! Welcome back to the channel. We are continuing with the next chapter of Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always, by Dead Woodpecker. So here we have it. Just sit back, relax, and again, chill out. This is Part 6, or rather, Chapter 6, The Dragon and the Stone.
Chapter 6, The Dragon and the Stone. Chapter text. It was not until the day before Harry and Hermione were due to liberate the dragon, Norbert. Harry had almost blurted out that they ought to call it Norbert instead, but stopped himself just in time from Hagrid's hut and sent him off to Charlie, that Dumbledore made good on his promise to provide Harry with a copy of the article. Both of them had forgotten. They heard Dumbledore's footsteps before he disillusioned himself so that Harry and Snape could see him. Ron was in the hospital wing, having his bitten hand attended to by Madame Pomfrey. It had amused Snape to no end that Ron had found himself bitten again, even though he knew well enough to avoid it. He had even been, well, not nice, but less biting since Harry had told him. Harry noticed immediately that Dumbledore held a copy of an old edition of the Daily Prophet, and his eyes widened. You brought it. Blimey, I'd completely forgotten. You've had a busy term, he said. As have I. You're giving him the article? Snape was surprised. He asked to see it. Dumbledore said mildly. I don't think we should keep it from him. Do you have a reason for not wanting him to read it? I'm sitting right here, Harry said irritably. Snape ignored him. I would not be surprised if he did something rash, like getting on the wrong end of a curse that nearly steals what few wits he has. Snape had been on hand when Dumbledore and Harry had returned from their adventure outside Little Hangleton, and had supplied him with the potion that caused the tremors to finally abate. I'm not going to do anything rash, said Harry. I don't believe he will. Severus, said Dumbledore, as if Harry hadn't spoken. Besides, there isn't much he could do even if he wanted to. Just give me the damn article, said Harry. Before the other two could continue arguing, he snatched it out of Dumbledore's grasp and began to read. Harry Potter, The Prophecy, and HEWH must not be named. In the 6 years since the fall of you-know-who, the wizarding world, both in Britain and abroad, has viewed young Harry Potter as a savior. It is true that you-know-who could not kill him on the Halloween night that resulted in the deaths of James and Lily Potter. The child survived the killing curse, a feat that is unheard of, and you-know-who disappeared. These are the facts that led to the celebrations throughout Britain, and also why Harry Potter and his scar are famous. The fact that it was revealed that there was indeed a prophecy that foretold this happenstance, in which Harry Potter was named the Chosen One, only made the downfall of he who must not be named even more a cause for joy after so many years of darkness. And yet experts on prophecy are troubled. One Regan Forthill, son of renowned seer July Forthill, expressed his misgivings on the matter. Prophecies and oracles and things of that nature have never been predictable, my mother always said. She told me of many times throughout her lifetime when she saw something, was certain of the meaning, and yet turned out to be completely wrong, he said, speaking to me from his home in Devon. This is fact. It is said that there's a hall of prophecy within the Department of Mysteries in our own Ministry of Magic. It is also fact that the Great Nezinum Institute in Russia has an extensive library relating to prophecies and prophets, and they have always maintained that no human mind could possibly consider all the ramifications of any prophecy. An even more damning source is that of the centaurs, known to possess the skills of reading the stars that humans lack. A centaur that lives with the herd in the Forbidden Forest discussed with me at length what he had read in the stars. At this moment in time, the wizarding world lies between two great wars. He claims that this time of peace is a brief respite, and one that will not last even another decade. The centaur prefers to remain anonymous because of the sensitive nature of these claims, but they are true nonetheless. Due to the unpredictable nature of prophecies, I am certain that it would be a wiser course to be watchful rather than jubilant, careful instead of automatically trusting, and cautious instead of open-armed. Less cautious witches and wizards will point to the fact that Harry Potter is, at the moment I am writing this, aged 7 years old, and only just experiencing accidental magic. However, in 4 years, the child will be attending Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and there he will learn power and tools that he may use for good or for ill. The first part of the prophecy has been well known almost since it was made, and it seemed to come to fruition with the downfall of you-know-who. But I am suspicious of this terrible power that Harry Potter is destined to have. What about that baby could stop the most powerful dark wizard in centuries? Have we seen the last of it? Or will this second war that the centaur predicted be against Harry Potter, thought to be the savior of the wizarding world? Given all that is unknown, I think it wise to consider these possibilities. Again, I will point out the fact that Harry Potter is only 7 years old. But he who must not be named was a child once as well. There are curious likenesses between the two. Harry Potter is also an orphan, and it is safe to assume that he will grow up to be a powerful wizard. Even the very nature of the prophecy made about both of them hints that there is an odd connection between their two destinies. The question must be asked, is Harry Potter responsible for the defeat of you-know-who, or is he the next you-know-who? Or even worse, the likelihood of him become a great wizard is shared equally with him becoming a threat the likes of which the world has never seen. The fact that the entire wizarding world believes him to be the epitome of good is even more disturbing. You-know-who had to work to gain his followers, but every wizard, witch, and child knows the name of Harry Potter. He is known throughout the world. He will not have any problem at all gaining followers, unless we are careful. By the time Harry had finished reading, his belly was clenched in a tight fist, and he felt slightly nauseated. The worst part of it was that it was eminently reasonable, as Dumbledore had claimed. It was logical, well thought out, and did not strike him as written for the express purpose of inspiring fear. But Harry waved his arm. I need a moment. He had a greater understanding of Mrs. Weasley's wariness. Some part of her probably feared that Harry was turning her own son into a Death Eater, and the odd things that had happened this year, such as the more thoughtful reaction to Harry's sorting and the fact that the Slytherins did not taunt him that much. Even Draco Malfoy, despite his cutting comments, had sometimes looked at him with calculation rather than scorn. It only really hit him just now that while he'd received applause when he had been sorted into Gryffindor, he had also been on the receiving end of a lot of assessing looks. He'd explained away the Slytherins by telling himself that the taunts had been because he was on the Gryffindor house team. But perhaps it was because they were afraid of him, afraid that if he did turn out to be a new Dark Lord, he would remember them. And Draco had probably been warned by his father not to be too much of a git. Lucius Malfoy still believed that Voldemort was dead, never to return. Ron and Ginny needed to be told as soon as possible what this article contained. It was subtler than they'd thought it would be, and therefore more dangerous. And, thinking of Ron, Harry finally spoke. "So, what do you think I should call my followers?" He wanted to be able to laugh this off. "Excuse me. I mean, the two of you are my followers. I've used my status as the chosen one, and you've succumbed to my dark glamour," Harry swallowed. He sounded too bitter. "I ought to think of a good name, and I reckon you two have got a say in it. Death Eater is already taken. How about Night Crawlers?" Dumbledore and Snape exchanged glances. "I can see why this has upset you, Harry." "I'm not upset," Harry denied truthfully. "I'm really not." "Could have fooled me," Snape muttered. "It's just started a little earlier than last time." "It wasn't until my 4th year that things got bad," said Harry. "And like you told me months ago, Dumbledore, saving the stone from Voldemort will go a long way to proving the article wrong. It's just, I'm disturbed." "Rightfully so," Dumbledore murmured. "I think anyone would find this disturbing. I certainly did, especially when I found out that, despite the fact that the quote from Regan Forthill was entirely true, he had no recollection of speaking to anyone about it. The Centaurs also have made it clear that although the stars do say that we are in brief respite between wars, none of them had talked to any human about it. After that first week when you and Mr. Weasley handed me your amazing news, I went again to Regan Forthill's home. I found out that he had died. Murder? No, by all accounts, it was a perfectly natural death. He was very old, you see, and had contracted dragonpox. There was an outbreak of it about 2 years ago. He died in St. Mungo's. I had wanted to ascertain whether or not a memory charm had been placed on him," he explained. "What of the Centaurs?" Snape asked. "I presume you spoke to them again." "Indeed," Dumbledore nodded. "They had no new information. However, it is almost impossible, and I would say that it is impossible, except Harry here has reminded me that I am capable of being surprised, to use a memory charm on a centaur." "You think they lied?" "It wasn't a question. It is the most likely possibility," he agreed, "although I can't imagine why they would. While the centaurs have been, for the most part, nominally neutral, that is only because they refuse to take sides in wizarding affairs, much like the goblins. However, also like the goblins, they have no reason to support Voldemort or to defame Harry." "Another mystery," Harry said glumly. "I still think he's going to do something rash," Snape said. "I'm not." Harry shook his head. "I can't afford to. It's just such an odd feeling to be back in this body again and have this desire to prove myself again. I grew out of it long ago, and it's different. I'm not afraid that of being famous. I accepted that. I want people to know that I'd never be like Voldemort." "They will," Dumbledore promised. Harry had to look away from the compassion he saw in his eyes. HPHPHPHPHPHP. Norberta raised quite a fuss. Then again, so did Hagrid. "He's going to miss his mummy." Hagrid sobbed into a handkerchief the size of a bedsheet. "He's never been away from me before. He's just a baby." Hermione patted Hagrid's arm as his sobs grew harder and harder. "Hagrid, you're doing what's best for your baby. Norbert will be able to grow up with other dragons. He might even find a lady friend when he's old enough." I know. Hagrid swiped at his eyes. "But I'll miss him. I'm sure he'll miss you too." Harry looked dubiously at the dragon. They made a makeshift carrier for it, and already he was worrying at the straps with his sharp teeth. Finally, Hagrid allowed them to go, and his cries echoed after them all the way up to the tower. Harry and Hermione huddled under the invisibility cloak, hoping that they would not be given away by the snarls and growls that came from Norberta while she tore apart the teddy bear Hagrid had given her as a going-away gift. Despite the fact that Harry knew that they would see Norberta off safely with Charlie's mates, his heart pounded in his chest, and he was quite relieved when they reached the top of the stairs. Did you hear, Malfoy? Hermione beamed. Detention and 20 points from Slytherin because he tried to get us in trouble. Harry could not help but laugh with her. She was so openly delighted at the prospect of Malfoy in trouble. We'll have precious few laughs when everyone hates us, Harry thought reasonably. We did it, we did it. Hermione squealed and whirled around onto the stairs. She continued the victory dance that she'd begun on the top of the astronomy tower, and Harry had to grab her elbow to keep her from falling over. Hermione's excitement was infectious. It was a good thing that Harry had already planned to get detention. He hadn't before, but now he wanted to have a legitimate reason for speaking to the centaur, Firenze. Even if they'd had the invisibility cloak, Argus Filch was not deaf, and they were making quite enough noise to alert him. Well, we are in trouble. Filch stepped out from the shadows at the bottom of the long stair. Hermione screamed. He dragged them to Professor McGonagall's office, his face lit with unholy glee. He muttered threats under his breath the entire way, and Hermione sobbed. 15 uncomfortable minutes later, Harry, Hermione, and Neville marched in silence back to Gryffindor Tower. Hermione was beyond tears now, so shocked that she had lost Gryffindor 50 points, she could not even speak. Neville, pale and shaking, was wide-eyed. Neville. Harry put a hand on his shoulder, and the other boy started. Neville, I'm so sorry. Harry, it's all my fault. Neville turned to look at him, an anguished look on his face. If I hadn't followed you. It isn't your fault, Neville, Harry said sternly. You were trying to help us. BB, but you didn't need help, Neville pointed out. I just got Gryffindor into even more trouble. I deserve it, but you guys don't. There really was a dragon, wasn't there? Harry and Hermione exchanged looks. Yeah, Harry said in a low voice, and slowed down once they neared the corridor where the fat lady hung. But please don't tell. It'll just get Hagrid into trouble. Neville moaned, and put his face in his hands. They're going to be so angry. And he was right. Gryffindor had been vying for the second-place slot with Ravenclaw, but the subtraction of 150 points had dropped them so far in the rear that they could not hope to catch up. Harry briefly wondered if Dumbledore would give them enough points that they would overcome Slytherin again, but he doubted it. They were over 200 points behind. Harry managed the jeers and scowls and naked dislike rather well. He knew when to duck his head and let it slide by. At least Ron stood beside him and was rather aggressive in defending him, Hermione, and Neville to their peers. And, strangely enough, Percy Weasley was surprisingly forgiving. Breaking the rules is never without consequence, Percy said pompously 3 days after the incident. They were on their way to breakfast early, to avoid the mad rush when they'd have to deal with more of their fellow Gryffindors. I know, Neville said miserably. The shunning and downright hatred had hit him the hardest. The fact that he had received a howler from his grandmother the day before had not helped. But I think the rest of them are being rather spiteful, Percy said. I lost 10 points for Gryffindor once in my first year. It wasn't 50, Ron said fairly. 10 points is nothing compared to this. And there are 3 of them. Percy straightened to his full height. That isn't the point, Ron. The entire house is being hateful. I think that losing the points and getting yet another detention would be punishment enough. Especially since there was a good, but he abruptly closed his mouth. You know, Harry asked in a low voice. Not until yesterday, Percy said in a hushed voice. Charlie sent me a letter, said that there was a good chance that you and your friends would be out way past curfew, Ron. It wasn't difficult to put together the pieces. Ron's bite, the fanciful tale about a dragon that Malfoy was spreading around, and how else would Charlie know about it? Harry and Ron exchanged wide-eyed glances. We wrote to him, Ron said in a hushed voice. When we found out that someone had an illegal dragon. In the future, Ron, Percy drew himself up to his full height. And you two, Hermione and Harry and Neville, you should come to me with something like this. I'm a prefect, but we didn't want anyone to get into trouble. Ron said loudly, and no one would have. Prefects are allowed out after curfew, Percy told him. Then he swept inside the Great Hall, leaving them standing there, stunned. Harry thought about Percy's words a lot in the days leading up to their detention. He and Ron had spoken about it for over an hour when they met in the Room of Requirement. Harry was certain that Percy had received the letter so long ago, and equally certain that he had figured out that they had, in fact, saved Hagrid from getting into a lot of trouble with the Ministry. "It's because we're treating him better," Ron said, his mouth full of chocolate frog. He knew back then, but he isn't as standoffish now. Even the other Percy wasn't as vicious as the rest of them, Harry said slowly. He was cold, but that might have been because we'd broken the rules. Did you hear him? Ron laughed. He actually hinted that he would have taken the dragon to meet Charlie's mates. Can you picture the other Percy doing that? No, said Harry. They did not have the chance to meet without the presence of Hermione and Neville very often anymore. The four of them stuck together for the most part, united in the face of the entire school's dislike. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students were still annoyed with them, while Harry thought with some pride. The Gryffindor Quidditch team was not as good as it had been when he was on it. They had made a rather good showing during the last match. They had flattened Hufflepuff by almost 200 points, and if they beat Slytherin in the match set to take place while Harry recovered from his encounter with Voldemort, they stood a chance to win the cup. Thus, the four banded together for protection, and Ron and Harry had to keep inventing excuses to get away. "I'll be glad when this year is over," Harry said with a sigh. "Next year won't be fun, but at least Ginny'll be here." Harry felt as though he was walking with ghosts as he, Hagrid, Hermione, Neville, and Draco Malfoy stepped onto the path that led into the Forbidden Forest. For a moment, everything shifted, and he was in the body of a 21-year-old. Almost everyone he loved was dead. They were gone forever. They were never coming back. Tom Riddle was also gone, but Harry, who had spent the last decade fighting for that end, did not seem to care. He staggered onto the path that led to the Forbidden Forest, just outside Hagrid's hut. It looked like Hagrid, too, was dying of wounds inflicted by Voldemort's giants. Emergency healers from St. Mungo's had looked as though there was little hope. This was what Harry had fought for, to be the last man standing. It seemed so ridiculous that Harry had laughed, a mad and wild sound that frightened him. It seemed to echo strangely among the trees. He looked down at the stone, still held tightly in his palm. He had dropped it when he had been struck by Voldemort's killing curse. He did not want to summon them again. It had been all right when he had thought he was about to die. He'd been about to join them. They were fetching him. But now, how could he possibly bear the guilt of surviving? All of them, they died like they were supposed to, whether it was by the killing curse, or flame, or some other method. But no, he was Harry Potter, the boy who lived. It seemed like he was the only one who lived. He flung the stone into the trees as far as it would go. He couldn't possibly face them, not when it was so bloody unfair that he still breathed and they did not. He knelt on the ground and gripped his hair in his hands, pulling so tightly on it that it hurt. He wondered how he would do it. Should he slit his wrists with Gryffindor's sword? How was that for irony? Jump from the astronomy tower, his body broken and bent like Dumbledore's? Had it actually come to this? He was plotting his own death instead of Voldemort's. Harry was so lost in that memory that Hermione's touch on his arm and quiet Harry caused him to fall over in the nearby bushes. For a moment, he had no bearing on where he was or who he was. "All right, Harry." Hagrid looked back at him. "Scared, Potter?" Malfoy sneered. "Not as scared as you," Harry retorted, pulling himself out of the bushes. He made an effort, after that, to stay in this time. He asked Hagrid questions about the unicorns and talked quietly with Hermione when Hagrid was not listening about the stone. He felt relieved, though, when Draco scared Neville and he parted company with Hagrid and Hermione. They knew him too well, and he could parry Draco's comments with ease. "Never thought I'd see the day when I was grateful for Malfoy's company," Harry thought darkly. His scar warned him when Voldemort was near. Dimly, he registered Malfoy's screams and his flight away. But he kept his eyes on the dark shadow that desecrated the flesh of the unicorn. He had a better understanding now of what it actually meant. Voldemort, as Dumbledore had told him, had gone so far beyond usual evil that he had no trouble with destroying innocence and purity for his own ends. The unicorn's death foreshadowed the death of Harry's generation's innocence. The flower of a generation. Harry Potter, the centaur Firenze, said, "It is not safe for you especially to be in these woods." Harry blinked. Voldemort was gone, frightened away, and Firenze stood before him. I didn't think the centaurs liked me much, Harry said cautiously. You have read the article? Firenze asked. Yes, Harry answered. I thought that the centaurs thought that I'm going to be evil. No, 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 Firenze said mournfully, shaking his head. The article twisted my own words. Yes, it was my own words, though I never told a human. Harry Potter, do you know what is in the castle at this very moment? The Philosopher's Stone. Indeed, he said. Can you not think of anyone who would be so desperate as to kill a unicorn? That shadow. It was Lord Voldemort. Harry forced himself to sound surprised. It was. I read in the stars long ago that he who must not be named will rise again, Firenze told him. He is not dead, and he's coming for me, Harry said quietly. Come, get on my back. I will take you to Hagrid. Firenze knelt down so Harry could clamber on. He was far more mindful this time of the fact that it was quite unusual for a centaur to allow a human to ride him. Thank you for doing this, Harry said awkwardly once the centaur had slowed a bit, wanting to say something. It doesn't feel right, treating you like you're a regular horse. He is right, Firenze, came a low, angry voice. Two centaurs stepped out of the shadows. Harry immediately slid off Firenze's back. He is a fool, and he is wiser than you. Firenze flared up at once. Do you know who this child is? This is Harry Potter, and he was nearly killed tonight by he who must not be named. You should not set yourself against the stars, brother, the other centaurs said. Harry searched his memory until he came up with a name, Megorian, the doleful one. I did not set myself against the stars, Firenze argued. You know what is fated to happen. It is not for us to interfere. Through the prism of knowledge that Harry had not had the first time around, he realized something with a jolt. The centaurs knew. They knew that one day Harry would stand and take another killing curse at the hand of Voldemort. And they knew that the consequences of this not happening were dire. The continued existence of Voldemort and the threat of a world plunged in a darkness that could only be averted by Harry's death. He gazed up at the night sky and could barely see the stars twinkling through the thick foliage. Perhaps I haven't given Bane and Megorian enough credit, Harry thought ruefully. Maybe they don't know the fullness of the prophecy or the Horcrux inside of me, but they know more than I realized the last time. Harry Potter, listen to me, Firenze said in a low and urgent voice once Bane and Megorian had cantered deeper into the wood. It is not safe for you to be alone in these woods. I realize that now, Harry said quietly. Thank you again for carrying me, and thanks for stopping Voldemort from killing me. Firenze stared at him with such unnerving intensity that Harry began to wonder what else the stars had told the centaurs. But the arrival of Hagrid and the others broke the spell, and Harry never had a chance to ask him. Harry was up early the next morning, despite his lack of sleep. He put on his school robes, grabbed his wand and book bag, and trotted down the stairs. The common room was completely empty, so he threw himself down onto the most comfortable armchair. The house elves had tended the fire, and it crackled merrily in the hearth. Looking at it, Harry suddenly wished that he could speak to Sirius. But Sirius was still in Azkaban, and would still be there for some time yet. Guilt welled up inside him. Harry, Neville's voice. Yeah. Harry tipped his head back to smile at the pudgy boy. Are you all right? After last night, I'm fine, he said. Well, Neville looked as though he did not believe Harry. But to Harry's relief, Neville chose not to push it. Do you want to study for the Transfiguration exam? Only if you help me with herbology. Perhaps half an hour passed, while Harry quizzed Neville on transfiguring inanimate objects into other inanimate objects. Neville, in turn, had a wealth of knowledge when it came to the first-year plants they were required to know. Don't tell anyone. Professor Sprout wants it kept a secret, but we're getting mandrakes next year. Neville whispered, his face alight with excitement. You know a lot about plants, Harry pointed out needlessly. A flush brightened Neville's face until it was the exact same shade of the armchair upon which he sat. I spent a lot of time in the greenhouses last term. I like plants. They remind me of being at my Uncle Algy's house. He owns a greenhouse in Bristol, and I went and visited him last summer before school started. That's when I got Trevor. I found him in one of the plants, and Uncle Algie let me keep him. Anyway, Professor Sprout doesn't mind if I come visit. She's really nice. Harry agreed. Do you still go there? He asked curiously. I haven't noticed it. Neville's face grew even redder, which Harry had not thought possible. I haven't needed to. I mean, we've been hanging out a lot. Harry's stomach tightened when he realized how lonely Neville must have been. Now he thought of it. He realized that Neville had always been on the periphery of various friendships. In the boys' dormitory, it had always been Dean Thomas and Seamus Finnegan, and Harry and Ron. Neville was the odd one out, the one without a best mate sleeping in a bed near him. It had not been until Dumbledore's army that he had made abiding friendships, the closest with Luna Lovegood and later with Hannah Abbott. We'll have to go down with you sometimes, Harry said casually. We could use a break from the other students. Hermione and Ron came down at the exact same moment. Harry wondered, not for the first time, if Ron had some sort of sixth sense when it came to Hermione's whereabouts. Excuse me a moment, Neville, Harry murmured. He strode over to them, bent his head, and told them, with a few minor adjustments, what had happened the previous evening in the Forbidden Forest. It's Voldemort, he finished. That's who's trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. Harry and Ron snuck out of the boys' dormitory without incident. Harry could not help but glance over at Neville's bed, wondering if he would try to stop them again. Neville had taken to disappearing for a few hours every other day or so. Harry was curious about it, but he figured that Neville was visiting the greenhouses and Professor Sprout again. Still, it had allowed him, Ron, and Hermione the chance to discover Hagrid's careless talk in the Hog's Head Inn. The Crimson Hangings, however, were closed, and Harry could not tell. Hermione met them at the foot of the stairs, and Harry's heart immediately started pumping especially fast. This was the moment. It was time to rescue the stone and pass the first hurdle in the journey toward Voldemort's eventual defeat. Have you got the cloak? Hermione's hiss betrayed her nerves. It was much louder than her speaking voice. Yeah, Ron assured her. Let's go, Harry said. You three are going out again, Neville's voice. The pudgy boy peeked over the top of the armchair. Neville, Hermione said despairingly. Listen, go back to bed. This is important. No, the boy flushed. I know what you're up to. Ron and Harry exchanged surprised looks. I heard Harry telling you after our detention. Neville set his jaw, and Harry saw, for the first time, the resemblance between the shy boy he was and the courageous man he would become. I'm not deaf. I was sitting right there. Neville, I want to come with you, he said stubbornly. I want to help stop you-know-who. If you don't let me, I'll... All right, Harry said firmly, before Neville could threaten to fight them. It'll be a tight fit under the cloak, but I think it'll cover us. We need all the help we can get against Voldemort. He explained, mostly for Hermione's benefit. Can we go now? They marched to the portrait hole, and Harry heard Hermione say, Are you sure, Neville? It will be very dangerous. Neville didn't answer, but continued on. Once they were out, he threw the cloak over himself and the other three. It covered them, barely. Ron had to hunch down a little to keep their feet from showing, but they could manage. Listen, Harry said softly for Neville's benefit. Do you know what the Philosopher's Stone is? Yeah, Neville said just as quietly. Harry could barely hear him. Ever since I eavesdropped, I've been researching it in the library. We got to stop him from getting it. Well done, Neville, Hermione said. There's stuff guarding it. We only know one of them. Ron lied. It's a three-headed dog. Harry cursed. It came out louder than he had expected. I forgot the flute. Damn it. We can't go back now. Hermione said in horror. Don't worry, we'll just sing, Ron said. Three-headed dog? Neville said faintly. Harry had forgotten that this Neville had never encountered Fluffy before. Yeah, his name is Fluffy, Ron told him. But you just got to make music, and he goes right to sleep. Which Hagrid told, Hermione explained. She paused while they tiptoed past Mrs. Norris. When she was about to continue, Harry gripped her arm. Peeves, he breathed. Once he had tricked Peeves into thinking that he was the bloody Baron off on secret business, he continued where Hermione left off. We're certain that Voldemort, everyone flinched, even Ron, is using a teacher. Who? Neville's eyes were round with shock. I think it's Snape, Hermione said stubbornly. It isn't Snape, Ron said exasperatedly. Look, Harry and I have spent loads of time with him in detention. He could have killed Harry at any time. True, Hermione said grudgingly. Me and Ron reckon Quirrell's behind everything, Harry said. They paused outside the door leading to the third-floor corridor where Fluffy, Professor Quirrell, and Voldemort awaited them. I think I agree with Hermione, Neville said timidly. Quirrell's afraid of even more things than I am. Ron snorted. You're heading off to face you-know-who with 3 other first-years, and you think you're a coward or something? Hermione muffled a squeak. Apparently having it put that baldly stretched her nerves. Harry told Neville about the lack of stuttering that he'd lied about overhearing. Listen, we can't waste any more time. We've got to go. They stepped into the room with Fluffy. Hi, Fluffy, said Ron, and immediately began to sing a rather awful rendition of the Hogwarts song. After a moment's pause, Harry's singing voice was, if possible, even worse than Ron's. Harry joined in. He used the tune of an old Muggle song. Hermione followed their lead, and then Neville did, his voice thin and shaking. It worked. It probably worked even better than the last time. The monstrous dog flopped down, sighed deeply from all 3 mouths, and closed its 6 eyes. Harry moved forward, shoved an enormous paw off of the trapdoor, and opened it. Listen, he said, while the others kept singing. I'll go down first, then Ron, then Neville, then you, Hermione. They nodded, and Harry jumped. Down and down he fell, landing with a thump on the devil's snare. Ron quickly followed, grinning. Harry answered it. Neville screamed all the way down. Neville, Harry said urgently. What's this plant thing? Ron and I can't move. Neville looked around, eyes narrowed. It's devil's snare. It fears fire. Oh no, I can't move my hand. Hermione landed beside them, looking frightened. Hermione, make fire. Neville shouted at her. Hurry, wand trembling in her grasp. She muttered the spell for the bluebell flames she knew so well. Within moments, they were free. Good thinking, Neville. Ron clapped him on the back. Yes, Hermione said shakily. It's lucky you're here. Come on, Harry said grimly. We don't know what's up ahead, he lied. They entered the room with the flying keys. Harry looked around for the one with the bent wing, grabbed the broom that rested up against the wall, and tore off after it. He followed it around and around the room, grimacing whenever he collided with a small, sharp object, and finally closed his fingers around it. Hermione's and Neville's mouths were open in an O, and they stared at Harry as if they had never seen him before. Wow, Harry, where'd you learn to fly like that? Neville asked. You should sign up for the Quidditch team. Yeah, I'll go do that right now, Harry said sarcastically. Ron's been telling me that for months, but they don't allow first years on the team, do they? Harry and I did some flying at the Burrow over Christmas, Ron explained, while Harry fitted the key in the lock and opened the door that led to the unconscious troll. At least we don't have to fight the troll, Neville stared at it. Ron and Harry wouldn't have a problem with it, Hermione informed him. Ron beamed. The next room had the gigantic, moving chess set, and Harry was just as lost as before. Ron, however, was clearly in his element. He made all the calls, and Harry, Hermione, and Neville followed his orders, looking relieved. Not only that, but Ron managed not only to get them across the board in half the time, but he didn't get himself hurt in the process. Good job, mate, Harry said. Thanks, Ron smiled, not at all modest, and led the way across the threshold of the last room. It took Hermione 4 minutes to figure out the logic puzzle. Harry timed it. His anxiety grew steadily. This was it. Voldemort was in the next room. He glanced at Ron, who gave him a wordless look of reassurance. Neville looked green, though he held his hat up, and then Harry looked at Hermione. Her mouth moved soundlessly as she puzzled through Snape's test. The black flames behind her flickered and gave the room an eerie glow. She looked up, triumphant, just as Harry pulled her away. For a moment, she had looked like she was on fire, the flames licking up her robes, lighting her bushy hair, and Harry could hear the echoes of her agonized screams. Harry, what are you doing? She cried out. Harry had yanked her, hard, away from the flames that seemed even more ominous than they had the last time. She nearly fell, but she caught herself on Ron's robes. I'm sorry, Harry muttered, panting. I just thought. You look like you were on fire. Well, I'm not, she said testily. But I figured out which one will send us through. It's the little one on the end. She pointed. Harry picked it up with fingers that still trembled. He could not look at Ron. There's only enough for one, he said. His back still turned. He focused his attention on the obfuscamancy he had practiced nearly every day for months. It was as good as he could make it, and that would have to do. Listen, he said. Go back up. Use the brooms in the room with the keys. Send Hedwig to find Dumbledore. We can't let you go alone. Neville said. You know who is there. Find Dumbledore, Harry said, and even he could hear the finality in his voice. Tell him everything you know. He tipped the last of the potion into his mouth, swallowed, and stepped through the flames. Quirrell stood in front of the mirror of Ariste, his back turned, and that ridiculous purple turban still on his head. Ah, Potter, he turned. I wondered if I would meet you down here. I'm not going to let you have the stone, Harry told him. Quirrell trained his wand on him. And I expect you've run into a bit of a problem with Dumbledore's test, haven't you? You can't get the stone, can you? Not yet, but I will, Quirrell cackled. And I will be rewarded beyond imagining, shared power and glory, more than I could ever dream. If you get the stone, Harry pointed out. How long have you been down here? He wiped his sweaty palms against his robes. Use the boy, Voldemort hissed from behind the turban. Harry's scar burned, but he ignored it. Potter, come here. Harry took his time. He did not know how long it would take Dumbledore, who was poised to meet Ron, Neville, and Hermione halfway to the Ollery, to get here. He'd barely survived the effort last time. He'll get here in time, Harry told himself. Stand in front of the mirror and tell me what you see. Quirrell nudged him in the back. Do it. What? No, please. Harry muttered, earning himself a shove that sent him to his knees. Quirrell gave the there is no good and evil, only power speech again, evidently unable to help himself. Harry listened carefully, though it made him feel ill. Voldemort is wrong about that, dead wrong, he thought, grimly satisfied. When Harry could stall no longer, he moved to stand before the mirror. For a moment, it only gave him his reflection, short, skinny, and pale, before it changed. It flickered. It showed him with Ginny, his arm around her, smiling broadly. Ron and Hermione stood next to them. Harry looked closer and saw all the Weasleys, Hagrid, Neville, Luna, and many more familiar faces, all happy and alive, and all mouthing the words, "You did it!" Then it faded away, and he saw his parents and all his family. I've still got that desire. Then, Harry thought a little wistfully. It too faded. He saw himself winking slyly and patting the pocket of his robes. He felt the stone drop into his pocket. What did you see, Potter? Harry closed his eyes and very carefully rearranged his memories to fit the old timeline. He turned. I saw myself, standing and holding the Quidditch cup and the house cup. I've just won both, he lied. He felt the faintest touch on his mind. Voldemort was truly an accomplished legilimens. Snape felt like a battering ram, and countered it with obfuscamancy. Voldemort was only there for a moment. Harry was relieved to note. He had not suspected a thing, and left as soon as he saw that Harry had the stone. He lies. Harry ran for the stairs. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, and the 4th and 5th, and he was almost halfway there before Quirrell caught him. He grabbed him by the hair, touching Harry's skin, and sealed his own fate in the process. They both looked down, almost fascinated and unable to look away, when Quirrell's hand started to smolder. It blackened and charred and turned to ash before Quirrell could move away. Harry reached up and touched the man who had consented to let Voldemort share his soul. Quirrell screamed in agony and fright, and little black stars began to dance in front of Harry's eyes. Still, Harry kept his hand on Quirrell's face and reached to grab Quirrell's wand arm. The man stopped screaming just before the darkness claimed Harry. HP, 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 HP. Harry eased back into wakefulness slowly, as though slipping into a warm bath. Harry waited several moments, collecting his thoughts, before attempting to open his eyes. His limbs felt heavy and his head muddled. He blinked, seeing only brightness and the blurry gold of Dumbledore's glasses. Voldemort, Harry murmured. Fled, Dumbledore told him succinctly. You almost died again. I know, but I knew I wouldn't. It was extremely close. For a terrible moment, I thought you'd been killed. You said that last time, Harry replied. What if I'd been just a moment too slow? Dumbledore asked. Harry wondered vaguely if the older wizard was angry with him. What if your friends had not gotten to me as fast as they did? I knew they wouldn't. Harry, the future isn't immutable. You have proven that. I noticed Mr. Longbottom was there as well. What if he had changed something? Dumbledore sounded very weary. Despite the fact that you've been here before, have done these things before, does not mean that things won't change. The reason why I'm here is to change things, Harry reminded him. And I didn't know that you would arrive when you did, or that my friends would be as fast as they were, because I know the future and how things turn out. I knew because I trusted you to get there in time, and I trusted them to run as fast as they could. He was so tired. How long have I been here? Less than a day, said Dumbledore. There was a note in his voice that Harry could not define. I'm awake earlier than last time, Harry said. Must be why I can barely think. Or keep my eyes open. I suspect Madame Pomfrey will want to keep you for several days, Dumbledore said. You've exhausted almost all of your energy. Not all of it, Harry pointed out. He sounded very weak, and it was a little humiliating. He closed his eyes. Harry, I worry that, given the circumstances, Dumbledore began delicately. For a moment, Harry was confused. What circumstances? But then he remembered. The Horcrux inside him and the killing curse. Voldemort and the death that likely lay in his future. I fear that you're taking risks with your life. Am not, promise. Harry forced the words out. He felt like he was being smothered in cotton as soft as clouds, and he wanted to give in to the feeling. Not worried about that yet. Things I got to do. If you say so, Dumbledore sighed. Harry didn't know if the man believed him or not, but it was true for now. He didn't want to dwell on it. He had years and years. Professor, last time, Hagrid sent owls to get pictures of my parents' old school friends. I will ensure that he does it again, said Dumbledore. Regardless of your words, Harry, I'm still worried. I did not like to see you so near to death as I did last night. You'll get used to it. Harry's words were so slurred that he was not sure Dumbledore had understood them. Harry smiled a little and let himself fade away, grateful, despite Dumbledore's concerns, to be alive.
Good day, Potter Maniacs! Welcome back to our channel, and we are continuing with the next chapter of Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always by Dead Woodpecker. So, if you're doing chores, well, that's not so bad, but if you've got time, just sit back, relax, and listen in to Chapter 7, The Not-So-Secret Diary.
Chapter 7, The Not-So-Secret Diary. Chapter text. Harry awoke to the pattering of a gentle summer rain on the windows of Ron's attic room and the feel of Ginny's lips against his. Not fully awake, he fully enjoyed the sensation, thinking that he was having an especially wonderful dream. He kissed her back, and he felt her sigh softly against his lips. Wake up, sleepyhead, she said. He bolted upright, banging his head against hers. Ow! Wah, Ginny! Eyes wide, he looked over at the cage that held Scabbers, also known as Wormtail. He appeared to be sleeping, but who knew how often the traitorous bastard faked sleep in order to eavesdrop. Not daring to say anything, he just stared at her. It's all right, Harry, Ron said from the other bed. He sat cross-legged and looked fully alert. I dosed him with the sleeping draft Dad made for Mum the night after you two and the twins got back with the car, Ginny explained, smiling smugly. She threw a glare at the rat. He's lucky I didn't give him the draft of living death. Harry flopped back down on his camp bed, nerves still jangling. Sorry, he covered his eyes with his forearm. I know you wouldn't give us away. I was just surprised. He eyed her. Care to start over and wake me up again? She laughed and pecked him on the cheek. First I want to hear, did Dobby come to visit? She asked. Harry nodded and grinned. He did indeed. He warned me about the dire things to come, and then had his fun with the Dursleys. I wish I'd had a better sense of humor about it last time. Even more, I wish I'd had a camera to capture forever the look on Uncle Vernon's and Aunt Petunia's faces when they saw the cake go spat. all over the client's wife. They all laughed appreciatively. Ginny curled up next to him on top of the covers, and he placed a hand in her hair, stroking it. Harry was in a very good mood. They had a bit of a break this summer, before they had to return to school and deal with the Horcrux waiting for them. He intended to enjoy it as fully as he could. His encounter with Voldemort had been made public, and Dumbledore had assured him after the leaving feast that already suspicions amongst the staff, of which Harry had had no idea, had been laid to rest. Professor McGonagall had apparently been especially proud, though he had to trust the headmaster on that one, since she'd looked much the same as always. Gryffindor had managed to win the House Cup, and best of all, Mrs. Weasley had treated him with all the warmth he remembered when he'd arrived at the Burrow 4 days previously. Mum has completely come around, I think, Ron informed him, apparently following Harry's train of thought. She almost drove me nuts when I first got home, asking questions and clucking over me like one of the hens in our yard. Ron looked very pleased with this. And she was ever so worried about you after she heard what happened, Ginny told him, patting his knee. She paused. What I want to know is how Neville got tangled up in this. Harry told her. So we let him. I couldn't say no, and I didn't even want to, he finished. He was helpful, too. He figured out the devil's snare before Hermione would have. Good for Neville, Ginny said. Did you know that he spent all of first term and most of second, until the dragon, with Professor Sprout in the greenhouses? Harry asked her. You were closer to Neville. Did he ever tell you that? No, but it doesn't surprise me, replied Ginny. I don't think he had very many friends before Dumbledore's army. Harry had had a thought of beginning the DA anew in the coming year, during his incarceration at the Dursleys. Professor Lockhart was just as useless as Umbridge, after all, and Harry could use his experience with Voldemort to explain away what might be viewed as advanced paranoia. But he discarded the idea almost as soon as he'd had it. He was heading into some murky waters, with everyone going to be sure that he was the heir of Slytherin. He didn't want to muddy it up even more by starting an army. Well, that's about to change, Ron said. We'll introduce him to Luna. Explain to me again how she found out. Ginny opened her mouth to speak, but Harry spoke before she could. Thinking about suspicions reminded him of something. Hold up, I almost forgot. He leaned over, trying not to dislodge Ginny, and rummaged around the open trunk next to him, and finally found an old issue of the Daily Prophet. Dumbledore gave this to me, Harry explained. It's the article that Dumbledore, Snape, and your mum mentioned. You kept that quiet, Ron accused. I forgot, Harry said honestly. I really did, what with the dragon and the stone and everything. Makes me wonder what else you've forgotten, Ron muttered. Guilt surged up inside Harry, but he forced it back down. Ron and Ginny, heads now bent over the slightly yellowed parchment, did not notice. Ginny finished first, her face flushed with anger. I want to hex the person who wrote this, she bit out. He or she wrote this when you were only 7. Barely. He was almost 8, Ron said, tapping the date on the cover. It's dated the 30th of July. Do you honestly think that matters, Ron? Ginny asked. It's worse than what I expected. No wonder Mum was suspicious. She'd read this piece of rubbish. And who knows how many other people read it and took it to heart. If Mum reacted to it, and you know how soft-hearted she is, then you can bet that some people are already preparing for the day when you're the new Dark Lord. Harry thought her reaction was a bit much, and was just about to tell her, so when Ron spoke. She's got a point, Harry. I don't know who wrote this, but whoever it was is not on our side. Dumbledore doesn't think it was a Death Eater, Harry told them. Then he thought about what Sirius Head had told him in the Gryffindor common room about how good and evil was not necessarily divided between Death Eaters and non-Death Eaters. He'd been talking about Umbridge. Do you think it might be Umbridge? Ron and Ginny looked stunned and then thoughtful. I reckon that's a good idea, Ron said slowly. I place my bet on it. I would too, said Ginny. It makes sense. You know she'd do anything to discredit you, Ron added. But she hasn't met me yet. Maybe she's trying to get a head start? Harry asked. She already sees me as a threat to her precious ministry. The ministry has never wanted to believe that Voldemort would one day return. Dad said, last time, right before we left for Grimmauld Place, that Minister Fudge has always spoken of him as though he were dead, and refused to hear otherwise, Ginny said. Do you think he's in on it too? Ron asked. No, too subtle, said Ginny. But I'll bet he was relieved when it happened. Umbridge probably did it to put him in a better position or something. Maybe she even told him after the fact, and that's why he trusted. Well, trust, damn. I'm getting my tenses confused her. Oi! Ron, who had been lounging, sat upright and swung his legs off the bed. Ginny, we forgot to tell him about the other article. Another article? Harry asked wearily. Yeah, it came right after I got here. Ron opened the drawer on his nightstand, revealing a very messy pile of parchment and old quills. It's not bad. Compared to some of the stuff that came out last time, it's almost nice. Harry took the offered copy of yet another issue of the Prophet. His eyes widened when he saw the headline. Harry Potter allegedly meets WHO at Hogwarts. Allegedly, keep reading. In a statement last Friday night, Albus Dumbledore, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, 111, said that Harry Potter claims that he rescued a Philosopher's Stone from falling into the hands of he who must not be named. Harry Potter has met Sick who must not be named. Sick who had possessed Professor Quirrell, and had it not been for Harry's timely reaction, would have once again restored himself to life. The stone, formerly owned by renowned alchemist Nicholas Flamel before it was destroyed, had been placed under Dumbledore's protection after it was nearly stolen at Gringotts. It is undeniable that Harry Potter and 3 of his fellow first years, Donald Weasley, Ned Longbottom, and Hermione Granger, a Muggle-born, did indeed meet a dark wizard who sought eternal life and unlimited wealth. Other sources allege that it was not in fact you-know-who, dead for 10 years, but one Professor Quirrell who taught Muggle studies at Hogwarts School for witchcraft and wizardry. Harry Potter's claim that he met you-know-who is undoubtedly due to the fact that he suffered extreme magical exhaustion, which caused him to be in the hospital wing for several days. Madame Pomfrey, the nurse, said, "Oh yes, Mr. Potter slept for days after he rescued that stone from you-know-who. He nearly died. While there have been rumors that you-know-who has not been defeated, Albus Dumbledore has always said that he would someday return. There is no conclusive evidence that this is true. It is very admirable that Mr. Potter, a first year, managed to stop a fully grown wizard at all, although in his case there appears to be precedent. Yet it must be pointed out that the strain and the magical exhaustion may have led to the belief that Quirrell had been possessed by a wizard who is almost certainly dead. Harry Potter himself was unavailable for comment, as he is enjoying his holiday at an undisclosed location. It could be a lot worse, Harry said objectively when he finished reading. I could be an attention-seeking liar. That's what I thought too, Ron said. Glad you're not mad. I'm a bit hacked off that they didn't get my name right. Fred and George didn't stop calling me Donald for weeks. I'm not, said Harry, surprised by the truth. Not this time. I think if this had come out when I really was 11, I would have been. But we already know that they aren't going to believe me when he really does come back. Ginny reached up and entwined her fingers with his. They'll have to believe, in the end, she murmured. I know, he replied, a little note of sadness in his voice. HPHPHPHPHPHPHP. Luna wandered into the kitchen of the Burrow the day before their trip to Diagon Alley looking as though it had happened quite by accident. Harry was the first to see her. If she knocked, Harry didn't hear it, and he had to duck underneath the table to hide his grin. She looked much the same as a child as she had in her older years. Long, straggly blonde hair, bulging blue eyes, and a distinctly dotty air. She was shorter and smaller, but that was about it. He nudged Ginny, who sat beside him picking tiredly at her breakfast. She blinked blearily at him, and he motioned to Luna with his head. Luna, she cried, more awake than she had been moments previously. Ron nearly fell off his chair. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley did not react. Presumably this had happened before. Hi, Ginny, said Luna. I'm happy to see you again. I didn't know if you'd want me here since your brothers are home on holiday. Don't be silly, dear, Mrs. Weasley chided, already grabbing an extra plate and piling it high with eggs, sausage, bacon, and toast. We're always happy to have another girl in the house, especially when all of the boys are home. She looked over at her sons, for it was quite a lot, even with Bill and Charlie missing. Ron and Harry were grinning, but the other boys were in various states of shock. Mom, we're not dressed. Harry did not think that he had ever seen George Weasley embarrassed. His face was flushed bright red, and his mouth slightly open. Harry couldn't blame him. He and Fred had staggered into the room 5 minutes ago, wearing boxers and nothing else. "Serves you right," Mrs. Weasley pointed at him. "I've told you 1,000 times not to come down in your underwear, and you never listen." Luna watched with mild interest as Fred and George, who were speechless and several shades of red, scampered out of the kitchen and up the stairs. Ron and Percy laughed loudly, while Ginny covered her mouth to hide her snicker. "Daddy says that twins have spots on them from when they pricked each other with their nails before they were born. He was right. I think they're just freckles, dear. I'm afraid all of us Weasleys have got them," Mrs. Weasley said with equanimity. Ron howled with mirth. "Ginny, you were right." He wiped his eyes and stuck out his hand. "Hi, Luna. I'm Ron. And this is Harry." "I know," Luna said, returning his handshake. "Ginny told me all about you. You're the youngest, and you just finished your first year at Hogwarts, and you've got a long nose." Thanks," Ron said. The twins, returning with more clothes on than was necessarily warranted for the warm summer day, were still so embarrassed that Luna had seen their bare chests that they did not even try to torment their younger brother. Luna then looked at Harry, eyes traveling from his untidy hair to his scar. They lingered there for a while. "What does he know who look like?" she asked after a minute of silent staring. Ginny and Ron snorted, and then there was dead silence. Harry felt uncomfortable as he realized that everyone in the room was staring at him, waiting to hear his reply. He stalled, hoping that Mrs. Weasley would save him from answering this question. "Well, I don't know if I really know what he looks like. He saw the snake-like face and the red eyes in his nightmares at least once a week since he was stuck on the back of Quirrell's head. His nose was shaped funny like slits." "You really met him then?" Fred spoke up. "When Quirrell was trying to get the stone? You know who was what he was hiding under his turban." "Young man," Mrs. Weasley flared up. "You are out of line." George was outraged on behalf of his brother. "You didn't mind when Luna asked him." "Luna is not my son." George and Fred muttered mutinously together, but the conversation turned to lighter things. Luna ended up spending the day with them. They did not get a chance to speak to her about the time travel, but she did not let on by word or gesture that she knew. The twins, having gotten over their embarrassment and taken off one of their sweaters, suggested a game of Quidditch, which turned out to be several games, with Fred, Ron, and Luna on one team, and Ginny, Harry, and George on the other. By the time it was too dark to continue playing, George had told Harry 31 times that he ought to try out for the house team, and Fred had told him 17 times, with increasing annoyance, that Harry always caught the apple Mr. Weasley had charmed to make fly, that he would make a decent seeker. "Mum, can I walk Luna home?" Ginny asked after dinner. Mrs. Weasley looked uncertain. "I don't know if it's safe, dear. Your father, and I thought we'd take her side-along apparition again." "Luna walks over here all the time," said Ginny. "Not at night, just in the mornings," Mr. Weasley replied. He and his wife exchanged a look that Harry took to mean that they did not approve of such a young girl walking such a long way by herself at any time of the day. They just couldn't prevent it from happening. "What if Harry and I went with them?" Ron asked, his mouth full of treacle tart. "Then there'd be 4 of us." "We could go too," Fred said, indicating himself and George. "Absolutely not," Mrs. Weasley said. She had found their most recent owl order purchases in their room while they'd been playing Quidditch, and she had yelled at them for over an hour before dinner. "You're just lucky I'm letting the 2 of you go with us to Diagon Alley tomorrow." "What do you think, Arthur?" she asked her husband. Harry crossed his fingers under the table. "I can't see the harm," Mr. Weasley said. "It's a pretty safe trip, especially if there are 4 of them. And we'll keep an eye on the clock. You 3 come straight home," she ordered. "Tell Mr. Lovegood that you're not to linger. We're getting up early tomorrow. And take a lantern." "Huh!" Ron shouted once they were out of earshot, and he punched the air in triumph. He grabbed a bemused Luna into a tight hug and spun her around, while Harry and Ginny looked on and laughed. "Luna, how did you know?" "Yeah, Luna," Harry said. "I've been wondering since we got Ginny's letter." "I don't know," she shrugged. "Ginny looks older than 10. I'm 11 now," Ginny informed her. "And so do the 2 of you," Luna continued as if she had not been interrupted. "It's obvious," she cocked her head. "So if you're older than you look, then you must have come from the future. It's that simple." Ron asked, You see three people who look older than their age, and you automatically assume that they're from the future? Harry could tell that he was impressed. Daddy knows a lot about it, and I've read some of his books, she said tranquilly. Do you know that the spell and potion you use came from Merlin? He traveled through time, too. Daddy reckons that he still is. We just don't know it because he knows how to disguise himself. Be kind to strangers. They may be Merlin, he says. How did you know about the tears of Merlin? Did Ginny tell you? Harry asked. He walked ahead a little and pushed away some of the branches so that the girls did not walk into them. No, she guessed that too, Ginny answered. It's the only way you could have done it, Luna said. Other ways leave you with the same body. You know, Luna, Ron said seriously, I think I appreciate you even more now. I'm beginning to suspect that some of your strange ideas were true after all. Luna turned around and walked backward so she could see him. I think you're Lancelot, she announced. And Harry is Arthur, and Ginny is Guinevere. They were told that they were going to get a second chance, and I think you're it. The thing is, Luna, said Harry, this already is our second chance. And wasn't Guinevere in love with both Arthur and Lancelot? Ginny asked. I'm not going to fall in love with Ron. EW, which is why things will work out this time. Luna smiled. Harry could not help but think later, as he crawled into bed, that today had been the last day of the holidays, no matter that they still had a week until September 1st. Tomorrow they would go to Diagon Alley, and they would return home with the Horcrux. Already, his thoughts were turning to the darkness ahead, both this year and in the distant future he was trying his hardest to prevent. He suspected seeing Luna had made the memories, dormant these few months, return again with a vengeance. Harry stared down in shock at the small figure of Luna Lovegood, whom he'd thought had been in Azkaban for well over a year. He'd had to carry her out of Malfoy Manor while Ron carried an unconscious Hermione. The cellar had been dark, and the extent of her injuries unknown. She had spoken to them. She'd helped them find the nail, and had cut away the bindings herself. But now, Harry saw in the light of the full moon that Luna bled deeply from 100 different cuts. He could not understand how she was breathing. Bill! Fleur! He shouted. He dropped Creature's hand. Ron had already run in with Hermione, who had been tortured with the Cruciatus Curse before Bellatrix had thrown her unconscious body down the stairs. Luna's face was so pale that she looked translucent. Amazingly, she opened her eyes. Spell, preventing me from escaping, she said weakly. Did this every night, or every week, can't remember. Healed me, cut me, healed me, cut me, can't stop the bleeding. It took a second for what she was saying to penetrate his tired mind. He nearly dropped her. Luna, they did this to you every night? And made it so if you escaped, you'd bleed too, but he couldn't finish. Death, Luna whispered. No, Harry said forcefully. No, you aren't going to die. It sounded like a lie even to his own ears. But she did an hour later, lying on a bed in one of Bill and Fleur's spare bedrooms. Fleur could do nothing. She didn't know of nothing that might save her. Molly arrived, summoned by Patronus, and was just as helpless. If Harry had had one bit of hope that the healers at St. Mungo's would not turn them over to Voldemort, he would have taken her there and damned the consequences. In the end, all any of them could do was hold her hand while the white sheets were stained scarlet with her fleeing life. HP. Harry played with the small coin he had enchanted to connect to two others. The Protean charm had been a difficult bit of magic, and it had taken several tries before Harry had done it right, and he did it several more times after that to make sure it was perfect. They weren't the same as the ones they had used to start an army underneath the Ministry's nose. Those had been spelled to change the date and time. This one was a little different. As soon as Ginny tapped hers with her wand and muttered, of course. Always and always, Harry's and Ron's would vibrate and grow uncomfortably warm. Harry had been tempted to also make it so that a piercing whistle came from it, but he realized that he was being paranoid. When Ginny finished writing in the diary, she would repeat the words, and all coins would go back to normal. Harry did not like this plan. He'd said so many times. He'd been shouted down each time. It was Dumbledore's portrait who had convinced him that these things needed to play out. They needed the sword. And after what Harry and this Dumbledore had gone through to destroy the ring, he reluctantly agreed. That did not mean that Harry was not allowed to brood over the decision, as he had told Ron earlier that morning. Harry had gotten very little sleep the night before, and Ron had noticed. Neither one of them are worried enough, Harry thought sourly. Get moving, mate. Ron broke into his thoughts. Mum's in a fury. You're not even packed. He gaped around the room, seeing Harry's things still strewn all over the place. What VE you been doing? You missed breakfast so you could pack. It'll only take 5 seconds, Harry said irritably. And then he proved it, using the same spell that Dora Lupin had used when the Order of the Phoenix had sprung him from the Dursley prison. You could have done that and had time for breakfast, Ron told him. Together, they lugged Harry's trunk down the stairs. Better take that to the car, boys. Mrs. Weasley stood beside the front door, hands on her hips. We're already late. Ginevra Molly Weasley, get down here now. Harry and Ron obeyed, and Harry soon found that only Ron's trunk was in the boot. Percy came out, dragging his and panting heavily. Ron and Harry ran over to help him. With a grateful sigh, Percy rubbed his back and said they'd better get out here. Mum's in a state. It took them another half hour before they were on the highway. The twins had everything they'd forgotten, and Mrs. Weasley ranted in the front seat. I told you to pack last night. Obviously, I should have checked to make sure of it, she kept saying. And Ginny, the first day of school is not the day to have a lie-in. Sorry, Mum, Ginny said. She sounded tired, as though she'd gotten as little sleep as Harry had. He stared at the back of her head. He'd have to ask her if she had any misgivings. If she did, they could put a halt to this right now. They'd figure out how to get Gryffindor's sword some other way. Harry occupied himself with these thoughts the rest of the way, only breaking out of his reverie when Harry and Ron were alone, staring at the barrier that led to platform 9 3/4. Ron looked at it. Do you reckon we should even try it? Yeah, Harry said. He smiled for the first time that day. I don't think we should crash headlong into it again. If that's what you're asking, he proved this by placing his hand against it. Yeah, it's definitely solid. Let's go to the car and wait for Mum and Dad then, Ron said. They hurried through the station, rushing past staring muggles, out the doors, and into the sunlight that seemed especially bright after the shadowy station. I have something to say to you, Ron said, after they had reloaded the trunks in the boot and put Scabbers and Hedwig in the back seat. Muffliato, he waved his wand. Before Mum and Dad get here, you got to stop brooding about things. Yeah? Well, I wish you'd worry a little more. Harry said at once, frustration bubbling up inside him. We're letting him. I know what we're letting him do, Ron said. Remember control. Isn't that what you told me when I was worried about Hermione and the troll? It isn't the same. No, it isn't, Ron admitted. Don't you think I'm worried too? But I trust you, Harry. Listen, even though I knew that things would work out the way they did last year, what you did was still pretty damn risky. Everything we're about is risky. But Ginny knows what she's doing, and so do you. And trust me, Harry, you ought to worry about yourself. What do you mean? Harry asked blankly. Ron laughed shortly and rumpled his hair. Talk about having to point out the obvious, Harry. How many times are you going to have to escape Voldemort? But that's different. That's me. Ron gaped at him. Are you mental? If you think that Ginny wasn't going spare with worry about you last year with the stone, you're mad. She loves you just as much as you love her. The difference is that she trusts you. Harry sagged against the car. I do trust her, he said in a low voice. But what if I'm not fast enough? What if everything goes sideways? Ron shook his head firmly. It's not going to. You saved her when she was just my little sister to you. You'll die before you let anything happen to her. You're the only one who doesn't know that. Pull it together. Harry mulled that over in his mind, trying to find an argument. Ginny was well aware of the risks. She was the one who had spent 4 months fighting about this, and Harry had, with the help of the portrait, finally decided that she was right. It was difficult to hold on to that resolution in the here and now. He hated the idea of placing her in danger, but realization slowly dawned on him that he was being awfully patronizing. Harry needed her at his side fighting. It wasn't fair to her to want to lock her up somewhere safe. The woman he loved would never stand for it, and if he loved her, he would trust her. And himself. You're right, he said reluctantly. Merlin's pants, that took long enough. Ron blew out a deep breath. You're lucky you agreed. Ginny planned to hex you tonight if you hadn't. and she wasn't going to be nice about it. Thanks, Ron. And Harry did not mean that he was thankful for being saved from something painful. No problem, mate, Ron said easily. He gazed at the car with longing clear upon his face. Are you sure we can't do it again? No, Harry said forlornly. We got to talk to Dumbledore and Snape before the rest of the students arrive. Despite the fact that it had been a great deal of fun, stealing the flying car was more trouble than they could afford. What are you two doing out here? Mrs. Weasley shrieked. Harry turned to her with a sigh. As Ron explained the solid barrier to his incredulous parents, Harry, despite his more positive outlook of the last few minutes, could not help but feel that he had forgotten something very important. HP. Yes, we're sure, Ginny said firmly. We have got to get Gryffindor's sword, she explained. You don't have any idea how much we need it. If fiend fire can be used to destroy the Horcruxes, Snape began, but Ron cut him off. Can you control it? He asked. Dumbledore here is the only one who can make it come and go as he pleases. And even then it takes quite a bit of control, Dumbledore nodded. It will destroy Horcruxes, but if they find themselves needing to destroy it alone, for example, when they break into Gringotts, they will need the sword. Unleashing fiend fire is remarkably dangerous. Yes, severus, even for me. I wouldn't unleash fiend fire if someone paid me 1,000,000 galleons, Ron said. We've seen too much of the destruction it brings, even at the hands of our allies. They all turned to stare at the diary Ginny held in one hand. You look unhappy about this, Potter, Snape observed. I am unhappy, Harry said quietly. But he met Ginny's eyes. We desperately need that sword. Not just for the cup. I'm thinking about the snake, Nagini. And this is the only surefire way I know to get the sword. You said that Neville Longbottom, loath as I am to believe it, also acquired the sword after you thought it lost in the hands of Goblin, Snape pointed out. He did, Harry agreed. But I think that the sword only comes when you're in mortal danger. You gotta need it badly enough. You just saw it. We all put the hat on and asked for help. No sword. Snape's lips twisted and glared at the offending object. They all knew that whatever the hat had said when he had placed it on his head had annoyed him a great deal. I should have known that Godric Gryffindor had a vile sense of humor. To be perfectly honest, Severus, said Dumbledore, eyes twinkling. I don't believe that Gryffindor placed the enchantments as he did merely to vex us. Be that as it may, Slytherin would never have required this of those that came after him. Snape said. No, Ron said slowly, as though speaking to a small child. He just left a basilisk in the school, hoping to get rid of all the Muggleborns. Use that insolent tone with me again, Weasley, and you'll find yourself with a month of real detention, Snape threatened. Though I do see your point, he added grudgingly. Professor, Ginny piped up after a long moment of silence. Will you check my obfuscamancy shields? Ron taught me how to do it, and I've been working on it all summer, but I don't know if I'm doing it right at all. Snape consented. Dumbledore, Harry, and Ron watched closely as Snape and Ginny stared at one another. It is a good effort, Snape finally said. But as Potter and Weasley know, the true obfuscamancy shield will be a complete spiral. Your true memories and that which you want to keep hidden are still reachable. Keep working on it, and I will. He took a moment to think. I will check it every Friday during your potions class. If I think you need more help, I'm sure I can arrange to place you in detention. Ginny grimaced. I'll work on it every night. I don't think I've got time to be in detention.
Good day again, Harry Potter fans. Welcome back to our page. We are continuing on with Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always, by Dead Woodpecker. We are on Chapter 8, The D.A. Revisited.
Chapter 8, The D.A. Revisited. Chapter text. Dear Tom, I'm so alone here at Hogwarts. No one understands how hard it is to be the last of so many, and I don't think I can compete. Bill was head boy, Charlie was prefect, Percy's on his way to being head boy, and the twins aren't afraid of anything, and will play pranks on anyone. And Ron, he's best friends with the Harry Potter. They saved the Philosopher's Stone from He Who Must Not Be Named last year. I'm the only girl, and I don't think I'm good enough. You heard a voice? Hermione said, confused. Coming from the walls? Yes, Harry whispered. They were in the library together, finishing up the essays Professor McGonagall had assigned. Ron reckons I didn't hear anything, but I know I did. Where is Ron, anyway? She asked. Detention, Harry said dismissively. Listen, it was really creepy. It said kill, tear, kill in this odd voice. I think I know what it was then, Hermione said. Harry thought for a hopeful moment that she had figured out that a basilisk was crawling through the walls waiting to kill a muggle-born with a single look. But her expression was far too smug. What? Harry asked warily. Peeves, she answered. You know how he likes to trick students. I'll bet he'd think it was a laugh. It wasn't Peeves, said Harry. We'd just seen Peeves writing naughty words on the blackboard in an empty classroom. Another ghost, then, Hermione said. Her quill quivered while she wrote speedily. Harry let her work in silence and stared around the library. For the first time in a while, he let himself remember the Hogwarts that was. Hannah Abbott sat with Ernie Macmillan and several other second-year Hufflepuffs. She looked very young with her short blonde hair done up in pigtails. Harry wondered vaguely if he ought to be pushing her and Neville together, but decided that he had come back in time to defeat Voldemort without such a dreadful cost, and not to play matchmaker. It had been a shock when Neville had announced that he was marrying Hannah. None of them had even known they were dating. But after the members of Dumbledore's army, who had spent months of their last year hiding out in the Room of Requirement, had been liberated, several of them had taken up residence in the home Hannah had shared with her dead mother. Neville had eventually moved from a spare bedroom into Hannah's room, and they'd been married even before Ron and Hermione had. After watching the two of them at their wedding, Harry had been surprised that no one had seen it before. It was a small wedding in a backyard protected by the Fidelius charm. Hannah's gentle face was aglow with happiness and streaked with tears as she stood before Neville and promised to love and cherish him. Neville beamed proudly. Harry was relieved to see that the scars inflicted by the Carrows were fading. Harry stood and watched them. When Neville had asked him and Ron to stand up for them, Harry had been unsure. Not because he thought that they shouldn't get married. After spending time with them together, it had been plain to see that they loved each other very much, but he'd worried that his presence and status as undesirable number one would cause undue danger. But, as Ginny had rightfully pointed out, the Death Eaters could not penetrate the secret, not with Neville as secret keeper. Thinking of Ginny, he turned to look at her, winking. She smiled up at him for where she sat with her mother and Hermione. All three had tears streaming down their faces. Girls and weddings, he thought, shaking his head. But Harry could not pretend that his throat wasn't a little tight. Until the day I die. What are you smiling about? Hermione asked suspiciously. You've been staring at those Hufflepuffs. I'm not, said Harry. I wasn't smiling. I was thinking about the bloody voice I heard in the walls. Was it saying something funny this time? Because you were definitely smiling, said Hermione. You can't be too worried about it. Ginny believes me, he said stoutly. Where is Ginny, anyway? Hermione asked. I think she and Luna wanted to go to the Quidditch match, said Harry. He could not help glancing forlornly in the direction of the Quidditch pitch. It wasn't Gryffindor playing, but Slytherin against Ravenclaw. Still, though, he wished he could fly again and leave his worries behind him as he soared through the clouds. Hermione clicked her tongue. When Harry looked at her questioningly, Hermione grimaced and said, Luna is just so odd. She calls Ginny Guinevere and makes up all sorts of non-existent animals. I think her father is the editor of The Quibbler. That's a rubbish magazine, you know? The more bizarre and impossible it is, the more it gets attention. I tried reading one of the issues Luna lent me, but I couldn't even get through one article. I like Luna, said Harry. He thought Hermione was being a bit unfair. Ever since Ron had introduced them at the feast over a month ago, he'd noticed that Hermione was a bit sharp with her. Luna, ever serene, did not seem to notice. But Harry remembered Hermione's broken promises to Luna as she bled out at Shell Cottage. You can't die, Luna, she whispered, her voice still hoarse from screaming. We've got to go hunting Crumplehorn Snorkax. I've been doing some research, and I'm pretty sure we can find them in Finland. Between the two of us, we'll find them, we will. But we can't if you die. You don't believe in them, Luna said. Her voice was fading away, and so was she. Still, she smiled that familiar, dreamy smile. Yes, I do, Hermione sobbed. I really, really do. I promise. We're going, just as soon as you get better. Now you look worried, Hermione said. Honestly, Harry, if this is really bothering you, maybe you should go see Madame Pomfrey. Nah, Harry shrugged. He figured he'd given enough of a try. Maybe once the Chamber of Secrets was open again, she'd figure it out straight away. He was about to bend his head again to the essay when he felt heat coming from his pocket, vibrating against his leg. Ginny, listen, we've done enough on this thing for the day. Let's go back to the common room and see if anyone knows who won the match. Filled with a nervous sort of energy, he hopped from foot to foot while Hermione reluctantly put her books away. Ginny is writing in the diary right now, he thought. He needed to at least be in the common room, like he was last time. She'd come down the stairs like a sleepwalker. She hadn't noticed him or Ron, and Harry'd had to fight the urge to knock her over. But instead, he just sat there, letting her walk alone into the chamber. What has gotten into you today? Hermione asked, once they'd left the library. You've been acting strange. First the voice, then the weird smile. I just want to know who won the match, Harry lied. I reckon it's over. Hermione did not push it, for which he was grateful. Instead, she chattered, and he pretended to pay attention to her. Why is she walking so slowly? Oh, damn, he heard from behind him. He was up almost an entire flight of stairs, and her heavy book bag was torn. He hadn't even noticed when she'd stopped. All my quills broke. All Harry wanted to do at the moment was to march straight up to Gryffindor Tower and make sure that Ginny was all right. He didn't think she'd be possessed. Not today. But until he felt the heat recede, he didn't know for sure. Sighing, he turned around. He ought to at least help Hermione. Maybe that would make her move faster. There was no warning at all. He felt a punch to his back that felt like it might have broken his spine. He had no time to even try to catch himself as he tumbled down the staircase. He was trying to focus on breathing through the pain like fire in his back. He could hear Hermione screaming like she had at Malfoy Manor. He wanted to tell her to stop. Damn it, Dobby, was his last thought before he heard a crack, and a violent sun exploded behind his eyes, leaving nothing but darkness. HP. Dear Tom, Harry Potter is so brave. He was so dreadfully hurt in an attack, but he's still alive and still fighting. Ron reckons that he'll be all right, but I've seen him in the hospital wing, and he looks like he's almost dead. But that can't be. He's the boy who lived. He defeated you-know-who when he was only a baby. I think my heart would break if he died, even though he doesn't seem to know that I exist. HP. The first thing Harry felt upon waking was dreadful thirst. He felt as though his mouth had been stuffed with cotton that had been sun-dried in the Sahara Desert. He wanted to lick his lips, but his tongue was too swollen to move. Water, he thought desperately. Then he tried to say it, but it came out like a croak. Arthur's awake. Luna's voice. Hermione screamed, and someone dropped something heavy. It clattered when it fell, and Harry desperately hoped that it was not a bedpan. Sorry, said Neville. Hermione scared me. He doesn't look awake, said Ron. Harry blinked. Ah, he said, when he tried to say, get me water. Someone mercifully understood him and shoved a straw in his mouth. Upon feeling the cool water slide down his throat, Harry immediately began to feel better. Thanks, he murmured. Always, Ginny whispered, so no one else could hear. How long, he asked. Over 2 weeks, Harry, Neville said. Madame Pomfrey said that if you didn't wake up soon, you'd have to go to St. Mungo's. Hermione started sobbing. Don't, he told her. I thought you were dead, she cried into her hands. I really did. And all I could do was just stand there. I couldn't think of anything to do. He looked in her direction, but all he could see was a blur of brown that might be her bushy hair. Glasses, he said. Ginny gently put them on his face. Hermione, you couldn't have done anything. Yes, I could. I know that cushioning charm. Professor Flitwick mentioned it in class last month, and I practiced it, but I didn't even think of it. Hermione, Ron said soothingly. We talked about this, remember? It isn't your fault. You know it isn't. You agreed that it wasn't. What happened, Harry? Neville asked. Over the top of Hermione's head, Ron mouthed Dobby, and Harry gave a quick nod. I don't know, he said. I felt like someone punched me in the back. Whoever was cracked your spine, Luna said helpfully. You broke lots of bones. And then I fell. I think I hit my head. Harry finished. My spine was cracked. You cracked your spine, broke your arm, and fractured your skull. Ginny's voice shook. You're lucky Hermione got a teacher as quickly as she did. Thanks, Hermione, he said. Harry, Neville said in a hushed voice. We reckon that your attack had something to do with that voice you heard. And if I just listened to you, Hermione hiccuped, maybe it wouldn't have happened. Hermione, Harry said firmly, despite the one giant ache that was his head. It wasn't your fault. Tell me about this theory of yours. She did shakily. Harry learned that while he'd been sleeping, his friends had frantically tried to figure out what had happened and who had been behind the attack. And they were sure it was an attack, because Hermione had seen the flash of light, and Madame Pomfrey had confirmed it. The fall had not cracked his spine. The stunning spell, or something similar, that Dobby had used had done that. Ron and Ginny had apparently thrown themselves at the mystery with as much vigor as Hermione and Neville. Luna appeared to be only vaguely interested. The theories as to who had been behind the attack were many and varied. Neville, voice shaking, suggested who wanted revenge for his foiled plans. Luna suggested a rogue Rickicloyer, much to Hermione's annoyance. Hermione herself thought that it had been someone under an invisibility cloak, because she hadn't seen anyone and no one could apparate or disapparate inside Hogwarts. Harry suspected that Ron and Ginny had figured out the same thing he had. Dobby, unable to curse his broom, had tried a more direct approach. It was not until Madame Pomfrey, returning from an errand, realized that Harry was awake and kicked his friends out of the hospital wing, that the speculation ended. You need to be more careful, she admonished him. I will, Harry lied. He spent the next few days slowly recovering. As his injuries healed, his boredom grew. He took to tormenting himself with his worries to alleviate it. Last time, all I had was a broken arm, and it wouldn't have been a big deal, but Lockhart tried to heal it, he told himself again and again. But this time, I got hurt a lot worse. What if everything we try to change is going to turn out like this? He asked Ginny and Ron that one night when they'd snuck out of the tower using his invisibility cloak. That's just Dobby, Ron said. He's a nutter. The whole reason why we came back was to change things, Ginny pointed out. Stop thinking about it for now. Halloween is coming up. Harry was surprised to realize that Halloween was less than a week away. Instead of focusing all his energy on worrying about things that may or may not happen, he decided to focus it on getting out of there before the Chamber of Secrets was opened. Ginny needed him to be alert, not brooding over the choices that they had made long ago. He did spare a moment to laugh at himself. When Dumbledore had first suggested the Tears of Merlin, he'd thought that they could change everything. He'd planned to destroy the diary as soon as it fell into their hands, to free Sirius the day they got back, and to prevent everything from happening as it had. But as soon as he had voiced these thoughts, jubilant though they were, the other Dumbledore had wisely pointed out that he was being a fool. Not that he'd said it in so many words, but his reasonable tone had made Harry feel all the more stupid. They couldn't change too much, not if they wanted to keep the upper hand. The sword was of vast importance, and so too was ensuring that it was Wormtail that took the steps needed for Voldemort's resurrection. The devil they knew was better than the devil they didn't. Dear Tom, Harry is all right. He's been released from the hospital wing and everything. Even though Madame Pomfrey said that he might have to move to St. Mungo's, he woke up. We were all very happy. And I'm happy. Except, Tom, there have been attacks against the school. A cat was hurt, and I woke up the next day with blood on my robes. I think it might have been me. I don't remember going down to the Halloween feast, and everything is a complete blank. I don't know what to think, Tom. I'm scared. Harry held his wand loosely at his side and stared at Draco Malfoy. The tension in Harry's belly did not come from facing Malfoy in a duel. Harry, with his added knowledge of spells and lots of practice, did not think that Malfoy really stood a chance. He tried not to let that thought make him feel smug, but still, the tension came from the fact that he was about to reveal himself as a Parselmouth to the entire school. He could almost hear them accusing him of being the heir of Slytherin. The sneaky git is going to do it, Harry thought. He'd made Draco angry by dodging all his spells and flooring him with Rictum Sempra. Harry didn't look at the crowd, but he knew that the loud laughter came from Ron. "I wouldn't smile, Potter," Malfoy snapped. Harry deliberately yawned. "What are you going to do, Malfoy? Try to hit me with a spell? You'll have to work on your aim." The Gryffindors laughed. "Remember, boys," Lockhart said. Harry repressed the urge to attack him. Lockhart grated on his nerves. "Disarm only this time." Harry bowed, not taking his eyes off Malfoy for even a second. "Serpensortia." Harry grimaced slightly. He'd been hoping that things would happen a bit differently, although it had been a small hope. Malfoy had never been anything but predictable. He sighed. "Here we go." "Stop," Harry commanded. The snake, which had been blinking in confusion, did so. It lay placidly, staring at Harry. Harry was struck with an idea. In for a Canute, in for a galleon. If everyone was going to think he was the heir of Slytherin, he might as well have some fun with Malfoy. "Go back to the one who summoned you," he said. Then added, "Don't attack him. Don't bite him. Just scare him a little." And then he watched as the copperhead slithered back to Malfoy, entwined around his suddenly shaking legs, and licked its forked tongue. Malfoy screamed and stumbled backward. The entire hall was in silence. All were watching, riveted, as the snake followed. It appeared to be enjoying itself. Snape, looking shaken, finally vanished it. Malfoy ran back to Crabbe and Goyle, all dignity apparently forgotten. The whispers broke out immediately. Harry shrugged them off and turned to his friends. Neville was pale with shock, as was Hermione. Luna was staring at something else in the room entirely. Harry was not even sure that she'd noticed that he'd spoken Parseltongue. Ginny and Ron, however, were trying so hard not to laugh that they looked as though they had gas. They converged on him. Even Luna wandered over so that she stood near him, and, surrounding him, marched out of the hall. "You're a Parselmouth," Hermione whispered once they'd reached the Gryffindor common room. Luna had followed them through the portrait hole despite the fact that she was a Ravenclaw. "You can talk to snakes," Neville said in a shocked voice. "Well, yeah," Harry said. "I set a snake on my cousin Dudley once." Ron laughed. "I'll bet he liked that." "It isn't funny, Ron," Hermione said loudly. "Now the whole school is going to think he's the heir of Slytherin." "Everyone knows that Slytherin could talk to snakes too," Neville said. "Harry isn't the heir of Slytherin, though," Ginny pointed out. "Besides," Ron said comfortably, "the snake didn't go after any Muggleborns or anything like that. It went after Malfoy, the biggest ponce and pure blood there is." "I didn't set it after Malfoy," Harry lied. "I just told it to go back to the one who summoned it." "That's what you said to it," Neville said. "It looked like you were telling it to attack Malfoy. But it didn't attack Malfoy. It just went up to him and didn't do anything even when Malfoy kicked it," said Ginny. "It doesn't really matter what it did or didn't do," Hermione said stubbornly. "Everyone knows that the heir of Slytherin is the only one who can open the Chamber of Secrets." Harry very carefully did not look at Ginny. He could only imagine how she felt. It had begun again, just as they had intended. On Halloween night, Mrs. Norris had been petrified, and the warning had been painted on the wall. He'd sat in the common room, waiting for her to return. He wished that he could have followed her under the invisibility cloak to make sure that he was with her every step of the way. But Dumbledore had put his foot down. It was an unnecessary risk, he'd argued, and Harry had reluctantly agreed. So he'd been there when she'd left, and he'd been waiting for her when she came back. "Who do you think it is?" Neville asked. He lowered his voice, despite the fact that they were quite alone. "Do you think it might be Malfoy?" "Nah." Ron shook his head. "That kid hasn't got the brains." "I think Professor McGonagall's the heir of Slytherin," said Luna. "Only because she's the least likely person it could be," Hermione said waspishly. "The only people we're sure it isn't are us, the professors, and Malfoy." "I agree with Ron," she said stubbornly when Neville opened his mouth. "I'm sure it isn't Malfoy. I suppose it's one of the older students. It could be you-know-who," Luna said vaguely. Harry looked at her, startled. Had Ginny told her? "She has a point," Hermione said begrudgingly. "You know who might be possessing another teacher. Or a student. If that's the case, it could be anyone," Ron said. Harry saw his eyes flicker to Ginny, but he didn't think anyone else noticed. "We've got to figure out who it is," Hermione said urgently. "Otherwise people are going to suspect Harry. And maybe whatever petrified Mrs. Norris will attack a student next time." Harry looked at her. Then he turned away, wondering what might change because of the words that would come out of his mouth in a few moments. "It can only be for the better," he told himself. "I think we ought to keep working on this," he said. "But, Hermione, do you know of any good spells?" She looked confused. "What do you mean?" "I mean," he gestured toward the door, "spells that will work in duels. Like that body bind curse, or whatever." "Well," she said slowly, "I think I know a few." "But why?" Harry shrugged. Then, not wanting to downplay the importance, he said seriously, "I think we should practice them. Especially if it is really you-know-who again." "That's a good idea, Harry," Ron said. His eyes gleamed. He too had wanted to begin Dumbledore's army again, earlier than last time. Ginny was grinning, and Luna, beside her, looked interested. "You mean we should duel each other?" Hermione asked, perplexed. "But won't we be doing that at the dueling club?" Ron snorted. "With that Ponce? He's got mothballs where most of us keep our brains." "We could, I don't know, find useful spells in books," Ginny said, "and learn them until we've got them down." "I'm useless with spells," Neville said hopelessly. "No, you aren't." "Ron, Harry," and Ginny said so loudly that Neville shrunk back. "I'm sure you'll be just fine," Ginny said in a quieter voice. "But," Hermione still looked so confused that Harry wondered if he had made a mistake in bringing it up. "She might not be ready." "Listen, Hermione," Ron said forcefully. "Think, what if Luna's right? What if you know who is behind all this stuff? We got to do something. Lockhart certainly isn't teaching us anything useful." "Don't look at me like that. You know he isn't. We got to learn how to protect ourselves." Harry nearly applauded. "Exactly what I was thinking, mate. I suppose there are books in the library that have really advanced spells that we won't learn until at least our 4th year," Hermione said after a long moment. "I can make a list, and we could try to learn them." "Brilliant," Ginny beamed. "I'll help. There's no guarantee we'll actually be able to learn them, though," Hermione said, still doubtful. "But I do think Ron's right. We've got to try, just in case." "What of you, Neville?" Harry asked. "I still don't think I'll be any good, but I'll try." "I think you might surprise yourself," Harry said. Harry felt so good at restarting Dumbledore's army, albeit with far fewer members, that he found himself almost impervious to the gossip that surrounded him and followed him wherever he went. Even though Harry was dead certain that people were talking about him, he did not let it bother him. Some of it, he knew, was the result of being a man grown, in mind if not in body. But a lot of it was the fact that despite Hermione's initial misgivings, she had thrown herself into the task of finding appropriate spells with the same fervor she did try to find a clue about who was opening the chamber. Ron and Ginny were, if anything, even happier than he was. "Excellent, mate," Ron said, punching the air. "I think it's brilliant, and wonderful of Luna to give us such a nice opening." Ginny crowed. She sat on the floor, leaning against Harry's legs. "If we can keep it going, they'll be more prepared for what's to come." "Speaking of Luna," Harry grinned, "are you certain you didn't tell her?" "Of course not," Ginny said immediately. "She doesn't know about the basilisk or the diary, or Dumbledore's army. All she really knows is that we're from the future." "Who knows what Luna knows?" Ron said wisely. "I wish she would stop calling me Arthur," Harry said. "I wish she would stop calling Ron Lancelot," Ginny said wryly. "That's just disgusting." "Things are going well," Ron observed. "We've started the DA again. We've done well with keeping the students away from the basilisk, and Christmas is almost here." "Yes," Ginny agreed. "Brilliant idea with the coins, Harry. I know I've said that before, but I don't think I could bear it if any of the students got hurt. It's a huge weight off my mind." "Agreed," Harry said, rubbing her shoulders. "Although spending the evening with Colin after the Gryffindor match was a bit weird. I'd forgotten how much he practically worships me at this stage." "You didn't really need to," Ginny said. "The only reason why he was out so late last time was because he was trying to visit you in the hospital wing." Harry shrugged. "I just wanted to be safe. He was decent company, I guess. His constant questions kept me from brooding while you were gone." Harry supposed it was true. He'd cornered Colin a few weeks previously, and had asked if he'd wanted to play Exploding Snap. Colin quivering with excitement, had stammered out an agreement. And if we're right, Ginny said, we won't even need to do anything about Justin Finch-Fletchley, Hermione, or Penelope Clearwater. True, Harry said. I am so ready for Christmas. He leaned his head back. Me too, Ron grinned. More than ready. It'll be the highlight of my year, Harry said. Since setting the snake on Malfoy already happened. You saw him, right? I thought he was going to wet his pants. I thought I was going to hurt something. It took that much effort not to laugh. Ginny laughed. The look on his face was priceless. The slimy git tries to set a poisonous snake on the school. It just serves him right, honestly. How's Hermione coming with the research? Ron asked. She's doing all right, Ginny said. She's found loads of useful spells, but she keeps saying that they're too complicated for people our age. I figure out a way around that, Harry said. I've ordered that set of books Remus and Sirius got me for Christmas during our 5th year. We'll all practice them over Christmas and show her that we can do it. Good idea, Harry, Ron said approvingly. She won't rest until she'll be able to do them too, just because we can. She's already trying to figure out where we're going to do this, Ginny said. She's already figured out that this should be kept a secret. But once she comes back from the holidays, we'll have discovered this place. Just think, Harry said. Once Christmas and the chamber are over with, we'll have an entire year without worrying about someone trying to kill us. HPHPHPHPHPHPHP. Harry Potter, A Parselmouth by Marigold Piper. Lucius Malfoy revealed yesterday that his son, Draco Malfoy, a second-year Slytherin, was attacked by a snake at the bidding of Harry Potter. This is only the most recent in a series of disturbing events that have taken place at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Eyewitness accounts claim that on Halloween night, a message appeared on one of the walls stating that the Chamber of Secrets has been opened once more. For a more detailed account of the first time it opened, at the hand of the now gamekeeper Rubeus Hagrid, turn to page 4. For a reminder of the myths and legends surrounding the chamber, also turn to page 4. While most were under the impression that this was a prank perpetrated by one of the students, as no one has been harmed, the caretaker at Hogwarts believes otherwise. Argus Filch, a squib, told me that his cat had been petrified, and he suspected that the Chamber of Secrets had, indeed, been opened. This news is even more disturbing in light of Harry Potter's abilities. Parseltongue is an ability long associated with dark wizards. Indeed, he who must not be named was a Parselmouth, as was Anton the Evil and Garth Silvertongue. An unusual affinity for snakes is a warning sign. It also must be mentioned that Potter has a long-standing friendship with Rubeus Hagrid. It is common knowledge that they spend at least one afternoon a week together. Potter and Hagrid are unusually close, said Lucius Malfoy. Hagrid isn't known for discretion. Potter can easily weasel anything out of him, including how to open the Chamber of Secrets. Albus Dumbledore, however, stated in a reply to my first owl, Harry Potter is not opening the Chamber of Secrets. He declined to say anything further, despite the fact that I felt duty-bound to ask if Potter has an alibi. In light of the events, the article written several years ago, strongly cautioning us not to trust Harry Potter automatically, must be reviewed. See page 2 for a reprinting. Remember, there is no proof whatsoever that Potter is opening the Chamber of Secrets. But I urge parents to caution their children over the school holidays to be very careful around him. There is still the terrible power that must be considered. It may be that the terrible power is his ability to speak Parseltongue, or it may be that he has somehow tamed the legendary monster of Salazar Slytherin, and that is what he might unleash upon the wizarding world.
Hello there, Harry Potter fans! We are continuing on with Backward with Purpose Part 1, Always and Always, by Dead Woodpecker. And here we are with Chapter 9, The First Divergence.
Chapter 9, The First Divergence. Chapter text. You are certain this does not concern you? Dumbledore asked. His eyes were very serious. I myself do not like the level of suspicion aimed at you. Professor Flitwick has expressed rather severe doubts, and Professor McGonagall assured him that she would keep an eye on you. Harry shrugged, feeling slightly fatalistic. They were together in the room of requirement, along with Snape, Ron, and Ginny. The article, Merlin, he was weary of damn articles, had been in yesterday's issue of the Daily Prophet. This was the first chance they had had to speak of it. The other students had left for the Christmas holidays earlier that day, and Hogwarts had been abuzz with rumor and speculation. People had been watching him very closely. It's just happening a little earlier this time, that's all, he said. A lot earlier, Ginny murmured. Harry took a deep breath. That's not to say that I don't find it disturbing. I do, I swear. But he lifted his hands in a gesture of helplessness. What can I do about it? I'm not going to have a press release or anything. Your moment of fun had bigger consequences than you thought, Snape said nastily. What? Ron said loudly. It's not Harry's fault. How could he know that Lucius Malfoy would go mental? I shouldn't have done it, Harry admitted. The elated feeling of having a laugh at Malfoy had passed, and now he regretted the mad urge. Although, in his own defense, Ron was right. But I had no idea that there'd be another damn article. I'd like to shove my wand up Lucius Malfoy's arse, Ginny said, her eyes narrowed. The nerve of him, honestly. He's blaming Harry when he's the one that gave me the diary. I agree, said Dumbledore. Although I would, perhaps, use my wand to hex him instead. I think you are right, Harry. There is nothing we can do for now. The speculation will die off soon enough, and things will be back to what passes for normal around here. Snape sneered. Professor, Harry began, what do you think this will do to our plans? Dumbledore looked thoughtful. Ron sat up straighter in his chair. We've got to do it, Harry. I swear, I'll kill that rat if we don't do it soon. I might even help you. Weasley, Snape said smoothly. Professor, Harry asked. It might have unforeseen consequences, Dumbledore said delicately. Possibly even another article. Will they believe that Pettigrew is responsible? Ginny asked forcefully. We can deal with another article. But is public opinion against Harry enough that Pettigrew will be allowed to go free with a slap on the wrist, a welcome back to the living party, and a paltry fine for being an unregistered animagus? I assure you, Dumbledore said, that Pettigrew will be sentenced, and Sirius will go free. His eyes were very cold. Harry nodded, relieved. Ginny squeezed his hand, and Ron heaved a huge sigh. I can't even imagine not having him on our side, Harry thought, as the three of them returned to Gryffindor Tower. Things would be impossible without him, and even Snape. The truth was, when he'd seen the heading of the article, his stomach had dropped to his feet and had not returned for nearly an hour. Hermione had wanted to talk about it, but that had been the last thing he wanted to do. So he'd pretty much avoided the rest of the students until they left. Hermione had been quite annoyed with him when she'd finally cornered him to say goodbye. Not watching where he was going, he walked straight into someone and had to catch himself on the wall to keep from falling over. Why are you three out so late? Percy asked suspiciously. Is another Philosopher's Stone in danger? Ron laughed. Nah, he leaned forward and whispered. We were in the kitchens. Fred and George told us how to get in. 3 plates of food at dinner weren't enough, Percy said wryly. Another 2 topped it off, Ron said, patting his belly. This way I won't get hungry in the middle of the night. Ginny laughed. I only had hot chocolate, she said. You're awfully pale, Ginny, Percy said, concerned. Maybe you should have had a second cup. I'll do that next time, Ginny promised. You ought to come too, Perce. The house elves are really nice about it. I know, Percy said. When he noticed the way all 3 of them stared at him, he continued in a defensive tone. What? I've known how to get into the kitchen for ages. Sometimes I study there. And sometimes you take your girlfriend there? Harry asked, grinning. I imagine you like eating with her away from everyone. Percy looked genuinely stunned. You know about Penelope? Yeah, Ron said. We, found out over the summer. We weren't snooping, Ginny promised. But there was an owl, and you were holed up in your room the entire time. We put 2 and 2 together. Just as long as you don't tell Fred and George, Percy said. They'd never give it a rest. We know, Harry, Ron, and Ginny said in unison. Percy laughed. He then turned to Harry. Just so you know, he said pompously, I don't believe any of the ridiculous rumors about you. Thanks, Percy, Harry said. That article in the Daily Prophet made me question the author's sanity. Percy shook his head. I was I was old enough to remember what it was like before you defeated you-know-who. Uncle Fabian and Uncle Gideon were killed just that summer. Mom and Dad hardly ever took us outside the burrow, but when they did, Percy paused. I can't even describe the differences. You would have recognized Diagon Alley. And Ron, Ginny, you were both too young to remember this. I remember how everything changed. More than that, he drew himself up to his full height. I can't believe that people would think you're the heir of Slytherin, especially after what happened last year with the stone. It's those damn articles, Ron pointed out. Harry's getting very bad press. Harry, said a familiar voice. Harry groaned silently. Hi, Professor Lockhart, he said glumly. Percy's words had filled him with pride and relief, but Lockhart had ruined it. He beamed around at them, his toothy grin gleaming in the dim light of the corridor. It was almost curfew, and the lamps had dimmed, a silent warning for students to hurry back to their common rooms. He was, if anything, even more unbearable this time around. Harry had gotten better at dodging him, but that made Lockhart even more determined to corner him. Good evening, Professor Lockhart, Percy said stiffly. Ron and Ginny didn't say anything. Walk with me, Harry, Lockhart offered. I can give you some pointers on how to deal with the press. I read that dreadful article. If you want to retain your popularity, you've got to act fast. Harry grimaced. I'm not worried about my popularity. Lockhart laughed. Of course you are. Famous people are always targets. There are jealous people in the wizarding world, Harry. Even my own brother. He says some very nasty things about me sometimes. But you've got to use the added press to your advantage. Professor, Percy interrupted. Curfew is almost upon us. They need to get back to the common room. Harry sent him a grateful look. Yeah, if we get caught after hours again, we'll get more detentions. Mum would go spare, Ron said. Lockhart's smile became somewhat fixed. But you're with me, and I'm a teacher. Even severe as Snape wouldn't dare punish you if I explained to him. Harry, didn't you say that you still needed to wrap presents for your aunt and uncle? Ginny asked. You'd better do that tonight, otherwise their gift won't reach them before Christmas. We've become very good liars, Harry thought a little guiltily as he climbed through the portrait hole. Lockhart had reluctantly let him go, although Harry could tell that his determination to take Harry under his wing was only growing. I can't believe him. I can't believe him, Ron said, echoing Harry's thoughts. I reckon he's a fraud. Who's a fraud? Fred asked. He and George were playing Exploding Snap in the otherwise deserted common room. It seemed as though everyone else had gone home. The Weasleys and Harry were the only ones staying over the holidays. Lockhart, Ginny said. He's useless in classes, Percy said. This is a very important year. If I expect to pass my defense against the Dark Arts Newt next year, I'll have to have better instruction. Honestly, I don't know what Dumbledore was thinking when he hired that man. Percy, George said. For once you're talking sense. All he does in our class is read to us from his stupid books. Fred rolled his eyes. You can't have it worse than Harry, Ron said. He always makes Harry act them out. Last week he had to play a banshee. Everyone laughed. That is worse, Percy admitted. Although I'm surprised the kid isn't terrified, George said. You know, with Harry being the heir of Slytherin and all, Fred said. Harry was about to open his mouth and tell the other Weasleys that he, Ron, Ginny, Hermione, Neville, and Luna were starting their own dueling club. He had to be honest with himself. He wanted the DA back, all of it. But he had been right to decide not to back in the summer. Just the 6 of them, that was fine, and it would have to do for now. No matter that Harry's intentions were good, the fact that he was so interested in learning spells and teaching others could only be misconstrued. He suspected that if he restarted Dumbledore's army in the present climate, it would be like adding oil to a fire. And the twins, Harry trusted them with his life, but they would have no idea why it was so important to keep a secret. Harry, Ginny touched his arm. Yeah, we don't really think you're the heir of Slytherin, George said seriously. Oh, Harry said. I know, but thanks. Anyone want to play Exploding Snap? Ron asked, dispelling the tension. Christmas came quickly, and Harry awoke to find several parcels at the foot of his bed. Ron, bright-eyed, was eagerly ripping into his own. Harry yawned, stretched, and put on his glasses. Merry Christmas, Ginny came barreling into the room, carrying her own load of presents. I wanted to open mine in here with you, too. Harry beamed at her. He opened his first gift. It was from the Dursleys, and it was as miserly as usual, one sock. Ron's gift, badly wrapped, was a wand holster made of holly, to match Harry's wand. Thanks, Ron, he said. Look, you got a present from Mom and Dad. Ginny said. Her face fell a little. Harry took it and felt a pang. The package was the wrong size for a sweater, and, sure enough, when he opened it, he found homemade fudge. I shouldn't have expected it. Harry scolded himself. Just because you think of them as family doesn't mean they think the same of you. This looks delicious, he said. Your mum's cooking always is. Oh, Harry, Ginny looked at him. It's all right, he said quietly. I shouldn't have expected it, that's all. Mum's off her rocker, Ron offered. Probably you'll get one next year. Get one what? Fred poked his head in. Nice haul this year, eh? He was wearing his sweater. Actually, he was wearing George's. It had a big G on the front. A brain, Ron said. Harry's lost his, and he was hoping it would turn up in one of the packages. The excuse was very feeble, and if Fred had heard Ron's comment about his mom, it would be over. Not that much damage would be done. He could tell Fred that he'd felt like a part of the family over the summer, and Ron had told him that Mrs. Weasley might have made him a sweater. It would be a little humiliating, but the secret would be safe. It wasn't a big deal. Fred, however, did not seem to be at all suspicious. He nodded sagely. Thought you might have left your brain at the burrow, then? He winked at Harry. Don't worry. If it was there, Mum would have sent it on long before this. Ginny laughed. The rest of the day was so enjoyable that it made up for the fact that Harry was still a little depressed about the lack of a sweater. They all marched out onto the snowy grounds and had a battle with snowballs, as they had done at the Burrow last year. Then, they trooped over to Hagrid's house and sang Christmas carols. The feast was some of the best food Harry had ever tasted. After several hours of eating, Harry finally pushed the remains of his second treacle tart. He wished he had more room in his stomach for a third, like Ron did. Meet me in the room of requirement, he breathed in Ginny's ear when no one was looking. Percy was engaged in a battle of rubber chickens with George, and Fred was cheering them on. She nodded. Merry Christmas, Ginny, he said when they were finally alone. Ron, who had been surprisingly tactful, had claimed that he was going straight up to bed. Merry Christmas, Harry, she said. The room of requirement had provided a large armchair that seated two, and a roaring fire. Ginny leaned up against Harry and sighed in contentment. He put his arm around her and stroked her hair. I hope you like your gift, Harry said, knowing that he couldn't give her anything he really wanted to. He'd given her a snow globe of Hogwarts. It wasn't like a muggle snow globe. Every time Ginny shook it, something different would show. The first time she'd done it, it had shown tiny Quidditch players playing what looked to be an exciting game. Another shake, and they'd seen the giant squid that lived in the lake wave a merry hello. Even Hagrid had made an appearance. I loved it, she said. Harry could tell that she was smiling. It's beautiful, and it represents everything we're trying to protect. It's not your only gift, Harry said. When she tilted her head back to look at him, he moved his hand to the side of her face and kissed her. It wasn't fiery and passionate. Harry was ever mindful of the fact that their bodies weren't ready for anything more. It was a promise, though. He tried to put all the tenderness he felt for her into it. I like that gift even more, Ginny said when they parted. It reminds me of my 17th, Harry said. Except it wasn't a goodbye kiss, she pointed out. Never again. I'll never leave you behind again, Harry said. Except when I have to, he added to himself. But he stopped thinking about it the moment he was aware of the direction his thoughts were taking. That day was long in the future. HPHPHPHPHPHPHP. Christmas Day ended, and the morning of the 26th dawned clear and bright, although the air was frigid enough to require warming spells if they wanted to go outside. The haze of contentment that had stolen over Harry during the time he'd spent with Ginny in the room of requirement had been replaced with grim purpose the moment he woke up. Ron was in a similar mood as they walked to breakfast. Harry was never more aware of the fact that while their bodies had the appearance of boys, not even in their teenage years, they had already grown up. Not only grown up, but had been forced into adulthood by loss and years of fighting for their lives. Dumbledore was in the hall, when they entered and he looked at them sharply. Harry gave a short nod. Today was the day to play a game and catch a rat. The fact that the rat would not be held in Azkaban for nearly long enough rebelled with his instincts. Unfortunately, it was necessary. Ron nudged him. Nervous? Harry shook his head. Not about tonight. I worry about later. You've caught him before. You'll do it again, Ron said comfortably. And Harry had, though it had been more a happy accident than anything else. After what he'd done to Minerva McGonagall, they'd taken a brief break from Horcrux hunting to trace the man who was responsible for so much pain. It was cold and wet in a small town called Spinner's End. It wasn't much to look at. It had none of the charm of older villages. It had been built during the Industrial Revolution, and the town's life clearly centered around the ugly building that spewed smoke into the air. "You're sure he's here, Harry?" Ron whispered. "That's what Creature said," Harry said, just as quietly. He'd not wanted to place the elf in danger, so instead of asking him to bring Wormtail to them, he'd asked him to find him and report back. He'd also ordered the elf to remain hidden, to not let anyone see him. Who knew what Voldemort would do if Creature had traced Wormtail to his hidden lair? Which house? Hermione stood with her hands on her hips, peering left and right. The factory was not only ugly, it stank, and she wrinkled her nose. "That one," Harry pointed. "Good thing it's not under the Fidelius charm." "Harry," Ron said, "what if Snape's here? What if he is?" Harry asked coldly. "That just means we'll have to fight two of them, not just one. I'd call that lucky." "Don't be arrogant, Harry," Hermione scolded. "Snape is a skilled wizard, you know that." "Fine." Harry blew out a breath, not really paying attention to her. "Can we get on with this? I'm not leaving, even if Snape's here." She muttered something under her breath, and he was thankful that he couldn't hear what was said. Harry was almost frightened by his own rage. It had not abated since Ginny had come with the news that Professor McGonagall was now a permanent resident at St. Mungo's, with a bed next to Frank and Alice Longbottom. Ginny had been sobbing so hard that it had been difficult to understand. But when the truth sunk in, and when Harry realized that the brave which had been driven insane by the man who had betrayed Harry's parents to Voldemort, cold purpose had overtaken him. "You're still going to kill him?" Ron asked. He sounded satisfied. "Oh yes," Harry said. Hermione didn't say a word. None of them smiled. No matter what Pettigrew had done, none of them found joy in killing, not even him. "The enchantments, Hermione," Harry murmured as they drew closer to the house. She raised her wand and muttered several complex spells. The anti-apparition spell was especially needful. No one could get in, and no one could get out. Pettigrew wouldn't be able to use his dark mark to summon Voldemort or any of the other Death Eaters. As soon as she was done, Harry raised his own wand and blasted the front door into splinters and kindling. He cast Sonorous on his own voice. "Come on, fight, Wormtail," he said, and strode in. He ducked as soon as he saw a flash of green light. It just barely missed him. Ron swore loudly and sent a blasting hex in the direction of the rat. "Hi, Scabbers," Ron said. The rat was alone in the house. Snape did not come running, nor did any of the other Death Eaters. It was 3-on-1. "Stand down, Ron," Harry said. "Wormtail is mine. Hear that, Wormtail? We're going to duel." Harry, you don't want to kill me." The rat's eyes were wide with fear. Harry watched him try to hide the fact that he had pressed his dark mark, fully intending to call for Voldemort. "That won't work," Harry said. The rat jerked in surprise. "We've trapped you in here. Like a rat. This ends today." "I don't understand," he whimpered. "You didn't want to kill me before. Your father." "My father would understand," Harry interrupted. "You're done hurting people, Wormtail. You're done tearing apart families and torturing people. You're done." Wormtail was fast, but Harry was faster. He dodged the green light. "Try to kill me, Wormtail? I thought you know who wanted to kill me himself." "Don't. I have to defend myself," Wormtail said. "How in the name of Merlin did you ever end up in Gryffindor?" Harry sneered. "You're a coward, a betrayer, and a murderer. Even Snape is less of a coward than you." "You don't understand," Wormtail said. It was the last thing he ever said. Moments later, he lay choking on his own blood. "I regret," said Harry, "that my father ever trusted you." Ron and Harry left after they saw Professor McGonagall leave. They followed a safe distance behind her, making sure that she was heading for her office. She needed to be on hand after Pettigrew was confronted. They made sure to chatter about Quidditch and homework, just in case she was listening. Her office door was shut by the time they reached it. "Hello, boys," Dumbledore's voice. "I trust you're having a good holiday?" "Yeah," said Ron. "It's been loads of fun." "Loads," Harry echoed truthfully. "Did you have a good Christmas too, Professor?" The light tone was at odds with Dumbledore's serious eyes when he replied, "Thank you, Mr. Potter, I did. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a question for Professor McGonagall." He paused. "Good luck," he whispered. Ginny was awake and ready when they entered the common room. It was empty. The other Weasleys were probably still in bed. It wasn't even 9 o'clock yet. "Finally," Harry said. "Still remember that spell?" Ron asked Ginny anxiously. She rolled her eyes. "Yes, Ron," she said. "How many times are you going to ask me?" "Just checking," he said defensively. Harry felt a little knot of apprehension unfurl in his belly. He was glad it was there. He couldn't afford to be cocky. He had to stay on his toes. Wormtail was a coward, but he wasn't completely useless. There was always a chance that things could go wrong, no matter how carefully they planned. "Let's do this," he said. Scabbers was asleep. He had no idea that they planned to reveal him and send him along to Azkaban. This had been a long time coming. "Ron, the Chudley Cannons are never going to win," Harry said as they entered the boys' dormitory. "They're the bottom of the league. You should support, I don't know, Puddlemere United or something." "Don't be stupid, Harry," Ginny said. "Ron likes rooting for the losing team." "They'll win one of these times," Ron said stubbornly. They all gripped their wands tightly. Harry's palms were slightly damp, and his heart thundered in his chest. And Ginny said, "Anima Revelio." An instant later, the familiar form of Peter Pettigrew appeared. He had retained some of the rat's characteristics: small beady eyes, pinched features, and crooked teeth. He was fat and wearing clothes that smelled as though he had not bothered to clean them in several months. He blinked in confusion and dawning horror. "Imperio," Harry breathed. Wormtail's eyes immediately glazed over as he became an extension of Harry, Harry's puppet. He moved jerkily toward Ginny and grabbed her wand out of her unresisting fingers. He then grabbed her and poked her in the stomach with it. Ron was completely silent, his wand pointed carefully. Ginny screamed. Harry could not help but admire her acting skills, which had obviously been honed and polished during the last year and a half. The sound of it raised the hairs on the back of his neck. And then she screamed again. Ron started shouting. "Do it, Harry," Ginny whispered. She was not afraid. He saw nothing but trust in her eyes. Grimacing, he forced Pettigrew to cut her, a deep cut on her shoulder, using the same spell that Harry had once used to kill him. Ginny screamed again. Harry stood still. He had never been especially skilled with the unforgivables. A good thing, to his mind, and it took all of his concentration to hold Wormtail under the spell. Wormtail was fighting it, the initial confusion giving way to panic. Harry walked over to Wormtail. Sweat beaded on his brow as the panic Wormtail felt made his surprisingly strong. Lightning fast, he grabbed Ginny's wand and replaced it with his own. The curse lifted, and he spun Ginny out of the way. Several things happened at once. The door slammed open, and Percy was framed in the doorway, still in his pajamas. His mouth was agape, and his hair stood on end. "What the hell?" he cried in shock. "Percy!" Ron shouted. "Get McGonagall." Ginny clutched her shoulder, the bleeding already starting to slow. Harry turned back to Wormtail and was slow, too slow to react, to stop him. There was a bang and a flash of light, and Ginny crumpled to the floor. Harry roared with rage. He could not think. He was blind and deaf to everything else except for Ginny. He forgot about Pettigrew and the game they were playing and rushed to Ginny's side. He fell to his knees when he saw her chest move and watched her draw breath. He looked up just in time to see Wormtail, apparently deciding that Harry was not the most immediate threat, point his wand at Percy. "No!" he bellowed, and not even thinking about it. Not worrying about the curse that might come out of Harry's own wand, he leapt, putting himself between Wormtail and Percy. Pain hit every nerve in his body, and he crumpled to the floor, senseless from it. "Expelliarmus!" Ron shouted. and the pain ended. Harry watched as his own wand arced through the air and into Ron's waiting hand. He gripped Ginny's wand and stood shakily to his feet. What the hell is going on? Ah, Ginny moaned, keeping his wand on the cowed man. Harry once more moved to her side. Are you all right? He asked. She didn't answer, only groaned. Incarcerous, Harry said, and watched as Pettigrew's hands and feet were bound together with silver bonds. What the hell just happened? Ron's lips were white with fury. Scabbers. Percy, get McGonagall. The rat, that man was Scabbers. For a moment, Percy did not move, just stared at Harry as though he had never seen him before in his life. His mouth opened and closed, and Harry did not think that he had ever seen the pompous Percy so overset. Damn it, Percy! Ron shouted. Ginny's hurt. Percy ran. He thundered down the stairs. Just as he left, the twins came rushing in and stared around at the room, and a stranger laying bound on the floor. What the hell? George said uncertainly. Go get Madame Pomfrey, Harry told them. Go. Ginny's hurt. George left immediately. Fred stared between Ginny and Pettigrew, his face pale beneath all his freckles. He licked his lips. Care to explain? He tried to sound flippant, but his voice shook. He sounded very young. We don't know what the hell just happened, Ron lied. We were just talking about Quidditch and then Scabbers. He changed Fred into that man. Scabbers, Fred asked faintly. He must be an animagus. They can turn into different animals like McGonagall. What's this about a man? McGonagall's voice. She sounded confused and angry. Weasley, calm yourself. She pushed Fred out of the way and stopped in shock. Dumbledore, following closely behind, almost bumped into her. She said nothing for an entire minute. Peter Pettigrew, she whispered, clutching her heart. Peter Pettigrew. Wormtail began struggling against his bonds, his eyes wide with panic. Dumbledore waved his wand, and Wormtail was still his eyes closed. Despite the situation, Harry could not help but be impressed, and wondered what spell could send a man straight to sleep. A useful one, he thought. Professor, Harry said urgently. Ginny's hurt. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened as he looked at Ginny. He waved his wand for a second time, muttering something under his breath. A pale blue light wrapped around Ginny. For a moment, it glowed red, then faded. She will be all right, he said finally. A few days in the hospital wing should do it. Ron fell onto his bed in relief, and Harry's knees felt weak. Explain to me what happened, Dumbledore ordered. I would like to know as well, Professor McGonagall said. Ron began, his voice shaking slightly. We were talking about Quidditch, and all of a sudden that man was here. He used to be Scabbers. Scabbers, Dumbledore said sharply. Yeah, my pet rat, Ron clarified. Madame Pomfrey took that moment to run in, her hands full of different potions. Harry saw a bottle of Skeelgrow peeking out of the pocket of her apron. She'd come prepared for anything. She'll be all right, she announced, after doing the same spell that Dumbledore had. A few days should do it, she said, pouring a dark blue potion down Ginny's throat. This'll send her to sleep. Someone help me take her to the hospital wing. George, still silent, went with her. Fred looked torn between wanting to go with his twin and his sister and staying to hear what happened. In the end, he followed the other two. Your pet rat, Mr. Weasley? McGonagall lifted her eyebrows. Yeah, he said. Then he grabbed Harry's wand and did something to him. What? I don't know. It made his eyes go all funny, Ron said. Like he was sleepwalking or something. The Imperius curse, Dumbledore muttered. What then? He grabbed Ginny, Ron said, and cut her on the shoulder. And then, it was weird, Professor, Harry said. I felt like I was floating, but then it stopped, as soon as he cut Ginny. So I grabbed her wand and pulled her away. And then he hurt her, and Percy came in. He tried to attack Percy with the Cruciatus Curse. Percy's voice wobbled, but Harry jumped in front of it, so it hit him instead. And then I used that disarming spell that Lockhart taught us, Ron said, and Harry made the ropes appear. And then Percy went to get you, Harry finished. Professor McGonagall was completely bewildered. I don't understand, she pointed at Pettigrew. He's supposed to be dead. What does it mean, Albus? Just to confirm. Dumbledore bent down, and pulled up Pettigrew's sleeve, revealing the dark mark. McGonagall sat down hard on the nearest bed. "The dark mark," she said, horrified. "Pettigrew is a Death Eater." "So it would seem," Dumbledore said. "We'll have to alert the Ministry. But if my suspicions prove to be true, Peter Pettigrew is responsible for the betrayal of James and Lily Potter." He lifted Wormtail's hand, revealing the missing finger. "And I suspect for the deaths of those muggles. Remember, all they ever found of Pettigrew was his finger." "And Sirius Black is innocent?" McGonagall asked. "He's been in Azkaban all this time, and he's innocent?" Dumbledore bowed his head. "I'll take him to my office. Mr. Weasley, Mr. Potter, would you come with me?" Harry nodded. "Are you sure that's wise?" McGonagall asked. "If Pettigrew really did betray his parents, he's just a child, Albus. Mr. Potter needs to understand what has happened today," Dumbledore said. "He deserves to ask his own questions. He deserves to know why. I'll alert the Ministry." McGonagall stood up. "Give it a few more minutes, Minerva," Dumbledore said. "Give me a half an hour, and then alert them." McGonagall looked as though she understood. "Weasley," she said to Percy, "go check on your sister, and make sure the twins aren't harassing Madame Pomfrey." Dumbledore levitated Pettigrew, and Harry and Ron silently followed the older wizard and his prisoner out the door. "Sirius Black," McGonagall muttered as they passed. "HP, HP, 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 HP." Snape was waiting for them, pacing the floor, an unreadable expression on his face. As soon as he set eyes on Pettigrew, however, his face darkened. He was furious. He stared at him with such black rage and malevolence that Harry felt the urge to remind the potion's master not to kill Wormtail. Fawkes, seated on his perch, trilled and fanned out his tail feathers. "I'm going to kill him," Snape announced. "Not now," he said when Dumbledore, Ron, and Harry made to stand in front of Pettigrew. "Not yet, but I will be the one to kill him." Harry and Ron exchanged glances. "Harry killed him last time," Ron told him. Snape looked startled. "You really did?" "Yes," Harry said. "I provoked him into a duel at a house in Spinner's End. Your house, I believe. He was holed up there. I used your own curse to do it. Sectum Sempra. I meant what I said." "Potter," Snape sneered. "Don't get in my way. He'll die by my wand." "If you say I called it first," Ron said, "I'm going to have to laugh at you, and I don't care how many detentions you give me for it." Harry stared at Snape for a long time. Pettigrew had led to the events that killed Harry's mother, whom Snape had loved just as much as Harry loved Ginny. Despite the fact that Lily had married James, that love had never waned, and had led to the trust Dumbledore placed in Snape, and the fact that Snape had ultimately laid down his life. Harry completely understood why Snape wanted to kill Pettigrew. "All right," Harry said. Snape nodded. "Shall we wake him?" Dumbledore asked. Not waiting for an answer, he whispered, "Innervate." The rat's eyes popped open, and he began thrashing against his bonds. "W, what is this?" "WW, where am I?" "You're in my office," Dumbledore said pleasantly, "and you're about to tell us the truth." "The truth." His eyes darted from Dumbledore to Snape to Harry. "I don't understand. Harry attacked me." He pointed. "You sold my parents to Voldemort." It wasn't a question. He felt grim satisfaction when Wormtail's entire body flinched. "You were their secret keeper, and you gave him the information as soon as you could. You sold Order's secrets to him as well," Dumbledore said. His voice was still pleasant, though Harry felt chilled by the cold emanating from him. "For an entire year before their deaths. And you killed a street full of muggles," Ron added. "No," Wormtail shouted desperately. "That was SS Sirius BB Black. Everyone knows that. I fake my death. He's going to come after me." "Sirius Black," Harry said lightly, "would have died rather than betray his friends." "You don't know," Wormtail argued. "How could you PP possibly know? You're just a boy." "Stop arguing," Harry said. "Tell us the truth. You know who forced me." Pettigrew said. "Filthy liar," Ron sneered. "What a coward. Can't even man up to his own allegiances." "Voldemort did not force you," Harry told him. "You did it willingly because you were afraid of fighting what you thought was a losing battle. You thought that Voldemort would win, so you took the dark mark." I can't believe that my father never saw you for what you were. James wouldn't want you to kill me, Wormtail sputtered. You're not going to die tonight, Dumbledore said. Tonight, I expect you'll be in ministry custody, awaiting your trial. But before that, Snape said silkily, I'm afraid we have some business to attend to. Your version of events does not coincide perfectly with what actually happened, Dumbledore said. I'm afraid that your confusion might be interpreted differently once you're questioned by Aurors. Harry used an unforgivable on me. Harry shook his head. That's not true. You used an unforgivable on me. 2 of them. But Dumbledore and Snape raised their wands in the same instant. Allow me to go first, Dumbledore said. His memory needs to be modified before you confront him. He whispered a vastly complex charm that made the air seem to shimmer, and Wormtail's eyes glazed over. His entire body was rigid and shaking, and if it weren't for the fact that his face was utterly blank, Harry would have thought that the man was in terrible pain. Then he slumped over and appeared to be asleep. That will do it, Dumbledore said. He'll wake up in a few moments, once the charm settles into his brain. Will you teach us how to do that? Ron asked, gaping. I don't want to learn, Harry said immediately. I hate memory charms. Later, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore murmured. Snape walked over to stand just in front of Wormtail, wand pointed at his face. As soon as Wormtail blinked in confusion, he whispered, Confundo. He leaned down until his hooked nose was inches from Wormtail. You will tell the Ministry what happened tonight. You will tell them that you betrayed Lily and James Potter. You will tell them that you cursed those muggles and killed them. You will tell them you did so because Sirius Black had tracked you down. You will tell them that Black is innocent. You will allow yourself to be taken to Azkaban. You will not attempt to get away. You will escape 1 year later. You will look for the Dark Lord. He repeated everything he just said. To ensure, Harry thought that the message sunk in. Wormtail was drooling a little, Harry noticed dispassionately. I'm going to leave, Harry said. Before the Ministry gets here. You're sure that they'll believe the priori incantatem? I will show them in the pensive, Dumbledore assured him. They will believe it. Harry held out his wand. Dumbledore took it and muttered, priori incantatem, and the wand vibrated. The wand showed the Imperius curse and Sectum Sempra. Perfect, Harry said. He looked at Ron. Let's go check on Ginny. Snape cast a disillusionment charm upon himself before he too left. Or Harry assumed he left. Snape did not betray himself with a heavy footstep or a cough. He wondered what Snape was thinking. He had, in fact, said very little about the plans that had been made. Harry wondered if he resented the fact that they had to let Pettigrew go, could not end his existence. Harry resented it. Unfortunately, both Dumbledores had thought it necessary. If Pettigrew had not gone to Albania to retrieve Voldemort and had not ensured that he would be resurrected when he did, they would have no idea how or when it would happen. He had to keep telling himself that. Harry, we're on our way to the hospital wing, Professor, Harry said tonelessly, not even turning around. Ron's sister was hurt. Oh, I've heard all about the ruckus in Gryffindor Tower, Lockhart said casually, as if he did not care at all that they could have died. An illegal animagus. You should have brought the rat to me. I can always tell when an animal is not as it seems. It's all in my biography, Magical Me. How could we have known that Scabbers was that man? Ron asked loudly. Ah, you are very young, Lockhart said. A very powerful wizard, such as me, just ask anyone at Witch Weekly, can sense these things. Next time we'll be sure to have you inspect all of our pets, Harry said tonelessly. If you'll excuse us. He dragged Ron away. The tips of his ears were a bright red, and he feared that if Lockhart bragged any more about his magical prowess, Ron just might hex him. As soon as they were out of earshot, Ron started to sputter. I hate that man, Ron said viciously. Harry made a non-committal reply, thinking of Ginny. He hurried up and for once made his tall friend hurry up to catch him. She could have died, he thought, and ice flooded his belly. Pettigrew could have used Avada Kedavra just as easily as he had used whatever spell that hurt her enough to require days in the hospital wing. But she's not dead. She's not dead, he told himself over and over again. Harry realized that he had paused and leaned against the wall. His legs felt weak. "I'm fine," he said. "Sorry." He was surprised to find that they were right outside the doors of their destination. "I just needed a moment." Ron seemed to understand. He held the door open, and Harry walked through. His insides gave a queer jolt when he looked over at her and saw her beaming at him. She looked tired and pale, but she was awake. Fred and George sat near her head, talking in loud voices, teasing their sister. Percy spoke with Madame Pomfrey in a quiet voice. He looked up when Harry entered and smiled, but his brows were furrowed as though he were confused. "Harry, Ron." George got up, and Fred was right beside him. "What's going on? What did Dumbledore say? Who was that man that attacked you and Ginny?" "It was Peter Pettigrew," Harry said. "He's an animagus and a Death Eater." "Dumbledore questioned him," Ron said. "And he's the one who betrayed Harry's parents to you-know-who. Didn't he get an Order of Merlin for going after that Sirius Black? The one who blew up those muggles?" Percy asked. Harry drew himself up. "Sirius Black is innocent. Pettigrew was the one who blew up the muggles," he said. "When Dumbledore questioned him, he admitted it. And," Ron said importantly, "Sirius Black is Harry's godfather." Everyone in the room gasped, including Ginny. She winked at him when her brothers weren't looking. "You're very calm about this, Harry," Fred said suddenly. "Having a rat turn into a man and attack you, and then turn out to be the same man who betrayed your parents." "Yeah," George said. "I'd be laying in a hospital bed somewhere, if it were me." Harry said. "Maybe it hasn't hit me yet." "Watch out when it does," Fred said wisely. "We'll catch you," George said. "Yeah, don't worry," Fred grinned. "When you fall face first when it finally hits you, we'll make sure to keep you from breaking too many bones." "Thanks," Harry said dryly. Harry walked down to dinner with Ron and Ginny on the day that the other students were set to return from the holidays. He had been feeling quite elated in the past few days. Ginny's return from her stay in the hospital wing had brought with it an overwhelming sense of relief, and he could now simply enjoy the fact that Pettigrew was now in the custody of the Ministry. Sirius was probably almost out of Azkaban. "You're looking happy," Ron grinned at him. "So are you," Ginny said pointedly. "And I suspect that Hermione's return has as much, if not more, to do with it than Pettigrew." Harry shushed them. "Not here," he hissed. "Stairs are empty, mate," Ron said reasonably. "I can't wait to meet my godfather," Harry said loudly. Ron muttered something that might have been paranoid, but Harry chose to ignore it. "I can't believe they would just chuck him in without a trial." "You talking about young Sirius Black again, Harry?" Hagrid met them at the bottom of the stairs. Harry smirked when Ron looked sheepish. "Yeah," Harry said. "Can't say that didn't shock the hell out of me." Hagrid shook his head. "Not that. Well, now I think on it, Sirius never seemed the type to kill all the muggles. But Pettigrew." Harry had heard this before. As soon as Ginny had been released, they had marched down to Hagrid's hut and told him what had happened, excluding the part where they had planned it all along. Hagrid had been shocked and had gasped in all the right places. When Harry had told him about the Fidelius charm and how Wormtail's betrayal had led to his mum's and dad's deaths, he had burst into tears. "I always reckoned that he was a bit slow," Hagrid said, shaking his massive head. "He seemed pretty dim to me, too," Ron said darkly. Hagrid clapped him on the shoulder. Ron fell to his knees. "Well, you lot showed him, didn't you? Got to go. Got to talk to Dumbledore afore all the kids get back." "Are they almost here?" Ron said brightly. "Reckon so," Hagrid said over his shoulder. "Saw him coming." "Ron, Harry, Ginny." Hermione's voice was filled with excitement. Her face was red from the cold, and she appeared to be at the head of a vast crowd of students of all ages. Neville and Luna were right behind her. "What happened? There's been all these mad rumors. People kept talking about it on the train. I don't get the Daily Prophet, so I didn't know anything about it until Neville showed me." "Are you all right? Were you really attacked?" "Breathe, Hermione," Ron said, looking amused. The Prophet actually managed to get it right this time. Scabbers was a mad Death Eater. Harry suspected that Ron really enjoyed saying that. He repeated it to anyone who crossed his path who asked about it, and some who did not ask about it, such as the two Slytherins who had stayed behind for Christmas, were told as well. Harry grinned. "He attacked us, but we fought back." "You actually fought him?" Neville whispered. He appeared to be deeply impressed. Remember how I said we should work on spells together? Harry lowered his voice. I ordered some books from Flourish and Blots, and we've already started a bit of practicing. It paid off, because I used one of them on Pettigrew. Incarcerus. Good work, Arthur, Luna said. Hermione glared at her. Did you really, Harry? She asked. That's a very advanced spell. Harry shrugged. I reckon all we need is practice, Hermione. We were bored a little in the first part of the holidays, and we decided to look through some of Percy's books. It's just lucky that it was one of the ones we tried. He practiced it on me, Ron informed her. You really are serious about this, aren't you? Hermione asked uncertainly. Yes, Ginny said firmly. Especially now. Yeah, Ron echoed. Harry nodded his head. Definitely. Pettigrew just proved that nowhere is really safe, even if we aren't dealing with Voldemort. Yeah, Ron said. Maybe Hedwig will turn out to be a mad Death Eater, too. Don't say that in front of Professor Lockhart. Ginny rolled her eyes. He told Harry and Ron that they should have come to him and shown him the rat. She explained when Hermione and Neville looked confused, as if he would have been able to tell. Hermione's cheeks flushed. I'm sure he meant well. He is the defense professor, and he's a fraud, Ron said. He grinned slyly at her. Don't tell me you've got a crush on him. Hermione fidgeted, and Neville took mercy on her. Well, I was thinking it over at home, and I think practicing spells is important. Good, Harry said. But Harry, Hermione looked over her shoulder to make sure that no one was listening. No one could hear them anyway. Harry had cast Muffliato when they first started talking about it, and had covered it with a cough. I really don't think we should let on that we're doing this. I don't think the teachers would really mind, but since everyone thinks I'm the heir of Slytherin, it should be a secret, Harry finished for her. So we'll have to find a secret place to practice, Luna said. Ron, Ginny, and Harry grinned at each other. We were wandering around Hogwarts, and we found this room.
Hello again, Harry Potter fans. Welcome back to our page. We are continuing on with Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always, by Dead Woodpecker. And here we are with Chapter 10, Trials Unforeseen.
Chapter 10, Trials Unforeseen. Chapter text. Do not lose your temper. I won't. Answer their questions with as few words as possible. All right. Stay calm. If they try to badger you, maintain your cool. Okay, Harry said, annoyed. He and Dumbledore had gone through this before, twice. It was the 3rd of February, and the slow-moving ministry had finally decided to have a trial for Peter Pettigrew. Harry, Ginny, and Ron had been ordered to attend and give witness to the events that had happened the day after Christmas. I won't lose my temper. I'll answer their questions with as few words as possible, and I'll stay cool. I promise. Me too, Ron said. Ginny echoed him. They were in Dumbledore's office preparing to travel by flue to testify against Peter Pettigrew before the Wisingamot. Harry had his best pair of robes on and had even attempted to flatten his hair. Ginny had pulled her hair up into a messy bun. She looked fresh-faced and very young. Ron, however, had not bothered with his appearance as much as the other two had. Ginny pointed her wand at him and somehow managed to make him look neater. Why'd you do that? Ron asked. I don't care how I look in front of those ministry nutters. I know you don't, Ginny assured him. But Mum will. Ron stared at her, aghast. Mum's going to be there? Why didn't you say anything? Ginny gaped at him. How long have you known Mum? Do you really think that she'll let us be witnesses in the most important trial of the last decade without being there? Ron groaned. I was hoping it would be a closed trial. It is, Dumbledore assured him. But you are an underage witch or wizard, and it is almost a given that your mother will be there. It is frowned upon in the Wisingamot question young people without their parents there. Listen, Dumbledore said. We're leaving in just a few moments. I do not like the fact that the other members in the Wisingamot voted to question you at the trial instead of accepting a written account, as they did your brother Percy's. Do not expect to answer easy questions. I will protect you as best I can. Professor, Harry interrupted. Don't try to protect us too much. That'd look odd, wouldn't it? We'll get through this. Be careful. Dumbledore said as they lined up in front of the fireplace. Harry took a handful of flue powder, stood in the fireplace, shouted his destination, and spun outside of the protection of Hogwarts into the Ministry, where his welcome was uncertain at best. "Harry, dear." Harry blinked the soot out of his eyes and turned to find Mr. and Mrs. Weasley standing just behind him. "Hi, Mrs. Weasley," Harry said. "Hi, Mr. Weasley. Come to watch the trial?" "Of course," Mrs. Weasley said. "I can't have my youngest children up in front of the Wisengamot without being there. What kind of mother would I be if I let them go it alone?" "Thanks, Mum," Ginny said. She walked over and gave her a hug. "We're a little nervous." Mrs. Weasley opened her mouth to say something comforting, but it dropped open when she saw her youngest son. "Ronald Weasley, you're here to stand witness in a very important trial, not slouch in your common room. What are you wearing? Never would have thought you'd be so stupid." "I didn't know you'd be here," Ron said defensively. Perhaps this was the wrong thing to say because Mrs. Weasley grabbed hold of his ear and pulled him forcefully around the corner. Harry could hear Ron sputtering, Mrs. Weasley whispering loudly, and several bangs. Ron rejoined them, looking sheepish and somewhat neater. His robes did not look as though he'd slept in them the night before, and his hair was so tame that it reminded Harry a little of Malfoy's sleek blonde hair. "Aren't you glad she didn't see you before Ginny did some damage control?" Harry muttered. Ron shuddered. "Come on, everyone," Mr. Weasley said. "We don't want to be late. Courtroom 10 isn't even reachable by the lift. We got a bit of a walk." As the five of them, Dumbledore had headed to the courtroom as soon as he had stepped out of the flue, trooped through the atrium, and got on the lift. Mr. Weasley kept up a steady, light-hearted commentary about the Ministry, the history of the building itself, and the various departments contained therein. He clearly sought to set their minds at ease, and Harry was pleasantly surprised to find that it worked. "What's this place?" Ron asked when they reached the long corridor that led to the Department of Mysteries. "The place where the prophecy is held," Harry thought to himself. "Where Sirius died, where we fought a battle because I hadn't learned a clemency. That's the Department of Mysteries," Mr. Weasley said. "The people who work there are called Unspeakables. No one knows what they get up to, hence the name." Ron nodded. Mr. Weasley's words gradually tapered off while they headed down the long flight of stairs, and they eventually walked in silence toward the court. The last time Harry had been here, he had been on trial for underage magic. He'd used the Patronus charm to fight the Dementors that Umbridge had set on him. Umbridge, who had most likely written that article, the one that had cast him in a suspicious light before he had even known, in this timeline, that the odd stuff that he sometimes made happen was magic. Before he'd known about his parents' murders, what his scar had come from, and even Voldemort's name. He wondered if she would be there. Probably, he thought glumly. Still, he straightened his shoulders and attempted to flatten his hair once more before he walked across the threshold. It was crowded with grim-faced witches and wizards, all staring at the center of the room, where Peter Pettigrew sat, chained to a chair. As soon as he entered, though, all eyes turned to him. Harry gulped. Ginny took a deep breath, and he wished he could take her hand. "The witnesses are here," said a woman with a stern voice. She had a monocle pressed to her eye, and Harry recognized her as Amelia Bones, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. "I move to begin the trial of Peter Pettigrew." Pettigrew whimpered as the other witches and wizards murmured their accord. "Miss Ginevra Molly Weasley," Amelia Bones said. "Approach." Ginny walked forward steadily and stopped when she was about a meter away from the dais upon which Minister Fudge, Dumbledore, Amelia Bones, a young, dark-haired wizard, and, Harry's stomach clenched, Dolores Umbridge all sat. "Describe to us the events leading up to the attack." Ginny described it flawlessly. If Harry had not known any better, he would have believed that she was being perfectly honest. "And you were speaking Quidditch?" Amelia Bones asked. "Yes, ma'am," she said. "I had no idea what was going on. It was reported that you were cursed by the man in the center of the room," she pointed. "Can you verify for me that it was indeed him?" Ginny turned her head and stared at Wormtail, who was now quivering so hard that the chains that bound his hands and feet made faint clanking sounds. "Yes," she said assuredly. "He's the man that appeared." "Thank you," she said. "You are released. Ronald Bilious Weasley, please come forward." Harry began to relax. They were doing fine so far. Amelia Bones had not asked probing questions and had taken Ginny at her word. Ginny sat next to him and gave him a very small smile, so quick that he barely noticed it. The questions put to Ron were nearly identical, up until the point that Ginny had been hit by a curse. Harry silently cheered as Ron's voice remained steady. He had clearly taken Dumbledore's advice to heart and said just enough to answer a question and without raising the possibility of more. So then I used that disarming spell that Professor Lockhart taught us. Ron finished. And then Harry used magic to tie him up, he said easily. Hem, an all too familiar voice. Harry had to bite his tongue to stop from groaning. Ginny tensed up. If I may ask a few questions? Dolores Umbridge said in her sickening sweet tone. Of course, Under Secretary Umbridge. Amelia Bones said formally. You claimed that Harry Potter used a charm to tie Pettigrew up with magic, Umbridge said. Where did he learn this charm? She giggled. A little tinkle of the sound that made Harry want to strangle her. I do not believe that it is taught to second years. Don't say anything rude, Ron. Don't do it, Harry prayed. He needn't have feared. Oh, Ron said. Harry and I looked through my older brother Percy's spell books. Why, she pressed. Isn't learning the required spells enough of a challenge? Well, Ron said, we're both pretty good at defense against the dark arts, and we wanted to learn more about them. No other reason? She asked. She sounded as though she did not believe him. Ron's ears turned bright red, and Harry squeezed his eyes shut. Well, he looked over at his mother. My brothers, they like to have a laugh. We thought we'd surprise them. Harry could see heads nodding in the crowd. He wondered if Fred and George knew that their reputation extended beyond Hogwarts. Despite the situation, Harry wanted to grin. Where did you practice these spells? In the common room, Ron said promptly. Mostly when we knew that they were out flying or at dinner. It was over the holidays. You practiced on each other? Yeah, Ron said slowly. Harry felt a sickening drop in his stomach, though he did not know why. What is going on here? Do you often allow Harry Potter to tie you up using magic? Did she just say what I think she just said? Harry gaped at her. Several members of the Wisengamot gasped. Amelia Bones whipped around so fast that her monocle flew out of her hand and hit Ron on the shoulder. Ron bent over and picked it up. Harry could see that his fingers were trembling. He was probably trying to stop himself from doing something he would regret, like attack Umbridge. That was, Madame Bones said furiously. But Molly Weasley stopped her. What exactly are you insinuating about my son? She did not shout, precisely, but the warning and threat was made perfectly clear. She had her wand out, though it was not pointed at Umbridge. Yet, this is a trial, Umbridge said primly, though Harry could see her ugly lips twist in something that might be a smile. The urge to hurt her thundered through his veins. And you are not permitted to speak. I am his mother, Mrs. Weasley said forcefully, and I will not allow you to. Molly Weasley is quite right. Dumbledore spoke for the first time. Harry looked away from Umbridge and caught Minister Fudge look furtively and fearfully at the older wizard. As chief of the Wisengamot, I declare that line of questioning inappropriate. You have our apologies, Mr. Weasley. You may go back to your seat. Ron didn't say anything, but turned and walked toward him. His face was as bright red as his hair, and he had clenched his fist so tightly around a wad of his robes. Harry could only be thankful that he had managed not to draw his wand, that his knuckles were white. There was a flurry of motion and whispering so loud that Harry felt he was sitting next to a large nest of snakes. The only difference being, of course, that he could not understand what they were saying. Amelia Bones conferred urgently with the minister, nervously tapping her returned monocle on the desk in front of her. The only two not speaking to anyone, Harry noticed, was Dumbledore and Umbridge. Dumbledore was watching Pettigrew carefully and did not appear to notice Harry's stare. Umbridge, however, was looking at Harry, and suddenly he was absolutely positive that she had asked Ron that question to humiliate him, and any doubt that still lingered about the author of the article seeped away. The look of satisfaction on her face proved it. Harry James Potter, Madame Bones sounded flustered. Please approach. Harry looked away from Umbridge and walked forward. His heart was pounding in his chest. He only hoped that he could control himself as Ron had done, but if Umbridge was allowed to question him, he did not know what would happen. "Describe the events, please," she said. He did so, careful to keep his voice steady and clear. "Dumbledore was right to remind me twice not to get angry," he thought ruefully. He did not even look at Umbridge, but stared straight at Amelia Bones. He could tell, however, that she and the others on the dais, and perhaps Ron and Ginny and their parents, were the only ones who were actually listening. The other witches and wizards were busy whispering to one another. "I do not support the line of questioning Undersecretary Umbridge took." She looked troubled. "But do you understand why it is a concern for the Ministry that you show knowledge of spells that ought to be beyond a second year?" Harry decided in a split second to play dumb. "No, Madam Bones, I do not." She looked surprised. "Surely you are aware of the prophecy?" "I should have known that this was as much my trial as it is Wormtail's," Harry thought bitterly. "Yes, I am." "Then you know that the prophecy states that you are in possession of a terrible power that he who must not be named does not know." "Yes," Harry said firmly. "And you do not think that this would concern the Ministry?" "Well," Harry said slowly, "I'm only 12 years old." "Madam Bones," Dumbledore said quietly, "Mr. Potter is not on trial based on a prophecy made before he was born. Mr. Potter is not, in fact, on trial at all." Harry began to wonder if he was actually here or if he was having a nightmare. He pinched himself surreptitiously. Wouldn't that have been nice? "Recent allegations," Madam Bones said delicately. "If you are referring to the Chamber of Secrets," Dumbledore said, "I stand by what I said before. Mr. Potter is most definitely not the heir of Slytherin. I am afraid that I cannot permit this questioning to continue. We have a matter of Peter Pettigrew to decide. Question Mr. Potter further, if you wish, but ensure that it is related to the matter at hand." Harry felt grimly satisfied that Dumbledore had enough power to halt this, and even happier that the minister had not once questioned his authority. In fact, Amelia Bones looked chastened rather than angry. She nodded. "Very well," she said. "No further questions, Mr. Potter. You may leave now if you wish." "May I stay?" Harry asked. He looked over at Wormtail, who was nibbling on his fingernails. "He betrayed my parents." Her expression softened. "You may." He returned to his seat, not even daring to look at Ron and Ginny. He knew, without even having to look, that they were both furious. The trial went on without a hitch after that. Amelia Bones questioned him, and he admitted to everything in a shaky voice. He told the crowd of witches and wizards how he had betrayed Lily and James Potter, how he had been tracked down by Sirius Black the next day, and how he had transformed into a rat after he blasted the street, killing the Muggles, and leaving behind a finger to ensure that the Ministry thought him dead. Then he described how he had found the Weasleys and stayed with them. And in December, he had finally grown tired of his ruse and had attempted to escape. The vote deciding his guilt was unanimous. Within 2 hours, Peter Pettigrew had been given a life sentence in Azkaban. Harry was relieved that Dumbledore's conviction that the Ministry would not immediately throw him to the Dementors to receive the kiss held true. Weak-legged with relief and residual anger, Harry made his way back to the atrium with the Weasleys. No one said anything, to his relief. He suspected that Mrs. Weasley was still in a dangerous temper. "Now," she said finally when they stood in front of the fireplaces, "you three get back to school safely. I expect plenty of people will have questions for you. You don't have to answer them if you don't wish to. Don't let the twins harass you. Write to me if they do." "All right, Mum." Ginny smiled at her. Mr. Weasley hugged his children and shook Harry's hand. "I've got to run. Remus Lupin asked me to owl him. He knew that I'd be there. Be careful." "Goodbye, dears," Mrs. Weasley said. Harry had never been happier to leave the Ministry. Not just for his sake, but for Ron's, who was about to explode. "I'm going to kill her," he snarled once they had reached the sanctuary that was Dumbledore's office. "You have no idea how close it was. Can you believe?" He broke off, apparently too enraged to continue. "What happened?" Snape asked. He had apparently been waiting for them. Before they could answer, Dumbledore appeared in the flames and stepped out, brushing soot off his scarlet robes. "Umbridge accused Harry of buggering me," Ron said. I'm dead certain that she's the one who wrote that article, Harry said. She set out to humiliate me, us, today. Snape looked at Dumbledore. Is this true? I think you are right, Harry, Dumbledore said. From what you have told me, from what I know of her, and what she said today, I am certain of it. And yes, Severus, she very clearly insinuated that Harry and Ron have a sexual relationship. What were her exact words? Ron pretended to think. Oh yeah. Do you often let Harry Potter tie you up using magic? I don't think I'll ever be able to forget it. Snape stared at him. And you didn't kill her? You have more control than I thought. No. All three of them behaved with admirable control, Dumbledore said. During Umbridge's questioning, and when Harry was questioned, they spent as much time asking about the prophecy as they did about Pettigrew. I stopped it both times. I can't say that I didn't expect that there would be some allusion to it. I did like Dumbledore told me, Harry said. I tried to use as little words as possible, which is why I was able to step in when I did, said Dumbledore. Had he given more information away, such as attempting to reassure them of his intentions, I would have had to allow it. Why is that? Ginny asked. It would have been off topic anyway. Harry could have left them an opening, Dumbledore said. If he had, there would have been nothing I could say, legally speaking, that would have had any authority behind it. There are different rules for witnesses than there are for criminals on trial. They are not allowed to question step outside of the bounds. But if the witness himself mentions it, such as, Harry, if you had said that you were not the heir of Slytherin, or if you had used your experience with the Philosopher's Stone to attempt to convince them, then Madame Bones would have had every right to pursue it. Good for you, Harry, Ron said. You kept your mouth shut. I was too worried about killing Umbridge, Harry said. Well, Ginny said, at least that's over. We know why they insisted on having Harry, Ron, and I testify, instead of letting us just send a letter like Percy did. They wanted to question Harry. Indeed, Dumbledore said. Professor, what about Sirius? Harry asked. They're going to free him, right? Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. Yes, they are. They were arguing about how they were going to recompense him for his time spent in Azkaban as an innocent man, and for the fact that they did not give him a trial, as I left. I dare say that Sirius will be a free man within days, if not hours. How delightful, Snape said sourly. Harry looked at him. That kind of attitude is exactly why no one in the Order of the Phoenix trusted you, he pointed out. It's true, Ginny nodded. If I can manage not to kill Umbridge, Ron said, then you can be civil to Sirius. Snape scowled, but he didn't hand out real detentions to them for stating the facts. Harry hoped he thought about it, because he would not tolerate enmity between two of his best allies. The room of requirement provided enough space for the six of them to practice dueling each other, for which Harry was very grateful. He stood facing Ginny and knew that she was in just as foul a mood as he was. Two students had been petrified the night before, despite all their efforts to avoid that happening. Dumbledore had been the one to protect the students last night. When the coin had heated up and Ginny had left the common room, Harry had sent a Patronus to Dumbledore. They were working outside of the original timeline now, with the hope that it would cause the events that were to happen come sooner. Dumbledore had cast a very subtle charm that should have caused any student or teacher to immediately realize that they had something to do in the opposite direction. It would have worked had two students not been snogging in a broom closet, now a Ravenclaw, named Jacob Hallwell, and a Hufflepuff, named Emily Gareth were laying in the hospital wing, waiting for the Mandrake potion to restore them to themselves. At least they're only petrified, Harry whispered. She nodded. I know. I still feel awful about it, though. Harry glanced over at Neville, who was dueling with Ron. He felt bad for being surprised that Neville was picking it up quickly. After all, he had been one of the fastest learners in Dumbledore's army. But Neville had never displayed that kind of power at any time until his 5th year. It amazed Harry that Neville had only needed confidence all that time. True, Ron was not really trying. It wouldn't have been fair, not to mention highly suspicious. But Neville now had a firm grasp on both Expelliarmus and Stupefy. Great, Neville, he called when the other boys sent Ron flying back on some cushions. I did that trick with the wand you showed me earlier, Neville said. Hermione looked over. You're a really good teacher, Harry. I didn't think we'd be able to manage this, to be honest. Thanks, he said. What do you say we call it a night? We don't want the ministry to get suspicious. Now, do we? I can't believe what happened to you. Hermione flared up at once. They should have been pleased that you knew how to do that spell. Harry avoided Ron's eyes. Not that there was a chance that he was looking at him. What Umbridge had said had not remained a secret at all. None of them had said anything, but some of the students, like Susan Bones and Marietta Edgecombe, had had parents at the trial. It had spread around the school like wildfire, and the taunts and sneers, combined with the fear and suspicion, had contributed to Harry's foul mood as much as the fact that students had been petrified. Umbridge's plan to humiliate him had certainly worked. That bitch, he thought. It had been 3 weeks since the trial, but it had felt like 3 years. Please let the rumors die down soon. His anger propelled him to the Gryffindor common room, where he was met with both laughter and nervous looks. This did not help. He shoved past a couple of first years and stomped up the stairs. Going to bed, Potter? Someone asked, laughing. Probably an especially brave 7th year. And Weasley's going to? You better go up there too, Longbottom. They may need a chaperone. SHHHHH, someone hissed. Yeah, shut the hell up about my brother, Levins, Fred said loudly. Or, do you want to see what we'll do to you? George said just as loudly. Ron slammed the door behind them so hard that it almost shattered the wood. He rummaged angrily through his trunk and pulled out his pajamas. He was muttering something under his breath, but Harry couldn't make out what he was saying. What's that? He asked. Just fantasizing about how I'm going to tear her limb from limb, he said darkly. Harry had no doubt that he was talking about Umbridge. Ah, I was thinking the same thing, Harry said. He lay back in his bed and took off his glasses. I'm going to do it slowly. I'll make sure it hurts a lot, Ron said. Then he paused. How's Ginny holding up? She's doing all right, Harry said. Shook up about Hallwell and Gareth. She said she's going to write in the diary again tomorrow. I can't believe I'm saying this, Ron said, since she'll be in danger and all, but I hope it happens tomorrow. What if someone's killed next time? I know, Harry said. The thought still made icy fear flood his belly. Instead, it was 3 days later. Just as Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville left the Transfiguration classroom, their last class of the day, the coin in his pocket burst with heat. Harry exchanged glances with Ron. He had a feeling, although he did not know for sure, that this was it. Damn, Ron slapped his hand to his forehead. We've got to go. Snape will kill us. Harry gaped at him. Oh, our detention. Sorry, they said in unison to their bewildered friends, and sped off. As they turned the corner, they heard Hermione say, They've got detention again. They must be in a hurry, Neville said. They're going the wrong way to the dungeons. Harry and Ron walked quickly and found an empty classroom. Harry pulled out his invisibility cloak and, checking to make sure the coast was clear, threw it over himself and Ron. They hurried in and closed the door. He pulled out his wand and whispered Expecto Patronum, and his stag appeared in front of them. Tell Dumbledore this. In classroom near Transfiguration, it took Dumbledore 15 minutes to reach them. It felt like 20 years. I think this is it, Harry told him. Ginny was writing in it. She usually only takes about 3 minutes. But the coin is still hot. Either he's taken her down there to lure me, or he's going to unleash the basilisk. We're still going to have to wait, Dumbledore said. I taught it last time, you know. It took the basilisk almost an hour to appear in the corridor. I'll set the spell so that if it makes an appearance, we will know that this is not the time. And no, he continued when Harry opened his mouth, we will ensure that this is, in fact, the time before you two run off. Fine, Harry said. They sat back as Dumbledore waved his wand. Cassin Sentia, he said, and a brilliant white light streamed from his wand and went straight through the walls. That will alert me of anything bigger than a human in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, he explained. Then Protego Horribilis, he said, and a great wind stirred up around them. It too fled. I'm not taking chances again, he said grimly. I've effectively stopped anything from getting out of that bathroom and getting in. I've also blocked off the corridor around it, 15 meters from the door. Once we have confirmation, I will take it down so you can go. All students return to your dormitories at once. 20 minutes later, McGonagall's voice startled Harry so much that he toppled off the desk upon which he sat. All students return to your dormitories at once. Prefects ensure that they do so. This is it, Harry said quietly. Finally. She said that the last time, but I don't know how she knew already. Very well, Dumbledore said. He gazed down at Harry and Ron, and then let his eyes linger on Harry. He opened his mouth to speak, but closed it again. Good luck, he said finally. They almost literally ran into Minerva McGonagall the moment they sped out of the room. Ron, who was fastest, threw himself to the side to avoid her and crashed into the wall instead. She looked quite worried, Harry saw. Wispy tendrils fell around her face where her hair had fallen out of her ever-present bun, and her mouth was not pressed into a firm line, but was slightly parted. Her eyes were filled with concern. "Albus!" she cried, as soon as she saw Dumbledore. "The worst has happened. A student has been taken into the Chamber of Secrets." "Who?" Dumbledore asked sharply. Her eyes darted from Ron to Harry. "Ginny Weasley," she said in a low voice. "My sister," Ron shouted, but McGonagall continued. "I was walking with a student when I saw Ginny Weasley walk into that bathroom none of the girls want to go into, the one that is haunted by Moaning Myrtle. I thought it was odd, but then I saw that there was a new message written on the wall. Her skeleton will remain in the chamber forever. Albus, this is the end of the school, I fear." "Minerva, listen to me," Dumbledore said urgently. She ignored him. "I ran into Gilderoy. He says he'll retrieve her, but I sincerely doubt that. He'll be in his office, getting ready to flee. What are we going to do? Whatever the monster is, it made it so I couldn't even try to follow. I was pushed back." "Minerva, alert the Weasleys," Dumbledore interrupted, "and go to my office. I will meet you there. Tell them to come immediately." She nodded. Then, remembering herself, she turned on Harry and Ron. "Get back to your dormitories." Now, her voice softened. "Mr. Weasley, we'll do everything we can." Harry and Ron did not need to hear another word, but left. Harry turned back once, and saw such a look of helplessness on her face that he longed to tell her not to worry. He'd bring Ginny back and defeat the basilisk. Instead, he followed Ron. As soon as they rounded the corner, both began sprinting. Harry did not remember drawing his wand, but it was out, and he grasped it firmly. Hogwarts had never seemed larger. They went down the stairs 3 at a time. Had there been any other students about, there would have been injuries, he was sure. They set off down the 3rd-floor corridor, near the hospital wing and the defense classes. The halls were still, mercifully, empty. "Harry! Ron!" Neville shouted. Harry ran right into Ron when he slowed, and they both fell hard, smacking the stones. "Neville," he said. Neville's face was bright red and sweaty, as if he too had been running. "I've been looking." Neville bent over and gasped for breath. "For you ever since. Ginny, she's been taken. I saw it. The monster took her." "We know," Harry and Ron said at once. "We're going to rescue her," Harry told them. "Don't worry." "But—" "No time, Neville," Ron bellowed. "We know where it's taken her." "Let me come with you," Neville said at once, as he clutched a stitch in his side. "No," Ron shouted. "Don't worry. We won't let anything happen. I care about Ginny too," Neville shouted. Harry stared at him, stunned. He didn't think he'd ever seen Neville truly angry before. Not now, and not then. His face was almost purple, and his fists were clenched, as if he were about to start throwing punches. "Neville," Ron began. "Don't Neville me." He turned on Harry and pointed at him. Harry couldn't help but flinch. "Isn't this why you've been helping us? So we can make a difference?" Harry didn't bother trying to deny it. Neville had expressed these same sentiments when Harry had tried to talk him out of coming to the Department of Mysteries with him. He'd been right then, and if Harry and Ron had not traveled from the future, he'd be right now. He looked at Ron pleadingly. Or was it just a lie? Neville asked. Behind the anger, Harry saw a deep reservoir of hurt and insecurity. If he continued to refuse Neville, if he and Ron walked away from him, something would break inside him. Perhaps not their friendship, but the small bit of confidence that Neville had gained from mastering several spells would be lost. They couldn't tell him that they knew what was happening, not without giving themselves away. Harry really only had one choice. "All right," Harry said quietly. "What?" Ron said blankly. Harry shook his head at him. "Neville's right," he said. He cares about Ginny, too. You should come with us. They marched on in silence. Harry kept jerking at small sounds, expecting Hermione and Luna to pop out from behind a door, or a tapestry, or a suit of armor and demand to go with them. He thought very quickly. Ron can keep him occupied, he thought. I can go on ahead, and Ron can stop Neville from following. Somehow, do you really know where the Chamber of Secrets is? Neville asked hesitantly. Yeah, Ron said roughly. It's in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. Isn't that a girl's bathroom? Neville asked. If Harry had not been so petrified that something would go wrong, he may have laughed. Neville sounded more horrified about going into a girl's bathroom than meeting a basilisk, although he didn't know it was a basilisk that they would be facing. There's a basilisk in there, Harry said. Do you know what that is? When Neville shook his head, Ron said, it's a giant snake that can kill people with its eyes. And its fangs are poisonous too. Ron said this very harshly, and Harry could tell that he was trying to get Neville to back out while he still could. Waste of an effort, Harry thought. Neville's not a coward. How did you figure this out? It's a snake, Harry said quietly. I can hear it. That's what that voice I've been hearing is. It's been moving around in the pipes. That's why no one can see it. But how do you know it's a basilisk? Neville pressed. Ron said. We overheard Dumbledore talking to McGonagall. He was listing all the things that could have done it. And I know what a basilisk is, and then I realized that if Harry has been hearing it, then a snake is the best bet. Ron's nerves were interfering with his ability to lie, and Harry was glad when he stopped talking. Thankfully, Neville did not have any more questions. Terrible images of Ginny lying as still as death on the dirty floor of the Chamber of Secrets kept popping up behind his eyes. His heart was in danger of leaping out of his chest. Professor Lockhart, Neville said loudly. Ron groaned. Neville, look, he's leaving, Neville said indignantly. He's supposed to be helping Ginny, too. He's got his trunk. There was no chance at all that they were going to avoid this. Lockhart was less than 10 feet away and staring at them with shock. His face was pale, and his usually perfectly tended hair was mussed. His eyes were wild, and all he seemed capable of was staring at them. He had dropped his overflowing trunk onto his foot, and he had not even noticed. Ron sighed. What the hell are you doing, Lockhart? He asked. Aren't you supposed to be helping my sister? Urgent business, got to run, he said weakly. You're the defense against the dark arts teacher. Neville said. You told the other professors that you were going to help. You don't understand? Harry drew his wand. I understand perfectly. You're a fraud. Lockhart twitched, reaching for his wand. Expelliarmus. You're coming with us, Ron said roughly, pocketing Lockhart's wand after catching it. You can leave your trunk here. I'm sure you'll need it when you're sacked. Good thing it's packed already. It's not that bad that he's here again, Harry thought when they finally reached the corridor. He felt a faint twinge of unease. He shook his head. Stay focused on Ginny, the diary, and the basilisk. It took them another 5 minutes to reach the end of the corridor. Harry could see the doors that led to the bathroom and the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. They were closed. The monster, Neville said nervously. It made it so McGonagall couldn't follow Ginny. She just bounced right off it. We'll try anyway, Ron said harshly. Dumbledore had already taken down his enchantment. He must have expected that Ron and Harry had already reached it. He had obviously not expected that they had picked up 2 others. Harry narrowed his eyes and stared at Lockhart. Come on, Harry. He shook his head sharply and moved on. Neville walked with his hand out, obviously expecting to be pushed back at any moment. Lockhart kept whimpering and muttering things under his breath that Harry did not particularly want to hear. Ron pulled open the door and, wand still pointed at Lockhart, ushered them in. Harry looked around the familiar room. It was dingy and poorly lit and smelled faintly of something unpleasant, just as he'd remembered. Where do you reckon it is? Harry asked Ron. You said you knew, Neville accused. We know it's in this bathroom, but we haven't quite figured out where. Harry lied. He pretended to think. If it's going through the pipes. Lockhart said in a faint voice. Ron jabbed his wand at him. Shut up, he growled, then looked at Harry. Maybe over by the sink? If it isn't there, we can check the toilets. Harry nodded. He made a cursory examination of the sinks, ignoring the fact that Moaning Myrtle had joined them. "You're not supposed to be here," she said in a sing-song voice. "This is a girl's bathroom." Neville muttered his agreement. "Found it," Harry said when he had taken enough time looking for the small snake that decorated the tap on one of the sinks. "Look, it looks like a snake. Reckon I should use parcel tongue." He gritted his teeth. He glanced over at Neville, who looked very pale. "You don't have to come, Neville," he pointed out. "I'm coming." Neville tried to say it firmly, but it came out as a question. Then, when Ron opened his mouth, he said, "I'm coming." "Open," Harry said. All four watched in silence as the sink moved away, revealing the large mouth of a pipe that looked like a maw, waiting to swallow them and enclose them in darkness. "You first," Ron said to Lockhart. "Isn't necessary, boys." Lockhart quivered. When Harry raised his wand, and a split second later, Neville did, he swallowed. With a moan, he jumped in and disappeared. "I'll go next," Ron said. "Don't want him to get into trouble down there." "I'll go," Neville said. He took a deep breath and followed Ron. Harry could hear him scream all the way down. Once he heard voices echoing oddly up through the pipe, he climbed in and slid. His robes were caked in slime and filth, and Harry had to breathe through his mouth for several moments. The faint, unpleasant smell in the bathroom was nothing compared to the stench. He'd forgotten. "Ugh," Lockhart said. "What is that awful smell?" "The basilisk," Ron said casually. "Not only can it kill you if it looks you in the eye, it smells too." Lockhart whimpered. "Lumos," Harry whispered, and his wand immediately lit up. It cast an eerie light that shimmered on the wet walls. "How did you think we're under the lake?" Neville said. Harry marched forward toward the tunnel. "Maybe we can pretend that only I can go forward once we reach that other door," he thought. Or, Neville screamed, and Harry whipped around. He and Lockhart both had their hands pressed tightly over their eyes. Harry turned around again and saw the skin that the basilisk had shed. It covered the entire path. They would have to step over it. But wait, he heard Lockhart's knees hit the ground and scrape against the bones of the small animals that littered the tunnel. It's just Lockhart, he thought, but that feeling of unease had grown. His heart thumped, and his instincts were on full alert. Suddenly, with a rush of understanding, he spun around. "Ron, your wand," he shouted. He saw Ron's shocked face in the light that came from his wand, but it was Neville who cried out. "Obliviate!" Harry was simply too slow. He tried to dodge it, to throw himself out of the way, but the bright white light of the memory charm hit him full on the face. He could feel it seeping into his brain. "No, no, no," he heard his own voice say. He put his hands over his head, trying to protect it, but it was too late. The memories flickered past his closed eyelids, and he could only feel horror and impotent rage. The chamber, Tom Riddle, the diary, Ginny lying as though dead on the floor, the sword they slipped away. He couldn't hold the memories in, and in a second they were gone.
Hello there, Harry Potter fans. Welcome back to our page. Here we are with Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always, by Dead Woodpecker, Chapter 11, Interlude, Albus Dumbledore.
Chapter 11. Interlude, Albus Dumbledore. Chapter text. Albus Dumbledore paced his office, trying not to listen to the broken sobs of Molly Weasley. When the Weasleys had first arrived, he had been confident that Ginny Weasley would be found safe and sound. Harry Potter and Ron Weasley would bring her back to the office, where a joyful reunion would be shared by all. He checked his watch he had bought for himself on his 17th birthday for the 5th time in as many minutes. He had last seen Harry and Ron outside a Transfiguration classroom. That was 3 hours ago. What had gone wrong? Though the thought was terrible, Albus could not help but consider the possibility that all three were lost. True, Harry and Ron might have been petrified. They both knew very well not to look at the basilisk. But the basilisk still had fangs, and the diary was slowly sapping Ginny Weasley's life away. "One more thing," he muttered to the Weasleys, who did not appear to be listening to him. He knew it was desperate. He knew that even the Elder Wand had its limits. But he gathered up as much force as he could, whispered, "Hominum revelio," and sent it through the walls in the direction of the Chamber of Secrets. Nothing. He looked at Fawkes. He remained stubbornly on his perch, and seemed completely unaware of the tension and grief in the room. He was preening his tail feathers. From what he had seen in the pensieve, Fawkes had brought Harry the sorting hat, from which he could draw Gryffindor's sword. But Fawkes was still here. "Albus," Mr. Weasley said, "are you sure that you don't know who is opening the chamber?" He had asked this question several times before. Albus knew where he was leading, but refused to allow thoughts and conversations to drift that way. "No, I do not," he lied. "We have been conducting an investigation, of course, but nothing has been conclusive." Arthur Weasley grimaced as though he were in physical pain. "My daughter is down there," he stated, "and we don't know why, or who, or how." "Albus, you're certain that it isn't?" Thankfully, Minerva McGonagall took that moment to pound on the door and, without waiting for a reply, pushed it open. Her face was set in grim lines. Albus had not seen her quite so undone since she, and Hagrid had left Harry on the doorstep of number 4, Privet Drive. There was a movement from behind her, and Hermione Granger stepped out, tears streaking down her face. Minerva set a hand on her shoulder. "We have." She glanced over at Mr. and Mrs. Weasley and looked away, as though she could not bear to see their grief a moment longer. "We have several more students missing, Albus." Albus watched her. Several meant more than 2, which meant that Harry and Ron had possibly run into trouble before they even made it to the Chamber of Secrets. "Who?" he asked. "Harry Potter, Ron W. Weasley, and Neville Longbottom," she answered, keeping her eyes fixed on his. Mrs. Weasley screamed and fell into one of the armchairs Albus had conjured for the Weasleys. Hermione sobbed, and fresh tears tracked down her face. "I didn't even notice they were missing," she said through sobs. "Not until a few minutes before Professor Emma McGonagall came in." "It's true," Albus McGonagall said. "They are not in the dorms, nor have they been seen in the dorms or common room all this afternoon." Mr. Weasley drew himself up to his full height. "What exactly do you think is happening?" Albus suddenly felt very old. "Arthur," he said quietly, but the other man, who now had 2 children missing, ignored him. "I think we deserve to know. Is there any possible way that Harry Potter is opening the Chamber of Secrets?" "Harry wouldn't," Hermione cried. "He wouldn't. He isn't the heir of Slytherin. I know he isn't. He has shown that he has skills beyond his second year." Arthur pressed. "And he speaks Parseltongue, like Slytherin. I saw his face when he looked at that Umbridge woman. He was not only angry, he wanted to kill her." "I don't believe he wanted to kill her," Albus lied. "He had just had some very nasty allegations leveled at him. Both he and your son did. And Harry just SS studies more," Hermione said, her face bright red. "Hermione," Arthur said, "I appreciate your loyalty to your friend, but if you have seen anything suspicious, anything at all, you need to tell me now." She shook her head silently. Albus wanted to applaud her. Obviously, the 3-time travelers had loved this one so desperately, for good reason. Loyal and brave, a true Gryffindor. He glanced over at where Fawkes still stood on his perch. He had thought he'd seen the phoenix move out of the corner of his eye, but that had only been wishful thinking. "Where were you when you last saw them?" Arthur asked. "It was all right after Transfiguration," she answered at once. "Why did they leave you?" They said they had a detention with Professor Snape," she said. Albus closed his eyes. "Did you see them leave for the dungeons?" Minerva asked. "No," she answered. "They ran off." "Albus," Minerva turned to him. "I'm quite certain that Weasley and Potter did not have detention with Professor Snape today. We had our staff meeting for the teachers this morning, and he did not say a word about it. He generally gloats." "Perhaps they forgot the day," Albus murmured, though he knew that this was not nearly enough to halt what was now going to happen. "Harry, where are you?" This was right after Transfiguration. Minerva asked sharply, right before Ginny Weasley was taken into the chamber. "Yes," Hermione said hesitantly. "Which direction did they run off to?" They ran toward the hospital wing," she said reluctantly. "Which is also the direction of that bathroom," Arthur said. His face slowly flushed to a bright red. Molly's sobs were slowing, and she finally looked up. Her brown eyes flashed with anger and grief. "I told you," Hermione said bravely. "Harry would never hurt Ginny, and Ron would be the last person to hurt his sister." Unless he had his will taken away, Molly said sharply. Potter knows about the Imperius curse. It could be another spell he practices on Ron. Silence fell over the headmaster's office, and Albus wanted to put his head in his hands. He had only one ally in this room. One person who did not, on some level, suspect Harry, and she was only 13 years old. Fox trilled. It was a sound that usually had the ability to comfort him beyond anything else. But now it made him uneasy and wary, because Fox should have been gone hours ago. Where was Harry on the night of Halloween? Arthur asked. He was in the common room, she answered. In the common room, he said flatly. Why wasn't he at the feast? He said he didn't feel well, Hermione said. Ginny didn't feel well either. Albus stared at the girl, willing her to remain strong, willing her trust in Harry not to break. The other adults exchanged significant looks. He did not want to remain silent any longer. But he could not possibly tell them why he trusted Harry, Ron, and Ginny beyond all doubt. It was far, far too soon. All of them knew it. He had enough time. That explains why they were both. If he's hurt Ron and Ginny, we'll get to the bottom of this. I assure you. Thank you, Minerva. When he returns to the common room, I'll ensure that he gives us satisfactory answers. Miss Granger. Hermione started and looked away. They both had been completely silent while the others had damned Harry. The evidence they had, going by what they had seen and witnessed, was damning, he had to admit. If Harry did not return, Albus feared that he would be remembered as the student who had killed several others. Albus closed his eyes again, feeling for the first time since he was 18 years old, utterly impotent. Return to your common room, Minerva said. Come straight back to us if Potter returns. Do you understand? He didn't do. Miss Granger, you have never been one to directly disobey an order from a teacher. Do not start tonight. Minerva threatened, her lips a thin line. Hermione left, closing the door quietly behind her. Harry Potter is not opening the Chamber of Secrets, Dumbledore said firmly. How can you possibly believe that he isn't? Molly flared up at once. Everything points to it. His mysterious absence from the feast on Halloween, his knowledge of advanced spells, the fact that he made Ron run with him right before my daughter was taken into the chamber. How can you possibly believe otherwise? You don't even know Potter, Minerva pointed out. You've only spoken to him once. Yes, Albus admitted, right after he saved the Philosopher's Stone from Lord Voldemort. This has nothing to do with you-know-who, Arthur said. It has everything to do with Voldemort. He stared around at them and felt the horrible certainty that things were going to get worse, a lot worse, before they got better. If Harry managed to save Ginny, if he was not dead, then suspicion would be deflected. But what he saw on these people's faces was not momentary. It had its roots in that damn article. The shadow of the Chosen One's terrible power was like a presence in the room, feeding the distrust until it became surety. It would not go away, not really, until the truth was told, which would, unfortunately, be years. That is, if Harry survived this night. What is happening? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Fawkes let out a loud cry. He spread his graceful wings the color of flame, leapt into the air, grabbed the sorting hat from its shelf, and disappeared in a bright flash of fire.
Welcome back to the page, Harry Potter fans. Here we are with Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always, by Dead Woodpecker, Chapter 12, Just a Memory.
Chapter 12, Just a Memory. Chapter text. Harry blinked. He stared down at a filthy ground covered in bones. He moved his hand, and it squelched in the muck. What the dash? As soon as the thought struck, he felt a wave of dizziness crash over him, a great vast thing that started at his head and pushed with unrelenting force. He barely managed to turn his head in time to avoid spraying his own hands with vomit. He heaved and heaved while his stomach clenched painfully. Harry, Ron's voice. Lockhart, Ron. He's bleeding from his ears, Neville said. What did you do to him? Just stunned him, Ron said indifferently. Might be more powerful because I used 2 wands. Harry retched. The voices sounded as though they came from very far away, as though he were underwater. What's going on? Why were he and Ron and Neville in a place littered with the remains of small animals and smelled like an open sewage pipe? He dropped onto his forearms and threw up again. Harry, Ron said urgently. Get up, come on. Ron, Neville said with a shaky voice. Lockhart needs help. Lockhart, Ron said viciously, is lucky that I didn't kill him. He just obliviated Harry. Where are we? Harry rasped. Ron swore. We're in the Chamber of Secrets, near it, anyway. What? Harry said blankly. The Chamber of Secrets. Ron said desperately. You don't remember. You don't effing remember. He walked over and kicked Lockhart in the shins. Hard. Neville squeaked. I can't. And Harry hated how thin his voice sounded. The tidal wave of nausea closed over him, and he squeezed his eyes shut. Wake up! Wake up! Ron was yelling in his ear and slapping his cheeks. Ron, Harry asked. Somehow he had lain down on the ground, but he'd only blinked, hadn't he? To keep from vomiting again? Stop hitting me. I just blinked. You didn't just blink, Ron said. You've been out for Merlin knows how long. About half an hour, Neville said helpfully. Listen, Ron said. Pull yourself together. My sister needs you. Ginny's in here. He tried to get up, but his legs felt limp. Instead, he gripped Ron's robes and pulled himself up halfway. How'd she get here? Why? What did we do? Damn it, Harry. Ron snarled. He lifted Harry up by his robes, set him on his feet, and shook him like a rag doll. Lockhart obliviated you. Was that why his brain felt like someone had taken a hammer to it? He was supposed to be here. He just forgot? He took several deep breaths. Now that he wasn't so close to the floor, he found it easier to breathe. Lockhart, their defense professor, who was completely useless but was too, well, stupid to be a threat, had obliviated him? Ron, Harry said in a low voice, flicking his eyes toward Neville, who was bent over a still form. Professor Lockhart. Ginny's in there. You remember Ginny? Ron said cautiously. I'll always remember Ginny, Harry said quietly. He knew Ron would get it. Ron moaned with relief. Thank Merlin, he said. I didn't know how much he'd taken from you. I was going barmy. He sagged against the wall of the tunnel as though his legs were barely supporting him. Harry knew the feeling. What's in here? Harry asked. A basilisk, Ron said. That's a giant snake. See that skin over there? That's where it came from. Don't look at it. It'll kill you. And its fangs are poisonous, too. Harry gaped at him. And Ginny's in there with it. Why hadn't they tried to stop this from happening? What kind of horrible mistake had they made? Harry, Ron sounded quite desperate. You got to go. Aren't, Harry licked his lips. Aren't you coming with me? I can't. I don't speak parcel tongue, Ron said. What the hell is parcel tongue? Harry asked. He was trembling now. Whether it was from fear or confusion, he did not know. You can talk to snakes, Neville said. Once Ron's silence made it clear that he could not speak at the moment. That's how he got down here. You hissed something. Ron said it was open. But, he said seriously, you don't have to go alone, Harry. I'll go with you. Ron's fist slammed against the wall. No, you're staying here with me. I've got to keep an eye on Lockhart. BB, but I could go with Harry, Neville said. His face appeared completely bloodless in the flickering light coming from the two wands Ron held in his hands. You can handle him if he wakes up. Exactly, Ron said. You're going to keep me from killing him if he wakes up. I have to go alone. Harry asked. There was a hint of a plea in his voice that he hated. But he had no idea where he was and what to do. How were basilisks defeated? He glanced down at his wand. Was there a spell that Lockhart had made him forget? Yeah, Ron said. You speak parcel tongue, he added lamely. Harry gazed at him for long moments. His best mate's blue eyes were wide. He was furious, Harry realized. He had obviously not been joking when he'd told Neville that the other boy would have to stop him from killing Lockhart. Listen, he dragged Harry further up the tunnel, away from Neville, who was staring at them. There's a diary, he whispered. It's like the locket, like the cup. Do you understand? So not only was there a basilisk in there with Ginny, but a Horcrux as well? All right, Harry nodded. It served to shake out the rest of the cobwebs in his head, but he could almost feel the blankness there. I'm going. Any other words of advice? Ron said. Please hurry. Harry set off down the tunnel at once. Neville said something, But Harry didn't respond. Nor did he look back. Ginny was somewhere up ahead, at the mercy of both a basilisk and a horcrux. Once he could no longer hear Ron's and Neville's voices, he paused to empty his stomach once more. He rested his head against the smooth, wet stone for a moment. Then, every limb shaking, from nerves or anger, he couldn't tell, he continued on. Further and further he went, until he came to a round door engraved with snakes. They almost seemed to move. Harry eyed it. If he could talk to snakes, could he talk to fake snakes too? They almost seemed alive. Their eyes gleamed at him. Open, he said. It sounded like a hiss. He was not surprised to see that it slid out of the way, revealing the vast room beyond. Wand pointed straight in front of him. He entered. He was in a long hallway. He looked up and could not see the ceiling. Columns stretched up and up into darkness. He walked steadily forward and saw that the room eventually opened up. There was a large statue of a man, and laying face down before it was Ginny, her hair gleaming like fire. He sprinted toward her, and his footsteps echoed, sounding like he was leading an army. But it was only him. He knelt beside her and gently turned her over. Don't be dead, don't be dead, don't be dead, don't be dead. He pleaded over and over again to whomever might be listening. Ginny, he muttered. She was alive. She looked as though she was sleeping. Her chest rose and fell steadily, and her cheeks were a bit flushed. He shook her shoulder. Ginny, he said desperately. Wake up, wake up. Something made him turn around. He thought he'd heard a sound, like someone else was here with them. All he saw was a shadow that somehow seemed malevolent. It seemed like it was breathing. He pointed his wand at her. Enervate, he said loudly. But still, she remained unconscious. He could not imagine what had made him think she was sleeping. Her unnatural stillness was just as frightening as the shadow. Next to her was a small black book. It was the diary that Ron had mentioned, the Horcrux. He picked it up and stared at it with loathing. This was somehow doing it to her. He knew it. He racked his memories, trying to recall if he had ever seen a Horcrux act in this manner. It had changed Ron, had fed his negativity, and had contributed to him leaving Harry and Hermione alone. But he hadn't known it could do this, and even if it had, he'd been obliviated. He paced back and forth, and time marched on with agonizing speed. He examined his memories, and grew ever more furious when he came upon blank spots. He remembered the Horcruxes, all of them but this diary, but he could not remember how some of them had been destroyed. He knew that fiend fire could do it, but when he thought back to Hufflepuff's cup and how it had been destroyed, he came up blank. Same with the ring. In the first timeline, Dumbledore had done it, but how? He had no idea how much time had passed. He suspected it had been a long time, too long. He looked down at Ginny, and his heart leapt into his throat. Her cheeks were pale, now, and her breathing had become faint. I'm going to screw this up, he thought, and Ginny's going to die. He stroked her hair. He was tempted to unleash fiend fire and destroy the diary, but he had no way of controlling the vicious flames. Harry Potter, a boy about 16 years old, had stepped out of the shadows. No, Harry blinked. He didn't step out of the shadows. The shadow was him all along, and the shadows still clung to him, as if the boy before him was more smoke than flesh. Who are you? He asked. Tom Riddle, the boy said. Voldemort. Harry gaped at him. What are you doing here? He asked. That's an interesting question, Voldemort said. But I'm afraid that it's your turn to answer some questions. Questions I've had since that stupid little girl began writing in me. Sorry, Harry said recklessly. I'm not really in the mood. He pointed his wand straight at the Horcrux that was somehow becoming flesh. He looked down at Ginny again. She seemed even paler and weaker, while the Horcrux grew stronger. He's stealing her life. Voldemort laughed. It was a high, cold sound that had resonated in Harry's dreams for almost 2 decades. He had laughed just the same way after he had killed Harry's parents. You can't kill me with your wand, Potter, he said. And unless you want to hasten your own death, by all means, I can call the basilisk, and you can finally die. Is that how I can speak Parseltongue? Harry asked himself. Voldemort can speak Parseltongue, and since I'm a Horcrux, I can too? Fine, Harry said. She told me all about you, Voldemort said. How the greatest sorcerer ever lived was defeated by a baby. You. Tell me how. My mother died for me, Harry told him after a moment. He clutched his wand, mentally cataloging the spells that might work against a basilisk. But if he couldn't look at it without risking death, like Ron had said, how could he aim? And you aren't the greatest wizard in the world, Voldemort. Albus Dumbledore is. Riddle opened his mouth, perhaps to ask how Harry had known who he was, when the most beautiful sound he had ever heard filled the chamber. It was Phoenix Song, and for the first time since he had left Ron and Neville, Harry felt a measure of hope. Fawkes was here. The Phoenix dropped something misshapen and lumpy at Harry's feet. He recognized it at once. The Sorting Hat. Thanks, Fawkes, he said. Fawkes trilled and spread his beautiful wings and soared back up into the darkness. Harry watched Voldemort as he laughed. The truth be told, Harry had no idea why Fawkes had seen fit to bring him the Sorting Hat. He could not see the possible use in this situation. But perhaps Dumbledore had sent Fawkes. Maybe there was a note in there that described how best to kill basilisks, or maybe how to control fiend fire. Harry examined the Sorting Hat while Voldemort continued to laugh. There was nothing there, nothing. Well, Voldemort said, if that's the best the old man can do. Time to die, Potter. Harry glanced down at Ginny. He didn't know how he could possibly do it, but he couldn't fail her. Always and always. He tore his eyes away from her as Voldemort called the basilisk. Kill him, he said in a sibilant voice. Harry ran. He ran to put distance between himself and Ginny, to draw the basilisk away from her. He could hear it sliding behind him, and the faint splashes as more and more of it came out of the pool of water that had surrounded the statue. It seemed endless. If he could just get behind one of the columns, he had about one good chance. He might try Sectum Sempra and cut off its head before its eyes could kill him. Or its fangs. A stream of light flew over Harry as he ran headlong for the columns. Fawkes! He heard another trill, this one angry instead of comforting, and the basilisk shrieked. The sound sent ripples of fear down his entire body. He had never known that a snake could make such a sound, and he hoped never to hear it again. He was almost where he could send off one good spell when he tripped and fell hard on the unforgiving surface. His vision blurred when he hit his jaw on a rock, and he watched with horror when his wand flew out of his grasp and rolled away. Whatever Fawkes had done to the basilisk, it had not stopped it for long. He could hear the impossibly long body gliding on the floor. Kill him, you stupid beast! Voldemort shouted. Use your fangs. Harry hoped this meant that Fawkes had taken out its eyes. He stared at where his wand had been thrown, but he could not see it from this angle, and judging by the loud slither, he did not have time to grab it. He had one last chance. He jammed the Sorting Hat down on his head and thought, help, as loud as he could. Perhaps Dumbledore could hear him. He could save Ginny even if Harry could not. Something heavy came out of the Sorting Hat, landing on top of his head with enough force to blacken the edges of his vision. He ripped the hat off his head, grabbed whatever it was, and rolled over onto his back. He took a quick look at what the Sorting Hat had given him, and with a surge of hope, he saw that it was a sword. The hope changed to fierce determination when he sensed the shadow of the basilisk looming over him. He got up on one knee. That was all he had time for, and grasping the sword in both hands, he lifted it. The huge maw of the basilisk opened before him, and he caught a quick look at the glistening fangs before he thrust the sword up. He felt resistance, and he pushed with all his might, his arms quivering with effort. He chanced to glance up and saw the tip of the sword protruding from the tip of the basilisk's head, right between two bleeding eye sockets. He yanked as hard as he could and rolled away at the same time. He almost made it. A fang punched into his arm, and pain immediately tore through his body. The basilisk convulsed as it died and lodged the fang in deeper. Harry took great gasps of air, and with all of his willpower, ripped it out of his arm. No! Voldemort shouted. Harry staggered to his feet, sword still in hand, and kept his eyes on Ginny's hair. He weakened with each step, but he forced himself to continue. When he could no longer walk, he crawled, while Voldemort laughed. And then Harry could no longer move. He closed his eyes, and he could feel tears seep out from behind his eyelids. Something heavy landed on his back, but he had no strength to dislodge it. Everything became fuzzy, and there was a ringing in his ears like the whistle of train. But then, amidst the burning agony of where the fong had punctured his arm, he felt cool moisture and the pain receded. The whistle, which had grown louder, faded once more, and Harry was able to open his eyes. "Get away from him, bird." The weight lifted off his back, and Harry stood on strengthened legs. He was only 5 feet from Ginny, and as soon as he saw the diary, he knew what to do. It was his only chance. If this sword did not destroy the Horcrux, then Harry had no other options. Stop! But he ignored Voldemort, lifted the sword when he was still 3 feet away, and plunged it down, cleaving the diary in two. There was a terrible scream, and Harry turned his head as the riddle that had come out of the diary disappeared. He sat down and gently pulled Ginny into his lap. "Please wake up," he murmured. "Please wake up. Please wake up." Tears trickled down his cheeks as long moments that seemed to stretch forever went by. Finally, she stirred. "Harry," she sighed, blinking her eyes open. "I thought you were dead," he said. She sat up, apparently none the worse for wear, although seconds ago Harry had feared that she would die. She frowned at him. "Are you crying? Aren't I the one supposed to be doing that? I thought you were going to die. I didn't know if I could save you," he told her. Then he pressed kisses on every inch of her face that he could reach. She squeaked when he hid an open eye. "Harry, you knew I would be safe," she said. "You're trembling." She sounded as though she couldn't believe it. "Last time, you weren't nearly so." "I don't remember last time," Harry said. She stared at him, eyes wide with shock. "Lockhart obliviated me. Ron told me. I came in here and saw you. You were dying, and I had no idea what I could possibly do." "Lockhart?" Ginny asked. "You'll have to ask Ron and Neville the details," Harry said. "There are huge blank spots in my memory. Why did we let this happen, Ginny?" Ginny looked at the sword he'd thrown aside when he'd destroyed the diary. "We needed that sword, Harry, badly enough to let this happen again. It destroys Horcruxes now. We need it. When we first started planning to come back, Dumbledore told us that to attempt to destroy them, we couldn't rely on fiend fire, especially when we have to kill the snake and destroy the cup." He sighed. He felt exhausted all of a sudden. He pressed a kiss to her hair. "From now on, we fight side by side," he said firmly. She smiled at him. "When we can. But I'll tell you this. I'm not going to do this again. Ever." "No, you aren't." She sighed and put her head on his shoulder. They sat like that until Harry felt his legs falling asleep. "We have to go," Harry murmured. "Ron will be going spare. I have no idea how long I've been here. Hours, probably." "What were you doing?" she asked. "Apparently waiting for a phoenix to bring me an old hat," he said dryly. She stood and grasped his hand, pulling him to his feet. He bent over and picked up what remained of the Horcrux and the sword. He looked at it and wrinkled his nose. "Couldn't we have just bought a sword?" Ginny laughed. "It's Gryffindor's sword, Harry. You can't just buy it. You have to prove that you're courageous and that you've got nerve." "I don't think I've ever felt less brave in my life," Harry said. "That's probably why you got it." They made their way quickly through the chamber. Ginny held the diary, and Harry held the sword. Fawkes glided silently above them, making it unnecessary to light one of their wands. It seemed to take much longer than it had. They heard Ron shouting before they even came close to seeing him. Either Ron was yelling very loud, or the acoustics in the tunnel were amazing. Harry suspected it might be both. "We're here," Harry called. Then, instead of shouting, he heard footsteps running toward him and saw faint, bobbing lights. Ron ran fast, and he gripped first Ginny and then Harry in a bone-crushing hug. "I thought you were dead." "Almost," Harry said. "You've been gone for almost 3 hours. Where's Lockhart?" Ginny asked. "Back there with Neville," Ron said. Suddenly, Harry felt a rage so intense that it frightened him. Without looking at the other two, he strode ahead, wand raised. Lockhart had taken away his memories, had violated Harry, and had nearly ruined everything. He raised the sword as soon as he saw him. Neville gasped, "Harry." Harry wanted to kill Lockhart very badly. He stared at the man for almost a minute. He was lying very still and motionless. "Is he dead?" And no, Neville said. He even woke up, but he keeps going back to sleep. I've even trying to, help him. Harry did not like knowing that he probably would have killed Lockhart had Neville not been there. He lowered his wand and the sword. Neville could not possibly understand. He did not know of the time travel, did not know that Lockhart could have destroyed everything. It was only luck that Harry had retained his memories. He remembered very clearly that Lockhart had intended, the first time, to destroy Ron's and Harry's minds. But Neville could not possibly know, and Harry felt ashamed when Neville looked at him with something like fear. "Sorry, Neville," Harry said. He really scrambled my brains. Neville looked so relieved that Harry felt even guiltier. "That's okay, Harry," he said. Fox flew around a corner in the tunnel, and Neville gaped at him. "Is that a phoenix?" "Yeah," Harry chuckled a little. "He saved my life." Ginny and Ron came around the corner then. Neville sighed with relief. "We thought you were dead," he said. "Both of you. You were gone for so long." "We're fine." Ginny's voice shook. Harry looked closer and saw that there were tears in her eyes. "I don't know how we're going to get B back, though." She glared at Lockhart's prone shape, and Harry realized that her tears were more from anger than anything else. "Phoenixes are supposed to be really strong," Neville said tentatively. "Maybe this one can help us. I don't know how it'll manage Lockhart, though. Can we leave him down here?" Ron asked. He laughed. Apparently Ron had worked through his anger. The fact that Harry and Ginny were safe probably helped. It took the combined effort of Ron, Harry, and Neville to carry Lockhart to the pipe that led back to Hogwarts. Ron dropped his feet with a curse. They lined up behind Harry and the Phoenix. Ginny gripped his hand. Ron gripped his sister's shoulder and, with extreme reluctance, picked up one of Lockhart's feet again. Neville kept his hand under Lockhart's armpit. Without further ado, Harry grasped one of Foxtail feathers. He felt unbelievably light, and then they were soaring up and up through the pipe, and it took what seemed like no time at all to find themselves in a familiar-looking bathroom. Didn't Dumbledore say that he'd be in his office? Harry asked for Neville's benefit. "Yeah," Ron said. "I think we're supposed to follow that phoenix." Harry reluctantly dropped Ginny's hand, and they followed Fawkes into the dimly lit corridor. "Harry," Ron said, "help us with this git." Harry sighed and doubled back to grab the arm that Neville did not hold. It seemed to take forever, and by the time they reached the gargoyle, Harry's back was one massive ache. He thought several times about just dropping Lockhart and letting him be. With every step that Harry took, the resentment of having his mind violated grew. While he knew that Obliviate was useful, when used as a weapon for greed, it was nearly as bad as the Imperius curse. As soon as they stepped on to the moving staircase that led to Dumbledore's office, Harry dropped Lockhart with a huge sigh of relief. The relief faded quickly when he heard raised voices. They were muffled by the heavy oak door, but he could hear Mrs. Weasley's voice and Mr. Weasley's in a lower, steadier voice that was almost certainly Dumbledore's. "Don't care about a phoenix. That's Mum," Ron whispered, his eyes wide. "He took our daughter and our son, and I am not standing here a moment longer." Harry had the horrible suspicion that Mrs. Weasley was not talking about Tom Riddle. He took a deep breath. He was about to push it open when footsteps rushed toward him from the other side, and the door crashed open. He stared at Mrs. Weasley, who looked thoroughly disheveled, and her eyes narrowed in anger and fear the moment her attention was caught by the scar on his forehead. The instant before she sent a hex at him, Harry knew the signs. She caught sight of her children, who stood and stared silently at her, looks of shock written clearly across their faces. "Ginny, Ron," she whispered faintly. "What?" Ginny burst into tears, and Harry had no idea if she was acting or not. He didn't look at her, but skirted around Mrs. Weasley and entered the room. "Lockhart's hurt," he said. Mr. Weasley and Professor McGonagall simply stared at him, mouths open in shock. He could imagine the picture he made. He was covered in muck and blood, his robes were torn, and he carried a sword in one hand and a wand in the other. With an effort, Harry turned away from Mr. Weasley, whose look of extreme anger had melted into bewilderment when Ron, Ginny, and Neville came in behind him. Dumbledore was beaming at him, and he looked at Harry with pride, relief, and concern. Ginny still cried, and had her face hidden in her robes. "I think," McGonagall said weakly, clutching her chest. "I think we need an explanation." Harry glanced at Ron. There was no way that he could explain anything, not with the gaping holes in his memory. So Ron spun the lie that they had practiced over and over again. He told them how Harry had heard voices in the walls, but they'd written it off as Harry being injured. Then, he told them that they'd begun to suspect something was wrong at the school when the chamber was opened, and the first message was left on the walls. And after the two students had been petrified, and Harry had admitted to hearing that voice again, Ron said that he thought of a basilisk. It was a snake, and since Harry was the only Parseltongue in the school, he was the only one who could hear it. They didn't tell their other friends because they weren't sure, but Harry had heard the voice again just that afternoon. They'd lied and said that they had detention with Snape, but really they had been following the voice that came from the walls. Harry kept his eyes on Dumbledore, ready to interrupt Ron if he said anything that would be known for a lie. But Dumbledore only nodded his head every once in a while. He didn't believe a word of it. He knew the truth, but the lies sounded enough like truth to make it believable. Then Ron said firmly, "We heard Professor McGonagall say that Ginny'd entered some girl's bathroom, and we reckoned that the Chamber of Secrets was in there. So we went and ran into Neville and Lockhart on the way, and they came with us. Then Harry made the Sinks move when he talked to them in Parseltongue, and there was a tunnel. That is all very well and good, Mr. Weasley," said McGonagall, who had apparently recovered from the shock. "But it was very irresponsible of you not to alert teacher." Ron looked pointedly at Lockhart. "He's the defense against the dark arts teacher," he said reasonably. Neville looked at him quickly, but then looked away. McGonagall narrowed her eyes at him. She refrained from saying what they all knew she wished to say, but asked instead, "And why are you being so quiet, Mr. Potter?" "Because Lockhart obliviated me," Harry said quietly. "Yeah," Ron said. "We were already in the tunnel when Lockhart knocked Neville over and stole his wand. Before I could do anything, he stole all of Harry's memories. Then Harry was really sick." Dumbledore looked at Harry sharply with a question in his eyes. Harry shook his head an infinitesimal amount. He sat back. "I take it you remember everything from that point on?" "Yes," Harry said, and then it was his turn to talk. He told them everything, and he only omitted the knowledge of the Horcruxes that he had from the future and his reaction to Ginny waking up. Everyone sat in rapt silence, even Ron and Neville. "So I did the only thing I hadn't tried yet. She was holding in her hands, and I used the sword to cut it in half. The shadow of Voldemort disappeared, and Ginny woke up." "I'm SS sorry," Ginny cried. I didn't know." "It is quite all right, Miss Weasley," Dumbledore said quietly. "Strong. Adult wizards have been enchanted by Voldemort as well. There was no lasting damage done. I expect that Madame Pomfrey will have the Mandra potion ready in no time. There will be no punishment. I expect that a stay in the hospital wing for tonight will suffice, and perhaps some hot chocolate." Ginny nodded. "Thank you." The Weasleys left, all except Ron, who was glaring at Lockhart again. Harry could tell that he wanted to give the prone professor a good kick. Harry was actually starting to feel a little worried about the professor. Had Ron killed him with the force of 2 wands casting the stunning spell? "Professor McGonagall," Dumbledore said, "I think Gilderoy needs attention from the hospital wing. If you could—" She nodded sharply and used her wand to levitate Lockhart gently. "I'll leave you to deal with Potter, Weasley, and Longbottom." "Mr. Longbottom," Dumbledore said, "it is my belief that you went along for the ride. You may go tell the others in Gryffindor Tower what has happened here this night." Neville nodded. "Thank you, Professor," he said quietly. "Mr. Longbottom," Dumbledore added, "for your bravery and willingness to help a fellow student and friend. 100 points to Gryffindor." They waited a few moments after Neville left, just to be sure that he was out of earshot. Then Ron's anger exploded with the force of a small bomb. "That effing idiot obliviated Harry," he shouted. His face matched his hair. I thought that Harry had been wiped senseless, like Lockhart did to himself last time. He was sick, and then he passed out for half an hour. He had no idea where he was, what he was doing. "And you remember everything?" Dumbledore said. Everything besides the chamber, that is? Yes, Harry said. But there are holes in my memory in other places. Ginny said that we used the sword to destroy Horcruxes, and that was the reason why we did this. Thank Merlin, Ron said. I was going barmy. I think I might have to apologize to Neville. I told Ginny, Harry said solidly. And this counts for you too, Ron. I told her that there may be things that I've got to do on my own, but the rest of the time I want you there. No more using each other as bait. I agree, Dumbledore said quietly. When I fight, you fight, Ron said. And when you fight, I fight. Mostly anyway. Always and always, Harry said. The days slid by quickly after that, and Harry felt such an overwhelming feeling of peace, only punctured by the anger he felt toward Lockhart, and he was able to express that fully when he was alone with Ginny and Ron, who were even angrier than he was, that many people remarked upon his good mood. He threw himself with renewed fervor into the small group he had started with Neville, Hermione, Luna, Ron, and Ginny. Things were progressing there even better than ever. Hermione, who had run up to him at the feast after Harry had slain the basilisk and thrown her arms around him and Ron, had been extremely upset about what she called unfounded accusations. Apparently she had, at some point, spoken to the Weasleys, Dumbledore, and McGonagall while Harry was in the chamber. The fact that adults she trusted were willing to believe the worst in Harry had prompted her to newer heights in her spellcasting ability. Neville was also very enthusiastic about learning in a room of requirement. And if he sometimes stared at Harry and Ron with a perplexed look on his face, Harry brushed it off as an unfortunate side effect of almost murdering Lockhart in front of him. Luna, however, approached the baby Dumbledore's army with the same not-quite-attentiveness that she did everything else. And, even better than all of that, Lucius Malfoy had attended another of the Slytherin Quidditch games. And he brought Dobby. He'd brushed by Malfoy, past the sock Harry had taken off when he'd noticed the white blonde hair, and Malfoy, predictably, had thrown it, and Dobby had caught it. He'd laughed at Malfoy's threats, and told him they were even. Then he had walked away, a stunned and happy Dobby following him. The only worry that steadily grew on Harry's mind as April died was the fact that Sirius Black had not attempted to contact Harry. He knew he was out. Dumbledore had confirmed it. Kingsley Shacklebolt, an old friend of his and hopefully a future friend of Harry's, had been the one to take his release papers to Azkaban. He'd seen him, given him all the information he'd need to re-enter society as a free man, went with him to Gringotts to reopen his account, found him lodgings at the Leaky Cauldron, and had promised to return the next day. By the time he'd returned, Sirius had already disappeared. "Have you found Sirius yet?" Harry asked half-heartedly in the middle of May. He'd asked Dumbledore every time they met in the room of requirement. "Not yet." Dumbledore shook his head. "This isn't like Sirius," Ginny murmured. "I would have thought he'd be pounding on the doors of Hogwarts, demanding to see Harry the day after he was released." "Maybe Sirius is a little balmier this time around," Ron muttered. "May I try to find him?" Snape said snidely. "And oh," for people shouted. "I will continue doing everything I can," Dumbledore said. "I've set a ward around Grimmauld Place. It'll alert me if he goes anywhere near it. I've got contacts watching for him, mainly Mundungus Fletcher. Did Remus say anything when you interviewed him for the job?" Harry asked desperately. Unfortunately, this was the third time he had asked, and he knew that the answer was no. "No, Harry," Dumbledore said patiently. Remus was quite unwilling to talk about Sirius at all, in fact. He had enough tact, not to mention the fact that he had already told Harry this several times. "Damn it," Harry said loudly. He wanted to kick something. He looked around and saw a simple vase sitting on a table he had not noticed. Without hesitating, he seized it and threw it against the wall. It shattered gratifyingly. Harry wondered if the room of requirement had amplified the sound a little. "Harry, I assure you that he will not be able to hide for long," Dumbledore said. "He hid from the Ministry for almost 2 years," Ginny pointed out, "before he went to Grimmauld Place. He wasn't hiding from me. Just find him," Harry pleaded. "We need him."
Welcome back to the page, Harry Potter fans. here we are continuing on with Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always by Dead Woodpecker. Chapter 13, Old Friends.
Chapter 13, Old Friends. Chapter text. The night bus slammed to a halt outside the small garden gate that led to the burrow. Harry, feeling slightly queasy, pulled his trunk out with him and breathed a sigh of relief. He waved a goodbye to Stan Shunpike and could not help but feel very thankful as the bus lurched forward with a jolt and accelerated to an impossible speed before disappearing, that he was no longer on it. Harry turned, grinning for the first time in what felt like months. Ron, Ginny, Merlin, I thought that summer with the Muggles would never end. And they were a sight for sore eyes, to be sure. Ron was even longer and lankier than when he had last seen him. Though when they were fully grown, the differences in their heights were not as significant. It still surprised Harry that he only came up to Ron's shoulders at this point in time. He found himself eagerly anticipating his growth spurt. And Ginny, she had grown even more beautiful, and he could not look away from her face and the sight of her long red hair falling down her back like a waterfall of fire. Ginny hugged him, and Ron clapped him on the back. How was Egypt? He asked them when as they lifted the heavy trunk and made their way to the familiar, oddly shaped building. Despite that he carried 1/3 of what felt like a massive weight, he really ought to clean out his trunk every once in a while. His entire body seemed to relax a little. It was great, Ron said enthusiastically. We learned loads of cool stuff about the Egyptian wizards. They were a barmy lot, I tell you. We got some books, too, and Bill showed us around the pyramids, the parts they won't let Muggles or unauthorized wizards go into. Harry gaped at him. Are you channeling Hermione? He asked uncertainly. Ginny laughed. Ron realized that if he actually paid attention to stuff, he might find it interesting. She reached up and playfully tousled his hair. I think our little Ronnikins is finally growing up. Ron looked sheepish. How was your summer, Harry? Not bad, Harry said, shrugging. It had, in fact, been full of agonizing boredom, punctuated by sharp annoyance with Dudley, Uncle Vernon, and Aunt Petunia, and one bright flare of rage with Aunt Marge and her cruel comments about his parents. To be sure, Harry had a completely perspective this time around. The words hurt him less, and Harry had mastered deflecting Uncle Vernon's rage. But with this new distance, the outrage came from the fact that they would treat any child or young man the way they did him, with a balance of abuse and neglect. Still, he'd managed to control his temper, and he'd felt even more satisfied with the way Aunt Marge had flinched away from the look on his face than when he'd blown her up. I almost blew up my aunt, he said, smiling slyly. One more word, and she'd have been flying like a balloon out the window, and the ministry would have had to come track her down and puncture her. Ginny and Ron laughed. You should have done it, mate, he said, and gotten pictures. Yeah, Harry said. I could have sold them to the Daily Prophet for when they wrote the article about it. Would have made a fortune. Ron shifted his grip on the trunk, and Harry jerked forward. I can see the headline now, he said, affecting a serious manner, quite at odds with his smirk. Harry Potter, savior of the wizarding world / future Dark Lord, blew up Aunt in frightening display of terrible power. All our dire suspicions about young Harry Potter, the 13-year-old madman with the power to enslave us all, have been realized today, Ginny said seriously. His cruel nature finally became evident when he performed harmful magic against a poor, innocent Muggle. Harry snorted. This is just the first step in his grand scheme of Muggle domination, Ron continued. We tremble to think of what may come next. If you sad fools who still reckon Harry Potter's all right still refuse to believe it, see the photos of said Muggle bloating. They were provided by Harry Potter himself. Although our future Dark Lord Master was unavailable for comment, Ginny said through giggles. A note was attached. All it said was, she deserved it. They all said in unison, even Harry. By this time, they had abandoned their attempt to carry the trunk and were now laughing too hard to walk. As Harry succumbed to helpless laughter, he felt a bit of the tension that had built up over the summer ease a little. He remembered telling the twins once, after he had given them his Triwizard Tournament winnings, that the world need laughter, Harry most especially. The joke shop would have to wait for a bit, but this was just what he needed. And suddenly the laughter cut off abruptly, as though it had never been. Harry faltered and saw a slightly sick look on Ginny's face. "Hi, Mum," she said tentatively. Mrs. Weasley stood watching them from not 10 feet away. It was plain, by the look on her face, that she had heard everything and did not approve. Her lips were pursed. She didn't say anything. Harry's here." Ron pointed at Harry unnecessarily. The silence grew and swelled. "Your father," she said in a dangerously quiet voice. "Your father has spent his entire working life trying to help Muggles." "Mum, we were just having a laugh," Ginny said in a small voice. "I'm not," she snapped. "You have no idea what you just sounded like. You can't possibly know. You're too young. But I bore all my children in a time when the kind of Muggle baiting you were talking about was actually encouraged." "Mom," Ron looked incensed. Harry's aunt was really awful. "You need to buck up your ideas, young man," she said sternly. "You don't attack people just because you don't like them." He didn't even attack her. Mrs. Weasley closed her eyes. Harry thought that she might be counting to 10. When she opened them, she looked at Harry and tried to smile. "Harry, if you wouldn't mind, I need to speak with my children. Just leave your trunk here. I'll have Arthur levitate it up for you in a bit. You look a bit peaky, dear. You might want to have a bit of a lie down before dinner." Harry took this to mean that he was supposed to go up to Ron's room. He glanced back at Ron and Ginny once. They did not look happy. He didn't meet any of the Weasleys inside, although he heard the twins talking loudly and happily from the kitchen. He thought about joining them, but thought it best to obey Mrs. Weasley. He wished he had an extendable ear. Harry opened the door to Ron's room with more force than was strictly necessary, and was relieved to see that the camp bed was already set up. He threw himself down on it, wondering what the hell had just happened. Mrs. Weasley had never been quite this sensitive about a joke. The twins had been legendary for saying tactless things and mocking anything with 2 legs, including Voldemort. "Were you serious?" Harry wished that his godfather was available to talk to. Despite his growing uncertainty that Sirius would ever be able to forgive Harry for effectively causing a year and a half of unneeded time in Azkaban with the Dementors, Harry longed to talk to him. Sirius may not have any clue how to bolster Harry's image and make the wizarding world stop viewing him as a potential threat, but at least he'd have a laugh about it. But Dumbledore, who had promised to contact Harry when he found Sirius, Muggles or not, had been silent all summer. What if he had left Britain? What if he were somewhere in Australia, or Brazil, or Sri Lanka? He could be anywhere in the world, with no interest whatsoever in meeting his godson. But that just didn't fit with the Sirius Harry used to know. Ginny was right. Unless the ripple effect had completely changed Sirius' personality, something else was keeping him away. "Think I should send that letter to him, Hedwig?" Harry looked over at his owl, but she was sleeping with her head tucked under her wing. He'd written a letter to Sirius at the beginning of the summer holidays, but he had never sent it. It seemed like it was too late. He should have sent it the day of Pettigrew's trial, or when Sirius had been released. But the months had gone by, and Harry was honest enough to admit that he was a little afraid of what Sirius' reply might contain. As time passed, it seemed more and more likely that it would be a polite rejection. Harry awoke, not realizing that he had actually fallen asleep, when Ron crashed through the door and stumped and looking extremely frustrated. "That bad?" he asked groggily. Ron rumpled his hair. "I don't know what's gotten into her," he said. "I feel like I don't even know my own mum anymore." Harry stayed silent, guessing that Ron needed a moment to gather his thoughts. "It wasn't exactly bad," he said slowly, "but it wasn't exactly good either." "Meaning?" "Well," he said, "she thinks that me and Ginny need to be careful what we say around you." "Not," he said when he saw the look on Harry's face, "because you're a danger, but because you're our friend. Mum says it's our duty to help you." Harry said. "You know," Ron looked even more annoyed. "To choose the right side. As if you didn't make that choice 20 years ago. She said that your experiences with the Muggles might have made you bitter. We can't blame them for what they don't know," Harry said reluctantly. In the small, dark corner of his soul, he did. But only a tiny bit. "Wish we could tell them," Ron sighed. "Yeah," Harry agreed. "But Dumbledore had it right. We gotta wait until they've chosen to fight." "Bugger free will," Ron said sourly. "I'm worried about Sirius. Harry said, steering the conversation away. It did no good to dwell on things they could not change. I wrote him a letter, you know. He didn't reply. Ron gaped at him. No, I never sent it, Harry explained. I thought it was too late. What do you reckon? I don't know. Harry, Ron said helplessly. He paused for a long moment. Dad's out in the shed. He got back from work while Mom was still lecturing us. You could talk to him. It was a tradition begun long ago in the distant future. When Harry found himself in the need of advice, he would find Arthur Weasley in his shed, at the burrow, at Grimmauld Place, or at Molly's Auntie Muriel's. He would seek him out with the pretext of bringing him a snack. Molly always seemed to know when Harry needed to talk to the older man, and he would leave feeling more relaxed. Harry carried the heavy tray that Molly had pushed toward him out to the small shed in Auntie Muriel's backyard. He did not want to use magic to levitate it. The physical weight somehow balanced out the figurative weight that rested on Harry's shoulders. He was not thinking about Voldemort, for once, but he was replaying the events that had happened a week ago at Spinner's End. Arthur, predictably, was enchanting some muggle contraption. Harry looked closer and saw that it was a coffee maker, and wondered what possible magical function it could have. The older, wiser wizard was fiddling with it, though he did not seem particularly attentive. Harry suspected that he had come out here knowing that Harry would need to seek him out. The Weasleys, despite being in hiding, were still very much a part of the Order of the Phoenix, and everyone knew about Pettigrew's death. Harry said, I brought out some snacks. Molly thought you might want some. Arthur smiled. Thank you, Harry. Care to join me? She's made quite a lot. Harry took a bite of a bacon sandwich and then put it aside. Arthur, the other man, waited patiently, chewing absent-mindedly, eyes on Harry. I killed Wormtail, Harry said. I did it on purpose. I've killed before, but this time I planned it. It wasn't. I've only ever done it to defend other people. Arthur chewed thoughtfully and swallowed. I think you did do it to defend other people, Harry. Harry thought so too, but doubts still lingered. He killed Dean Thomas after his wand was taken away, and he killed Daphne Greengrass because she dared try to hide him. Neither of them was given a chance to fight back, Astoria told me. He betrayed my parents. He slaughtered Merlin knows how many muggles, and he tortured McGonagall into insanity. And it is certain that he would have killed more, Arthur pointed out. But still, Harry said, did he deserve? Harry, he interrupted, it isn't about whether anyone deserves to die. It's far more complex than that. If we had had this discussion even 10 years ago, I think my answer would have been different. But this war has changed a great many people, me included. If you know who was not trying to stomp out all the light in this world, I would be the second to say that killing is never the answer. And you would be the first. You don't think this war is tainting us? No, Arthur said firmly. When we have to kill, we do it to protect. We don't have another choice, at least not one that is acceptable. Azkaban is a mockery of a prison. We haven't been able to hold a Death Eater there for years. We don't have nearly enough people to watch over another secure location. Unless we want to keep disabling them for a time before they fight, torture, and kill again and again, killing is necessary. I've watched you grow up, Harry, and I know you as well as I know the sons of my flesh, Arthur continued. There is a huge difference between killing and murder. You know where that line in the sand is drawn better than almost anyone I've ever met. It isn't in you to murder, Harry. It'll never sit easy, Harry admitted. Even when I have to kill you-know-who. Exactly, Arthur said. Do you think he'll be okay with it? Harry asked. Me talking to him? He doesn't know me very well. Ron shrugged. So let him get to know you. I think it'll help. Harry sighed. It shouldn't be this difficult for him to go and have a talk with Ron's father. It used to feel almost as natural as listening to Dumbledore and asking Hermione a question about a complicated spell. Despite the pretense of bringing him out snacks, Harry had always known that Arthur Weasley was willing to listen. All right, Harry said. I suppose you're right. And without letting himself change his mind, he jumped off the cot and left the hideaway that was Ron's room. He thundered down the stairs, pausing only when he met Ginny on the landing. Where are you going? She asked. Then, in a lower voice, did Ron tell you? He nodded. I'm going to the shed, to talk about Sirius. She smiled. Good idea. Did you think of it all by yourself? Cheeky girl, he grinned. And no, Ron suggested it. Don't let me stop you then, she said. Harry continued on down to the kitchen. He saw it as a positive sign that Mrs. Weasley was preparing a tray, obviously meant for her husband. He watched her for a moment, bustling around the kitchen. Molly Weasley was still the warm, maternal figure that he had always known. She may not yet think of him as good as one of her own sons, but he vowed that she would someday. Whatever it took. Mrs. Weasley? Harry said tentatively. She turned and smiled at him, and it was a lot warmer a smile than the cursory one she had given a few hours ago. Hello, Harry dear. Did you have a nice rest? I did, he admitted. Is that food? It's for Arthur, she explained. He's in his shed, working on something, even after a long day at work. If you're hungry, I can make more after I take this out to him. I can take it out to him, Harry offered quickly. When she hesitated, he added, Please. That hungry? She asked ruefully. I shouldn't be surprised, with 6 sons. And you do look a bit skinny, dear. Thanks, Harry said, relieved. And thank you, for letting me stay here before we all go to Diagon Alley. You're welcome, Harry, she smiled. It took her another minute to finish preparing Arthur's snack, and soon Harry was maneuvering through the burrow and out the back door. He walked across the slightly overgrown backyard and smiled to watch how the gnomes scattered and disappeared into their holes. He balanced the tray on one hand and knocked on the door, pushing it open at Arthur's come in. He was puttering with a can opener, open delight on his face. He had a quill behind one ear and his wand behind the other. Scraps of parchment flew in the breeze, created by the open doorway. Harry cleared his throat, and Mr. Weasley looked up, startled. Air, Harry said. Mrs. Weasley, she thought you might be hungry. Ah, he said. She knows me well. Here. He used his wand to clear a space off the crowded table. Harry put it down. There was a long, awkward silence as Mr. Weasley stared at him expectantly. Harry felt the back of his neck flush. Air, Harry said. That looks like a lot of food. Want some help? Harry looked at him straight in the eyes and willed the other man to know that he wanted advice, that he needed to talk to someone. There was a moment of perfect clarity when he saw that Mr. Weasley realized what he was asking. And then, I'm sure Molly is making snacks for all of you right now, he said pleasantly. But you can take a sandwich to tide you over. It's a long walk back to the kitchen for a hungry young man. It was kindly, gently done. Arthur Weasley had never been a cruel man, and he never would be. But it was a clear dismissal, and Harry felt a strange sensation that started somewhere in the vicinity of his stomach, traveled to his heart, slid up his throat, and ended up as a stinging sensation behind his eyes. He turned before Mr. Weasley saw it. Oh, thanks, he said as casually as he could. It is a long walk. He grabbed his sandwich and fled, and almost immediately bumped into Percy, dropping the sandwich he had not really even wanted in the grass. Sorry, Harry, Percy said. Having a good summer? Yeah, he said distractedly. His heart was beating rather fast, as if he had just spent time running. Are you all right? Oh, yes, I'm fine, Harry lied. Listen, I'm going to go back and find Ron. Percy regarded him, his eyes questioning behind the horn-rimmed glasses. See you at dinner, then, Harry, he finally said. Harry nodded, and Percy stepped around him to go into the shed. He entered, but did not shut the door all the way, leaving it open a crack. Harry stood rooted to the spot, staring at the door. He couldn't see Percy and Mr. Weasley. They couldn't see him, and Percy's voice drifted out, loud enough that he could hear every word. Did you say something to Harry, Dad? He looked a little upset when I saw him just now. Harry couldn't seem to leave. He didn't feel right about listening to a private conversation, but he couldn't force himself to turn away and go back to the kitchen or back up to Ron's room. But as much as he didn't want to listen, didn't want to hear, he wanted it just as much. Harry wanted something from me that I didn't feel comfortable giving him, Mr. Weasley said after a long pause. I didn't want to hurt his feelings, but, Dad, he saved Ginny's life last year, Percy said. And I'm not stupid. I heard you and Mum talk about how awful you felt that you suspected him of hurting her and Ron. You shouldn't be listening to conversations that aren't meant for you, son, Mr. Weasley said firmly. Harry felt a jolt of guilt. I'm well aware that he saved Ginny's life, and I will be grateful for that until my dying day. But I don't expect you to understand until you have children of your own, Mr. Weasley said. But ever since they met and befriended Harry, your brother and sister have changed. In all fairness, they've changed in some good ways. They don't tease me, Percy said. Or if they do, it's not like the twins. Which is good, Mr. Weasley admitted. But in other ways, your mother overheard a conversation today that disturbed her very much. All three of them were laughing about torturing some muggle woman. Harry's own aunt, I think. The children I raised would never speak so about muggles. And I can only think that it is Harry's influence. The woman you're talking about, Percy said. His own aunt locked Harry in his room last year and put bars on his windows. They fed him through a cat flap, the twins said. I'm not saying that Harry doesn't have legitimate reasons, Mr. Weasley said. And it's partly because he has such good reasons to dislike muggles that I distrust him. Harry closed his eyes. You distrust him because he's been neglected and abused? Percy asked in disbelief. I distrust what might come out of that abuse, Mr. Weasley said. Harry is not a normal 13-year-old. He's hard. I saw that at Pettigrew's trial. I'm aware that everyone knows what sort of filthy accusations that Umbridge woman made about both Harry and Ron, and, believe me, your mother and I were extremely angry. But Harry just looked at her, and he wanted to kill her. I would have wanted to kill her, too. There's a large difference between thinking you want to kill someone and actually wanting to do so, Mr. Weasley said. I think that Harry had to exert a lot of self-control to stop himself from doing it. And, as if that weren't enough, I saw the same look on Ron's face when they came back from saving Ginny from the chamber. My son looked at that Professor Lockhart with that same desire to kill, despite the fact that he did enough damage to him that he's still in St. Mungo's and just as ruthlessly reined it in. But, Dad, they both control themselves. They didn't kill Umbridge or Lockhart. That control is just as worrisome, Mr. Weasley said. Where did my impulsive son learn that kind of rage? And that kind of control? He learned it when he knew the kind of grief that leaves a man broken, Harry thought. He learned it when he saw almost his entire family slaughtered, and when he saw his wife burn alive. He learned at the same place he found within himself the kind of strength that allowed him to risk everything for the kind of love that burns brighter and hurts more than any anger. Harry's still only 13, Percy said stubbornly, and he's Ron's best friend. I still don't think that he has bad intentions, and he certainly hasn't done anything to deserve not being trusted. But if you're right, aren't you afraid that by rejecting him, you're going to make him harder? I'm not responsible for Harry, Mr. Weasley said calmly. I'm responsible for protecting my family. And if that means withholding trust until I have a better understanding of who he is, so be it. I don't dislike Harry, Perce. There may come a day when I trust Harry fully, and when I'm certain that he won't lead this family down a dangerous path. But there are so many examples of Death Eaters that liked what you-know-who told them, but when they saw what you-know-who was willing to do, they decided they didn't like it anymore. And when they tried to get out, he killed them. Harry hates you-know-who. He would never side with him. If Dumbledore has been right all these years, and you-know-who really isn't dead, Harry might be the best chance we've got, Percy said adamantly. Because of the terrible power, Mr. Weasley said. But what if the terrible power is just that? Terrible. What kind of price would the wizarding world have to pay? It's dangerous to give out that kind of trust freely, son. I made a choice to distance myself just a little, just in case. I hope I'm proven wrong. I really do. But if I'm right, Harry could not bear to listen any longer, and turned back to the burrow, and steeled himself for an evening of pretending to Ginny and Ron that everything was perfectly fine. The worst part of listening to the conversation that he was not meant to hear was that he understood, somehow, that made the pain worse. And for the very first time, Harry was eager to leave the burrow. Hermione, Harry called out in relief. He and Ginny were sitting at Florian Fortescue's enjoying an ice cream. Ginny had been asking him some very pointed questions for the last 10 minutes. So his happiness at seeing the bushy-haired, which was not simply because he had not seen her all summer. He intended to tell Ginny what had transpired between him and Mr. Weasley and the conversation he had overheard, just not in a place bustling with people. "Hi, Harry." "Hi, Ginny," she said. "Mum and Dad just left. I'm staying at the Leaky Cauldron with you guys tonight." Harry beamed. "That's great. Where's Ron?" Hermione asked, before she even sat down. Harry and Ginny exchanged sly smiles. "What?" She narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "What does that look mean?" "Someone has a birthday coming up," Ginny said. "We all went in on your gift, and Ron's managing it." "Oh," Hermione said. She looked pleased. "My mum and dad gave me some money, and I thought I'd—" "Harry, what's that?" "It's just a broomstick," Harry said casually, though he was grinning widely. "It's not just a broomstick," Ginny rolled her eyes. "It's a firebolt, Hermione. It's the fastest broom in the world, and Harry's just promised that I get to try it first." "I did I?" Harry asked. "You get to go before me?" Ginny smiled. "I heard you quite clearly." "I must have forgotten," Harry said. "Is it the broom all the boys were goggling at?" Hermione asked. "Mum, Dad, and I could hardly get through the crowd outside the Quidditch shop to get to Gringotts." "The very one," Harry said. "I thought I'd try out for the Quidditch team, so I needed my own broom." Hermione opened her mouth, probably to ask if Harry was sure he could afford to buy it, when Ron arrived, distracting them all. He carried what looked like a large bundle of ginger fur tucked under one of his arms like a quaffle, and a cat carrier and other supplies in the other. Crookshanks did not appear to be happy, from the way he was emitting a steady growl. "Sorry it took so long. I needed to explain a few things to Crookshanks here," Ron said, apparently not noticing Hermione. "You should have let Hermione do that," Ginny grinned. "It is her cat, after all." Hermione's eyes went round with shock. "You got me a cat?" she squeaked. Ron looked a little uncertain. "Well, we were going to get you an owl, but then we saw Crookshanks here, and we thought of you immediately. If you don't like him, don't be silly, Ron. He's perfect." Hermione opened her arms, and Crookshanks scrambled out of Ron's arms and on her lap. "What a good boy. You already know I'm yours, don't you, you smart boy?" Ron preened as though Hermione was talking about him. Harry saw Ginny's small smile out of the corner of his eye. Then he felt the light touch of her hand on his inner thigh, and suddenly all thoughts left his brain except the fact that he was exceptionally glad that he decided to wear wizard's robes instead of less concealing jeans. The rest of the day was so perfect and enjoyable that Harry almost forgot what had occurred at the Burrow. After deciding that they had shopped enough, even Hermione was eager to leave Flourish and Blots once she caught a glimpse of the Monster Book of Monsters. The bookseller had broken down in tears when he realized that they needed 3 of them. They returned to the Leaky Cauldron and Crookshanks. They played numerous games of Exploding Snap, and Harry was hard-pressed to decide who had more fun, the humans or the cat. The twins stopped by every 10 minutes to ogle his firebolt, and even Percy asked to have a go once they reached Hogwarts. Ron, mercifully, did not press Harry for answers, even in the relative privacy of the room they shared. Harry sighed, glad that he had one more day to put off telling them. Relief died a painful death when Ginny tiptoed into their room well after midnight. "Damn," Harry thought glumly. "They lulled me into a false sense of security." "What gives, Harry?" Ginny demanded, and, after turning on a lamp, plopped down on the bed, right on top of Harry's feet. He tried very hard to tear his mind away from the fact that Ginny was sitting on the bed he occupied. "We know something happened, mate," Ron said. "What gave me away?" Harry asked weakly. They both rolled their eyes. "First, you came back from the shed looking like death," Ron said. "And you weren't in there for that long," Ginny said. "I watched you from the window. You spent about half a minute actually inside, bumped into Percy, and then stood as still as a statue for about 10 minutes. Then you barely ate at dinner, even though you've always shown a mighty appreciation for Mum's cooking after you've spent time with the Muggles," Ron continued. "And you went up to bed at about 8 o'clock. After which you pretended to be asleep so Ron couldn't interrogate you," Ginny added. "So, basically everything you did yesterday and today showed us that something is very wrong." So Harry told them everything in excruciating detail. "Oh, Harry," Ginny said softly, "I guess we haven't been pretending as well as we thought we have." Ron asked. "I've been thinking today," Harry said hesitantly. "I don't think it's awful what your dad said. I understand a lot of it. I'm pretty sure that your family is going to trust me one day. I just wish it were today," they all said in unison. Ginny stayed as long as she dared as they sat in silence. But all too soon the comforting weight on his feet disappeared, and Ginny returned to the room she was sharing with Hermione. Harry tried determinedly to sleep after she left, but the rest he got was less than satisfactory. He dozed between fitful dreams that he could not remember, and from which he woke up feeling anxious. Tempers ran high the next day as everyone struggled to pack up their things and make it to the platform on time. They did not have the benefit of the ministry cars, although Harry saw it as a good thing that he did not have a supposedly deranged mass murderer after him. But that made him think of Sirius, so he found a spot and was squashed between Ron and an especially loud and excited George, who helped him take his mind off his errant godfather. They made it to King's Cross with about 15 minutes to get onto the platform without being seen by the Muggles, stow their luggage, and get on the train. Mr. Weasley illegally parked the car, cast a charm that would make Muggle policemen think it belonged there, and urged his children, Harry and Hermione, to hurry. "You two go first," Mrs. Weasley pointed at Ron and Harry. "I'm not risking the two of you not making it through the barrier again." Ron and Harry grinned, looked around furtively, and casually leaned up against the barrier. 30 seconds later, Ginny and Hermione joined them. "Come on," Ron said. "Let's get a compartment, and then go find Neville and Luna." They waded through the sea of parents hugging their children goodbye and issuing last-minute reminders, heading toward the back of the train. Harry and Ron lugged the trunks up and, staggering under the weight, placed them in a luggage rack overflowing with haphazardly placed trunks. Hermione, carrying a spitting and hissing Crookshanks, brushed her hair out of her eyes and went looking for an empty compartment. She poked her head around the corner. "I've found one. Finally, there's someone in it, but there's still room for all of us." "Let's say goodbye to Mum and Dad," Ginny suggested. "Let me get Crookshanks settled," Hermione said. They jumped off the train and found the older Weasleys with little time to spare. Ron and Ginny gave their parents fleeting hugs, and Harry and Hermione shook their hands. "Have a safe term, dears," Mrs. Weasley said. The whistle was already blowing by the time they reached their compartment, and the train lurched forward before they found their seats. All four sighed with relief, and Harry was glad to finally be on his way back to Hogwarts. He grinned over at the other occupant of the compartment. Remus Lupin, former marauder, was already asleep. "What's funny, Harry?" Hermione asked. "Oh," Harry said. He must be a professor, right? Malfoy and his mates won't try anything around us with him around. It'll keep us from getting detention before we even get there," Ron added. He peered at the small traveling case next to Remus' feet. "R.J. Lupin, where have I heard that name before?" Harry shrugged. "Sounds familiar to me, too." Remus twitched a little, and Harry wondered if he was feigning sleep. He said, in a louder voice, "I think it was at Pettigrew's trial." "Yeah," Ron said. "Dad mentioned that he wanted to hear what happened." "Do you reckon he knew Pettigrew or something?" Ginny asked. "If he did, he might know Sirius Black, Harry." Definite movement. "Did you hear from Sirius Black over your holiday, Harry?" Hermione asked. No, Harry was definitely speaking louder than normal, and Ron and Ginny struggled to hide their laughter. "I thought he was my godfather and my dad's best mate." "I've heard that Azkaban is really horrible," Hermione said seriously. "Yeah," Ron said. "Dad reckons it's the worst place he's ever been to." Just then, their game was halted due to the arrival of a harassed-looking Neville and a serene Luna. "We've been looking all over for you," Neville said. He looked around. He seemed perplexed when he noticed Remus. "I've never seen an adult on here before, except the cart lady and the driver. Reckon he's the new defense against the dark arts professor." "We were just thinking that," Ron said. "Hi, by the way. How was your summer?" "Wonderful," Luna said happily. "Daddy and I traveled all around Eastern Europe, looking for the famed popplewurm." Hermione opened her mouth, an annoyed gleam in her eyes, so Harry quickly asked, "Did you find any?" "No," Luna said, just as happily. "But it was such fun looking." Harry cocked his head and stared at her, momentarily stunned. That was the key to Luna, wasn't it? She was completely willing to ignore the facts and believe anything she wanted to. She fully appreciated and reveled in the fact that life was more of a journey or a quest. It wasn't about being right or wrong with her. He didn't think he could ever live like that, but he felt a bit wistful all the same, especially when he knew. Harry, Ron said loudly. His eyes brimmed with mischief. I'm still wondering why Mr. Black, he snorted, unable to help himself, hasn't contacted you yet. Harry shrugged. Maybe he and my dad weren't as good of mates as everyone said. Perhaps you ought to give him some time, Harry, Hermione said softly. He might be having trouble getting used to the fact that everyone knows he's innocent. I mean, after Pettigrew attacked you three, I read up on everything. They didn't even give him a trial. Everyone just assumed that he was guilty, and no one spoke up for him. Remus Lupin made a sudden movement, as though pretending to be jerked awake. Excuse me, he murmured. He stood and grabbed his worn traveling case, stepped over Ron's legs, which were stretched out so that he could put his feet up on the seat across from him, and stepped out of the compartment. Oh, Hermione looked terribly guilty. I hope we didn't. I suppose we were talking a bit loud. But Harry did not believe that Remus had been annoyed with chatter. He suspected that it had to do with the subject matter, and he remembered that Dumbledore had told him that Remus had refused to speak of Sirius at all. He watched Remus leave and was disturbed by the amount of pain and guilt on his face. He stared at the door for long moments, trying to figure out what the hell had just happened. Ginny patted his leg. Her hand lingered for just a moment longer than was strictly necessary for a friendly gesture, and his entire body erupted in goose flesh. He felt it acutely when her small fingers. She has small fingers because she's 12 years old, he told himself fiercely, caressed his thigh, and withdrew. Thankfully, a diversion in the form of Neville mentioning Lockhart served to distract him from what felt like intense physical pain that came in the form of desire. What was that, Neville? Harry asked. I heard that Lockhart woke up. Neville looked slightly fearful of Harry's reaction. Ron had a dark look on his face and played moodily with his wand. Harry took Neville's expression to mean that he had not forgotten that Harry and Ron had almost killed their defense against the dark arts professor last term. My gran, she, had business at St. Mungo's yesterday, and I overheard one of the healers talking about it with another witch. Harry could well guess what sort of business that Augusta Longbottom had at St. Mungo's. He assumed that she and Neville had gone to visit his parents, who had been tortured into insanity and now permanently resided in a ward for people who would never recover from spell damage before the start of the new school term. That's a good thing, Hermione said firmly. I'm sure that you're quite relieved, Ron, that you haven't caused permanent damage. Yeah, Ron said. Harry heard the half-truth, though apparently Hermione was convinced because she smiled at Ron. Harry could not help but feel that perhaps it would have been for the best if Lockhart had remained at St. Mungo's with no recollection of what had happened outside the Chamber of Secrets, as he had last time. Neville met Harry's eyes and quickly looked away.
Thank you for being here, Potterheads. We are continuing on with Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always by Dead Woodpecker, Chapter 14, The Nature of Fear.
Chapter 14, The Nature of Fear. Chapter text. Are we the only Gryffindors in this class? Ron looked around the ancient ruins classroom, aghast. Harry took note of the lack of red and gold accessories. There were 4 Ravenclaws, 2 Hufflepuffs, and 2 Slytherins. So, last time Hermione had taken this class, she'd been all alone. Terry Boot, Padma Patil, and 2 other Ravenclaw third-years girls that Harry did not recognize sat close together in a show of solidarity. Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones were directly in front of them. Blaise Zabini, Harry stifled a groan. Zabini was an annoying little git, and Daphne Greengrass, meanwhile, sat as far away from each other as possible. Looks like it, Harry said. Neville decided to take divination. An utterly useless class, if you ask me, Hermione said scathingly. I'm sure this class will be much more interesting. Hermione looked at Harry oddly when, instead of joining the Hufflepuffs and Ravenclaws to band together in an anti-Slytherin group, he sat across from Daphne. Harry still had some residual antipathy for most Slytherins. Most would fight with Voldemort, and a lot of them sold out students from other houses to do so, but Daphne was all right. Hi, Harry said. You're Daphne Greengrass, right? She nodded and raised an eyebrow at him. That's me. What's your name again? Harold Porter. No, that's not it. Harvey. Ron laughed, and Daphne shot him a startled look. I'm Hermione Granger, Hermione said. And the laughing git is Ron Weasley. Do you really think I don't know who you are? Daphne asked, puzzled. Harvey here is famous, and we've had classes together since first year. Sorry for trying to be polite, Hermione said waspishly. Harry grinned at Ron over her head. He should have known that Hermione and Daphne would clash even more than Hermione and Luna did. Not that he had known Daphne well at all. He only really had vague memories of her. But by the time they had left school to hunt Horcruxes, Harry had known enough about her that the biting sarcasm came as no surprise. How she and Dean Thomas had ever fallen in love, Harry had no idea. They had both died before Dean could tell him, and Astoria had refused to talk about it. Daphne turned away from them with a roll of her eyes. A tall, broad man wearing long blue robes and a look reminiscent of Professor McGonagall entered the room, putting an end to any further discussion. Ancient runes, he said, is the study of a system of writing that is long dead, although it is rooted in the very first witches and wizards to live in Britain. My name, for those of you who do not know me, is Professor Octavius, and I am here to teach you the subtle intricacies of rune lore. Can anyone tell me why studying runes, even though many believe it to be a fanciful waste of time, is important? Hermione immediately raised her hand. Ancient runes are more connected with the source of our power, sir. Very good, he said approvingly. Anyone care to venture a guess as to why this is so? Hermione raised her hand again, but Padma Patil answered first. Is it because it has, I don't know, more pictures instead of symbols like the alphabet? Indeed, he said, runes, like the hieroglyphs of the ancient Egyptian wizards, can be used to strengthen your own magic. Not because it will increase your power, I'm afraid, he said when he noticed that several students' faces brightened. It will, however, increase your focus. Students who have studied runes generally notice that their ability to master spells in other classes, especially charms and potions. This is because reading runes requires much more focus than simply reading. They can be very confusing, especially when we begin to read sentences and even ancient texts written in runes instead of English. That won't be for a while, however. Harry pulled his quill and several sheets of parchment out of his bag. He and Ron had chosen to take ancient runes instead of arithmancy because they most certainly did not want to take divination, and arithmancy sounded too much like maths. He had a feeling that ancient runes would not be as easy as they thought it would be. My head hurts, Ron moaned as they walked down to Hagrid's hut after lunch. He carried his copy of Monster Book of Monsters in a vice-like grip. It kept threatening to tear through the spellotape that bound it. I thought it was brilliant, Hermione said ecstatically. I can't wait until we actually start learning runes. Professor Octavius is such a good teacher, isn't he? You two ought to be glad you aren't taking divination. Professor Trelawney is the complete opposite. She reminds me a bit of Luna, although Luna isn't nearly as aggravating. Harry wondered if Hermione would ever tell them that she was using the time turner to attend so many classes. He and Ron had loitered outside the classroom for several minutes, so she could attend arithmancy. Neither had mentioned to Hermione that her disappearance had been noted. I liked it too, Harry said, surprised to find that it was true. It's not going to be as easy as I thought it would be, but I like the increased focus thing. Hermione turned her head this way and that, making sure that nobody was listening. Speaking of increased focus, are we still meeting in the room of requirement this year? She asked in a low voice. You're taking a lot of classes this year, Ron pointed out. More than me and Harry and the others. Anyway, do you think you'll be able to find time for it? Hermione was silent for a long minute as they trotted down the steep hill. I still think it's really important, she said. More important than homework? Ron asked slyly. Just as Hermione admitted. I'll find time for it. I got some interesting books in Egypt, Ron said, that have a lot of charm stuff in it. I don't understand half of it, but I reckon there are some books in the library that'll explain it. What kind of charms? Hermione asked curiously. I thought we were mainly focusing on defense against the dark arts, hexes and jinxes and stuff like that. Charms have got a lot of power, Ron said. Curse breakers use them, Bill says. And one of those Egyptian books talked about how a lot of wars were won because they knew some good protection charms. Hermione sighed blissfully. I really love our study group. Ron and Harry grinned. I reckon we should explore Transfiguration, too, Ron said. I don't think we'll need herbology, though, Harry said. Tell that to Neville, Hermione said. Tell what to Neville? Neville asked. They had come up upon him without even noticing. We're branching out with our study group, Harry said in a low voice. Ron's going to try to find some good charms we can use. And I thought I'd focus a bit more energy on Transfiguration. His brows knit together. There are loads of useful plants, he said indignantly. You wouldn't believe the kinds of things you can do. I heard Uncle Algie talk about a plant that can even help you breathe underwater. All right, Ron said. You're in charge of the plant stuff. Neville grinned, but it slid from his face and was replaced with a look of pure horror. What on earth are those? The small paddock outside Hagrid's hut was now home to several hippogriffs of different colors. Harry thought they looked quite beautiful in a dangerous sort of way. His eyes fell on Buckbeak, who was flapping his wings agitatedly as he watched, with sharp eyes, the approach of more and more students. His beak, which was as sharp as his talons, clacked open and shut rather menacingly. Hippogriffs? Hermione said weakly. Hagrid brought hippogriffs? To his first lesson. Indeed he had, and by the way his chest was out and his face appeared to be about to split from his grin, Harry knew that Hagrid was quite pleased with himself. Gather round, everyone! Hagrid boomed, surrounded by third years. He seemed even taller than normal. We're working with hippogriffs today, and they can be tricky little blighters. Very proud. They are, and you got to bow them and treat them with respect, else they'll attack. Several students stepped back, including Neville. Harry gripped his arm and dragged him back. You were ready to fight a basilisk last year, Neville, and helped save the Philosopher's Stone our first year. What's a hippogriff compared to that? Neville swallowed, but remained where he was. Any volunteers? Hagrid asked. Harry stepped forward immediately. Good fare you, Harry. Now remember what I said about treating him with respect. Harry stepped toward Buckbeak and stopped before he came too close. Buckbeak regarded him imperiously, as though he were a king and Harry one of his subjects. Harry bowed low, maintaining eye contact. He thought of the last time he had seen the hippogriff. He had slashed the throat of one of the giants that had been fighting for Voldemort, and Harry felt real respect for the beast. It was still tense, however, when Buckbeak didn't bow for several moments. 5 minutes later, Harry was in the air, seated atop Buckbeak, and gazing down at the students below. He still preferred his broom. He planned to spend several hours with the Weasleys later this afternoon enjoying his new firebolt, but there was something definitely wonderful about Buckbeak and his strong, magnificent wings. Harry was reluctant to get off when Buckbeak made a jarring landing in front of Hagrid. Go on, Neville, Harry said. Ron was already bowing to a dun-colored hippogriff, and Hermione had followed him. Buckbeak isn't so bad, really. He can't be that scary, Malfoy said snidely, if Potter can do it. Longbottom might have to change his pants after this lesson, though. Draco Malfoy walked arrogantly toward Buckbeak, an ugly smirk on his face. Filthy beast, probably as stupid as our new professor. Harry was very tempted to let Malfoy get slashed, but Hagrid's job might be in jeopardy. Harry did not know if they would be able to arrange events so that Buckbeak would not be executed. He sighed and followed Malfoy, and broke into a run when Buckbeak reared up. His talons flashed in the sunlight. You fool, Harry said viciously, and he yanked Malfoy out of the way, sending him sprawling on the grass, just as a deadly sharp talon came down and sliced Harry's arm. Hermione screamed as Harry fell to the ground. Harry rolled over, gasping from the pain, used his right hand to try to staunch the alarmingly fast flow of blood. Through a haze of pain, Harry said, Hagrid, I think I need the hospital wing. Harry winced as his injured arm, still a bit sore from when he had pulled Malfoy away from Buckbeak's talons and had been slashed for his efforts, gave a painful throb. If Hagrid's job wouldn't have been in jeopardy, I would have let the slimy git suffer, he thought sourly. Buckbeak had ripped Harry's arm open from shoulder to elbow, causing him to spend a few nights in the hospital wing with a disapproving, hovering Madame Pomfrey. To add insult to injury, Harry had missed Quidditch trials and thus had to wait another 2 years before he could fly again. His dark mood had pushed him into skipping the Hogsmeade trip, for which Ron was very grateful, as he would have Hermione all to himself since Neville had detention with Snape that afternoon, and he had left Ginny with Luna, promising to meet her in an hour or so in the room of requirement. Now he stood just outside the door to the defense against the dark arts classroom and was feeling unaccountably nervous about initiating a conversation with Remus Lupin. "Harry." He turned and managed a weak smile. Remus had not been in his office after all, but had snuck up behind him, leaving Harry no alternative. "Hi, Professor," he said. "I thought you'd be in Hogsmeade," Remus said. Harry said. "My arm still hurts a little. I'll probably go next time." Remus smiled, but his eyes were questioning. He had to be wondering why Harry had been standing outside his door. "Is there anything I can help you with?" Harry said. Now that he was here, it suddenly did not seem like such a good idea. "I was wondering, I heard you had a lesson about a boggart. Ron and Hermione told me. You want to know what shape your fear takes?" Remus finished for him when Harry's voice trailed away. "That's very admirable, Harry, but wouldn't it show you Lord Voldemort?" Harry shook his head. "No," he said firmly. The boggart had shown him a Dementor the first time around. He'd be damned if he was more frightened of Voldemort than he was of fear. But a sneaking suspicion that the boggart would show him something different had prompted him to seek out Remus. Remus raised his eyebrows in surprise, though when he spoke, he did not mention it. "There is, in fact, another boggart. It was found in the dungeons this morning by Argus Filch, and I thought I would take care of it today, but I would be happy to allow you to do it instead." "Thanks, Professor," Harry said quietly. "The charm. It's ridiculous, isn't it?" "Yes," Remus said, "but you have to try to make what you fear funny. Laughter is the best way to defeat a boggart. They can't abide the sound. To be perfectly honest, Harry, if you had been in class the day we covered the boggart, I probably would not have wanted you to face it. I think what you fear is probably stronger and more terrifying than the other students, who do not have such horrors in their pasts as you do." They were sufficiently shocked by your friend Ron's. Ron had, in fact, told Harry this morning that he had had a nightmare just last night about what the boggart had shown him. It had been almost exactly what his mother had seen at Grimmauld Place. Dead Hermione, dead Ginny, dead family a month later, and Ron's voice still shook when he mentioned it. "I noticed that you didn't fear my death," Harry had teased him when Ron had first confessed what had happened. "Because I'm not afraid of you dying," Ron had shrugged. "Killing curses don't seem to work on you." Severus Snape said, cutting into Harry's thoughts. He looked around and noticed, with a jolt of surprise, that they were already at the entrance to the stairs that led to the dungeons. Snape had stopped on the last stair, and he held a steaming mug of what Harry knew to be Wolfsbane potion. Professor Lupin and Potter, he put a hostile emphasis on Harry's last name. "What brings the two of you down here? Shouldn't you be with your little friends in Hogsmeade?" he asked Harry. "No," Harry said shortly. "My arm hurts. Because I saved one of your own stupid students from being mauled by a hippogriff." "Mind your tone, Potter," Snape said sleekly. Remus put a hand on Harry's shoulder, as though worried that things might escalate. "We're about to find a boggart, Professor Snape," he said courteously. Harry wanted to face one. "I have the potion you requested of me," Snape said, "but it will hold until after Potter shows us what the little chosen boy fears." Remus looked taken aback. "I don't think—" Snape interrupted him. "Unless you don't want this potion." "Harry, we can wait until later," Remus said, brows knit with worry. "It doesn't have to be public." Harry shrugged. "Maybe it'll show me Professor Snape in a dress, like Neville's did," Harry said. "I've regretted missing that since I heard about it. A long pink one, I think, with little roses on the collar." He did not particularly like the way that Snape had practically blackmailed Remus, so he quite enjoyed the look of anger on Snape's face. "Very well." Remus sighed after a moment. He had stepped in front of Harry, as if to protect him from Snape's wrath. But Snape's mouth had merely twisted into a grimace, and he had not drawn his wand. Not that Harry had thought he would, but Remus had no idea that Snape had been an ally since Harry's second day at Hogwarts. They walked silently. Remus opened his mouth several times to speak. Harry noticed, but whatever the other man wished to say, he did not want to do so in front of Snape, who followed behind them like an overgrown bat. The trunk that held the boggart was in a small room that apparently was used for storage. It was halfway between the potions classroom and the entrance to the Slytherin common room, and the air inside was stuffy and was rather warmer than was typical in the dungeons. Harry immediately looked at the trunk that was partially obscured by a broken table laying on its side and a holy chintz lounge. It quivered a little. Harry stared at it with narrowed eyes. "What are you going to show me?" He asked it. "The ones I love lying dead on the floor? A Dementu?" He wondered if he might see the Weasleys, with angry faces and hatred pointed directly at him. He hoped he didn't. That would be very selfish of him. "Ready, Harry?" Remus asked easily. "Remember the charm?" "Yeah," Harry said. "Aloha Mora." Remus pointed his wand at the trunk, staying well behind Harry. It sprang open with a creaking groan and a squeal of rusted hinges. The boggart could not recreate the scene of Harry's worst fear, for which he was extremely grateful. Looking at himself, splattered with blood, and gore was bad enough without having to see everything else. The boggart had taken the form of Harry at his absolute worst moment, right before he had killed Voldemort. His own eyes glittered with rage and madness, and Harry realized why Arthur Weasley had been concerned about the look in Harry's eyes after Umbridge's insinuation. "I should have realized what my worst fear would be," Harry thought critically. "Of course it would be that the future is going to fall out the way it did, that I would be the last one standing." "Ridiculous," Harry said firmly. He did not waste time trying to find something funny. He didn't think that he could. Instead of the boggart Harry being put in witch's robes or growing an extra arm, there was a small pop indicating that he had successfully enchanted it, and Harry saw himself lying spread eagle on the floor, obviously dead. It felt like a promise. Remus shoved him aside before the fist that had wrapped around Harry's stomach had eased up a bit, enough to allow him to laugh. Boggart Harry disappeared, and a boggart moon hung low in the classroom, full and shiny yet ominous, because Harry knew what it represented. All three watched as the moon faded away, and the boggart was destroyed. Remus whirled around, drawing a shaky breath, and gripped Harry's arm tightly. "Harry," he said weakly, "that won't happen. You're a good person. I know you are, and you know it too. Don't let stupid suppositions make you believe otherwise." His words felt like a benediction, and Harry swallowed, feeling a great lump in his throat that had not been there moments before. Remus had guessed wrong about the boggart. He obviously thought that Harry was afraid that he would become something twisted and evil, another Voldemort. But Harry saw that the other man was perfectly sincere. He was not afraid of what Harry would become, not like the Weasleys. He had faith, and it eased a little of the hurt Harry had felt since Arthur Weasley had rebuffed him. "I know," Harry said finally. "It won't happen." He felt a sudden urge to tell Remus everything. He glanced over at Snape, who had said nothing since they had met. He was staring back at Harry with the strangest expression, and Harry could not possibly tell what Snape was thinking. Harry took a deep breath and opened his mouth. "Professor," Neville stood in the open doorway, white-faced and trembling. Though the other boy could just be nervous around Snape, Harry was certain that Neville had seen the boggart. This was confirmed when Neville's round eyes met Harry's. "Hi, Neville," Harry said. I wanted to fight a boggart since I missed that class." Neville tried to smile. "Please don't be afraid of me, Neville, please." "Mine wasn't as good as yours was," Harry said. "Isn't that right, Professor Snape?" Neville squeaked. "Try to set him at ease, Snape." Snape sighed, but Harry thought he was the only one who heard it. "I must admit that Potter has a point. However, just because it is flattering to be the worst nightmare of a 13-year-old boy, you still have detention. You will be disemboweling toads, Longbottom, and I am glad to see you did not bring gloves. You won't need them." "Good luck, Neville," Harry said sincerely. "It's not that bad, though, once you get past the slime and the smell." "See you at dinner, Harry," Neville said glumly. "Remember to take your potion, Lupin," Snape said as he swept past them. "I wouldn't like to see the consequences if you do not." After doing his admittedly small part in setting Neville at ease, Snape apparently had to reassert his nastiness by trying to torment Remus. Harry turned away to hide a smile, glad that some things never change completely. The momentary urge to confess everything to Remus had passed. It was a big decision, and Ron and Ginny had every right to be a part of it. Not that Harry thought that they would disagree, but the three of them were in this together. With that in mind, Harry sighed. "Listen," Remus said. He held the smoking goblet in both hands as they turned to leave the dungeons. "I have to admit that what you saw concerns me. I did not wish to say this in front of Professor Snape, but—" Harry felt a sinking in his stomach. Did Remus decide not to trust him after all? "What frightens you most disturbs me. Harry, your father was one of my best friends at Hogwarts, and to think that you're burdened with something most 13-year-olds should never be burdened with. If you should ever feel the need to talk, Harry, my office door is always open." Something squeezed Harry's heart so tightly that it was hard for him to breathe. Remus had only known Harry for 1 month, and yet he was already willing to trust him. He was not afraid of getting too close to Harry, did not think that Harry was tainted. He pushed that thought out of his mind. "Thank you," Harry said finally. The walk from the dungeons to the entrance hall had never seemed shorter. "Ah," Remus said. He grimaced at the potion and then smiled at Harry. "I've got to get back to work, Harry. Just remember what I said." "I will," Harry promised. Then, when Remus turned to leave, "Professor Lupin, I'll definitely be coming to your office. Just not yet. Anytime." Harry went the opposite direction, heading straight for the room of requirement. He did not pay very much attention to his surroundings, but was replaying what had just happened in the dungeons. This was the first time that he had encountered a boggart, not counting the time he had seen Mrs. Weasley's worst fears at Grimmauld Place, since his 4th year, during the final task in the Triwizard Tournament. He wondered when his own worst fear had shifted and suspected that it had after Sirius had died, when that loss had struck him like a physical blow. It had definitely happened by the time he fell in love with Ginny during his 6th year. While fearing fear itself was perhaps wise, as Remus had said during one of their first discussions, Harry could not stop himself from breaking out into a cold sweat when he thought of fate repeating itself. Not that it will, Harry told himself sternly. You know what to do now. His thoughts carried him to the door of the room of requirement. It was cracked open, and a pair of bright brown eyes peeked out at him. He smiled. "Hey, Bright Eyes," he said, stepping into the room. He looked around, expecting to see Luna, but realized, with a sinking sensation, that she was not there. He and Ginny were quite alone. He eyed her warily, and she responded with a slow, sly smile. He backed away from her, and her smile widened. "Hi, Harry," she said. "Air," Harry said, watching her walk over to a chair. It was big enough for two, barely. It sat in front of a roaring fire, and on top of a large rug that looked quite soft and even more comfortable than the chair. "Where's—" His voice cracked, and he cleared his throat. "Where's Luna?" She decided that she needed to write the essay we have due for potions, she replied. She was curled up on the chair like a cat. "We only have 2 more weeks to write it." Harry swallowed and, searching for a distraction, decided to warm his hands by the fire. He watched her out of the corner of his eye. He couldn't help himself, and she stared at him almost without blinking. She adjusted herself so that her long hair draped over the arm of the chair. Sweat beaded on his brow. "You're torturing me," Harry said hoarsely. She didn't even bother to deny it. "I'm enjoying myself immensely." Harry was too. "That note you left under my pillow. Seamus asked why I had to go wash again when I just had." She laughed. It was such an open and delighted sound that it made Harry want to kiss that laughing mouth. "You started it," Ginny pointed out. "Or did I just imagine what your Patronus said while I was having my bath the other night?" "That was after you did that thing you do," Harry said. "You know, your blazing look. The one I get when I'm thinking about how much I love you," she asked. "I can't help that." "You, however, knew exactly what you were doing when you sent the message." "I almost drowned." "Me too," Harry said dryly. Without his volition, his feet brought him closer and closer to her, and he sat down with a sigh. She automatically curled up under his arm and placed her hand over Harry's heart. He played with strands of her hair, and it slipped through his fingers like silk. How many times had they sat like this? Too many to count. Usually it led to other things. But sometimes it hadn't, and on those occasions Harry had. He grinned when he noticed that a silver hairbrush had materialized out of nowhere. "Sit up, Bright Eyes, come on." She started to protest until she saw that he held the brush in one hand. She got up and sat down again on the rug and leaned against Harry's legs. She sighed with utter contentment as he gently pulled the brush through her hair. "You can keep doing that forever," she murmured. Harry finally stopped, and she leaned her head up against his leg. He reached over and laid his palm over one of the spots where he most liked to kiss Ginny, where her shoulder met her long, pretty neck. "Ginny," he said softly. He didn't want to ruin this moment, but as more time passed, he grew increasingly aware that there was a certain subject that they avoided, all three of them. He'd probably want to talk about it least of all, but it seemed irresponsible. "No, Harry," she said. "Not yet. Just not yet. We have to think about it soon," Harry pointed out. "Hopefully not for a while," she said. "If at all." "All right," Harry conceded. He was only too willing to put off the discussion about her parents, a discussion that they had never dreamed during the years of planning and painstakingly creating the potion that had required so much else of them. He remembered the vow he'd made in the kitchen at the Burrow and renewed it to himself. "Tell me about the sword again." She stiffened. Ginny's anger toward Lockhart had not abated one whit, and she fully understood how violated Harry still felt about being obliviated. Despite the fact that Harry had viewed those memories again and again in Dumbledore's pensieve, she never tired of telling it. Dumbledore had tried to reconstruct his memories, and whatever he had done had only worked a little. Harry no longer felt disoriented when they spoke of it, and sometimes he thought that a little wisp of memory had returned. But whenever he reached for it, it slipped away. The horrible holes in his mind were gone, but they were filled with mist and shadowy shapes, and not clarity. Lockhart, all evidence to the contrary, actually did have one good talent. Unfortunately, thinking about it made Harry want to kill him. Dumbledore had told him, regretfully, that if he forced it anymore, he was in danger of doing permanent damage. Harry, remembering what Voldemort had said about Bertha Jorkins being useless because he had broken through the memory charm that Mr. Crouch had placed on her, had reluctantly let it go. "You didn't know that the sword was impregnated with basilisk venom until—" But the appearance of Ron's Patronus interrupted her. It didn't say anything. Harry assumed that Ron did not want to risk them being in a public place, but it moved agitatedly. Harry watched it, fully alert, brain working very quickly. If Hogsmeade was being attacked, and he genuinely needed help, Ron would not have hesitated to make it speak. "What the hell?" Ginny said blankly. HPHPHPHPHPHPHPHPHP. Harry and Ginny returned to the Gryffindor common room immediately and waited for long, anxious minutes for Ron. Neville tried to distract them by telling them how horrible his detention had been and how he might vomit if he ever had to see the insides of a frog again. Ron finally entered through the portrait hole, Hermione following him. They both were white-faced with fury, and Ron held what looked like a magazine in a death grip. "Lockhart," he growled, and he threw the copy of the latest edition of Witch Weekly on Harry's lap. He sat down on an empty chair with a snarl. Harry was not sure that he wanted to read it. Ginny grabbed it. Ginny hissed when she saw the headline and began to read aloud. "Lockhart tells the truth about the Chamber of Secrets" by Raven Hubble. Witch Weekly is delighted to present to all loyal readers a new interview with our favorite wizard. He has just recovered from a horrible injury, which caused him to require several months of care at St. Mungo's, but he graciously agreed to the interview, especially as he has learned that he has won the annual Best Smile Award. "RH, thank you so much for agreeing to speak with me today, Mr. Lockhart. Everyone at Witch Weekly, and all our readers, is thrilled that you've had a complete recovery. GL, I always enjoy getting in touch with my fans, Raven. And please call me Gilderoy. We've corresponded so often over the years that it seems silly for you to be so formal. RH, I see that your injuries haven't dimmed that smile one bit." "I'll think of that next time," Ron said darkly. "GL, thank you, my dear Raven. To be perfectly honest, my Order of Merlin, 3rd class, seems paltry compared to the honor of being so beloved by my fans at Witch Weekly. RH, you flatter us, Gilderoy. We merely appreciate your bravery and your good looks. Now, before I say this, You have the staunchest support of the rest of the writers at our humble publication. But there have been the most distressing rumors going around. GL. Ah, yes. One of the healers at St. Mungo's, a truly delightful witch, told me about them. RH. So you know that Harry Potter is claiming that you obliviated him? Claiming? Harry said loudly. He did, and I still haven't got all my memories back. We know, Harry, Neville said. I can't believe he's denying it. GL. I heard, yes. Utterly preposterous. I have never had the need to use a memory charm. Ron snorted. I'll bet that he's lied about half the stuff he's done and used a memory charm to cover his tracks. I wouldn't be at all surprised, Hermione said. RH, we thought so. So what had really happened in the Chamber of Secrets last year? GL, I don't remember very much of it. Only bits and pieces. RH, do you think that you were the one to be obliviated then? GL, I have no idea. The healers, they've alluded to certain things, but they claim not to be able to tell because the damage done to my brain was so vast. It may only be that the injuries I received caused this to happen. He's only saying that because he can't make a direct accusation without proof, Hermione said shrewdly. If he did, Harry, you could be put on trial. He doesn't want that, since the truth would have to come out. Harry nodded grimly. RH, that's awful, Gilderoy. If it distresses you, we could talk about other things. GL, no. My duty to my fans supersedes any discomfort I might feel, but I can only offer hazy memories. RH, not to worry. GL, it began when young Ginevra Weasley was taken down into the Chamber of Secrets. I had been working on the mystery all year, because as soon as Argus Filchcat was petrified, I knew exactly what that meant. I didn't alert the other teachers because I did not want them placed in unnecessary danger. RH, I'm sure they're very appreciative, Gilderoy. GL, so when Ginevra Weasley disappeared, I knew that I had to save her. Had to run away, you mean? Ginny said viciously. Bastard. RH, how did you run into Harry Potter? Then? GL, I met them, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, and Neville Longbottom, just before I was about to enter. They demanded to come with me. They threatened to hex me if I did not allow it. RH, I'm surprised you didn't force them to stay behind. They ought to have known that only a powerful wizard like you could have been safe. GL, I'm afraid that they were quite overwrought about young Ginevra's predicament. I allowed them to come, knowing that I could easily handle the basilisk. I regret that now. I had no idea that they would turn on me once we entered the chamber. RH, it was Ronald Weasley that caused your injuries, was it not? He's lucky Ron didn't kill him, Neville said, not looking at either Ron or Harry. Yeah, he is, Ron agreed. GL, it was. I'm afraid that the young man became quite hysterical when we came upon the gigantic skin from the basilisk. I believe that he did not have any idea what he was doing. RH, you have a soft heart, Gilderoy. I wouldn't be half so understanding, and I'm sure our readers won't either. GL, I've always known that I am unusually brave. It seems arrogant to assume that others will be the same. I do not blame Ron Weasley, really. He was terrified. RH, will you be pressing charges? GL, no. Of course not. He's just a little boy. For a moment, Harry thought that a small tiger had entered the room with them. Ron was snarling. Crookshanks, who had settled on Hermione's lap just after Ginny started reading, watched Ron with an approving look. Ron, Hermione said, we talked about this on the way back from Hogsmeade, remember? You can't do anything about this, and anger won't help. It's making me feel better, Ron grumped. But when Hermione reached over and clasped his hand, the expression on his face immediately softened. Despite Harry's rather large desire to throttle Gilderoy Lockhart, he smiled. RH, he's a little boy that attacked you. Don't you want some sort of justice? GL, no. I managed to set it aside, and I hope you and everyone reading this will be able to as well. There was no lasting harm done. Soon enough, I'll be saving people from dangerous creatures once more. RH, oh, Gilderoy, you're such an inspiration. Do you remember anything more? GL, no. I immediately asked after the children upon waking up, though, and was immensely relieved that Ron Weasley's hysterics did not end in tragedy. RH, it disturbs me that Harry Potter falsely accused you of obliviating him. GL, as to that, I have no idea. I do not have any hard feelings for the boy. I often gave him advice in dealing with fame, as he does not have a father to turn to. But I will say that I've noticed certain tendencies for him to seek even more fame. He has quite a following of awestruck students, you know. He allows them to photograph him, only when I can't avoid it. Harry said loudly. Stupid, lying arse. R.H. Gilderoy, I know it makes you uncomfortable to speak ill of anyone. But what if you were actually the one to save Ginevra Weasley from a basilisk? Do you think there's any possibility that he obliviated you in order to take credit for it? GL. I'm not certain, nor do I wish to be. It is enough for me that Miss Weasley is safe. But I will say this. It would be highly unusual, almost impossible, for such a young man to kill a basilisk and survive to tell the tale. But I will say no more of this. You can stop reading, Hermione said, although Harry noticed that the interview continued. They went on to talk about what hair products he uses. And put your wand away. Harry, Lockhart isn't here. No one at school is going to believe this, Neville said bracingly, once Ginny had ripped up the magazine and thrown the pieces into the fire. Lockhart is an idiot. He couldn't even handle Cornish pixies. Seen the interview, then? George asked. Fred was right behind him, and they had large bags full of Zonko's products and satisfied looks. We heard about it in the pub. Everyone's laughing about the idiot. They don't believe it? Harry asked. Fred smiled slyly. We might have had to set a few people straight. Mostly the older girls, though, who were blinded by his teeth. Ginny laughed. I can't believe what he's saying. You'll have a bit of trouble with the older witches, George advised Ron. They love Lockhart. Merlin knows why. But the other students remember how much of a stupid git he was. The next several hours were spent roundly abusing their former defense against the dark arts professor. Harry could not even bring himself to worry about it, although Ron had already claimed that he was going to check his mail very carefully to ensure that some love struck, middle-aged, which wouldn't try to curse him. Ron was absolutely delighted to find himself the center of attention during dinner. He was asked repeatedly to describe stunning Lockhart, and when he told them that he had snapped the professor's wand, everyone within earshot applauded. McGonagall, who was passing by at that point, had to cover her mouth to hide her smile. Harry got out of the shower later that night. He could still hear people roaring with laughter down in the common room, and he was certain that they were still discussing Lockhart, and found Neville sitting on his bed. He was obviously waiting for Harry. What's up, Neville? Harry asked. Air, Neville said, and then muttered something under his breath that Harry could not hear. The other boy looked desperately uncomfortable. What? Harry asked as he pulled on his pajamas. He stared at Neville until he looked up. Neville took a deep breath. No, I know that you have a secret. Neville, don't deny it, Neville said firmly. Don't worry. I'm not. I trust you. I don't think you're madman. But I know you and Ron are hiding something, and I think Ginny is too. Damn. Harry had absolutely no idea what to say. He flattened his hair. Listen, Neville, you're right. But you're going to tell me, Neville said glumly. You don't trust me? I trust you, Harry told him. I do. Please believe that. Then why? Harry thought back to his very first year, the real one, when he had known very little about anything. He just faced Voldemort for the first time, and he had asked Dumbledore for the truth. What was it that he had said? Neville, someone once told me that sometimes we aren't ready for the truth. It can be a burden. Is it about the prophecy? In a way, Harry said honestly. Are you preparing us for something? Neville licked his lips. Is that why we're practicing so much? Yes, Harry said. Listen, Neville, if you don't want to, I'd understand. You don't have to, keep coming with us to the room of requirement. Neville turned away, and Harry began to fear that he would say that he could not live with Harry keeping secrets from him. He'd have to talk to Ron and Ginny, but maybe it wouldn't hurt if Neville and Hermione, because they couldn't tell Neville and not tell her, knew a little sooner. But Harry did not want to place that burden on the other boy's shoulders just yet, nor did he want Neville to stop learning the skills that would help him survive. My parents, Neville said softly. Harry started. They were tortured by you-know-who's followers right after you made him disappear. Harry sat on the edge of his bed. I'm pretty sure. No, I know that we're learning all this stuff because of you-know-who, Neville continued. So even if you can't tell me, I'm going to keep learning because, well, because of my parents. I want to fight too if he comes back. When? Harry said quietly. When he comes back. Neville nodded. I thought he might. My gran told me that Dumbledore told her that it was only a matter of time. The silence lasted for so long that Harry assumed that Neville was done talking. Suddenly exhausted, he climbed under his covers and set his glasses on the top of his closed trunk. He yawned, wondering if he would be plagued by nightmares due to the encounter with the boggart, and raised his wand to close the bed hangings. Harry squinted at the Neville-shaped blur. Yeah. Are you ever going to tell me? Yep, Harry said. Count on it.
Thank you for being with us, Harry Potter fans. We are continuing on with Backward with Purpose, Part 1, Always and Always, by Dead Woodpecker, Chapter 15, And It All Falls Apart.
Chapter 15, And It All Falls Apart. Chapter text. Harry looked up at the burrow with something that felt suspiciously like dread. He had not wanted to join the Weasleys for Christmas almost as much as he did want to come. He'd come very close to signing up to stay at Hogwarts. Perhaps he could have assisted Dumbledore with the ongoing and apparently futile search for Sirius. But he had thought of spending Christmas away from Ginny for the first time since he was 17 years old, and how miserable that would be, and decided to accept the invitation. Give me a hand over here, mate, Ron said. You know I can't carry a trunk like this. There had been a flurry of cursed mail that had winged its way toward Ron in the months after Gilderoy Lockhart's interview. He'd managed to dodge most of them, had in fact taken to burning any mail sent from unknown senders to the raucous applause of spectators. But he'd been caught unawares this morning, and his hands were covered with blisters. They smelled quite awful, too. Sorry. Harry grabbed the handle of Ron's trunk and pulled it toward the house. The combined weight of his and Ron's trunks forced him to pause every 5 feet to catch his breath. He and Ron were pretty much alone. The twins had not even brought their trunks home with them, but had stuffed 2 large bags they'd filched from Mr. Filch full of clothes and gifts. Mr. Weasley had carried Ginny's trunk in for her. Harry rubbed his back and was grateful that he hadn't brought Hedwig with him. That cage would just be one more thing to carry. Let me help, Percy said. He stepped off the back porch, neatly avoiding the Wellington boots. Hands okay, Ron? Yeah, Ron muttered. Stupid witch. You should have gone to Madame Pomfrey, Percy said pompously. She could have fixed him up for you. Didn't want to miss the train, Ron said. I'm sure Mum has something that'll work for this. Mum's a bit annoyed with Dad, Percy warned. I wouldn't risk asking her for anything right now. I told him that he ought not to have flown the car. It was late afternoon. Mr. Weasley had enduring much pleading and cajoling from his children to fly the car home. He had eventually given in, and they were home much earlier than they would have done. Mrs. Weasley had obviously been able to put 2 and 2 together. Indeed, Harry could hear her yelling as soon as he stepped closer to the door. I can't believe you flew that car. Honestly, what were you thinking? You're supposed to set an example for the children. Molly, dear, Mr. Weasley said soothingly. It was perfectly all right. No one saw us. The invisibility booster worked just fine. That is not the point. Harry followed Ron into the house, but when Ron stopped to ask his mother to cure his hands, Harry decided that it was a good time to leave Ron behind. Once Mrs. Weasley's temper was riled, Ron stumped in the attic room not 10 minutes later. His hands looked just as painful as before. Mum was quite nasty about it, said that I ought not to have opened a letter from a stranger. She's not going to fix them? Harry asked in disbelief. She is, Ron said. She said she'd be up in a few minutes. I reckon she wants to finish yelling at Dad first. I wish she'd done it before I had to go to the loo, though. Harry grimaced. He couldn't even imagine how awful that experience must have been. She's right, you know. You knew that you shouldn't have opened it. Thanks, Ron said, his voice laced with sarcasm. I hadn't figured that out yet. Any time. The ghoul that lived above Ron's room apparently did not like the sound of their voices, for they heard loud banging. Ron had to speak loudly over the noise. Listen, Harry, he said. I reckon we should kill Lockhart. Ron, Harry hissed, sitting up. Not here. No one's listening, he said. You worry too much. I think Lockhart's going to screw everything up. I know you don't like the fact that you've been getting hate mail. Ron shook his head. It's not about that. He's very popular, you know. And once things start to really happen, I reckon he'll make trouble for us. You really think we should kill him? Harry asked. Or at least put him in the permanent spell damage ward, Ron said. He's a threat to our plans, Harry. I know it. He almost effed everything up last year, almost ruined everything we're trying to do, and I don't like the idea of letting him try again. Harry remembered a time when neither one of them would consider this. He eyed Ron very carefully. Ron was sincere, that was certain. But it was also clear that he did not like the idea, for which Harry was very grateful. He stood up after several minutes of silence. I'm going to go talk to Ginny, he said. I'll tell her to meet us up here tonight, after everyone's asleep. And then we'll ask Dumbledore if he can think of a way to do this without, you know. Ron looked relieved. Harry noted the open door ruefully. They were going to have to be a lot less complacent. Just because their plan had, thus far, worked, they still had quite a lot of road to travel, and it was dangerous to discuss it casually. He walked swiftly down the stairs. He heard Mrs. Weasley yell, "Arthur," at the top of her lungs, followed by a resounding thud. She was still at it then. Mr. Weasley ought to ask the twins about how to head off her anger. He grinned. He knocked on Ginny's door and pushed it open, and he caught her in a state of undress that made his mouth go instantly dry. Cover your eyes, cover your eyes, cover your eyes, he told himself. But his traitorous hands did not obey him. She was wearing everything but a shirt, and he could not take his eyes off her simple white bra. Harry, Ginny said pleasantly. Shut the door. He obeyed immediately. You're getting your Christmas present a little early, she said ruefully. Your mom and dad. Mom's too busy fighting, she waved her arm, and Harry gulped. You need to put on your shirt, he said hoarsely. He found himself suddenly sitting on her bed. Why would I do that, she asked. I've been trying to think of how I'd orchestrate this. And here, Ginny, we can't do this, he said, and then she let her bra slip to the ground, and all thoughts suddenly flew out of Harry's head. He grabbed her pants and pulled her closer so that she stood between his legs. He stroked her arms and then her back, and then he brought one hand around her front, and she gasped. She leaned forward and pressed a kiss on his mouth and whispered in his ear, You don't get to have all the fun. And for one thrilling second, Ginny's hand was on him, and it was the best feeling in the world. Bang! The door crashed against the opposite wall, and Mrs. Weasley stood there, Mr. Weasley right behind her, and for a horrible moment there was only silence. Ginny screamed and dove for a shirt. Get away from my daughter. Mom, no, Ginny yelled. It isn't. But Mrs. Weasley drew her wand and silenced her daughter. Trembling with rage, she opened her mouth and closed it again, and Harry could see that Mrs. Weasley completely despised him. It was Mr. Weasley that spoke the words that caused a pain so sharp that Harry could hardly breathe. You need to leave. Get out of the burrow. Harry did not know when he had decided not to go back to Hogwarts, but it must have been sometime during the long walk down the stairs, past the dumbfounded twins and Percy, and down the snowy drive. He only knew that when the night bus appeared and Stan Shunpike asked his destination, he opened his mouth and said Godric's Hollow instead of Hogsmeade. How could he possibly face Dumbledore now? And Snape? His stomach felt hollow, and there was a rushing sound in his ears, and he could still hear Ginny screaming at her parents that it was her fault. She'd made him touch her. The shouting had followed him from the burrow, which had been his most favorite place in the entire world besides Hogwarts, and from which he had just been exiled. Stan was speaking to him, but Harry could not summon the effort to reply. Which house in Godric's Hollow? Stan said loudly. By the peeved expression on his face, Harry realized that Stan had asked this several times. I don't know, Harry said, and it seemed wrong that he had no idea which street his parents had lived on. The one with the gaping hole in it. Harry gritted his teeth. You know, where Voldemort murdered my entire family. Think you can find that? Stan did not say anything else, but left Harry alone with the guilt that had started to fester. Here we are, he said, when the night bus jerked to a halt and Harry was thrown off his seat. Thanks, he muttered, and dragged his trunk out with him. Stan and Ern wasted no time in leaving, and within seconds, Harry was alone on the street. He dropped the end of the trunk he carried and stared at the cottage. It filled his vision completely, and he could not help but remember seeing the memories of that night through Voldemort's point of view. Voldemort had stood right here and had watched Harry's father entertaining his son with puffs of smoke. Harry's mother had come in, had taken Harry to his nursery to put him to bed. It took several moments for Harry to realize that the clicking noise came from grinding his jaws tightly together. A hatred for Voldemort that was as vast and as deep as the sea rose up inside him. His fault. Everything. The emotion sustained him and propelled him past the sign that sprung up and into the cold, empty cottage. I don't care how cold it is, Harry told himself fiercely. He considered lighting a fire in the hearth, but the last thing he wanted to do was get hauled up in front of the Ministry of Magic for underage magic. Harry scowled at his wand and threw it aside. It rolled under one of the musty, moldy couches that nobody had bothered to clear out. As Harry did not imagine that he could feel any worse, he set out to explore, feeling a sense of increasing disbelief that not only had the wizarding world made a monument out of a house where his mother and father had died, but they had left everything exactly the way it had been. The pram was still by the stairs, there were dishes in the sink, and cans of food in the damn pantry. "I'm surprised they didn't leave your bodies here for me to discover," Harry said. His voice was unnaturally loud. "I wish I had the resurrection stone so I could show you this travesty. The monument to the bloody boy who lived. But oh, I forgot. That particular Deathly Hallow doesn't work anymore. Which means that I get to die." He kicked the pram and sent it crashing into the wall. He stomped up the stairs. As soon as he reached the top, a draft of icy air hit him and rage crashed over him all over again. How could they leave it like this? The door to the nursery, where Voldemort had murdered his mother and had been blasted into half-death, was open. Snow was falling onto piles of broken, rotting furniture. Harry did not know how long he stood there. Long enough that his hair and shoulders were covered in the flakes of snow that was falling steadily, and long enough for Harry's rage to leave him exhausted. He felt dangerously on the verge of tears, and he missed the anger that served as a buffer to the guilt and grief. He crossed the hall and found his parents' bedroom. It was relatively intact, but it smelled musty and old, and he knew that he would not sleep here, could not bear the thought of sleeping in this room. He dragged the old comforter off the bed. He grudgingly admitted that he could use the warmth and brought it downstairs to the small sitting room where he had placed his trunk. He threw himself down on the couch and pulled the comforter over his head. He was staring at the darkness, thoughts a-whirl, when he noticed that the dark had lightened by a degree. It was not until he heard Ginny's voice that he sat up straight and threw the cover off. Her Patronus, a silver doe that was the mate to his stag, stood before him. "Harry, I'm so sorry. Mum's screaming at Ron. Don't reply. I love you." The heartbreak he heard in her voice suddenly drained him of all energy, and he fell back onto the couch, sending up another cloud of dust as it disappeared. "Don't feel guilty, Ginny. It was my fault as much as yours." He willed her to hear him, somehow, and, pressing the heels of his hands hard against his eyes to somehow hold the tears in, he fell into a deep and, for once, dreamless sleep. Over the next few days, Harry developed a steady routine of wallowing in misery, shaking with rage, and scavenging through his parents' pantry for things that he could eat. He had not even picked up his wand from where he had dropped it. Not even just that morning when Dumbledore's Phoenix Patronus had found him. "Heard that you left the burrow. No details. Where are you?" it had said before fading away like Ginny's. But the last person that Harry wanted to talk to was Dumbledore. If he talked to Dumbledore, he'd have to talk to Snape, and he could not bear the thought of how humiliating it would be to tell them that he had broken off all ties with the elder Weasleys because he had touched their daughter. A small voice in the back of his head that sounded like Hermione told him that he was being completely irresponsible and irrational. Harry got rather good at ignoring it. Finally, he had to leave the house. He grabbed his invisibility cloak and a small bag of wizard money. Money was money, and most shop owners would be pleased to be paid with real gold. At least that's how he justified it. Hermione did it, Harry told himself. The sky was leaden with clouds, and Harry was certain that it would snow again this evening. He tried to remember whether it was New Year's Eve or New Year's Day, but he couldn't be sure. He was fairly certain that he had slept through Christmas. He remembered waking up to the sound of drunken carolers, but the happy revelry made him think of the burrow and how much he wanted to be there, so he'd gone back to sleep again. He walked down the quiet street and was glad that no one was out and about. He hadn't washed in what? For days? 5? He couldn't remember. He hoped that Dumbledore would not send him another message. They'd been coming in increasing frequency, and he did not want to deal with muggles being frightened by a talking, misty phoenix. He found a small corner store and randomly grabbed muggle snacks and stuffed them in his robes. He left a few galleons on the shelves. He wandered over to the refrigerators, thinking that he ought to get a few bottles of water. He'd found the well in his parents' backyard, but Harry thought it might not be as clean as he would have hoped. He scanned the beverages, and he was about to grab for some water when something caught his eye. Why not? I haven't got anything better to do. 10 seconds later, he walked out of the store clutching a bottle of whiskey. It wasn't exactly fire whiskey, but Harry knew it would get the job done. In one hand, bags of chips in the other, and had 4 big packets of beef jerky stuffed down his pants. Life, he thought resentfully, does not get much better than this. It had taken him and Hermione ages to find his parents' graves last time, and even though that had been over a decade ago, Harry's feet took him unerringly to the spot. He brushed the snow off the tombstones and wished that he had thought to liberate flowers from the corner store as well. He let his snacks fall to the ground. "Hey, Mom." "Hey, Dad," he said. He opened a bottle of whiskey and took a deep pull from it. It burned down his throat and hit his belly like a stunner. He gasped. "I wish you could tell me why I screw everything up," Harry said. He felt the back of his eyes sting with tears and knew that they weren't there because of the whiskey. He took another drink then. Because he didn't want his parents to think that he didn't know how to share, he poured a little over their grave. I try, and it's never fucking good enough." He forced his jaw to unclench. "Sorry about that, Mom. You probably don't like to hear me swear." Harry thought about the resurrection stone again. "I wish I could really talk to you. Dad, you could probably tell me everything I'm doing wrong, and you'd probably help me fix it." Harry turned around quickly. He thought he had just heard movement among the tombstones. He narrowed his eyes and scanned the cemetery. It appeared empty, but last time he and Hermione had been spied upon by Voldemort's snake, Nagini. When he was satisfied that no one was there, he swallowed another mouthful of whiskey. He was already feeling pleasantly warm, Harry was pleased to note. "Dad," he said forcefully, "you could also help me with your best mate. You know, Sirius Black? My supposed godfather, who has been out of Azkaban for almost an entire year and hasn't once stopped in for a chat." Thinking of Sirius made the ache in his heart, which he knew would not go away no matter how much liquor he consumed, grow stronger. He glared at the bottle in his hand for a little while and realized that the invisibility cloak had fallen off of him. He pulled it up over himself again, looking around warily. He moved closer and traced the outlines of their names and birth dates. He lingered over the etched date of death, October 31st, 1981, the day that Harry's life had changed forever, when the first part of the prophecy had been enacted and he had been marked for death. "I miss you," he said, and he did not like how his voice sounded so much like a child's. "I'm so sorry, I wish I could have." But he could not choke the words out. How could he tell his parents that he had gone back to save everyone else but them? "The last enemy that shall be defeated is death," Harry said softly. He brushed away the tears that were now falling freely down his face. "I think I understand that a little better now." Harry bent over and picked up the snacks he had left strewn on the ground. "I'll come back," he promised. "Maybe I'll bring Ginny, too. And Ron. Although he might hate me, too, for effing everything up." He wandered back to the cottage, in no particular hurry. Every once in a while, he stopped to take another sip of whiskey. Night had fallen while he had spent time at his parents' graves, and the air had an ominous feeling to it that meant that it would begin to snow at any moment. No sooner had he entered the privacy of the cottage, and he immediately suspected that Dumbledore knew where he was and had been watching him, than the Phoenix Patronus, which was becoming all too familiar a sight, appeared. "Harry Potter, come to Hogwarts at once." Guess he hasn't been watching me, Harry thought. The messages had become increasingly angry and worried. Dumbledore apparently still did not know what had happened, as just 2 days before he said that he had received a disturbing message from the Weasleys. Harry could guess what it was. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley did not want to allow contact between Harry and Ginny. He flopped down on the couch, opened a bag of chips, and popped a handful into his mouth. He washed it down with whiskey. He slowed down the drinking for a while and stared into the empty hearth, his mood becoming steadily darker. He wished he could go back in time to just before Mrs. Weasley had barged through the door and demanded that he get away from her daughter. By the time the snow had stopped and the moon had fully risen, Harry had begun seriously drinking again. It didn't help the gaping wound in his chest. Every time he closed his eyes, he could see the rage and hatred on Mrs. Weasley's face, and he could hear the chill in Mr. Weasley's voice echoing in his head. "Get out of the burrow! Get out! Get out! Get out! You aren't welcome here." Why hadn't Ginny sent another message to him? Why was it only Dumbledore sending the messages? He knew with absolute certainty that Ginny was not angry with him. Ron, now, was probably furious. But Ginny couldn't be. "Where are you, Ginny?" he asked when the silence became too much to bear, and he had to hear the sound of someone's voice. Things became a bit fuzzy after that. Harry rose to his feet after hours of sitting, and had to catch himself to keep from falling over. He took another drink and noticed, with some surprise, that the bottle only had about a third left. "I need my wand," he thought, despite the fact that he had not picked it up since the first night he was here. He set the bottle very carefully on the floor, knelt down, and reached under the couch. It took him several tries to find it, and several tries to get up again with the bottle in one hand and his wand in the other. He stood uncertainly in the middle of the sitting room. Which way should he go? The front or the back? He decided to go out the front door because it was much closer, and he was fairly certain that his legs would carry him there. He managed, though he had to push himself off the walls at times. The colder air felt good on his flushed body. He pitched forward as he crossed the threshold, and he almost dropped his bottle. "Don't do that, Harry," he said out loud. "That would be stupid." He closed the door, propped himself up against it, and took another swig. He looked up at the stars. Have they always moved like that? And felt another surge of anger. "Hey, stars," he said, "got any effing prophecies for me tonight? I could use another one." He squinted at them, but it made him feel queasy to watch them move around like that. His gaze fell upon the spot where, if he moved close to it, the sign would appear. He stumbled down the path toward it. It rose up, just as he had known it would, and he leaned up against it. He felt a lump in his throat and took another pull from the bottle to stop the tears. Everything crashed down on him. The look on Mrs. Weasley's face, the things Mr. Weasley had said, the conversation he had overheard, that damn article that Umbridge wrote, the fact that he had lost his surrogate family, and the closest thing he had to parents since he was 1 year old. "I want a sweater," he said, "but I'm never going to get one. Never, never, never." He squinted at the sign and could not help but notice that there were far fewer messages, and all of them were old. People probably don't want to support the future Dark Lord, Harry thought bitterly. His sudden rage choked him. He lifted his wand, fully intending to blast the sign away and damn the consequences, but the shuffle of feet distracted him. "Is that you, Voldemort? You evil son of a bitch!" Harry shouted. The small part of his mind that wasn't completely drunk told him he was acting like a lunatic. Voldemort was still in Albania, and he wouldn't return to England for another 6 months. But that part of him was tiny and became smaller still when he took another drink. "Come out. Try to kill me, you bastard. I hate you." The footsteps paused, and he heard a swift intake of breath. "That's right," Harry continued. He then swore loudly and incoherently for what felt like several hours, but he could not seem to stop himself. "Finish the job," he said finally. Lights were starting to come on in the neighboring houses, but he didn't care if the muggles heard him. If Voldemort killed him now, the Ministry could deal with obliviating them. Or are you still a coward? There was a bang, and his voice cut off abruptly. He was still shouting, but he could not hear sound. Was Voldemort trying to stop him from cursing him? His chest swelled with outrage, and he wanted to kill him, but he couldn't seem to move. He dropped his bottle, and it shattered, spraying his shoes and the hem of his robes with whiskey. He felt himself wavering and put his hand out to catch himself on the sign, but it wasn't where he put it, and he pitched sideways. Strong arms caught him before he fell over, and suddenly he was ushered forward, stumbling more than walking, away from the cottage and down the street. "My wand," he tried to say, but no words came out. "Keep walking, Harry, it's all right." The voice was low and sounded familiar, but it wasn't Voldemort. Voldemort had a high voice, and he would never, ever help Harry walk anywhere. Maybe it was Mr. Weasley. He might have decided to forgive Harry. But no, Mr. Weasley hated him now. "It's not all right," Harry wanted to say. In what seemed like no time at all, whoever it was that helped Harry stay upright was banging on the door to another cottage. It opened immediately. Heard him shouting. Had to silence him. The Muggles heard him too. Was about to go over there myself, but then I saw you. Harry tried to keep track of what they were saying, but it took too much effort, and he only registered snatches of the conversation. Someone small grabbed his arm. It was flung over frail shoulders. Wherever he was, it was very dark. Didn't know anyone had the courage to talk about Voldemort like that. I couldn't help but let him go on a bit. "Do you think he's mad like some people say?" "No," Harry said, and was glad to find that his vocal cords were working again. "I'm not mad." "He's not mad," that familiar voice said. Harry wished he weren't quite so drunk. Maybe he could place it if he were sober. "He's drunk." He was guzzling a bottle of whiskey, and it was almost empty, and I suspect he's in quite a lot of pain. He visited Lily's and James' graves today. Harry opened his eyes and realized that the room was brightly lit and spinning quite a lot, and it only seemed dark because he had forgotten that he'd squeezed them shut. He still could not tell who was talking about him. Someone had removed his glasses. Glasses? Harry slurred. Someone put them back on his face. A very old woman was staring at him. She looked a little familiar. "Get away from me, Nagini." "What the?" Harry stopped. The man grabbed him, pinning his arms to his side. Harry stared at Bathilda Bagshot, and then realized that she probably didn't have a great snake inside her neck yet. "Sorry, Mrs. Bagshot." He turned his head with much effort and came face to face with a man he knew very well indeed. "Padfoot," he said in an anguished voice. "Where have you been?" And then he started to cry, and he did not know whether the tears came from the large amount of liquor he had consumed, or whether he was just so happy to see Sirius Black again, who had arrived just when Harry had needed him most, when he had felt like everyone he cared about the most had turned their backs on him. "I needed you," Harry said. "Why didn't you find me sooner?" "I didn't know if you'd want me to find you." "Harry," Sirius said. "Don't be stupid," he said. "You're my godfather." And that was the last thing he remembered before he passed out. Harry dropped Sirius' arm and leaned away to vomit in the street, and not on his godfather. "I hate apparition. Operating with a hangover is not fun, is it?" Sirius said, too cheerfully. Harry was desperately grateful to have found his godfather again, but he spoke too loud, and he was too damn happy. "I'm not hung over," Harry said weakly. "Still drunk then?" "Sirius," Harry said, "if you have any mercy at all, you would take me to the nearest place that sells hangover remedies. I'd even try Muggle ones, I swear." "Oh no," Sirius said. "You got to learn this lesson the hard way." "Where'd you learn that one?" "Voldemort," Harry asked. "I'm suffering here." "Actually, it was your grandfather," Sirius told him. "James and I had to learn this the hard way. And so do you. And judging how livid Dumbledore's Patronus sounded, I thought it best to take you straight to Hogwarts." Harry had awoken that morning by Sirius prodding him and telling him that he needed to wash quickly and that they were going to Hogwarts. The sun had poked him hard in the eyes, and even the sound of rushing water had been far too much for his sensitive ears. When he'd finally emerged from Bathilda Bagshot's small bathroom, Sirius had thrust a cup of tea at him, handed him his wand, bewitched the trunk he had retrieved from Harry's parents' house to make it fit in his pocket, and had taken him to Hogsmeade. "Hand me my invisibility cloak, please," Harry said. When Sirius eyed him suspiciously, he evidently thought that Harry was a flight risk. He added, "Do you really think that I want McGonagall or the other professors to see me like this? I won't run." "You've apparently been hiding from Dumbledore," Sirius pointed out. "And judging by the mess you made at your parents' house, you've been successful at it for a while." "I'm not the only one who's been hiding from Dumbledore," Harry accused. "You've been missing for almost a year. I had no idea that you wanted to see me so badly," Sirius said quietly. I've lived with the fact that I basically killed your mother and father. No, you didn't, Harry said so sharply that his head throbbed. He winced. Pettigrew betrayed my parents. And besides, you'll know soon enough, Harry said darkly. It's me that needs your forgiveness. Trust me. The walk from Hogsmeade to Hogwarts was long and slow and very painful. The entrance hall was pleasantly dark, and Harry sighed with relief. The weak winter sun had been far too bright. It was empty and quiet, though not for long, as Harry heard footsteps. He turned and saw the only person he wanted to run into, Remus Lupin. He stopped halfway down the stairs and stared through Harry, as he was invisible, at Sirius. The silence swelled, and Remus made a convulsive movement, as if he were about to run. Harry did not understand why Remus dreaded seeing Sirius, but he had to do something. He pulled off the cloak enough to reveal his head. Don't you dare run away. Harry, Remus all but shouted. Where have you been? The whole castle's been worried. Are you ill? You look very unwell. If you call being half drunk and half hungover ill, Sirius said. Remus narrowed his eyes. You let a 13-year-old get drunk? Sirius held up his hands. Don't blame me. He did it all by himself. I was only there for the end of it, when he was calling Voldemort some very nasty names. Remus looked bewildered. I'm coming to your office now, Harry said carefully. He had that horrible feeling in the back of his throat, like he was going to be sick again. Remus said. You know, Harry said, I need to talk to you. And Sirius. You're going to see Dumbledore, Sirius said firmly. We can talk to Remus later. That's what I meant, Harry said. Remus, I need to talk to you. It's okay if we do it in Dumbledore's office. It's probably for the best. Remus raised his eyebrows at the familiar address, but Harry didn't care. He pulled the cloak back over his head. Can one of you levitate me to Dumbledore's office? What did I tell you about learning your lesson? Sirius asked, but he was grinning as he drew his wand. Just this once, and only because we'll get there faster. Harry suspected that he dozed off a little, because one moment he was reveling in the sensation that he was resting on some giant bed of air, and the next they were halfway to Dumbledore's office. The silence was so thick that he suspected that it would take a rather large severing charm to cut it. Why weren't they embracing each other like brothers? The Marauders, not counting that bastard Wormtail, had once been as close of friends as Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Neville, and Luna. Will you help me make my own Marauders map? Harry asked suddenly. You know about the Marauders map? Remus asked with great surprise. Did you tell him about it, Sirius? No, Sirius said slowly. He called me Padfoot as soon as he saw me, too. Harry did not want to start this conversation on the stairs, so he ignored their stares, and he didn't say anything. Instead, he groaned. Dumbledore is going to be very angry with me. Going to be? Sirius said. I think that Professor Dumbledore will be relieved to see that you are safe, Remus said at the same time. Albus is very angry with Harry, Sirius told him. He sent a message to Harry this morning that rattled the windows in old Bathilda Bagshot's cottage. Harry, why didn't you come back to Hogwarts? Remus asked. I didn't want to. Apparently Remus could not argue with that, for he said nothing further. And all too soon they were standing in front of the gargoyle that guarded the headmaster's private office. Lemon drops, Remus said firmly. It sprung away. It took some maneuvering to get Harry down again, and he ended up rapping his hand sharply against the stone wall. Ouch! Sorry, Sirius said. You might want to take that cloak off now. Harry did not want to lose the protection that the cloak offered just yet. Dumbledore might have another professor in there. Remus rapped sharply on the door, and at Dumbledore's enter, he pushed it open. Harry sidled in behind him. Sirius slid in behind Harry. It appeared that he also did not want to see Dumbledore. Harry felt a lump in his throat that was not entirely due to the fact that the moving stairs had nearly made him vomit again. Remus, Sirius? Dumbledore sounded surprised. Where in Merlin's name have you been? Sirius said. I've been around. Harry remained silent. I'm not being a coward, he assured himself. I just don't want Dumbledore to see me like this. I expect your godson will be quite pleased to see you, Dumbledore said pleasantly. Although it remains to be seen if you will return to this school. He went missing almost 2 weeks ago. He did seem pleased to see me, in fact, Sirius said. There was a lot of pain in his voice. If he still believed that Harry should hate him for what Wormtail did, Harry was going to throttle him. Sirius reached over and pulled Harry's invisibility cloak off. There was a stunned silence. Harry looked at the ground. He looked at the portraits. He looked at the hearth. He looked anywhere but at Dumbledore. The room spun, and he closed his eyes. His stomach rolled. "Basin," he said weakly, and he sat down on a chair. "Harry," Sirius said, shoving the bucket he'd conjured between Harry's knees, "learned the danger of drinking large amounts of whiskey last night." There was movement and a whooshing sound, and Dumbledore called into the flute, "Severus, Harry's here." There was a pause, then Sirius Black as well. "Bring one of your hangover potions, please." "Severus Snape?" Sirius said incredulously. "What's he doing here?" "He is the potions master," Dumbledore said, "and our ally." "Sirius," Harry murmured. "Snape is a friend." "He is," Dumbledore confirmed. "Please try not to let him antagonize you too much. We need the both of you." Sirius remained silent. Severus appeared moments later, gripping a small bottle, the likes of which Harry had been longing to see all morning. "This is the best I could find, Dumbledore." Harry could feel Snape staring at him, so he studied at the bottom of the bucket very carefully. "I would like to know," Sirius reached over and clasped Harry's shoulder, "why my godson felt the need to get blind, stinking drunk last night." "Your godson," Snape said smoothly. Harry groaned. "You haven't tried to contact Potter all year. Don't tell me that you were expecting me to show up too." "Everyone wanted you to show up," Harry said as firmly as he could. "Snape, the remedy. I'm begging you. Should I withhold it until we get some answers?" Snape asked Dumbledore. "I got kicked out of the burrow," Harry said sullenly. "We know," Snape said. "The burrow?" Sirius asked. "Two of Harry's best friends live there," Remus murmured. "Harry was supposed to spend the Christmas holidays with them, but he left." "I was told that I wasn't wanted there anymore," Harry said. "After I tell us what happened, and you get to drink this." Snape waved the bottle near his face. "Go on, Harry," Sirius said. Harry looked between the two of them, stunned. "Do you have any idea how strange it is to hear the two of you agreeing on anything?" "Don't plan on it happening again," Snape said. "And stop stalling." Harry licked his lips. Ginny, she wanted to give me an early, Christmas present." The implications of that were not lost on the other four. "Ginny's only 12 years old, Harry," Remus said quietly, but Harry could hear the reproach quite clearly. Harry flushed. "That was very dangerous of you to let that happen at the burrow," Dumbledore said. "But I expect you already know that." "It was very wrong of him to let it happen anywhere," Remus said solidly. "She's very, very young. Sex at that age." "We didn't," Harry said loudly. "We didn't have sex. I swear it was only in her shirt. And she had her hand. Then Mrs. Weasley caught us, and Mr. Weasley told me to get out, and that I was no longer welcome at the burrow." Snape thrust the bottle into his hand. Harry stared at it a moment, opened it, and drained it. His head immediately began to clear. He desperately hated the fact that something that should have been very private, and just between him and Ginny, was being paraded out in front of basically everyone he cared about. "I just couldn't help it," Harry said helplessly. "You said that you were going to wait until she was 14, Dumbledore said. "But if you absolutely couldn't wait, couldn't you have exchanged gifts while you were still here?" "Why would Harry tell you when he was going to have sex?" Sirius asked, confused. Remus sputtered. "What is going on here? Are you actually saying that you would permit Harry and Ginny to have sex?" "Ginny isn't even a teenager, and Harry just barely is. Harry and Ginny are a special case, as I assume you will know momentarily," Dumbledore said. "I assume that you want them to know?" "Yes," Harry said. Dumbledore got up from behind his desk again and opened the cupboard door. He brought out the pensieve and placed it down carefully. He siphoned off the memories that already swirled and put them into several glass bottles. Harry felt a pang of guilt when he realized that Dumbledore had probably been searching his memories, trying to find Harry. "I'm sorry," Harry said. "I couldn't face coming back here." "Where were you, incidentally?" Snape asked. "He'd been living in James and Lily's house," Sirius said. Remus knit his brows. "But Doesn't it still have a hole in it where... I didn't care, Harry said. He didn't care about much of anything last night. Sirius informed the rest. When I found him, he was screaming obscenities at me. He thought I was Voldemort. And when I took him to Bathilda Bagshot's, her house was closer than the house I bought. He got a good look at her and screamed something about Nagini and jumped at her. Snape snorted. It was an honest mistake, Harry said defensively. I was drunk and confused. What did Bathilda say? Dumbledore asked. If this got out, she won't say anything, Sirius said. I asked her not to, and she's always been fond of Harry. Harry's stomach clenched. The Weasleys were supposed to be fond of me too, he said through gritted teeth. And look how that's just turned out. He tried to force the bitterness away, but it choked him. Harry, if you did touch their daughter. I love her, Harry shouted. And they didn't even trust me before that. Arthur Weasley didn't want to be tainted by me. He said so last summer. He stood up and placed his wand to his temple. Harry, no. Remus and Sirius shouted at once. I'm not going to do myself in, Harry said. You need to see my memories. Sirius, he turned toward the other man. Before you see this, I'm begging you to forgive me. It was my fault that you spent an extra year and a half in Azkaban. And I know it was terrible. But please. Harry looked away. He did not think he could bear it if Sirius turned his back on him as well. He didn't think he could do this without him. He wasn't even sure that he could do it without the Weasleys. Long streams of memories the color of molten silver flowed from his temple to his wand. When he was satisfied that he had enough to explain what was going on, he swirled it in the pensieve. He'd added a few more memories than he had planned, mainly for Sirius' benefit, to show him how sorry he really was. This is going to take you a while, Harry said, but we'll be right here. I'm sure you'll have questions. Remus and Sirius looked at him for a long time, then stepped forward at the same time and fell into Harry's memories of the future.